Yellow, yellow, everyone! How's everyone doing? Welcome in, May, Double Jumper, AC. Good to see you all. My day is going quite well. I've been very productive today. It's amazing how much actually taking your medication can do for your productivity. I got so much done today. And now I get to be here in stream. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, medication works. Take your medication. I'm like sitting here like, no way. My depression and ADHD symptoms were keeping me from actually doing things around my house? No, preposterous. And I take my meds and I'm like, wake up and I'm energized. And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do the laundry and do the dishes and clean up this mess on the floor and go get my mail and take the trash out and go to the bank. Like, shit. How'd I do that? How'd I do that? Gotta get back on meds. You gotta get back on meds. They're crazy. It's crazy how much of a difference it makes. Also, the fact that I woke up and I was able to just get up and I wasn't tired and I could immediately like get into doing stuff. It's insane. It's insane. Hi, Mouse Viewer. How are you? I'm like a little obsessed. I can't lie. I can't lie. I'm great. I'm great. Being back on my meds has been awesome. It's been so awesome. I can be productive and I can stream without guilt. It's great. I'm living the life. And I'm playing a fun game. I'm going this missing 7+ hours of context. It's fine. Oh man, should I do a recap? Do you want a recap? I'm sorry the VOD's not up. It's uploading right now, but I mean, it's like 7 hours of VOD, so you know, almost 8 hours, I think. No, yeah, almost 8 hours. I think it was like 7 hours and like 40 minutes or something is when I stopped stream. That's still uploading. What's that at right now? 0%? Awesome. It's uploading at 0% right now. But I mean, it is ready. It's finished processing. It just has to upload. Thank you for the 10 stream streak, AC. Gosh. I'm already stumbling over my words. That's not a bad sign at all. But yeah, I can do a little recap for those who missed. I'll go to some less intense music for the recap. How about that? I think we're playing music in here. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. All right, a perfect little tune for the recap. So let's see. Last time we left off with the aftermath of Ideal Detective dying, right? So we got to talk to her in ghost form, and we had a little dream where we had a future premonition of all of our friends dying. And it turns out that Ideal has granted us her future sight, which it seemed like we already had before, but she kind of like it helped us hone it into like a usable ability. So you know, like we're going through this, and she's like, you probably shouldn't tell anyone that I'm a ghost and also you have my future sight, because it would make you a big target for whoever the killer is. So we're keeping it a secret from everyone. We eat food with everyone. Mystic made British sandwiches, and we all enjoyed them. And everyone was like being content about sitting around and waiting stuff out. So they were like, yeah, we got enough food. We can wait things out until people come to rescue us. But because of our future premonition, we know that if we don't do anything to change like the course of action, we won't be able to stop everyone from dying. So we lie and say that there's another secret passage in the manor that Ideal told us about before she died. And that gets everyone like ready to investigate again and gives them like new hope to like get out of here and do something. So we all investigate, and Techie ends up making little security cameras out of downtown smartphones plural. She has many of them. And we set them all around in like ideal places, like in our rooms and places where we think murders would happen. And whilst doing that, we come across a room right above the living room that's almost identical in layout, except like one of the doors was being held open by a rope, and there were tables and chairs that are bolted to the center of the room. And when the door closed, when we cut off the rope, it became a trap room where spikes came out of the floor, and we realized that the only safe place was the table because it was bolted down, and the trap was made to be reset. So we had a spike room. That was a scary thing, and Mystic Detective kind of like locked in and it helped us like you figure out what to do. We also learned about Bookworm Detective's like little photographic memory thing, and how that's not exactly a blessing, because she can remember exact details of literally everything, even if she's only seen it at a glance. So after that, we end up having food with everyone, and then after dinner dies down, we're checking out the cameras and stuff, and everyone leaves, and we start talking to Ideal's ghost, and Mystic comes in. He's like, wow, can you talk to Ideal's ghost? Is Ideal's ghost in the room with us right now? And we panic, and he finds out. But it's okay because it's Mystic Detective, and he's really chill, and he's willing to believe us. And we learned about some of the past cases he solved, which were really horrific. Like really horrific, like Jesus Christ. Where basically people were unwilling to listen to cases about werewolves and vampires, but because he was able to come to the truth of things, because you know, like sometimes like mental illness or deformities can look like the supernatural, and because he was willing to believe in the supernatural, it helped him actually track down who was involved and what actually happened, which is really fun. There's a lot of stuff in this game that like feels like it's touching really well on mental illness and disability and stuff like that, that I'm really quite enjoying. Because I don't know, I don't often see media cover shit like that and cover it so tactfully. Anyway, we learn Mystic is the fucking goat. We also learn that he's Bookworm's adoptive father. And we learn that Ideal is a little more childish and silly than she lets on, and that the Detective Alliance was actually built around her as a child because she was a fucking genius. Anyway, stuff happens. We find out there's some like poison in the plants. We all have a fight about it, and we're able to use our Denonement ability, which is our future sight, to be like, okay, Armor and Rowdy, you cannot go outside and fight the evil egg because you will die. And we lie and say like Ideal taught us a simulation technique. And we get sick and we pass out from it because that took a lot. Go to the bathroom. We run into our girl downtown there. Yeah, so we later go down. We find out the fridge has been ransacked, which is suspicious, and we go to check the cameras and stuff, and we end up seeing Mystic in the trap room. He's with Posh, and Posh runs out of the room because Mystic just DM'd everyone saying, I found out the secret to the secret passage. Like he figured out there was another secret passage and he was gonna tell us all, so he told us all to gather in the living room. But as everyone was coming in, we see him pass out on camera, and then the door manages to close by itself, which was suspicious because we had put a blocker in front of it to stop it from doing that. And then Mystic Detective dies, and it was tragic, and I was really fucking sad because he was the GOAT, and I started to really, really like him, and that fucking sucked. We got to investigate his murder, and long story short, we find out that it was Downtown Detective, and she is working with the Quartering Duke, and she put fucking neurotoxin on her nails, and used her touchy-feely persona in order to hug him without looking suspicious, so she could stab the poison into his skin with her nails. That eventually like activated, and she put ice on as the door stopper so it would melt and close on its own. And she had her crash out. It was fucking awesome. It was really good. And she ends up releasing poison gas into the room, and we all manage to escape, but she ends up killing herself. And as we're like pleading with her and like saying like, no, actually you're my friend, yada yada, all that good stuff, she sees her dead friend in us, who the Quartering Duke killed, and she says that she hopes we get out alive, and gave us a little hint about the Quartering Duke, which I'm not able to really parse right now, but it had something to do with the fact that they were working together. So yeah, Downtown died. It was really sad. And of course, Bookworm has to deal with the loss of her father, but we found the hidden passage in the living room, led down into a tunnel, which led down to this prison, which is the laboratory that we were experimented on, me and Ideal, Watto and Ideal, as kids. And Bookworm got to grieve over Mystic, which was really touching. It was a really good scene. And also, we're all very torn up about Downtown, and Watto has decided that he will find out what compelled Downtown to do this and try to figure out the real Downtown and what she was really like, as like for the sake of Bookworm and Mystic, to kind of like put this whole thing to rest, you know, to uncover the truth and all that. Which I really love. I love how much love they're showing to Downtown, and like how humanizing they are to the entire cast. I also just love how nice everyone is. Like, everyone wants to know why she did what she did, because we assume it wasn't just because she was psycho, because the Quartering Duke did kill her friend. So yeah, that's kind of where we are right now. We all went to sleep in the cells because we were exhausted, and we have just woken up. And I think that's all. I don't think I missed anything aside from like little minor things like Armor insinuating that he had more going on, and Workaholic and Renegade having some sort of beef because they had an argument the other day. But yeah, let's get on into it. Oh, also Doleful has been really gay, and we found out Doleful's real name and age due to like a memory flashback. So that's that. That was also important to mention. What is it? It is in the updated roster. It is, Rio Gray. He's Rio Gay. Or Reo, probably, because it's Japanese pronunciation. Reo Gray. And he is named after, a female detective with a similar name. Named after... I'm just saying that he shares a last name with a female detective, and he talked about it in the flashback, and I'm like, I think this... Yeah, Cordelia Gray. And I'm just like, that's interesting that you're named after a girl, and I'm getting the trans mask vibes from you. So I don't know. We're gonna put a pin in that one. It goes on the corkboard. It also makes me curious if everyone else is named after a detective. That would be fun, because we have Rio Gray, and then we have Sharon Ford Holmes, which was, I believe, Psycho Sharon Ford Holmes, and Sharon Ford is the original name of Sherlock before the author's wife told him it was stupid and made him change it. Is hiding something his gender? So I asked for a recap while you're presumably in the middle of a recap, but since you started streaming before the VOD came out, what did I miss yesterday? Yeah, you missed the culprit, right? You got to Mystic's death, and then I imagine you passed out. You missed us finding out Doleful's real name, which is Reo Gray. Or Rio Gray, whichever pronunciation I decide on. Yeah. And then we found out who the culprit was that killed Mystic Detective. It was Downtown. Downtown did it. She was working with the Quartering Duke. She used her nails to stab poison into Mystic, and she was using her touchy-feely persona in order to, like, make us not realize that she could, like, get close to us without, you know, like she was lowering all our guards by pushing her persona out there. Yeah, your goat killed your goat. Her death was really sad. She basically ended up committing suicide via poison gas as we were trying to save her, and she refused to be saved. But she did say in the last moments that we reminded her of her best friend, and she said that she hopes that Watto gets out alive, and gave us a little hint on the quartering Duke and her relation to him, I presume. Bookworm got to grieve about her dad, which was really sweet. We found at the hidden exit that turns out it was real, and that led to the experiment grounds. And also, we are really still focused on downtown as well as Bookworm. And Watto is determined to figure out who the real downtown was and why she was really working with the quartering Duke, because he doesn't fully believe that she just got a rush out of killing and enjoyed it. Like he believes in a more human side of her. And with that, I will say, Watto can solve Umineko. I believe in it. Streak remains unbroken. 35 stream streak. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, Watto could solve Umineko. I'm putting that down as true. I believe. So right now, the people who can solve Umineko are Incompetent, Ideal, and Mystic. And as for people who can't, I'm marking down Downtown Detective. Well, you know what? I think it's a 50-50 for Downtown. I think, like if those three are, like, S rank, they can solve Umineko, she's B rank, she can solve Umineko, you know? Like, I think it's possible, but I don't think it's very likely. That's kind of where I'm at. She can't get these people to talk to her. She's good at, like, social deduction. I feel like she's good at manipulating people, and she can't manipulate a VN. She has to work with what they give her. Also, just general vibes. Just general vibes. Possible, but not guaranteed. Anyway, let me take a sippy of my water. And we can get back into it. We slept in the prison cells last night. Before I know it, the morning has come. We gather in the area between the cells to eat breakfast. All 10 of us sit in a circle. In the middle is the food that Armor brought, as well as some cans that were found in the warden's room. Armor sits to my right and Bookworm to my left. The latter must have slept well. Her face looks livelier than when we spoke last night. Dining together in a circle. Tis like to lodging at an encampment. What fun! Being of empty mind means being free from worry. How enviable, the girl said with a sigh. There are quite a few of us and only a small amount of food. Even with these cans from the warden's room, we'll run out in 3 days. If we don't decide on our next move in the double, we'll all die of starvation, said the girl calmly, stating the facts. Many pardons. I was consumed by whimsy. Me literally every day. Me when I'm guest starring on Jelly's stream. Bookworm shuts Armor down with ease. Her wordplay is quick as a whip, and her tongue is sharper than ever. She definitely has her old energy back now. Hey, Bookworm, are you going to stick to speaking like that? Bookworm smiles impudently as I quietly whisper to her. We suffer from an overabundance of useless adults. As such, I will focus on being as objective as possible in my thinking. I have vowed to expose the quartering Duke. Can I rely on your support? Asked the girl, fixing a competent detective with trustful eyes. Of course. Let's do our best, Bookworm. Her expression brightens. I can't detect the worry that had been present yesterday. I also love that, like, we learned that Bookworm does her third-person thing as a coping mechanism to always be objective in everything. Like objective third-person point of view, especially because of her photographic memory. Like, she tries to state everything as, like, to the facts as possible. Which is also probably why she states her emotions so clearly, so they can't get muddled. She may need more time to fully recover, but progress is progress. I hope to stay by her and help her out in whatever small way I can. Why, I never. A refined lady such as myself having to die while seated upon the ground. This deeply shames the Pinkerton name. It's nice and manly if you ask me. As Japanese people sitting cross-legged on the floor, all traditional-like, it just feels right. You're a girl, Rowdy, remember? You should mind your sitting posture a bit more. Besides, there are non-Japanese people too, such as me. Oh, okay. We're learning. We're learning? These cans, their expiration dates are 10 years past. Are we absolutely certain that any of this is edible? You'll just yap over just about anything, huh? If you don't want it, don't eat it. Luckily, we have all the water we need from the tap. Speaking from experience, you live about a week on just water, see? Oh, you mad? How dare you compare your own primitive gut with my urban, sophisticated stomach? What if gourmet is British? Either way, there's no choice but to eat what we have. It'll be fine. I once survived for a month on rusty cans of food. It's most certainly not fine. I've had enough of you and your common rabble. Don't worry, Posh. If anything here was actually dangerous, I'm sure I'd sense it. Canned goods are sterilized and hermetically sealed. If there are any holes or swelling, then scientifically they can last over a decade. Hermetically, my bad. This dungeon receives no sunlight and has low humidity, which should allow for quite a long shelf life. Oh, family detective? Oh, Kazoku. Oh, it might be. Because her family is like her namesake, kinda. It's what's most important about her. And yet, you're still only eating snacks and barely touching the cans. Well, even if the science is sound, that doesn't mean I actually want to eat it. If Dolly says they're safe, then they must be. What a rare opportunity. I shall dine upon canned goodies to my heart's content. Don't go gorging yourself into a stomachache. I don't care if they aren't rotten. This food certainly isn't as safe as it gets. As Bookworm stated, our current problem is what to do before we run out of food. Even if we escape the toxic gas in the manor, that black machine is still outside. However, we still haven't the supplies to wait here for help. I propose that we explore this dungeon. There could be a hidden passageway down here as well. I'm in favor. No doubt there's a path between here and the research facility. Really now? And is there any particular reason you're so confident about that? While we were searching for food in the warden's room, I just so happened to find this elevator key. As he speaks, Renegade Detective draws a key out from his pocket. The tag dangling below it does indeed read elevator. An elevator key? Wait, the dungeon doesn't even have an elevator, so why? Curious, isn't it? I had the same reaction, so I gave it some thought. Elevators don't normally require keys, not unless they're for maintenance or to operate in some special way. Foreman Gas doesn't have an elevator either, nor a need for one. As so happens, there's only one place on the island that does have an elevator. He is very punchable, yeah. The research facility. You know it. This must be a key for the elevator at Snark's. But that raises a question. We're underneath the manor, which means we're pretty far from the research facility, right? They wouldn't keep something here if it had no use, so why store the key to the research facility elevator in this dungeon? Ah, now I understand. This dungeon was created as a dwelling place for the elevator operator. No, not even close. You get it, don't you, incompetent? Why would the key for the research facility elevator be stashed all the way down here? Think, if it's kept here, that must mean there's a reason it needs to be here. The elevator key is required to be at the dungeon. In other words, the dungeon connects to the research facility. Because the dungeon is connected to the research facility, right? If this place leads to Snarks, then it would only make sense that for that key to be kept here. Give the man a prize! You're right on the money, incompetent. To be even more precise, this elevator key is probably required to travel between the two areas. There wasn't a button in the facility for the elevator to descend any lower, so maybe this lets you move above and below ground. I see. So to summarize, there's a hidden passage connecting this dungeon to the elevator at Snarks. Nailed it! This dungeon seems like a dead end, but somewhere within it is a secret path that leads to the surface. Let's look for it after we finish eating. Detectives are all about mutual cooperation, right? Renegade detectives ask this uncharacteristic question with a smile. Given his past actions, I fully suspect he has an ulterior motive. But for now, Renegade Detectives makes a good point. Everyone wants to escape from this place. What would be best to do as he suggests. If there's a hidden passage, how should we search for it? An orthodox approach says there's a hidden mechanism for opening it, but besides the warden's room, there's little to investigate. At least in video games, there's always a strange statue or painting or something that you can push to open the way. Given that this is a dungeon, it wouldn't make sense for the mechanism to be obvious anyway. Something simple once known, but otherwise impossible to locate. A wall switch, perhaps? Said the girl, sharing her personal theory. Makes sense. With how large this area is, it's unlikely a hidden switch on the wall would be discovered. Let's not waste any time and get looking then. Oh, rump. If I do not at least consume some form of protein, I will surely lose my strength. I have no choice. No choice, I say. I must partake in this canned food. Here goes. Munchman. Well, I'll be. My palate is actually quite pleased. This tin of grilled chicken is rather passable indeed. As for these sardines... Why, they too are scrumptious. Oh, God is my dread for this canned cuisine. Roses are red, violets are blue. Posh is enjoying an old can of food. Dispense of your irreverent nursery rhymes at once. After breakfast, we began a thorough sweep of the dungeon, several hours into the process. That was silly, I liked that. We failed to turn out much of anything. Incompetent? Bookworm? How did searching the warden's room go? We didn't find any mechanism in particular, no trace of any switch on the walls either. I'm not so sure it's worth looking further. But we did coat the entrance with some phosphorescent paint we found. That way, no one will get lost in the dark if they need to use the bathroom at night. Thanks for the posture check, Tiff. Great idea. You really can't see anything once the lights go off down here. Thanks, Incompetent. We have no other option but to continue searching these massive walls, said the girl, disheartened by the mere thought of such a tiring prospect. How about on your end? Did you find anything? We've covered about half the wall, but no luck. Everyone's still looking right over there. I follow where Doleful indicates to see Armor and the others running their hands along the walls. This mirror, too, seems perfectly ordinary. Is there truly a passageway hidden here? I understand how you feel, but let's keep up the effort, Armor. There were plenty of contraptions in the manor. I'm certain this dungeon must have something of the sort as well. Workaholic's right. This dungeon contains no shortage of oddities. The hidden passage we descended has to continue further underground. No normal person would need to be this deep. There must be a reason behind it. You say as much, but after searching a myriad of cells, all we've discovered is that they share the exact same layout. I'm all but convinced this place is truly nothing more than a prison. I agree with Techie. Something's fishy. This place is far too concealed to be just an underground holding area.
Ah, enough pussyfooting around already. The passage is hiding behind one of these walls, right? Let's just knock them all down.
That's too dangerous. We'd be buried alive if the place caved in.
A capital idea. Why don't we begin by kicking them, said the girl, concurring with Ratty Detective's suggestion.
A bookworm? You're usually so level-headed. What's gotten into you? No need to get so worked up, Doleful. I'm sure Bookworm's onto something. Bookworm gives me a smile as she continues on.
The wall hiding the passage will be hollow. In other words, it'll sound different than the rest when struck, said the girl, detailing her plan.
I see. If we wish to sound out each wall, kicking them would generate the impact we need, even if the method's rather violent. Sound might only differ slightly. Are we sure we'll be able to tell?
You doubting my skills? With the ears of a rabbit, I could hear a pin drop in a whole pile of straw.
She even catches me when I try to sneak up and hug her goodnight. I'm sure she could hear any noise as long as she's focused on it. You sneak up on her in her sleep? Actually, never mind. Thanks, Rowdy. Sorry to put so much pressure on you.
This is what I live for. Now let's get to it.
With our plan in place, we take turns kicking the walls.
No echo behind that one. Next. Sheesh, your legs are a lot stronger than they look. But I don't hear a thing. Ain't no passage in there.
I'm not too skilled at manual labor.
Aw, come on. A pilly kick like that ain't gonna echo or squat. Get those tinkle toes in. Fuck. Get those tinkle toes of yours into gear, will ya?
Sorry, I'm pretty much helpless at anything outside of brain work.
Watch and learn. This is how you kick.
Wow, what a blow. I hate to be on the receiving end of that.
We got a hit. I definitely heard an echo that time. No doubt about it. There's a passage hiding right behind this center wall.
Oh, just as suspected. There is a hidden passage. Come, everyone. Let us scour around for a switch that opens this passage. You as well, Doleful. Step to it. Locating things is your specialty, is it not? Now is your time to shine. Ah! Doleful stumbles as Pa shoves him from behind. He loses his balance and falls on his butt. And then I hear something that gives me a bad vibe. Wait, the switch is right where he fell? The hidden passage screeches open? That's Doleful for ya. God, he's so silly. Wow, Doleful, well done! I run over to Doleful, who's still on the floor, and help him up with a grateful hand. Now this was the making of a great detective. Finding crucial clues without even meaning to? What an incredible power. He's every orthodox mystery's nightmare. Ronald Knox would not be happy. Hopefully, we can now get out of this seedy underground maze. Thank goodness, things took a turn for the better before our food ran out. Hold on, Watoku. Don't be so hasty. Holmes appears before me with a grave expression. Doleful's ability isn't so simple as finding vital clues, remember? He only senses traps and evidence that threatens his life. Once he discovered the passage, one should naturally assume that it's either related to a case, or that danger lurks up ahead. What? Oh, well, without further ado, everyone, follow the leader. That is to say, me. No posh, please. Leave this dust-ridden place at once. Or let us leave this dust-ridden place at once. Wait, Posh, there's definitely something dangerous down there. Suddenly, the image of Posh splattered and blood flashes before me. Might an omen has shown me the future. This vision will soon become reality. Watch out! I yank Posh's arm back without a second to spare. Sharp metal spikes then dart out right where Posh was standing mere moments ago. If I hadn't grabbed her, if I hadn't seen the future, she would have died on the spot. Something's coming out of the passage! Oh no, is it egg? No! Uh-oh. Shit. Shit. It's kind of so Jover for us. As if in response to Posh, a mechanical whirring rings out from the tunnel. I've heard this sound before, but before I have time to ponder, its source appears directly in front of us. One of those things. Color and size are different, but it's the same type of machine that took Holmes's life. Oh, it's a white one. A small white one. A mechanical noise, identical to that black robot's call, resounds through the dungeon. This one is pure white, smaller, and around my height, no more than 5.5 feet max. But the sound, which alone makes my hair stand on end, and the robotic, murderous intent I can sense for it are just as I recall. The image of Holmes' death flashes unbidden in my mind. I know we have to flee, but my body won't move. My traumatic fear dulls my reflexes. If I don't act fast, I'll... How about you? Bring it, you pile of scrap! Armor and Rowdy leap in front of me. What could they be planning? Hey, Armor, you know the drill. First, let us ponder after the opening blow is struck. They slam their fists into the mech at the same time, sending it flying back down the passageway. Both of them are bursting with energy, despite having just bashed a remarkably hard surface. They really give Iron Fist a new meaning. But that's besides the point. What are you doing? You're gonna get killed!
Hey, I know how dangerous this is, but then this numbskull here popped up in front of me. I cannot resist the urge to charge forth. Forgive me, sir incompetent.
Their words are blunt and unvarnished, much like them. But ultimately, they've lessened the shock of the surprise attack and brought us time to think. I'll have to remember to thank the two of them.
Here come those rotten spikes. Of course, let y'all forestall them anon.
Spikes fire down from the passage, striking Armor's metal exterior. True to his words, they don't even leave a scratch. All of a sudden, the spikes begin to flash. Oh shit! Armor! Armor drops as the white mech appears out of the passage. Upon closer inspection, I can see 3 vents on its bodies, like air holes. Black wires trail from each one. The wires connect to spikes that struck Armor and are now retracting into its body. There's also a camera-like device atop its head, which watches us intently. What is this machine? It looks like a metal can that's been painted in blinding white, yet the camera freezes me in my tracks. It's precisely because of its simplicity that I can tell this mech is incredibly deadly.
Everyone, the spikes are charged with a powerful electric current, like a stun gun. Don't let them touch you. Yo, Armor, you good? His armor conducted the charge, but he'll be fine. Still, it was enough to knock him out. A direct hit from those spikes would mean instant death.
The one false step and we're done for. How do we get out of this one? I'll distract it! Get Armor to safety in the meantime! Doleful shouts as he steps in front of the rushing mech. Doleful, what are you doing? My danger magnet is probably to blame for this whole mess. I'm not going to let anyone die from this ability. Get back, Doleful. I'll act as a distraction. We can fight this thing together.
You can't even land a solid kick, moron. Like hell I'm gonna let you play decoy. I've got it. Just back me up.
She's right. Remember how I can sense danger? I'm guaranteed to survive. Just leave this to me and Rowdy. Sorry, but no can do. As it stands, I have the highest seniority in this group. And despite my physical shortcomings, I actually have quite a lot of combat experience.
Fine. Have it your way. Now I'm going in.
Ooh, we get a CG? Workaholic and Rowdy plunge in, fighting the white mech to buy us some time. Ooh, we have Posh in the back there. Interesting. It pivots on its treads, then advances towards them. Interesting. seeing if there's anything like I can pick up from this. Posh is probably regretting her carelessness right now. I wonder if she's gonna get an arc. Honestly, a lot of people are kind of being set up for stuff this chapter. Before, it felt like really clearly that Mystic was getting set up to me. But like, right now, like, I feel like Posh has the potential for a character arc. I feel like Doleful and Workaholic also both have, like, big potential arc energy. I think Bookworm has had her development. Like she's gonna be important, but I don't know if she's gonna get involved in any crime. I'm trying to predict who the next victim is gonna be. Spikes shoot out at Rowdy, who is a closer target. You really think that'll work? You want to kill me? Face me head on! Rowdy throws out a taunt. She launches herself to the side, dodging the spikes with ease. She's so agile you'd think she was a cat. She doesn't stop there either. As the mech retracts the spikes with its wires, Rowdy slips through its defenses in a flash. This one's for my pal Armor. Wait, Rowdy, duck! Huh? At that instant, a long spike thrusts out from the white mech. It grazes Rowdy's head, who ducked just in time before retracting into its body. Several strands of hair dangle in midair. Not only does it fire bullet like spikes, it also has a spear for close-range stabbing. Workaholic's warning and Rowdy's reflexes saved her life, but a clod like me would have absolutely been skewered. Realizing she's at a disadvantage, Rowdy jumps back, putting some distance between herself and the mech. Without missing a beat, it fires more long-range spikes at Rowdy, but they don't connect. She nimbly dodges him once again. There's a limit to her stamina, though. She can't go on forever. Eventually, both of them will end up killed. We need a way to break the impasse. Right. The perfect time to see the future with my denouement. Maybe you'll find a solution there. Stay calm, Matakun. More than anything else, you need to keep a cool head in dire straits. Holmes peers into my face, derailing my train of thought. The denouement only reveals the outcome. It's of no use if you can't grasp the process. You'd only incapacitate yourself, doing more harm than good. Detectives must always examine reality with the presence of mind before passing judgment. You think I just stay calm when my friends are about to die? I snap back harder than I mean to, my own volume surprising me. I ask Holmes another question in a quieter voice. You know something about this dungeon, don't you? Or about that mech, maybe? Please, tell me how to beat it. If I knew that, I wouldn't have been cut down so easily. That's a fair point. But I do know how to face the threat before us. Listen to that noise that eyesore is making. The noise? Incompetent detective, you're talking to yourself. Is your head on right? Asked the girl, examining his face with a look of concern. Bookworm noticed me acting strangely enough to warrant pointing it out. I doubt she heard what I said, so I better make up an excuse. Sorry, I'm fine. I've been simulating options in my mind to stop for stopping that mech. Right. Simulating is your specialty, after all, the girl said, fully convinced. Yeah, and I've already noticed something off about that noise it makes. Interesting. Let me check. The girl's closing her eyes. Said the girl, closing her eyes and focusing all of her attention on her oral faculties. Bookworm then performs the very action she had just narrated. What is she doing? Classic Bookworm. All you did is give her a hint about the noise and she immediately knew what to do. Incidentally, you do realize you can answer me without speaking aloud, don't you? I can hear your thoughts, remember? Yeah, buddy! Why didn't you tell me that sooner? Buddy, you should have known! You've been replying to her in your thoughts sometimes. He might have forgotten in his panic. Booker remains focused, listening to the noise as Holmes and I go back and forth. Oh, that's a really good sprite from Workaholic. He's kind of... Anyway. Read like an open book.
Techie, can you record that whirring and play it back at 1/10 the speed? Asked the girl. You said a 10th? Okay, I'll give it a try. Techie connects his D-pad to this wheelchair with a cord and begins to operate it. The wheelchair, which apparently has built-in speakers, begins to play the audio recorded on his D-pad. Now I'll lower the playback speed. We all stare at Gap when Techie slows it down. The wind passes through, only one of three. The wind passes through, only one of three. Oh, that's interesting. That's also the Quartering Duke's voice, isn't it? Which leads further credit to my theory that that the Quartering Duke was involved in these experiments. It's either possible that the Quartering Duke was experimented on and then took over this facility and these machines later, or that the Quartering Duke is older. The Quartering Duke is using a voice changer, but I think it's relevant that it's a similar voice changer, right? Because they could have just like done like a blanket robot voice, right? But they're using the same voice changer. Isn't that the Quartering Duke's voice? Yeah, see, it's pointed out. They pointed it out immediately. So it is Quartering Duke. Yeah. Which lends credit to my theory that if the Quartering Duke, so Dayless Night, the religious movement, the Detective Alliance, and what the Quartering Duke stuff is all connected, right? Like that is very, very clear at this point in time. The real question is how it's connected. I think that it started with the Dayless Night incident, which was connected to the kidnapping and experimentation incident that Incompetent and Ideal were part of. I think the Dayless Night incident ended 13 years ago, while the kidnapping incident was 10 years ago, but we know that there were some stragglers who remained. Like, solving the Dayless Night incident actually ended up making it a little bit worse, because people who branched off from that religious group ended up committing their own crimes and being really zealous. And so I think if it was a religious movement created by Lucifer, then it's possible that members of that movement ended up creating a child experimentation thing in order to gift these children great abilities that would allow them further control over the world, or possibly to create some sort of new leader to follow, right? And giving them the ability to sense danger or future sight, they would be able to avoid any disaster and essentially like control the world, so to speak. Like with such a sense, one would gain a lot of power, in my opinion, and like stop the group from like having another downfall. The Detective Alliance stopped this incident, and eventually stumbled upon Ideal Detective, who was probably one of the most successful at honing this ability. They realized her genius, they probably wanted to keep an eye on her because of her connection to the incident, so they built the Detective Alliance around her. Of course, I could also like crack theory, what if Lucifer's her dad, but I don't want to get that far. So we have that, and so how does that connect to the Quartering Duke case? Well, say one highly successful experimented child goes on to join the Detective Alliance, later bringing in another one with the same potential, and another experimented child ends up going the opposite direction and ends up kind of locking in with what was expected of the cult of the Dayless Night incident, or on the other hand is rebelling against that but is still doing evil things, right? And who else has a danger sense where they're able to sense misfortune coming their way? Doleful Detective, who was orphaned, which would make him a prime candidate for being taken in and experimented on, wouldn't it? I'm just saying. I'm just saying, out of everyone here, he is the only one who has a supernatural power that is similar to ours. And it's supernatural. That's like the thing that's like really like getting to me. Like it's an abnormal ability. And of course, like I did connect it to the idea of like hypervigilance due to trauma, and that could be it. But the game is portraying it as future sight. Unlike, say, Bookworm's photographic memory, which is not supernatural, but an actual condition. Right? I just think that would make the most sense, wouldn't it? It would make the most sense. Like, out of everyone here, it would give him the motivation. Right? Because either he was raised to want to start this cult-like following, and he does have a cult-like following. Like he's very popular. There are a lot of people who are acting in the Quartering Duke's name or wanting to imitate or copycat him, and he has people voting and like doing stuff on his broadcast. Like he's not doing it in private. Like he's trying to make a name for himself. I'm curious. I'm really curious. And then, what was it that was said? The wind passes through only one of three. Now, can I listen to this in Japanese? Yeah, it's too hard to figure out the words with the filter. I can literally like only make out the numbers. But again, I don't know what the wind is meant to be or represent. But the fact that it's only passing through one of three makes me think that given this is directly tied to the experiment area, one of three, that's really giving one of the three people who might be here who have been experimented on by this group. It only passes through one of the three, that being Doleful, and Watto and Holmes are unaffected by it. Either that, or it only passes through one of three because one of them is no longer here anymore. Like the wind passes through them because they're a spirit, which would mean that one out of three of these people are dead. Either or. Because I imagine the camera, they could share information between the eggs. And also, if the Quartering Duke is here and like maybe like updating stuff or whatever, then he would know. Makes me think 3 experiments, but 1 successful. Ooh, that could be it. That could be it. But, like, I guess it depends on what the goal was. Like, maybe Future Sight wasn't the end goal. Maybe they wanted to go further, in which case Doleful is the one who went further and was successful. Because otherwise, I think, like, they're all successful in having some sort of danger sense that allows them to predict when something bad is about to happen and prevent a tragedy from occurring, or at least attempt to prevent a tragedy from occurring. Interesting. It's identical to the one I've heard in all the Quartering Duke's videos. As for what it's actually saying, as I thought, it's broadcasting a message, the girl said the girl, relieved that her hunch was correct. I could tell by cross-referencing with my memory the exact same audio was being played on repeat, down to the last phonon. Otherwise stated, the machine is transmitting this on purpose, making it a message for those nearby, said the girl, further elaborating. Wow, reliable as always, Bookworm. Aww. I take her hand without a second thought, singing her praises. She responds without looking at me. There's just one issue. We have to figure out what the words actually mean, said the girl, calmly rebuking the dim, incompetent detective. Right. The wind passes through only one of the 3. What does that even mean? Workaholic! Get out of the way, Pops! Interesting. Oh no. Workaholic is sent flying by the mech's tackle. A flurry of shots ring out like gunfire. Machine fires its spikes, aiming to strike Workaholic the moment he lands. I don't even have time to shout his name as the spikes bear down on him. No. But then... Oh, you finally stepped into my trap, eh? The spikes stop a hair's breadth away from his face. Huh? What happened to the spikes? Take a good long look. They're wrapped in wire? I follow Renegade's advice and look closer, spying the glint of wire around the spike. The very wire is also extending out of Workaholic's wristwatch. He stopped the spikes using the same wire saw used in that trap at the manor. Workaholic detective must have created a small gap before trickling it. Workaholic detective must have created a small gap before tricking it into firing the spikes. Things are really heating up now. Oh, I'm kind of in love with Workaholic Detective, actually. The mech moves around, beeping and whirring as it drags the wire and Workaholic both in a frantic attempt to retract its spikes. Workaholic does his best to maintain his balance, but his face is contorted in pain. Let's see just how much time Workaholic can buy, shall we? What compels you to spew such nonsense? You'll be turning that automaton into scrap and rescuing Workaholic at once. I shall take the lead. Everyone, follow on my mark. I wouldn't if I were you. Those bullet spikes might not land, but get too close and you'll be gored by that brutal spear. Without Rowdy's fatal ferocity, you'll be turned into a pincushion. I'll concede that point. It's frustrating, but Renegade Detective is right. Anyone charging in without a plan would get the tables turned on them for sure. Clearly, there's no choice but to solve the riddle we found in his transmission. The wind passes through only one of the three. The three must refer to its holes on the body. Perhaps one of those is a weak point. Okay. Damn, I was overthinking it, maybe. It's involved in taking it. I guess it could have a double meaning. It could have a double meaning. There could be two meanings to it. But if the wind passes through only one of the three, then that means that only one of the three doesn't fire. Which means there's an opening. That must be it! Hey, let's assail those orifices apace! Or... Hi? I don't know. Wait, Posh, if we don't choose the correct target, we'll probably end up regretting it. Incompetence, right? What do you think will happen if you hit the wrong hole on a mech that uses high voltage weaponry? The shock would roast you to a crisp. Not to say it wouldn't be entertaining, too. I have a request, Rowdy. Gourmet calls out to Rowdy, who's been maintaining her distance from the mech. She locks eyes with her, speaking in an uncharacteristically serious tone. Can you stop that machine from moving for a bit? All I need is 5 seconds. Get out of here! Ask me for 10 at least! Rowdy turns back to the mech and sprints towards Workaholic. Hey, Pops! Don't let go of that wire, capiche? What are you... She then grabs the arm Workaholic is using to hold the wire and pivots her hips of swinging a bat. Up until then, the white mech had been pulling Workaholic by his wire, but now the scales have tipped. Does Rowdy plan to drag the mech around? Mechanical power? Ain't gonna stop me! Rowdy bellows as she snaps her arm down. The mech topples over, pulled by the wire. The sound of the metal scraping against the floor booms through the underground passage. She actually managed to stop the mech from moving with nothing but raw, brute strength. Also, the fact that Quartering Duke is sending a message proves that this is a game to him, which I think is fun. This is like... We're kind of playing, right? Like, he could have not left that message and just left us to die and not had a weak point on this robot, but there is one, and that's notable to me. Nicely done, Rowdy. In Gourmet's hand is a knife she always carries around with her. What is she planning to do with that? Bon appetit! She thrusts the blade in as hard as she can to one of the mech's holes. Ayo? mech makes a robotic cry of distress. Oh, that's new. The sound then breaks apart, growing steadily quieter. Or it might have just been showing it breaking up. Finally, the light in the camera shuts off, and the mech ceases to make any noises. I believe it said, check please. Gourmet takes her knife out of the hole, wiping it clean with a napkin before returning it to her pocket. The rest of us are left dumbstruck by how swiftly all that just transpired.
Way to let him have it, sis. How'd you know which one was the weak spot?
Ratty breaks the silence and clings on to Gourmet, who begins explaining it as she comforts her. It was simple. While all of you were talking, I sniffed out the different odors coming from the 3 holes. Only one smelled of rubber and metal, so I assumed there was an essential cable in there that allowed this big dollop of frosting to operate properly.
I gave it a whiff too, but I didn't catch that at all.
I'm Gourmet Detective, remember? It goes without saying I can easily catch subtle flavors of iron and rubber. Gourmet laughs if it's no big deal, but iron and rubber, for that matter, aren't foods at all. But I'll choose to keep that comment to myself. I hope Gourmet can assail my orifices. I mean, me too, buddy, me too. Neki, can you inspect this machine?
Yes, leave it to me.
I didn't contribute at all. Again.
But Lindsay Woolsey, do you speak?
What the fuck does that mean?
Was it not you who carried me to safety whilst the rest contended with this quandary? Was I who contributed nothing? Thus I shall heretofore endeavor to erase this strain from my legacy.
Nonsense, probably? I don't know. They've been using real words. Or you mean it means nonsense. What nonsense? Okay. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. The metal-plated peasant is right. While I too am peeved at my own inability to act, that is no reason to make me feel inferior. Instead, I will do all I can to get payback. So as to pay back my debt, that is. Oh.
Gosh, your resolve is incredible. Thank you for your help earlier, said the girl, expressing her gratitude to incompetent detective.
Me? What did I do, Bookworm?
If you hadn't given me that clue about the sound it was making, we may have never solved this mystery. People could have gotten hurt. Maybe you aren't so incompetent after all, said the girl with a smile.
Oh, that's a really cute sprite. Bookworm's smile causes my heart to lurch. Also, Bookworm has one of my favorite little character design things, which is white irises. Or white pupils, I mean. It's very good. That cue didn't actually come from me. Holmes was the one who told me about it. I didn't do a single thing at all. It's a fun way to signify that her eyes are different from ours. Thanks. I'll keep trying my best to pitch in however I can. Actually, it might be a little bit of a stretch, but given her hair forms a box shape, I'm kind of like wondering if her design is meant to invoke like the shape of a camera, and her eyes are the lenses if you like turn your head sideways. Of course, like, it's not, like, super noticeable, but, like, I don't know, that square shape really is really standing out to me. As well as, like, you know, her different looking eyes. Like, the fact that her eyes are black like that, like, it's kind of like it looks like a lens with, like, a little bit of, like, light glaring on it. Nevertheless, I express my gratitude, carrying this dismay in my heart. I vow to become a proper detective in my own right. Hello, BT. I'm having a great day, thank you. Renegade Detective. When you've disabled that machine from the get-go, you overestimate my abilities. If that's how little you trust me, go ahead and activate my collar. Though, maybe it's not that you won't do it, but that you can't? Or is it because you don't know the conditions? Or is fulfilling them just that tough?
Let me be clear. I believe we're on the same team, or I would like to anyway. And that's why I want to learn what's going on through your head. Or what's going through your head. What are you going on about? Only one, no, two people are making me tingle right now. But do me a favor and ease off, I wonder what it'll take to get incompetent in that other special someone over to our side. We begin investigating the tunnel that the mech appeared from. What do you mean by that? It'll take to get incompetent in that other special someone over to our side. There are two people making me tingle. Also, our side? As in him and Workaholic? Are they working together with something? That's a little suspicious, honestly. Fuck, is Renegade fucking suspicious? I'm gonna be so pissed off if Renegade's legit suspicious. You're like, oh no, it could never be Renegade because Renegade... I don't think Renegade's QD. Renegade's definitely not QD, but I wouldn't be surprised if Renegade had some kind of alliance with QD or something like that. Of course, Workaholic and Renegade could have their own little, like, side thing going on, and they're, like, thinking about inviting other people into it, and they got an argument over that. We get investigating the tunnel that the mech appeared from. Find anything incompetent? There's something that looks like a charging station for the mech's batteries, but that's about it. I see. That would explain how it managed to function so smoothly, even after being left in this place for who knows how long. Judging from the amount of dust and refuse, it was here a lot longer than just 1 or 2 years. The R&D for this thing must have been incredible. So after all that, the hidden passageway was just a trap? Yeah. No, that would be too much effort. There's no need to create an entire hidden passage for the solitary purpose of repelling intruders. It'd make more sense if this was designed to protect something within the passage. Not that we ever find it in this darkness. We should have had Techie build us some sort of light source before giving this another look. The group takes turns resting and searching, but all we manage to find is the cable for the charging of the mech. There's nothing else of note, nor any clues leading to another hidden passage. For all the progress we've thought we made, there's too little to show for it. Today's efforts were in vain, and everyone's looking fatigued. What is the matter with you people? Wipe off those long faces and show some spirit. Gosh. How long have you been standing by me? The whole time. Sorry, I have a tendency to blend in with the shadows. That's also suspicious of you. Oh, push tush, you certainly stood out well enough during a fight with that automaton. Learn to comport yourself thusly. Thanks for the hydrate, BT. Bullshit. Awesome. My apologies. I'll work on it. Moving on, how about we wrap things up for today? We're all still tired from fighting that mech earlier, after all. Ah, well that may be true. Our food supply's dwindling, and we've spent more than enough time down here as is.
I think we should stop for now, too. It would be dangerous to investigate any further today.
Techie, why do you look so down? Was there something you found while checking the mech?
Yes, I discovered something troubling. That white mech is tagged with the designation SPX-01C. Its frame was developed using genuine Detective Alliance technology.
Yay tech, but why would the Alliance be involved in something like that? Maybe the Alliance... maybe after the incident with the Dayless Night incident and the detective craze, like the detective shortage that, like, we need a lot of detectives in the world right now. That's been, like, a big thing. Perhaps they were experimenting on children for the sake of the detective craze. Like, they needed to create a lot of young prodigy detectives in order to suit their needs. And the DA was built around Ideal because she was one of the most successful ones, whereas Watto escaped. And that little flashback we had of someone refusing could have been maybe someone talking to Vidok. Maybe Vidok headed it, or something like that. Interesting.
I don't know, but I did come across files about a series of sentry robots under the name SPX back when I received tech report from the DA.
So the one we ran into was built by the Detective Alliance?
I'm not certain about that. If somebody understands the mechanics, they could easily apply the same technology elsewhere.
Or the Detective Alliance based their technology after this place, after they built on top of here to investigate it. Vicky proceeds to tell me everything he can recall about SPX Sentry Robot, the SPX Sentry Robot series. There we go. It uses map databanks and laser sensors within its body to survey its surroundings and search for targets as it moves about. Upon identifying a target, it switches to pursuit mode and hunts them down, neutralizing all in its way until it loses track of its prey long enough. Holmes must have died due to that black SPX being in pursuit mode. But what was that machine anyway? Why had it been deployed there, and what caused it to activate pursuit mode? We need to get out of here quickly, or we'll never solve the mystery behind Holmes's death.
Incompetent. You remember my friend Snippy Whiffy, right?
Of course. That was the one that could trace the scent of blood, right?
Correct. Snippy Whiffy treads incorporate technologies that were provided by the DA. The same tech that was used for the white SPX, which more or less confirms the Alliance was involved in this development. The word series suggests the existence of multiple SPX models, some of which could possibly even be down here underground.
You're telling me there are more of those deadly things? The thought alone makes me shudder. All of us had to work together just to knock that last one out of commission. I don't even want to imagine running into another during our investigation, not when we're all this exhausted. Thanks, Techie. Your analysis really helps. Workaholic's right, Posh. Let's stop for today. We probably couldn't take on another SPX in our condition. But I'm sure that'll change once we're back to full strength.
I'm in accord with Sir Incompetent. Haste leads to carelessness, which in turn leads to unforeseen endangerment.
I'm with him. I get where you're coming from, Posh, but let's call it a day. Sorry, taking a bigger sip of water.
The girl nods her assent without a word.
More of you are willing to side with an incompetent commoner rather than me, your chief. What's the meaning of this? Incompetent's little epiphany is what allowed us to beat SPX in the first place. Please don't take it too personally. I would never dream of such a thing. Me, envious of some base-born, Roturier? Roturier? Inconceivable. Posh's surliness strikes me as a bit peculiar, but either way, we're supposed to suspend our search for the day, like Workaholic first suggested. There are some simple cooking implements in the warden's room. Having nothing but canned food is a bit sad. So what say I whip up a group meal?
Woohoo! Dinner a la gourmet! Ain't nothing better. We're gonna eat in this passage again?
Sure, let's do that. The warden's room can be a bit cramped, and there aren't enough chairs there. Incompetent bookworm, you'll join us, won't you? Yeah, I'd love to. Same goes for you, right, bookworm?
The girl said nothing, only nodding once in agreement.
Naturally, I shall sup with you as well. Let us toast to our victory.
If I come along, we might end up running into another one of those sentry robots.
Well, with Rowdy there, we'll definitely know if something's coming. Besides, it'd be best for all of us to stick together right now.
Vicky is absolutely correct. We need to avoid acting alone in order to eliminate the chance of encountering an SPX outside of everyone's notice. Interesting, I saw Posh, like, slide a little to the right there, closer to Renegade. Why is she beefing with Workaholic? So no going off on your own tonight. Do I make myself clear, Posh? Renegade? Oh, they're just the sneaky sneakers. I nearly forgot something in the passage and sought to retrieve it. I certainly had no intention of resuming my investigation solo. I don't make a habit of following orders, but I'll be a good boy for today. Besides, I've got someone to keep an eye on. And so we all gathered to eat dinner together. Despite the meager ingredients, Gourmet makes us delicious dishes from a Russian homeland. A newfound strength flows through my entire body. Russian? Okay, she's Russian. we've learned. Everyone all smiles, and the conversation never dies down over the course of the meal. Holmes, however, broods all the while. What's on your mind, Holmes? Just an odd premonition. For all intents and purposes, you should be making headway. And yet, I can't help but feel that an impasse lies ahead. Not that I can actually use the denouement anymore, of course. That's okay. I can see the future in your place now. No one else is dying if I can help it. I'll use this power to protect all of us. You mustn't over-rely on the denouement, Wataku-kun. Like I said, during the battle with SPX, seeing the potential future doesn't mean you can change it. Some outcomes are unavoidable. Unavoidable outcomes? I think I grasp what she's saying, but it doesn't really mean much to me. During our fight with the SPX, the outcome of stopping it didn't matter as much as the process of identifying and striking its weak point. But wouldn't knowing the SPX outcome naturally mean I know the process that leads to it? Don't forget, I can hear everything that goes on in your head. I understand that it may not make sense. I felt that way myself once. Sorry. Flustered, I apologize to Holmes, who had been listening the entire time. Her expression grows downcast as she whispers softly. You'll experience it soon enough. I'm sure of it. I've never seen her face look so somber. I mean, knowing the outcome definitely doesn't mean you know the process which led there. You know, like, he knew the outcome, like, everyone would pass out of the poison gas, right? And he knew the outcome that, downtown would die, but he didn't know the lead up to that or how that would occur. In time, evening comes. Teki. As I leave my cell to go use the warden room shower, I see Teki working on something in the open area where we had eaten earlier. I'm surprised to see what's in front of him. Teki, is that...
The SPX from earlier, yeah. You don't know what we'll run into going forward, so I figured I'd dismantle it and learn as much as I can.
You're taking that big hulking machine apart all by yourself?
Don't worry, I've got some extra hands. Hey kid, I got the stuff in the warden's room. I'll just leave the toolbox in the chair, yeah?
And I have successfully sundered the wire from the spike as you bade me.
Thanks a bunch, you two. Physical labor isn't really my forte, so I appreciate the help.
Interesting. Nothing's up, I'm just looking. Oh, so Rowdy and Armor are your helpers. Well, have you found anything interesting?
I just completed my analysis. We thankfully only severed the power cord, so there wasn't any damage done to the internal circuitry.
No, there was only a cord where Gourmet knifed it.
But ain't this some kind of sentry robot? Weird that it'd have such an obvious weak spot. I suspected it may be a safety precaution in the event that a member of the organization is under attack. Plus, it's simple to repair.
But Sir Teki, I procured the wires as you bespoke, but the spike itself is oddly light. Mayhaps 'tis only the tip that's metal?
No, it has to be conductive to deliver a shock, so it most likely has a metal core, but the shell's mostly reinforced plastic to reduce the overall weight. Look, this Inceptor spike's light as a feather, too. I imagine the same applies to all, but the most vital areas to keep the SPX at peak agility.
Oh, you're right. This isn't heavy at all. Upon taking the long spike from Teki, I'm shocked at how lightweight it is. These spikes seemed as vicious as a beast's claws when we were attacked, but holding one now, it feels more like a toy.
They're quite formidable during battle, but in reality are quite flimsy. To think they caused me to flounder so. Woe is me.
This is a real featherweight weapon.
All you gotta do is stab him with the end and shock him with a zap. No wonder the thing's so dang light. Giving it a weighted tip also makes for better shooting, you feel me?
Makes sense. It's a very streamlined design, huh? The more we learn, the more I realize how deadly these spikes truly are. I don't understand why the DA would have created something like this.
Anyways, these mechs are having me wound up. Who cares how many safety features they got? They still attack us DA members. How can you call this a sentry robot when it can't even tell ally from enemy? There's nothing we can do about that. This guy's been programmed to indiscriminately attack whenever his camera detects. If it was humans who set it up that way... No, it was humans who set it up that way, so please don't misdirect your anger towards the SPX when they're not the ones to blame. Sure, but these are the same metallic goons that offed our chief, yeah? Can't help but feel a little sour at him for it. They're only doing the jobs they were given, just the same as we detectives perform ours. Look at its body, no arms or legs. Its function has been refined solely to monitoring people and removing threats, not unlike armor suit. Ah, indeed, Sir Techie. Both mine armor and that contraption were forged to preserve life. Neither harbors any inherent malevolence. Ultimately, it is mankind who, in their malice, appropriate such things in order to sow strife. Yeah, you get it. Under no circumstances can we forgive whoever misused that SPX to kill the chief. I, Techie Detective, swear upon my name to bring the criminal who infiltrated the DA to justice.
You say they infiltrated the DA, but how can we be sure of that?
Not only did the culprit kill everyone at the research facility, they also possessed full knowledge of the SPX's capabilities. They've done irreparable damage to the DA and seek to harm us, that much is certain. Given this, infiltration seems entirely plausible.
So we've got enemies aside from downtown. This tragedy hasn't come to a close yet. Part of me honestly wishes I could just ignore it. An hour ago, we all enjoyed a meal together, everyone chatting with smiles on their faces. I don't want to believe that all that was a lie. It's awful having to suspect my companions like this.
The heck are you chewing your chud about, bub?
Rowdy gives me a light slap on the head. When my eyes meet hers, she grins broadly.
Even if that crook's among us, there ain't no need to worry, see? If you want to believe, then you gotta keep on believing.
But if I had realized the truth about downtown sooner, Mystic wouldn't be...
You trusted her, she backstabbed you. No help in that, but coming at everything all half-hearted and lukewarm-like? That you might regret. Once a man has his mind set on something, he's gotta stick to his guns, capiche?
You're way more of a man than I'll ever be, Rowdy. I wish I could be as strong as you.
Well, I got a trick to nip all those worries right in the bud, see?
You do?
Sure, take a look.
Rowdy produces a small deck of cards from her pocket and begins shuffling them. They look like traditional Hanafuda cards, each emblazoned with plants, animals, and so forth. How are these supposed to help?
Whenever I'm stuck, I pull a card. Drawing a card with a cherry blossom means go, but anything else means I should cool it.
So you let the cards decide your actions? Is that really okay?
Just thinking about it, tick bub. Second guessing means you don't trust your gut, you follow me? When it's down to the nitty gritty, you gotta have something to rely on, and these cards always got my back. I trust it more than I do myself.
Actually, wasn't that, mentioned in her roster a little bit? Her intuition is super sharp. It's essentially supernatural and presented with a group of face-down cards and instructed to turn over the matching pair. She may not even a single mistake. So perhaps, when she picks a card out of them, it's actually relying on her sharp intuition. So she actually gutturally, like, she knows when it's go time and she picks it, but she kind of, like, resolves herself a little bit of irresponsibility, maybe. Also, I heard her use Aibo in there, so, like, they're her partner. That's cute.
Gotta try it too, bub. You'll get your mind made right quick.
Rowdy extends the deck of cards towards me. I freeze up on reflex. Should I continue believing in my friends as I have been, or should I be more suspicious? Is this really something a deck should decide?
Don't worry your little head so much, bub.
As if guessing my thoughts, Rowdy comforts me with her hearty eyes and fuck. Why'd I say eyes? Rowdy comforts me with her hearty, energetic voice.
It's a choice I'm serious about making. A card ain't gonna sway me. No way, no how. This is more like a push to pick the answer I'm really after. Just take a card and trust in your decision.
Oh, it's the Andy Mack thing. Okay, so cherry blossom means to go with my gut, right? Let's give it a shot. I draw a card from Rowdy's hand.
Well, figure out your answer. Yeah, I did. I hand the card I drew to Rowdy. Cherry blossom on it, setting my resolve in stone. Or hesitation. I choose to believe in my friends. Aww. A believer. Nearly lights out. We should head to our cells soon. Moments later, the lights dim and plunge us into darkness. I start heading back towards the chair where we had left the toolbox Techie was using to analyze the SPX. Suddenly, I run directly into Doleful as he comes bounding out from the warden's room. Whoa! Oh, it's just you, incompetent. You startled me there. What were you doing in the warden's room, Doleful? Okay. Doleful jumps back a bit. Judging by the steam and soapy aroma, it seems he'd been using the warden room shower.
You frightened quite easily, Sir Doleful.
Why the ominous music? Hey, it's not like you can help it. It's so dark even I can't see what's in front of me.
Man, it must have been scary for folks who don't got top-notch senses like I do.
Right. Especially with armor around. He already looks like a ghost.
Tilly Valley? Me, a ghost?
I mean, a walking suit of armor is pretty spooky. I think a famous castle in Japan also had a legend like that.
But, well, it's impossible, scientifically speaking. Come, let's head back already. Whoa, what's this, Techie? Don't tell me you're scared of ghoulies or something. Not at all. As a proponent of science. Entertaining children's make-believe simply makes my skin crawl. Oh, I'll make your skin crawl real good. See, in the mountains where I'm from, there's spirits everywhere you look. No, please stop. You may be a savage brute, but you can at least try to keep your remarks logical like a proper detective.
As the lively exchange continues, we make our way over to the cells, only to run into a wholly unexpected encounter. Here's a surprise. You're all looking awfully chummy there. Just what could you be up to? Renegade sits before the dismantled SPX. He cheerfully runs his fingers over the He cheerfully runs his fingers over its exterior and smirks. That should be our line. What are you doing here? Don't get all huffy, kid. I was about to tell you something nice. Renegade motions to the SPX as he speaks. I glance over the machine again, but as far as I can tell, it's still in pieces, just the way it was while we were inspecting it earlier. I don't notice anything particularly odd.
Wait, there's a spike missing.
What? Now that he mentions it, I notice that one of the long metal spikes Techie had detached has disappeared. There would have been ample time to take it while we were returning items to the warden's room and chatting with Doleful. But who did it? And why? No, Doleful had just been taking a shower. I don't think it was Doleful because they were just leaving there and they ran into Doleful from like the other end. And then returning to Renegade here. So either Renegade took it or someone else did. My money is on Workaholic. Looks like it's about time for the kickoff. The kickoff? For what exactly? Isn't it obvious? The corners of Renegade's mouth curl upwards in the shape of a crescent. I'm talking about the deathmatch between us detectives and the killer in our midst. I feel it, I feel it. The bloodthirst lurking in the shadows, so dear and sweet.
Spouting your usual bullshit again, eh? Listen up, nutjob. Quit running your trap or I'll make sure it never runs again, capiche?
Rowdy approaches Renegade and seizes him by the collar, but he doesn't flinch, carrying on with great cheer, completely unfazed. Don't try to act all bent out of shape. Deep down, you've all realized it, haven't you? Your daily life becomes dull during times of peace. Your detectives are reckless, thrill-seeking fools who dream of confronting our murderous nemesis. You, me, all of us, tingling with excitement as we face the insanity, lies, and barbarity touted as extraordinary. Every one of us is mad. Don't go lumping us together. We're just here to lend a helping hand. There ain't a single bit of crazy in this noggin. How noble. When I know the truth. The dayless night incident blamed your mother, no? That's why your race is so strong. You created a detective who could keep up with any criminal. Just drop dead already, will ya? Goddamn nasty creep. Rowdy, stop it! As I move to get between Renegade and Rowdy, your fist lands squarely on my cheek, sending me flying. My back slams hard against the ground, my chest grows tight. I can't breathe. Soon after, the metallic taste of blood fills my mouth. My vision is hazy, but I can make out the sound of numerous footsteps approaching. You okay, bub? I'm real sorry, it was an accident, honest. He's losing consciousness. Go get the ice from the warden's room. Insult your own dear friend? What a monster. Why, Yada? I got another fist right here with your name written all over it. Rowdy, please calm down. Don't let him rile you up. Allow me to ferry Sir Incompetent to his cell. If this battle must continue, so be it. I shall take on all comers once he is safely tucked in. Such quarrels amongst comrades, I do not find just. I hear them talking, but I can't muster a sound. Feel armor cradle me and lift my body as I slip in and out of the waking world. Why did you call to me? What do you want? Oh, it's nothing major. You see, I'd like to swap rooms with you just for tonight. I think someone's gonna die pretty soon, or something. I think that's set up for murder. What if Renegade dies? Okay, this is like, unfortunately, like, just like a consequence of me watching the intro and having a good memory, but there is a CG in the intro of Watto and Renegade detective fighting. So I don't think Renegade can't die until that CG happens, and we haven't seen it. Upon coming to, I find myself in a bizarre labyrinth. I walk alone the desolate concrete walls. Another dream. I'm sorry, it would be disingenuous of me not to use all the knowledge that I've been gifted by the game. A familiar mechanical beeping whirs from further down in the corridor. I get a bad feeling and rush ahead. Soon after, I run for it. The white machine we encountered this afternoon. Next to it, a girl is sprawled out, drenched in blood. A spear juts out from her chest. A sanguine fluid gushes from their wound. Thick scent of blood hangs in the air. One whiff of the metallic stench is enough to make my head spin, robbing me of all rational thought. I have to escape. I have to escape. As I try to voice the words, I feel something touching my back. I turn to find another SPX at my heels. Not only that, I can make out the sound of the treads nearby. More and more SPXs gather at my heels, but the situation is so absurd, I actually find some comfort in it. Could this be a vision from the denouement? Is this the fate I'm bound for? What in the world is supposed to happen to me? You think I'm just gonna sit here and take it? I dash forward with all my strength, weaving my way through the SPXs before they can react. It's not over till it's over. If what I'm seeing is really the future, I refuse to give up. Find a sliver of hope, I swear. Sparks fly across my field of vision, flooding my surroundings with light. I find myself in a familiar cell. Figure lying on the bed near the back. But oddly enough, a long object protrudes from their chest. Here. No. Well, the body's kind of grayed out, so I can't tell who it is. Seems masculine, but that could also just be a way to conceal the identity. I recognize the object at once. It's the stolen SPX spike. Even from this distance, it's crushingly obvious what happened. The spike had been speared straight through what is now a corpse. It was a slightly greenish color. Is that to indicate Doleful? I don't think Doleful's gonna die. Doleful doesn't have death flags. No one sparked up a death flag for me, really. I guess, like, see, like, Renegade or Doleful kinda makes me suspect something, but also it could be that Renegade wanted to switch rooms to pin the crime on Doleful. Or even the other way around, to give Doleful an alibi, like, away from the crime, to, like, make Doleful seem less suspicious if they're working together and they're both evil. And I was kind of putting my money on Workaholic doing their crime, but possibly Workaholic may die, but I feel like he can't die until we learn more about him. I don't know. I really don't know. Who knows? They may not be dead yet. I spring forth from a bed and survey the darkness around me. Also, I'm curious if the investigation game is going to change, because we're no longer in the manor. Unless we learn about him post-mortem or while investigating, yeah. I mean, you know what? It would be a welcome shift, given we haven't established a pattern yet, right? Like, we don't learn... Like, for example, with Senior, we didn't know much about Senior. He was kind of mysterious. He, like, kidnapped us and he just died. And then... Ideal, died in a sacrifice, kind of dealio in front of us, after, like, kind of, like, giving the idea that there's a lot more to her, and then, of course, became a ghost. And Mystic died after, like, showing a bunch of death flags and us getting attached to him. So, like, the deaths so far haven't followed a pattern of, oh, we learn a lot about this character, and then we get attached to this character, and then they die, right? Like, Mystic was the only time that's happened thus far. You can maybe argue it happened with Ideal, but I don't think we learned much about her so much as she made herself more of an enigma by telling us about our past together, which makes her more confusing. All right, there aren't any bodies. I don't see the spike or SPXs either. The scent of blood is gone too. I heave a deep sigh of relief. All of that just now was only a dream. Also, because Doleful is alive, Doleful could probably inform us about Workaholic, or even the other way around. Workaholic can inform us about Doleful because of their connection. It would seem you've had a vision of another tragedy to come. Holmes appears, her words shattering my brief moment of peace. You saw it, yes? A premonition of death? Yeah. I saw a corpse in a cell, but I'm not sure who it was. The dream was way more fragmented than usual. You lack sufficient details. Best to remain calm and investigate further come morning, then. How can you be so blasé about this? Someone might die again soon. Shouldn't I start searching for clues right away? I'll admit your impulsive nature is quite charming, but I'm going to have to insist you stay put this time around. Remember what was stated yesterday. Now isn't the time to act on your own. For anything to happen while you were alone, it could prove hazardous. But I... I can't stand by and watch someone die in front of me again. If there's anything I can do right now, I want to do it. If that spike's going to be used as a murder weapon, there could be a clue near white SPX. I'm gonna go check. You truly are a stubborn one, once you've made up your mind. I won't try to stop you, but do take caution. Rouse anyone with your footsteps and you'll only make yourself a suspect later. Right. I'll be careful. I unlock the cell and take a step outside. The metal door creaks as it opens, causing my heart to nearly leap out of my chest. There was a box down there. Was that box there before? I don't think it was it? A package, a delivery. That got a little dicey. Even the tiniest sounds echo here in the dungeon. Radia's ears like a hawk, but thankfully her cell's on the far side of the hall, so I should still be okay. But, better safe than sorry. Holmes on my side, I quietly sneak towards the dismantled SPX. I try my best to be silent, but I can't seem to muffle my steps, much to my chagrin. Holmes chuckles as she observes. You're a detective, yet you can't even hide the sound of your footballs. How adorable. I thought I was doing a pretty good job, though. There's no way I could be any quieter. Sweet, innocent Wato-kun. An experienced professional in our field could sneak up on the most ill-tempered tomcat. Missing animal cases are often trivialized, but it's no simple task to locate a target based on minute details, then track them down unnoticed. My boss back at my part-time job always had me looking for lost pets. I wonder if that was part of my training. I'm certain it was. It's the most efficient method for learning the fundamental skills every detective needs. We continue talking as we near the SPX's remains. While I can discern the vague shape in front of me, it's too dark to make out much else. Can't see a thing, even with my D-pad's flashlight. Is that really so surprising? It's gone where the sun doesn't shine. Of course, a light source the size of your palm would be insufficient. Gosh. I understand you're eager, but perhaps staying up and keeping watch would be a better use of your energy than a fruitless investigation. That's probably a good idea. I don't think anyone else is awake right now. Okay. One second. We're gonna go to break screen because I need to use the bathroom real quick. Back soon. Alright, I'm back. Also took some pain meds. I'm having a little painful cramp. Unfortunately, it's the time of the month that my body hates me. Probably a good idea. I don't think anyone else is awake right now. As I said previously, the Denomen is not all-powerful. Rather than chase after what eludes you, consider what you already know. And I just wish I had a flashlight. Get the light, Wato. Wato-kun. Huh? What's wrong? I speak aloud without thinking, and Holmes quickly zooms in front of me. Do it. Keep quiet. Somebody has you in their sights. I nearly blurt out, "Don't be ridiculous," before managing to stop myself. I turn off my light and look around, but don't notice anything suspicious. Oh, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 3 months, Jelly! My detective would be name compliant the way I be subbing. Welcome in, welcome in.
I've been fucking loving this game. I've been loving this game. I have also been having fun with the titles of the streams, if people haven't noticed. The last one was called Ideally, I would like this to go well, but I'm incompetent. Is there any jelly bait? Okay. Honestly, Jelly, I think you would really like Ideal Detective. She is just a girl and she's capital N normal. It's like the two things you love. She's like very, very competent and in tune with others around her, but also she's a little silly and she likes collecting cute things, and she's like lightly like teasing our protagonist. Honestly, she's kind of Rena in a way. Like she's not as like exaggeratedly like, oh, so cute. But you know. She's very clearly Jellybait just looking at her. I mean, yeah, look at her. She's delightful. She's delightful. Is there anyone else who's Jellybait? I think you would quite like Bookworm Detective. You would like Techie Detective. Techie's very Tails-esque. So that's like little baby boy. That's my son right there kind of energy. Does anyone else stand out as Jellybait to me? I also feel like you would like Downtown. You would enjoy her, but Ideal is my lock-in. That is Jellybait. No questions about it. Yeah, she really is Rena-coded. I love Downtown's outfit. Her outfit is fucking fire. I wish I could pull up her full sprite, but unfortunately I can't. But she's awesome. I love Downtown. Honestly, all the characters here are fucking phenomenal. I love all of them. And honestly, this chapter is doing a good job of giving everyone equal focus to the point where I'm not sure who is going to die or be the killer or anything based on just like their amount of attention in the text alone, where last case I was very in tune with who the victim was going to be, but not necessarily who the murderer was going to be. Which I did skim back through the VOD with May, and we got to see all the foreshadowing that was there. It was really well set up, but it was so like it was nice and subtle. So like in hindsight, it's like, oh my god, they did do that. But in the moment, I just like passed it off. Really well done. Anyway, we're in a tense moment right now. There's no one there. Did you spot something? No, I simply felt a presence. I couldn't even hear their footsteps, let alone see them. Maybe it was just your imagine. Run! Huh? As I quickly roll to the side, what appears to be a spike from the white SPX shoots out from behind me. The tip barely misses its mark, but it slowly begins to encroach upon me, as if anticipating my attempt to dodge it. Are multiple endings to this? I have no idea, Jelly. I have no idea. There are some choices, but thus far nothing that seems like it's moving me on one path or another. Like some of them are like, no, that's the wrong choice, try again choices. While one like gave me an entire scene, and then like we like at the beginning of the game, essentially like we had an option to go into this building or go straight to the manor where everyone was. And if you choose to go in the building, you see like a pile of dead bodies and you get killed by poison gas. And then the game like has you have like a little like flashback sequence where the text changes before you get the prompt again, and it feels like you had like a That's So Raven Future Vision moment. Okay, so me being up to speed, which characters are dead for me to mourn a very reasonable amount? Yeah, okay. Alright, bringing you up to speed. Ideal Detective is dead, but she's a ghost, so it's okay. she gets to be our ghost bestie and sneak a peek at us in the shower. Renegade is alive. Posh is alive. Mystic Detective was murdered, unfortunately, and it was very sad. I was very attached to him. He spoke to my daddy issues, and I'm sad about it. I'm still sad about it. Gourmet is alive. Workaholic is alive. Doleful's alive. Techie's alive. Bookworm's alive. Downtown Detective is dead. Most unfortunately,
died in poison gas. Very sad. However, she did kill Mystic Detective. She was the killer. And then she killed herself in poison gas. But I believe she had goodness in her heart. We're looking at her with love. Watto especially is looking at her with love. He's like genuinely, everyone in this game is so nice, except for Renegade. But everyone aside from Renegade in this game is so nice. Like Downtown kills their friend, and all of them are like, I wonder why she did it. I wonder why she did it. Like, she was our friend, and she did good things. And we believe that some of her actions were indeed meant wholesomely, and were out of the goodness of her heart. So we want to find out why she did it and understand her. They're detectives, you see? Yeah, but none of them are like the cold, like calculating, unfeeling detectives. Like, they're all literally nice. They suspected us like day one a little bit, but then we just got it like chilling, and then we're all just like besties. Like, we're all just hanging out. Like, and we all trust each other. Like, we're like, yeah, there's a murderer around us, but like, we're just gonna like trust in our friends and have faith in each other because we care about each other. It's real, like, it's really refreshing. I don't know. I guess I'm used to, like, in these kinds of games, like, everyone being, like, very distrustful of each other and being like, no, you're gonna be the murderer, and, like, oh, you were hanging out with this person, you're suspicious, and, like, pointing fingers or everything. But in between cases, everyone's just like, yeah, we're gonna investigate the area, but, like, we'll trust each other. We got each other's back. Creator of this game challenged themselves to be like, what if I made a dozen detectives and none of them were Verona or Sherlock? I mean, Ideal's real name is Sayaka Sharon Ford Holmes, so that's about as close as we get. Named after Sherlock himself. I love her. We call her Holmes. I mean, Incompetent's real name is Watto, which you could derive from Watson. How did she die? So there are these like evil egg robots that have like these little target eyes, and they existed in our shared trauma from our backstory. And we found one of them, and she essentially sacrificed herself to buy us some time by stalling one of them, and the robot killed her. No, yeah. We watched her die live, and then she jump scared us in our room and appeared as a ghost, and only we can see her. And she is tethered to us. Like, she is unable to, like, leave a certain distance from us. So, like, if we go somewhere, she is forced to follow along. Yeah, we have, like, some shared mental connection. She can read our mind. And I do think she is I did have, like, thoughts about this. Because I was like, oh, it could be, like, a trauma-induced thing. However, she did give proof that she's real. She managed to peek into other people's room designations and accurately tell us who was staying above us and next to us when even Watto didn't know. So she has been shown to know things that Watto couldn't have known, and also accurately like predict things that Watto couldn't have known. Because her being called ideal makes me think that she's meant to be unattainable. I get that as well. I think she's titled ideal because the Detective Alliance was apparently built around her. Like, it started because they wanted to recruit her, basically. And both Watto and Holmes here were experimented on as children in this facility, which we're currently in. We found out is underneath the Detective Alliance Manor. Apparently, the Detective Alliance built their like headquarters on top of this place so they can investigate it further. But I imagine the experiments gave her her special ability of future sight. Her special skills future sight. We call it the denouement ability. And while Watto was showing little glimpses of that, he had like little danger sense where he was able to like sense something immediately about to happen and then like avoid it. She is now kind of like awakened our own future sense and kind of gifted us the denouement ability and is training us to use it. Me building my entire worldview of Igarashi Ranrana always being correct and right and good and never evil and mean. Yeah. Yeah, no, the shit is really, really interesting. But I do think she exists. That's a big yes. But yeah, that's oh, and also senior detective died. He was the first one to die. We didn't really know much about him. He basically recruited us, he kidnapped us, shoved us in a locker, transported us here, left a voice message, and then died. And when we found his corpse. So yeah, we don't really know much about that. We still don't know who killed him. We assume the Quartering Duke, who is the main bad guy that we are investigating, essentially. Like, the whole reason we're all here is to uncover the Quartering Duke's identity, and we have reason to suspect that the Quartering Duke is among us. Wonder if we'll circle back to that. I honestly have faith. I have faith in the narrative to circle back to that. Especially considering how well they've handled Downtown's death. And, like, the fact that, like, multiple scenes after her death were, like, still focused on it. And Wato's still, like, I want to learn more. And I'm going to, like, devote myself to, like, figuring out Downtown's, like, true intentions and who she really was. Even though she's gone. While also simultaneously comforting Bookworm about the death of her adoptive father. And like, trying to stand in as another, like, parental figure for her. It's really good. It's really good. Like Wato is genuinely, like, a very nice, like, emotionally competent detective and main character who I like quite a lot, despite his incompetence as like an actual detective. Me when a male character with a rich backstory and significance to the plot and the rest of the cast dies. Oh no, anyway. Me whenever a female character dies, I'll never forget you. You're so real. You're so real. Dude, Mystic, like, man. Mystic was just father. He was a dad. It made me very, very sad when he died. I don't know. But, the funny thing is I read a bit of Higurashi with my friend the other day, and we were into Tarigoroshi, the 3rd chapter, and not spoiling anything for that, but going from Keiichi, whose altruism, in quotes, is the most self-centered thing I've ever seen, where he makes literally everything about him, and then going to Wato, who is, like, genuinely, like, empathetic and altruistic, and, like, wants to help others and cares about their plights and is, like, trying to help others out of the goodness of his heart and not actually because of, like, some own, like making it about him thing. It's really good. Like I'm just like, wow, Keiichi sucks. I love Keiichi, but he is entirely selfish and does not understand other people. Like Wato is honestly like if Battler was a little soft boy. that's kind of what I think. Isn't Battler being, like, silly and like kind of like bombastic and dumbass? Like, it's like soft dumbass, but with the same level of emotional intelligence. And Battler is kind of soft, but, like, you know, Battler is also like, hee hee, let me grope your boobs, and Wato would never do that. Wato's, like, shy and like anxious. Battler's not anxious. Wato does respect women, it's true. All right, are we up to speed? Any more questions, Jelly? It's just, I'm happy to yap. I'm loving this game. I love talking about it. I love all of these freaks dearly. Wait, do we have anything new in our lexicon? I haven't checked it in a while. No, we don't. Okay. Good to know. I love the sound design. Sorry, I'm stimming. Anyway. And everything you need to know, I hope every woman lives and nothing else matters. I guess we'll see. I mean, out of everyone, I'm pretty sure a man is going to die this time. I don't know if another, and I feel like another man is going to be the killer. We also just have a lot more boys and girls at this point. I think we have, like, 2 more boys and girls, so I feel like to even out the cast, it would make sense if 2 of the men died. Well, we'll see. We'll see. The tip barely misses his mark, but slowly begins to encroach upon me as if anticipating my attempt to dodge it. I suppose we only have 1 more man if you can't count Ideal as being quote-unquote alive because she's around, but she is dead and only we can see her and communicate with her, so I don't count it. There's a cracking noise as it strikes me. My vision flickers several times. Suddenly, my body feels weightless and my consciousness fades. Wake up. Wake up, Watu-kun. Looks like we're in a dream. Or maybe we're not, because she has her ghostly aura, but it's hard to tell. It sounds like dream music. I open my eyes and see Holmes peering at me with troubled expression. Looking around, I find myself in a strange concrete area. No decorations, just 4 passages leading in different directions. The cold, inhuman nature of the place sends a shiver down my spine. Holmes, what is this place? Am I still dreaming? Apologies, but my consciousness is linked with yours. I'm afraid I don't know what happened while you were out. However, this is no dream. Of that much I'm certain. It would seem someone has knocked you out and brought you here. What? But why me? What for? Listen. Don't you recognize that mechanical sound? Also, I've said it before and I'll say it again, but I really like the fact that Holmes and Watto are like linked kind of physically, that she can't go far away from him. Not only because it's really interesting in terms of what that means for their characters and their connection, but also because it gets rid of the idea of, oh, why doesn't Holmes just go look around and follow everyone around and watch all their moves to figure out who the killer is? Because she can't. It's like a really good like little preventative measure they placed up. Just like Sonic the Hedgehog, if you think about it. True. Mechanical hum reverberates through the area, shaking the surrounding concrete. No question. It's an SPX. It's getting closer. It must be coming from one of these passages. Which one? Where is it coming from? It took the might of the entire DA to defeat the last mech. If it discovers me alone, I'm toast. The overbearing whir draws closer, to the point where it feels that the angel of death itself is about to descend upon me. My breathing goes ragged. My heart hammers in my ears. Calm yourself, Watu-kun. You have the denouement, remember? Counter an SPX now and your life will be forfeit. But given the situation, you should be able to take a peek into your future. I'm finally reminded of my newfound ability. Using it in a moment to foresee any oncoming tragedy is bound to be useful here. I focus my gaze on each of the 4 passageways. And then... The instant I look at the passage in front of me, a bright red SPX cuts me down. Splattering blood dyes my vision scarlet. I wonder if the colors of them mean anything. Because we've had a black, a white one, and now a red one. But then the scene disappears. All is at peace. Because the blood was simply wiped clean. My head feels like it's burning up, but I was able to successfully use the denouement. It seems the SPX is coming from the passage in front of me. To the left. Very well. Now let us escape via the passage to the right. You're certain to be spotted if we stay here any longer. The second Holmes gives the command, I hurry to the right-hand passage. Sounds of the SPX go distant. Seems I've shaken it off for now, but I have no idea where I am. Are you feeling alright after using the denouement? Yeah, I'm fine. My head feels a bit fried, but I'm alert enough. I think I'm getting used to it. I see. Glad to hear it. I can't predict what may happen next, so prepare to use the denouement at a moment's notice. I walk and walk, but the concrete corridor never changes. The continuous, repetitive sound of my footsteps makes me dizzy. As the sterile monotony continues in my ears, an odd feeling rises up inside me. Like deja vu. If I'd gone down these exact same halls before, yeah, it's their trauma hallway. To think of it, I think the SPX in my dreams about... I think the SPX in my dreams about what happened a decade back... what happened a decade back was Red 2. That was hard to parse in the phrasing. The SPX that appeared in my vision just now was the exact same color. It could just be a coincidence. The denouement relies on my own inherent knowledge to create its visions. It's entirely possible that it was mirroring my past trauma, but maybe there's another explanation. Holmes, have the two of us ever walked down these corridors before? In the past, I mean? What makes you say that? Just, I feel like I've seen this maze in my dreams countless times. Plus, it connects to the dungeon where I was held 10 years back. It could be that they brought me here for some reason or other. Is that so? In that case, it is quite possible that the two of us were here together after being abducted 10 years back. But it's strange. What's an SPX doing here anyway? His presence means that this passage is somehow related to the DA, right? You're rank number 2. Do you know anything? I had a feeling you'd ask sooner or later. Where to begin? Holmes closes her eyes solemnly, pauses, then finally begins speaking. First, a reminder. As previously stated, my information is incomprehensive. For example, I know next to nothing regarding the SPXs. Why is that? Weren't those mechs developed by the Alliance? Technically speaking, no. The SPX series, this maze, and this dungeon were all created by the DA's predecessor, Secret Police. Oh. The Secret Police? Was that a branch of law enforcement? No, it's simply a name. It had no connection to the Force. Like the DA, it operated outside of the public eye. I'm sure no one's ever heard of it. Did anybody die? No, but we did get stabbed and brought back to the place of our trauma. Well, more like electrocuted. We were kind of tasered by someone who we couldn't see because it was dark.
To investigate the Dayless Night incident, Senior Detective, who was already quite famous, and Mystic Detective assisted as well, I believe.
Those two were involved, and that was really their goal. It must have been a pretty respectable organization.
Their goal was respectable, yes. Their methods, however, were anything but. You're aware that the Quartering Duke was influenced by the Dayless Night incident, yes?
Yeah, that's what Renegade told us. That the Duke is trying to finish what the Dayless Night incident had started.
Precisely. But the Quartering Duke wasn't the only one. Following the Dayless Night, a great many copycats claimed to be doing the same. As the Secret Police struggled to address this, their morals grew warped. They began conducting inhumane experiments to prevent further crimes.
Oh. The pieces, they're coming together.
Our confinement was just one of the many grave sins they committed.
What? You're saying the Secret Police was behind those abductions 10 years ago? Shocked, but the facts do seem to add up. Despite the scale of the incident, coverage on it from the media was surprisingly scant. Ultimately, the perpetrators were written off as an organized crime syndicate, though there really wasn't more of the story to tell. So there really was more to the story after all. And there's the other thing Renegade mentioned. Every detective here is tied to the Dayless Night, not to mention the link between Holmes and myself. Seeking to forestall another Dayless Night incident, the SP aimed to create detectives with supernatural abilities. We were abducted for this experiment. Okay, so one of my theories was right. My lesser theory. How were they able to stop something like that in advance? It's practically impossible.
But you already possess such an ability, do you not? That impossible power which allows you to see the future tragedies and prevent them?
Oh. The kidnapping 10 years ago, the denouement's visions of the future, the secret police that sought to create supernatural detectives. Finally, each piece falls into place.
So you've realized. Indeed, your special power granted by the denouement is the result of the secret police's inhumane experiments. There's no other reason for why my power was transferred to you. It's because we were both subject to those experiments 10 years ago.
What was that?
Right in the shadow of that pillar. Something's coming.
Ooh, is that the black one? Click it. It's got a green light on it instead of red. That's interesting. Also fun CG. Yaru farmer with an over-the-shoulder flannel invisible farmer's tan. Honestly, good mental image. I like that mental image. Thank you for that. I hide his homes in Strux, after which something smaller than other mechs passes by. I can hear it, but I can't see a thing, thanks to its noisy treads, though I can tell it's right next to me. Yeah, this is good lighting. What's that? Continue talking like this. No speaking aloud. I recognize this SPX. Conceal itself using projection of its surroundings. It seems to have poor optical sensors, however. If something triggers your denouement, simply hide, the way you're doing now. A living mystic? Don't do that to me! Turn invisible? Just, what are these things? Sadly, the Detective Alliance has almost no data on record regarding the secret police. Ito, our founder, noticed that the SP had gone astray. To quash it, he usurped the organization, acquiring its technology in the process. The SP's head researchers had already fled. However, so the inner workings of many other projects remain yet unknown. This labyrinth is one such example. The SPX sentries and various perils found here have made investigation quite troublesome. So then who is responsible for bringing me here? Cannot say, but they're undoubtedly aware of the labyrinth's existence. Individual seeks to avoid killing with their own hands. Interesting. It does look like a question mark, yeah. It's like how I pointed out how Bookworm's design is reminiscent of a camera recently. What a coward. Either way, we need to get out of here and inform the others ASAP. Calm yourself. Still able to hear the faint crawling of that SPX, right? Passion is a virtue in this line of work, but remaining centered is paramount. Sorry. My emotions tend to get the better of me. Yeah, Jelly, I'll show you when we get there. When we get back to her. You're just fine the way you are, Watto. That's why I was first drawn to you, after all. You can count on me to keep you in line. Don't lose that determination of yours. Together, the two of us make one fairly competent detective, wouldn't you say? My best to keep up with you. She's obsessed with him. It's crazy. It's crazy how obsessed with him she is. I listen closely to make sure the SPX is gone before heading deeper into the passage. Things don't seem as scary to me as they did before. Sure, it's all thanks to Holmes and her words of encouragement. Two of us make one detective, huh? Till now, I had simply been following her orders. I've been feeling like some kind of fraud for deceiving the others. But what Holmes said, that the both of us make one competent detective together, reassures me. I really am just a rookie, but as long as Holmes is by my side, I feel like we can solve any case that comes our way. I have the best friend I could ask for watching my back, after all. Eventually, we reach an open room with the exact same layout as the last. Another one of these. Fatal trap could await us by any one of these corridors. Tell me, what shall we do in such a predicament? Use the denouement. Very good, Watto-kun. You're becoming quite adept. I steel myself and concentrate. Slowly but surely, I'm getting a feel for this ability. I think I understand how to use it now. Oh. Sorry, that was like living in my throat. I had to let it out. Oh, I love her. I clear my mind and focus on my sight, taking every little detail. Glimpses of the future begin to form in my empty head, like images loading in one after another. Oh shit, that body's more red. Does that mean it's more dead? Does that mean the time is coming nearer? A horrific sight emerges, immediately snapping me back to reality. I couldn't see everything clearly, but I can make out a long, thin spike, which... I saw it as well, Watto-kun. Silhouette of that spike through the central corridor. Yeah. My vision showed another murder occurring further along that way. I may still be able to stop it. I'm going down the central passage right now. I have to. It's fast. When I rushed over, I met with an endless concrete passage exactly like the rest. Shrouded by the darkness, however, is a small gap in the wall. It must be the exit to this maze. If I head through here, I may be able to get back to the dungeon where everyone's waiting. You went through all that trouble bringing you here, yet there hasn't been a single trap. How curious. Stay alert, Wata-kun. There may well be danger up ahead. Right. I move cautiously into the gloom, keeping an eye out for whatever may be lurking within. I press on carefully, one step at a time, unable to see a thing in the dark. Sick of being in these awful tunnels, but this passage almost certainly must connect to where I was before. I need to hurry and meet up with the others so I can let them know about my vision. That's all I can think about as I continue walking. No sign of any way out of this corridor. Perhaps this is the hidden passage we were looking for in the dungeon? In which case, its entrance wouldn't be open yet. So, there's a possibility we can't escape unless we find the mechanism? Precisely. Let us make a thorough search. Right at that moment, I see a shaft of light dead ahead. Holmes, look! Could that be your way out over there? I'll go check it out. When I reach for the light, I notice that the ceiling is much lower than I realized, allowing me to touch it easily. Feels like there's something I can push here. Holmes, I think this is the entrance to the hidden passage. Wait, I have an odd feeling about this. Were I the culprit, I wouldn't have left such an obvious giveaway. That is, unless I were seeking to lure out my prey. It could be a trap. You mustn't go up. But if we take any longer, that murder I saw might actually happen. Thanks for the posture check, AC. Even if it puts my life at risk, I've got no choice but to keep going. You're right. I apologize for being so yellow-bellied. Let us press on, Wata-kun. Whatever tragedy may await, we shall reverse it together. I touch where the light is filtering in, brace my legs, and push it with all my might. Once I do, the light grows larger as the cover slides upward with a grating sound. As I thought, this really is where you get— this is really where you get into the hidden passage. But more importantly, my way out of the dark. I throw open my door, the door, encouraged by my growing sense of liberation. I need a drink of water is what I need. I reach my hands above me, grab the sides of the now open hole, and haul myself up. Upon climbing out, I find myself in a familiar cell. No! Fuck, it's Rowdy! Fuck, we didn't get to know her very well. Fuck! Guys, pour one out for the women. Pour one out for the women. It's always the goats. Fuck! It's over. It's fucking over. Fuck. She was just she was 14! She was a little baby! Finally back. I mean, I didn't really have any predictions. Who wants her dead? Who does want her dead, actually? Alright. Renegade. He is a serial killer, so, like, he could be an option, but I don't believe in that. Renegade just does suspicious things. Posh? I don't think Posh would kill Renegade. They get along. I'm not delusional, but ghosts are real in this world, so she's not really dead, right? Jelly, I hate to break it to you, but I think the only reason that, we can see Ideal is because with our like, future sight ability and with the experiments that we have, we recently gained an ability in investigations to investigate residual memories. Memories that are held on to objects and stuff that can give us like flashbacks of certain moments and give us like deep insight into other people. And when describing herself as a ghost, Ideal mentioned herself as being a residual memory, like the memory of herself essentially still existing. So I think it has to do with our powers. Like, she is still able to exist because she had that power, and we are only able to communicate with her because we have that power. So unfortunately, we will not be seeing Rowdy again, I don't think. It is gonna be really funny if Renegade is behind it all. Like, the most obvious option is the one, but like, because it's because he's a serial killer that he can't be. Like I feel like that's a rule. Like, if you have a killer in the group that's a known killer, they can't be the killer because it would be too obvious. He's a serial killer, yeah. He has a, you see that red mark on his neck? That's part of this little like collar thing that he has that is set to blow up if he steps out of line. Essentially his deal is that he's only 17. So he's basically has a little bit more freedom. Like, he's still under arrest, but it's more like a home apartment arrest, and they bring him out sometimes because he understands very well how the criminal mind works and is willing to assist detectives in basically like profiling criminals. Yeah. I don't think Posh would kill anyone, though Posh has gotten some attention. I think Posh is just a little stupid. Posh wouldn't kill anyone. I believe in her. Gourmet... I cannot see Gourmet killing Rowdy. They were literally like sisters. Like, they slept in the same room together. They had a previous connection. I don't think Gourmet would do that. If Gourmet would do it, like, I would be genuinely shocked. Like, my jaw would be on the floor. Gourmet would never kill Rowdy. She is immediately off my suspicion list. Workaholic... Maybe he hasn't had many interactions with Rowdy, but then again, Mystic and Downtown didn't have too many interactions either. They had some, but not a crazy amount. I think Workaholic has been in my top suspicion. Here's the thing, Jelly. I think Doleful is the quartering Duke. That's my suspicion right now. Because Doleful also has an interesting danger sense. And don't read the wiki, Jelly! We're in this! I think Doleful is the quartering Duke, because he also has this ability to sense misfortune. And he's like the only other person here with like a supernatural ability, and I think Doleful might be connected to the experiments, which would connect him to the quartering Duke, because the quartering Duke is trying to finish what the Daedalus Nightingale started. Oh yeah, this game is also hella niche. The whole reason I'm playing this game is because I wanted to see it. I wanted to, like, you know, check out the game. However, it was, there were no good playthroughs. Like, every playthrough that I tried, and there was only like 5 playthroughs. And either the playthrough had no commentary, which I like my commentary when I'm watching a game. Either they didn't let the Japanese voices play, and I was really, really interested in hearing the Japanese voice cast and like hearing what words they use and how they refer to each other and stuff. And then if they did, their energy was just bad. Like, they would be having a completely different, unrelated conversation while over, while talking over like things that seemed important. Like, it was just bad vibes. Or like they just like did not care about the narration whatsoever. Like I try to put a little feeling into my words, but if you're just like reading like, you know, like say like a rather negative individual with a strong aversion to social situations, then I'm not gonna watch your Let's Play. I'm sorry. Like I can't deal with that. A public service, a public lurfus it is. I was like, fuck, I'll do it myself. I have the power to make a decent playthrough of this game where I'm actively theorizing and engaging with the text. Anyway, yeah, Doleful's been suspicious from day one. I don't think Techie would kill anyone. Techie's too baby. I think these two are off the sus lists due to them literally being 12 and 11 respectively. These are literal children. I don't think they're murdering anyone. Antisocial boy who avoids people put into a killing game about how people kill and main for entertainment. And Armor would never kill. Armor is off the sus list. So I think the most suspicious people and the most likely people to commit a murder are Workaholic and Doleful. Second down would be Renegade and Posh, and then third down would be Gourmet, but I also think she would never do it. But like Gourmet, I could see killing someone. I just can't see her killing Renegade. And Armor Detective would never kill. Armor Detective is the one person I trust with my fucking life who's alive. Like, Armor Detective would never hurt anyone. I fully believe that. It can't be Doleful because yeah, that's basically my logic. It can't be Doleful because, or at the very least, if Doleful had anything to do with this, he's not directly involved right now and is orchestrating. Like the mastermind. Right. I take a deep breath, grateful to be free from that suffocating maze. Now comes the hard part. Sure, I had a vision of a future homicide, but that isn't something I can just tell people directly. How can I alert the others so that they'll be on their guards? Buddy, do you not— oh no, he really is incompetent. How dead or Mystic? Very. Very. Mystic got poisoned, and then his body was stabbed by several spikes. And then Downtown also got poisoned, and was also locked in the spike room, and got the spikes impaled through her. So they both died in very similar ways. They're very dead. They're very, very dead. No, the lights are off, you're right. Oh, but he can see. Blood dripped on the floor. There's something a little to the right of the corner of the room, and there is something tied around her ankle. I don't know if that was part of her original design or not. Also not wearing shoes. But that makes sense because she's sleeping. Oh, I think on the right there is probably one of her sandals. Alright. Something suddenly enters my line of sight. It can't be. I mean, I managed to get back safely. I was about to warn everyone and prevent the vision I saw. That had to have been my plan. So, why is there a spike thrust through her chest? Why? I worked so hard to make it back. Why did this happen? Also, that's interesting because... No, fuck. Okay. I'm locking it in. It's Workaholic. Workaholic did it. Okay, listen. Okay, I'm calling it right here. I'm calling it right here, right now. Workaholic had to have done it. Because even if Rowdy was sleeping, Gourmet has said that her hearing is so incredible that even when she tries to sneak up on her in her sleep to give her a little hug, she is able to like lock in and immediately get up because she hears it. And who is the person who has no presence, who even Rowdy has been caught off guard by the presence of in the room because he is just so blending into the shadows? It's Workaholic. Workaholic is the only person who could have snuck up and stabbed Rowdy. It's the only person who she wouldn't have detected in her sleep. It has to be. It has to be. I'm a fucking genius. Watch as I'm incorrect. Watch as I'm wrong. But it's the only thing that makes sense. It's the only thing that could make sense. Also, he was not part of the group that gathered together. Because basically, Renegade's the person who pointed out the missing spear. Which I don't think he would have done if he was using it. And then Doleful, Armor, Rowdy, and us, and Techie were all hanging out together when the spear was stolen. And we had just, like, left the workstation, like, a bit ago. So, like, it was between when we left and when we ran into Doleful, who was taking a shower. So it has to be someone not in that group. And Workaholic was not in that group. Okay. Alright. Rowdy's wounds seem so minimal. I have expected her to leap up at any moment, but her body's still, and her once lively face has gone pale. With a trembling hand, I check her pulse, but there's not a trace of warmth from her, let alone a heartbeat. She was so strong, so manly and boisterous. No one in our group had more humanity. Now that's all been stolen from her. I didn't save her either. Even after the denouement showed me the future, even though I knew the spike was missing, when it came down to it, I couldn't prevent tragedy. But I don't have time to dwell on my misery. Watto? Watto? Why? How could you do this to Rowdy? Oh god. No! Wait! It wasn't me! It finally sinks in. I've been framed. This cell is an enclosed space. If the door is locked, and the only way in would be the hidden passage I crawled out of. Fuck! Fuck! It's over! It's so over! God damn, not the tie to pull. Closed room mystery indeed. We have to figure out who would have also had... I think Workaholic. He's meticulous. Workaholic might have known of the passage, because he's also been here for a while, hasn't he? What, didn't he work on... where is it? It would be... Dayless Night Incident. Who worked on that? Because we know, Vidok did. I'm like trying to like see if I can find his name. If anything, he was, I think, vaguely involved in the kidnapping incident. But he has seniority here. Like he has been here longer than most. So if anyone here, he is the oldest of us right now. Well, not the oldest of us. I think no. He is the oldest of us. He's been here the longest out of all of us thus far. Now that Mystic is gone. So if anyone would know of this area and know any secrets of this area, it would be Workaholic. Fuck. Doleful, why do you think we're a killer? You were being so gay with us. You're like, oh, if anything happens to me, watch out for Incompetent. And oh gosh, Incompetent, I'll drop my real name to you. And gee. Fuck. Shit. So over. In this compromising position, it's only natural for someone to assume that I'm guilty. We've been had, Watakun. I suspected a trap, but one that would kill you, not frame you as the culprit. The culprit must have planned this from the start, which is why they went through the trouble of bringing you to the underground maze. Actually, so Renegade and Workaholic had that argument last chapter. They're beefing with each other for some reason. But Workaholic won't get rid of Renegade, even though Renegade's been getting on his nerves. And Renegade was saying earlier that there's only two people that are giving him the tingle right now, and one of them seemed to be Incompetent, and one of them seemed to be someone else. He switched rooms with Doleful, possibly so that Doleful's misfortune senses could sense what was going on in the room across from him, and he would be able to find Watto at the scene of the crime. In which case, I think that he meant to involve Incompetent and Doleful in their scheme to maybe kill someone, and possibly Workaholic and Renegade are working together. But Workaholic is the one who did it. The culprit must have planned this from the start, which is why they went through the trouble of bringing you to the underground maze. As this isn't truly an enclosed space, they had a prime opportunity to shift the suspicion. This is no ordinary case, Watakun. Holmes's words don't register at all. In my addled state, I'm too preoccupied with how I'm going to prove my innocence. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, May. Case 3. The case of the semi-sealed cell. Oh, baby. I'm gonna save right there. Because I'm scared of it crashing again. What's the new... We're on probably... Yeah, case of the semi-sealed cell. I love that depending on where you save, even if you're, like, in a chapter, the chapter name, like, changes throughout. Like, depending on what scene you're on. That's really fun. They're both 17. They can be... That's fine. Why not own up and confess? Because I didn't do it. I'm telling you, someone else is the culprit. I've been bound with rope and made to sit on the ground as per Pasha's orders. The rest of the detectives crowd around and begin hounding me with questions. Doleful informed me when Rowdy's corpse was discovered, you were at the scene of the crime, correct? Not only that, but the key to the cell was on her person. There was no other means of entry aside from that passage. I investigated the underground labyrinth you emerged out of. It appears to connect to each cell, like something of a mole tunnel. I also confirmed that it's linked to the same passage the SPX had come from. Who would have thought that all this was under our feet? Huh? Never realized. There weren't any other entrances or exits down there as far as I'd seen. Well, it hardly matters anymore. It turns out Holmes had the right idea when she suggested we investigate the passageway more thoroughly. Especially seeing as no amount of hurrying would have been enough to save Rowdy anyway. Quit playing coy. When I awoke in the middle of the night, I saw that your bed was empty. By then, you had left your cell and slipped into the hidden passage, had you not? Asking me to halt my investigation was a ploy to prevent its discovery, I presume. My genteel grey matter has hit upon the truth.
Wait, it's been a few hours since Roddy was killed, right? I was shaken at first too, but if Incompetent really is the culprit, why did he return to the scene of the crime? It doesn't make any sense.
Alright, Jelly. Alright, Jelly. Where's my simp emote? Huh? Doubtless his light ran out of battery, preventing him from escaping out of the passage. It would be impossible to see without it. With no other options, perhaps he attempted to redirect suspicion with his abnormal behavior. A base and shallow notion, yes, but more typical of his third estate kind. I'm not the culprit. Whoever actually killed Rowdy has to be among us. Tie me, and I promise I'll find them. We can't afford to stand around wasting time. All done with the autopsy. Cause of death, trauma-induced cardiac arrest. Murder weapon, and SPX spike. Right in the heart, as you can see. Her death was instant. Impressively so. It was pitch black 4 hours ago, so to get such an accurate shot, the culprit's a skilled one.
So the crime took place at 3 a.m. That means no one here has an alibi, said the girl, pointing out that Incompetent may not be the culprit. I'm with Bookworm. It's also worth mentioning that Incompetent was with us when the spike was originally stolen.
It's true, we're not sure. Jelly and I might be clones or something or the other. We're not. It's impossible to tell. Yeah, holding on. I have a feeling I know why you're taking a pot. Here, I'll give you a full view. I had a feeling you'd have something to say about this character. You should see her side profile. Give me cardiac arrest with those boobs, queen. Chain chomps. Yeah, she's something else, alright. Anyway, I can't get fucking transfixed by her titties again. Oh, God, they do look like chain chomps, actually, if you tilt your head. God. Fuck. Why would you do that, Jelly?
Surely such trickery was intended to ensnare Sir Incompetent. By my troth, I shall prove his innocence.
Hey, Renegade, can I ask you something? Dude, you could fit, you could rest like an entire meal on her tits. Wouldn't mind being bitten. I'm glad we have a safe space where people can be horny about big-titted women in my chat. What? If you want the post-mortem report, I can send you the details to your D-pad later. Can we put Gourmet's... I don't want to look up her sprite because what if spoilers? What if spoilers?
can rest yourself on her titties. Just screenshot her within my background. No, I don't deserve to rest on her titties. Not until I solve Rowdy's murder. Which I have, but I have to solve it in the game also. Right. This one was originally supposed to be renegades. Gourmet shoots Renegade a remarkably piercing glare. There's something terrifying beneath her expression. Oh, Jelly, if you're an ass man, check out those thighs, baby. It's not my fault that anime styles are allergic to fat asses. They are. I can explain. Last night, Renegade told me he couldn't sleep and asked to trade cells. Rowdy saw how I was struggling to say no, so she stepped in to offer hers. It's my fault Oh. So... Rowdy and Renegade switched places. That's interesting. Workaholic was trying to kill Renegade and he couldn't see in the dark. Because of their beef. I bet Workaholic thinks that Renegade is the killer. And Renegade was predicting it. He was like, oh, like everyone's like seeking justice right now. And he had that feeling. He had that feeling that Workaholic was going to kill him because he's able to understand the minds of killers. So he wanted to switch with Doleful and ended up switching with Rowdy instead. Ah. I understand. Thanks for coming clean, Doleful. That was very brave of you. So, can we hear your side of the story now? It's just like Dolly says, alright. My bed was giving me trouble, so I asked to switch rooms. I'm the type who has trouble sleeping in new digs, but it turns out the beds in all the other rooms are just as bad. So I didn't sleep a wink anyway. Calling him Dolly is insane. Like, they really should kiss. I think Renegade knew. I think he could sense it, because he's really good at predicting the minds of killers. And he could sense that Workaholic had beef with him. Doleful and Gourmet both have prominent facial scars and fishnets on their clothes. Except for I don't know. I don't know about that one. Because the age gap. Renegade is 17 and Gourmet is in her 20s, I think. You'll be the femboy this time? For real? That's crazy. That's crazy. We're switching roles? I smell a lie. Mom? May, the ages would not check out. The stim I can't get rid of. I don't think so. I don't know about connection between them. Because we know Workaholic and Doleful are connected. We know Gourmet and Rowdy were connected. Who else had connections? Mystic and Bookworm. And then Renegade and Workaholic seem to have a connection, but it might have only started here. Do any other characters have those fishnets? I can't recall, but we can keep an eye out. And or facial scars. Where are you seeing Renegade's facial scar? It might be on when he turns. I don't remember seeing his scar. Maybe I can see it in the roster. Doleful and Doleful, okay. Okay. Yeah, Doleful. Doleful and Gourmet. Yeah, I do see it. However, Doleful gets injured all the time. Is my thing. Like, that's like his character trait. Also, Gourmet is Russian.
I just remembered that. She's from... she's Russian. She's from Russia. Well, most of us here are Japanese. And I think Doleful is Japanese. Can't believe I forgot she was Russian. My bad, queen. They really do jump scare you with them, yeah? Is he? I'm pretty sure, at least he's been living in Japan his whole life, given the earthquake and like being orphaned and jumping around. I don't think he would be jumping around countries. Yeah, but Ideal is Japanese, and she's also named after an English detective name, you know? Like Sherlock Holmes, Rayo Gray. Yeah. Tiabu's, exactly. Like Umineko. It's just like Umineko. There's not a single human who doesn't reek of lies. Maybe it'd do you some good to dull those senses a bit. No, I like the scent. Both people and food taste best just before they spoil. The right amount of deceit can make a relationship even more delicious. Oh, Jelly, you don't know this about her? She can, like, taste your feelings the same way, like, a dog can, like, sense, like, changes in your body chemistry to, like, read your emotions and shit. Like her whole thing is eating people and not eating people, but like eating like everything. Like she snacks on poison, but she says cyanide is like a little spicy for her. She can only she can only do it if she perceives it as food. So her abilities don't work if she's not processing something as food. Which means she can view people as food. Anyway, I'm just saying she can eat me any day. But not even crows would be interested in eating something as thoroughly rotten as you. Whoa, shit. The roast. You're pretty harsh. Guess my only hope is to find someone who'll enjoy eating me just as I am. Whoa! Whoa! Doleful. What? Who said that? Enough. Unless you spill the beans on everything, including why you switched rooms, I'm going to grill you all the way through. For Rowdy's sake. Her mate faces me and softens her expression. I completely understand how you feel incompetent, but sit tight for now. Everyone is determined to catch the culprit. I promise we'll prove your innocence. Just trust me and wait here. Alright. Some of the others are coming to my defense, but without any evidence in my favor, there isn't much I can do right now. Ultimately, my hands are tied. I have no choice but to wait here at the scene of Rowdy's murder with armor on watch duty.
Sir Incompetent, brave yet ease. We have faith in your innocency.
With only the two of us remaining in the cell, Armor speaks to me with a candid concern. Even now, he's willing to trust and look out for me. He truly is an honest, kind-hearted soul. Suddenly, Holmes materializes beside Armor to chide me. What? Are you just going to sit around? Or did you not escape that maze to reverse this tragedy? But I failed to prevent it, didn't I? I'm a prime suspect now. What can I do? The only real option I have is to believe in my friends and wait. No, there's still another. Instruct everyone yourself and guide them to solving this case. Think logically. Why would the culprit target you in particular? Was framing you truly their only goal? The culprit's goal. Yes. If the passage was found after the fact, they'd assume the culprit already fled. Attempting to frame you was quite the risk. This indicates that the culprit had another motive in making you the target of suspicion. Without your abilities, the mystery behind this case cannot be unraveled. Only I can solve it. A small flame of courage is stoked within me, but nothing more. I'm still the suspect here, so my actions may only cause more needless confusion. I tried getting a leg up earlier, only to wind up ensnaring myself in the killer's trap. Is it better to join the investigation or sit this one out? Can't trust myself to make the right call.
Sir Incompetent, pray come hither. A number of cards have been strewn about the crime scene. Might this be evidence, perchance?
Get that, Cherry Blossom King. Armor begins to pick at the cards scattered across the ground. When I see them in his hands, I recognize them at once. Came from Rowdy's Hanafuda deck. Yeah, Rowdy carried those cards with her. She told me she often used them to try her luck.
I was not aware of this. Beg pardon, but what do you mean by trying her luck?
She'd shuffle it up and draw one randomly. The card had cherry blossoms, she'd trust her gut. It helped give me some courage yesterday. Thinking back, that was our final exchange. I believe in my companions or suspect them. Thanks to Rowdy's insistence, I drew a cherry blossom and felt more confident in my decision. I was struck by how profoundly brave she was, right up until the end. On thinking about how I'll never hear that lively voice of hers again, a pang of regret brims in my chest. I failed to protect her. Anyway, why are they all over the floor? They should have been in Rowdy's pocket.
Good sir. There is something amiss with this deck.
Huh? Right. There's something off about the cards he's holding. Not just a portion of them that have cherry blossoms, but every single one. How could this be an accurate test of luck? A deck like this, you'd wind up having to trust your gut no matter what card you drew. Oh.
Feel like these cards were not intended to test her luck, but rather a means to seal her resolve.
What do you mean by that?
Should one's conviction become sealed by drawing cherry blossom, having a deck compromised only with such cards guarantees this outcome, correct?
Man, she was the GOAT.
Therefore, by drawing a card from this deck, one is obligated to believe in their choice.
What Armor says makes sense. I get it now. It's pretty on brand for Rowdy now that I think about it. True. She never wavered even once after making up her mind.
Indeed, though she was likely incensed by this turn of events, she would not regret trading cells in Doleful's place. Of this I'm certain. Hers was a truly great loss.
Yeah. Don't worry your little head so much, bub. It's a choice I'm serious about making. A card ain't gonna sway me. No way, no how. This is more like a push to pick the answer I'm really after. Go take a card. Trust in your decision. Rowdy's words from yesterday repeat in my mind. Right? I've already trusted my decisions up until this point. Nothing to be gained from regret. I need to stop second-guessing myself and make a choice. The only path is forward. Beyond voice. It's interesting because I put that voice somewhere else in my mouth, but it comes out like close to Mion voice, but a little different. Like this right here is Rowdy's voice, you know, like a little gruff. And this right here is Mion's voice, a little more up here and nasally. I miss her too. Armor, would you mind cutting this rope?
My good sir, you intend to investigate?
Yeah. I just can't sit around twiddling my thumbs. If Holmes accurately assessed that I'm a threat to the culprit, the case won't be solved unless I act now. Horrible tragedy has already occurred. I can't allow this chain of grief to continue any longer. Turning tails in a flattering look, my dear little suspect. Renegade steps into the cell. In his hand, he clutches a knife. Renegade, what's with the knife? It's so our suspect will stay put. Things are shaping up to be quite interesting. We can't have you throwing a wrench into things, hmm? Now, let's have you take a nice long nap.
I shan't allow it!
Armor interrupts Renegade as he moves in to attack me. I look into Renegade's cold eyes, recalling the first time we met. He strangled me so tightly it cut off my circulation. Oh, by the way, Jelly, it's hard to see, but he's wearing bright red heels. Just so you know. A man like him surely intends to kill me. Thank you, Bookworm. But then, with a muffled thunk, Renegade suddenly topples to the ground. I notice Bookworm standing beside him, with a sizable book she's always reading in hand. She just hit him over the head with that thing?
It seems you'll be the one taking a nap, the girl quips, smiling proudly after demonstrating the self-defense technique Mystic had taught her.
Bookworm, what are you doing here? I knew you'd like her, Jelly. Okay, oh, here's the thing I was talking about. She's kind of, she has a photographic memory, just so you know. If you tilt your head to the right, you can see her hair kind of creates this, like, black box around her, and her eyes kind of look like lenses with, like, a little bit of light glinting on them, like the black lenses. I think she's meant to, like, invoke the shape of a camera. Just a little bit.
I had a feeling you wouldn't sit idly by, so I've been waiting to aid in your escape. Come, let's go elsewhere before Renegade wakes up, said the girl as she tugged at Incompetent's arm.
We continue talking as Bookworm pulls me by the hand to a new location, away from the other detectives.
What could Sir Renegade be thinking, attacking his own comrades?
The scene of the crime was originally his cell. I'm positive he knows something.
How do you intend to solve this case, Incompetent? I will assist you, said the girl, her resolve evident.
Are you sure, Bookworm? I'm the primary suspect, you know?
You are also the one who caught Mystic Detective's killer. Even if everyone else is in doubt, I still have faith in you.
Aw, first person, too. Man. Her voice is uncharacteristically profuse with emotion as she smiles at me. Did you say that? Yeah, she does. She does say it out loud. Essentially, she narrates her actions like a book to invoke an objective third-person perspective into her life. So, because she has a photographic memory, she tries to view everything, like, objectively, which is why she states her emotions very clearly and like, basically communicates everything as if she is stating fact and not, like, tinting it with her subjectivity. Right now, suspecting me is the obvious thing to do. That she would say such kind words to me regardless hits me right in my heart.
I too offer my fealty. Since our arrival, you and I have weathered many a storm together. We are comrades through and through.
Guys, thanks for believing in me, especially when it'd be so easy to do otherwise. I couldn't be more grateful. I'm happy for you, Wata-kun. This is all the result of your tireless efforts. While the situation may be dire, you have allies like these two to rely on. Lead the detectives, and I'm certain you can reverse this tragedy. Before getting started, however, there's a vital task you must accomplish. Do you recall what it was I told you to do last time? Organize the crime's key aspects. Listen. Is it not a great thing that people know you to know what attracts you to a character and makes you want to pick them up and hold them gentle? I see it as a sign of camaraderie. Yeah, I had May read like crazy too. I just know. I look at characters and I'm like, oh, this character would draw this person in so fast. Listen, I'm so intimately familiar with what Lurf bait is, I have to know what all my friends' baits are too. I just wish it wasn't as easy as this girl's a little autistic. Okay, but Jelly, Lurf bait is literally, this guy is a stinky bastard. Like, I mean, not always, but like, you know, it's like a good 70% of the time you see a stinky bastard and it's like, okay, that character is who Lurf likes. It's a stinky, smug little bastard. Sisyphus, I know what trope you like. I know you like little pathetic sufferer babies. Okay, well, with complexity is implied when I say this person is a bastard. First, we need to learn how the culprit entered the room. How did the culprit enter the sealed cell? Rowdy surely had the key on her before going to sleep. Yeah, but they're not me bait. Yeah, I don't know what Sisyphus bait is. Had with Sisyphus in their name, likes it when people suffer? No way. Yeah, why do you think Sisyphus tunes into all of my streams with a 35 stream streak? I'm like the ideal streamer for that. One must imagine Mystic happy. True. True. I miss Mystic. What the hell? We need to figure out how it was she was killed inside a locked room. Second, we have to answer the question of why I'm a suspect. Oh, fuck. No, why I was attacked. Okay. It's like the same thought process, but like a little bit before. I was thinking why I was framed, but I guess I know why I'm a suspect. Yeah. You so real with that? Women are more important than anyone? Now, I must clarify, because I agree with this point. I don't give a shit about most men who are lurf bait. I want them dead. Like, I want to, like, put them on my lawn and mow them over with my lawnmower. I see a woman commit crimes, I whoop and cheer. I see a man commit crimes, I tuck hair behind my ear, and then I shoot them with a gun 17 times. That's just how it is. Why was I targeted? The culprit likely attacked me before the crime, so I couldn't have seen it, and yet they bothered to relocate me far away. That move is a far bigger risk than killing me. That, along with their motive behind framing me, will be crucial to solving this case. See a man? No, I don't. The final aspect of the investigation is what time the crime was committed. What? No? Really? Oh, right, like a few hours ago. She was fucking stabbed! What do you mean, cause of death? No? The cards? Really? Okay. I guess the card... I just thought... You know what? You're right. Why were the cards scattered? No. Why they're all cherry blossoms, I understand. It's because she wanted to resolve herself no matter what. It doesn't matter what card she draws. It's just reaffirming that she should listen to her gut. Flipping up to his yeah, I'm incompetent. You can't blame me. Listen, this part isn't ranked. When I'm in the ranked part, we'll lock in. I got an S rank my first case. We don't talk about my second case. And I'm gonna S rank this one. Just you fucking watch. I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get a good grade at being detective. Those cards scattered on the ground. Reddy carried those in her pocket. There must be a reason they were left all over the floor. Yeah, why scatter them? Because there clearly wasn't a struggle or anything like that. She was clearly asleep when she was killed. Was the culprit looking for something that she had on her, and the cards scattered in the process? Let's investigate the crime scene and solve these 3 points. There's no they'll be essential to unraveling this mystery.
Verily, let us sally forth.
Okay, but please stay here, incompetent. Armor and I will examine the crime scene, advised the girl.
Wait, why? I can't make you two do all the work. I'm coming too.
Renegade is still at the Locust Electi.
Locust Electi? Shit. I guess,
If he sees you, it's likely he'll attack again.
I imagine that just means, like, the location of where we were. Brooding the crime scene, yeah. Okay. Yeah, good point. I can't speak to his aims, but I highly doubt stopping him would be enough to deter a second attempt. You know what? Again, I'm making a habit of looking up words that I don't know. I can't just accept it and assume. Locust electi. Eating. Locust electi? Scene of the crime. See? Look. See? You learn things. I really like the way this game is expanding my vocabulary. It's using some fun word choice. This localization seems really, really good from what I've been able to tell. Like very, like, nicely translating character speaking patterns over, and just, like, excellent word choice overall. It hasn't felt, like, repetitive or very stilted. It's very nice. I can't speak to his aims, but I highly doubt stopping him once will be enough to deter a second attempt. If I value my life, I need to be wary of him. Failing to do so can only mean danger.
He will update you on Renegade Detective's location, so give instruction from the safest spot you can find. The girl urged with poise.
A solid plan. Entrust the investigation to us, good sir, and issue your commands.
Thanks again, you two. Hard to believe I'm stuck hiding from a fellow detective. Either way, investigating those 3 critical points and avoiding Renegade are the priorities right now. He may have provided me with an unexpected challenge, but this is no time to falter. Give it your all, everyone. It's up to us. Let's reverse this tragedy. It's investigation time! Renegade Detective is targeting incompetent detective. Renegade has marked incompetent for death. Any other detective who approaches will be attacked, ending the game! Oh shit, okay. Alright, so we have an obstacle. Renegade will chase incompetent, so maneuver him carefully to prevent others from getting hurt. Gotcha. Because he can't let us get away because we're the suspect. Okay. Shit, alright. You can just move closer over here for now. Your investigation. Yeah, there's gameplay. It's on Switch. It's on Switch and PS4. Okay. Let's see here. So, I can explain the gameplay as I go. For funsies. So, first of all, basically any detective is going to act on their own if I don't interfere with them, but some of them refuse to allow me to command them. So Bookworm is willing to cooperate with me so I can command her. However, Gourmet Detective will not allow me to interfere with her investigation. So I'm going to have to ensure that my movements and actions keep Renegade away, because I won't be able to move everyone within his vicinity away from him. And then I'm going to inspect the smart. Her inspection radius is enough to get that in there. And then I'm actually going to see about moving my boy over here, actually, because Renegade is pursuing me. And I want him to get away from Techie and the others up there. And Gourmet is going to be investigating in here, so she's not going to move. Let's see. I'm going to have Armor do another map-wide movement. If I do a map-wide movement, I'm unable to move for until the next phase of the investigation. I'm gonna have Armor start collecting my extra shit. Alright. And then I'm gonna do a quick preliminary.
Hick, spiderwebs are gross, said the girl as she noticed the wretched things dangling above her head and skirted away from them.
Alright, undisturbed spiderwebs. So we have a bit of evidence that because Techie has an unused move, I can have him analyze it. Alright, and then there's no one else I can interact with at this time. So I'm going to progress the investigation. Okay, they're working on that.
Spiderwebs weren't ignored, rather, they blended into the shadows of the cells. It'd be simple to install a thin wire in them, too.
Alright. Renegade is coming my way. Let's see. Can I get you into this other cell? No. So I'll probably have you stay in there to analyze the cards near the body. You're going to inspect this area for me. And then I'm going to move... I'll kind of corner myself if I go over there. I'm just gonna start going around a little circle. And then I'm gonna do a preliminary.
Something hit Rowdy with enough force to send her cards flying from her clothes. This will be vital to solving the murder method, said the girl.
So something hit her, so maybe she did get up.
Huzzah! I've happened upon new information. Now to share these findings with the group.
Or possibly like the shock caused her body to jolt because there is electricity in those spikes. So her body like jolted and seized upon getting hit, and that caused the cards to fall out. Alright, new keyword, baby. Right, and then Techie needs to move up here and get on that spot. So you can inspect. Do another preliminary. Whoops. I'll check the evidence in a second to check that.
Color and thickness informs me this is one of the SPX's wires, so why is it so out of place? This demands an investigation.
Alright, got the wire. Do you have enough power to analyze that right now? 5. No, only Techie can. Damn. Alright, then that goes for this portion of the investigation. Incompetence testimony said the culprit brought the chair close to SPX's remains. Assuming the commoner is innocent, this is a vital clue. Ooh, okay. New information, huh? I better CC everyone ASAP. Okay. So, as Techie moves closer to get this information for me, he can analyze the wire. You are gonna move out here. You can't get close to what I want you to. So instead, I'll have you do a greater map-wide movement to get all the way up here, I think. I love this gameplay. I love, like, the board game energy it has. Anything you can analyze? No. How is Armor's movement? He can't get very far out. I'm hoping Renegade just goes around instead of out. Because I want to be able to get to that investigation point over there. Alright, let's do a quick preliminary.
The metal shavings on the cell bar and the bed chain match this wire. The culprit must have used this and then tried to dispose of the evidence.
Okay. Nothing unlocked from that. And then there's nothing else to analyze. Feels bad wasting a turn like this. Since you can't do anything, actually, let's reverse your movement. And I'll have you do a map-wide movement. And I'll get you here. And then we can progress the investigation, because there's nothing else to do.
This phosphorescent paint glows in the dark. We're gonna find a myriad of uses for it in a dark cell like this.
Oh, I didn't notice that he was going to investigate that. Damn. Right. Okay. You really do. I love moving a little guy on a grid. Isn't it awesome? Expect that. Alright. It was a waste moving you up here. Map-wide movement. Let's get you started in here, honestly. Right. And then the preliminary to get whatever evidence comes from that.
We should report this data to everyone else, right? Or maybe not. No, better safe than sorry if I'm unsure.
Mayhaps these oddly placed marks were the work of the wires. Mine armor would never suffer such injury, the way these feebly made iron bars do. Haha!
Alright. And then move you further down and get you analyzing. Whoops. Oh, you can handle any of these. Awesome. And then no one else is available to do anything.
The culprit took the chair from the warden's room, chanced upon water, then attacked. How plebeian. Surely there were other options aside from violence.
The paint on the side isn't fully dirty. Did the culprit use it to ensure they wouldn't lose sight of the spike in the dark? Alright. Armor is going into this room to inspect. And we're gonna do a preliminary on that.
The culprit pilfered the SPX spike. Even a dunce like myself can see what their plan required. Their plan required it. If we reveal this plan, we may reveal the method.
Okay. We're gonna move away from Renegade. Analyze the scratches in the bars. And then you don't have very strong movement. Let's see, what's your inference 3, assistance 4? You're not very good at that stuff. You're really good at analyzing though. So I'm gonna map wide you so I can get my 100%. Then I need you to start inferring about this. What's your inference? 6? Oh yeah, you'll get that instantly. Awesome. Quick preliminary. See if anything else opens up. These marks were left by thin strands scraping against the bars, which means the crime involved attaching wires up high and pulling them taut. Wires up high. Interesting. It seems implying that there was perhaps a trap set, less than someone sneaked in and killed her. But I guess we'll see. Alright. Let's investigate then. Oh, wait, is there anyone not doing anything? No, armor's done something, Wata's done something. Okay. And character still intervenable? Who? Oh, no. She's doing what I want her to do. Okay.
The hidden door opens noisily. With Rowdy's keen hearing, she would surely hear it. Please make clear incompetent's name, the girl said with relief.
That's good. That's good. The investigation has progressed. Doleful detective is now intervenable. Let's go. Oh god, he's getting really close. Is he faster than me? That's not good. I'm just gonna head over this way, you know. It really scared me when I walked straight through him. And then, oops, I'm gonna move you next to offer the assist, which should get that one fully all the way down. And then, because you're not doing anything, can you analyze anything? Oh, you have really low. Luckily, this is only one.
The spike's length is clearly changed. Perhaps a culprit used a wire saw to adjust it, said the girl, tapping into her powers of recollection.
Oh, true, he did have the wire saw. Yeah, you're right. I'm so locked in. I fucking called it. If you pass another wire through the loop on the spike's tushy, you can move it like a cable car to the bed. But how did it pierce Rowdy's chest? Evidence required. Wire attached to spike.
I should report this data to everyone else, right? Or maybe not.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's just default dialogue. There's no more red spots around, right? I'm safe from those. Okay, great. Now all that's left is to just finish up the investigation. That should be easy. Easy peasy. Doleful. Get over there. It's easier to just map wide move you. Come on, get in there. Wait, sorry, what's going on in chat? She would have simply eaten the spike, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Assistance 4, inference 6. Assistance 4, inference 4. Okay, you're good. So you should both be inferring. Over there. We have nothing left to analyze, right? Right. Then, I'm going to map wide move you all the way down here. I mean, most people have stupidly high assistance, like armor here. Just a lot of the people with high assistance don't want to work with me right now. And then your inference is alright. I mean, it doesn't hurt to move you over there. Very ironic indeed.
Cards say it all. To damage the bed like this, you'd have to sandwich the spike between it and the wall, then close it real hard, see? Meaning there's only one way to do the deed, capiche? Said the girl, channeling Rowdy's spirit. Aww.
Let me just look around, make sure I didn't miss anything crazy. Alright, yep, there are no more red little things, which means I got everything. Awesome. Yes, indeed, I'm saving. And, I want to see, what the new thing is called. Oh, it's still a case of the semi-sealed cell. Interesting. Alright. Interesting. No updates, I don't think. But we did get more stuff in our lexicon. Before I forget. Wire saw. Official designation, lethal artifact wire saw, usually referred to as laws within the DA. This tool is generally used to open up sealed spaces and ward off assailants. The saw is a fiber composed of special alloy and fitted with sharp, minuscule teeth that enable it to slice through anything that makes contact. There is, however, a side that can be touched without getting cut, as well as gloves made from the same alloy. Both of these, once acclimated to, allow one to handle the saw with ease. More cases, let's go. The case of the sea turtle soup. Ah, one of Gourmet's cases. An elderly fisherman turned himself in to the authorities, admitting that he had once consumed human flesh. The old man had been shipwrecked and forced to survive along his companions. In this time, his mind became sick and cloudy, prompting his friend to prepare him a bowl of sea turtle soup. However, years later, the old man happened to eat sea turtle again, and when he realized its flavor was completely different from what he tasted all those years ago. Oh, and yeah. Yeah. By this time, all his friends who had survived the shipwreck had passed away. With no way of knowing the soup's true contents, he gradually convinced himself that he had actually consumed human flesh. As the statute of limitations had expired, he would not be charged for any crime. Even so, the DA wished to put the old man's mind at ease, dispatching Gourmet detective to help him solve the mystery with her unparalleled palate. I did the investigation. The chat can catch Mouse Viewer up. The case of the endless night shift, one of Workaholic's cases. In a particular office building, the lights curiously began to flicker on their own come nightfall, day after day. The rumor spread that it was the work of the supernatural, the ghost of a former employee who died from overwork. Thus, the DA was tasked with investigating the case. Workaholic detective, who had been dispatched by the DA, rigged a trap using wires to reveal the culprit. A man who had joined the company at the same time as the employee who passed away. The CEO of the company did not apologize or compensate the surviving family, but instead mocked them openly. In retaliation, the culprit decided to cause a stir. When the workaholic reported his findings to the CEO, the perpetrator was fired. However, the DA was able to produce documents outlining the company's misconduct, ultimately leading to an official indictment. Companies that make enemies out of their employees won't last long, said Workaholic, a contented smile on his face. A trap with wires, eh? I bet he was trying to trap Renegade, but because they switched rooms, they got fucked over. What the fuck, chat? I'm reading. I can't do it. The Chofu Torso murder. One day, a college student returned home to find their childhood friend on the table, sliced into pieces. With no other means or signs of entry, the student who discovered the crime scene became the primary suspect. Thankfully, downtown detective, who had been tasked with defending the accursed, was able to put her talents to work. Using her special social investigation prowess, she determined that someone disguised as a food delivery person had boldly carried the body to the scene of the crime. Following this, detectives announced their death of her best friend at the hands of the quartering Duke. Although she had mostly engaged in detective work for fun until that point, she decided to prioritize her job over school, rapidly rising up the ranks of the DA. Man. Alright. That's all the new things in the lexicon. I'm just gonna, like, quickly see if any roster is updated. Okay, yep. You got your complete on you. Okay. A mere commoner insisting we assemble. The insolence of all of it astounds me. I take this to mean you've discovered the crime's true culprit, then? That I have. I answer Pasha's inquiry directly. We got into the investigation way faster at this time, it feels. I feel like usually it takes us another hour or two into the story to get here. Or maybe I was just having a blast and we zoomed through. But because I've been curious, because in order to get Doleful's complete thing, we had to get the trace memory thing, like the residual memory. But if we need to get one of those for everyone, I feel like we need more investigations to happen. But also, how many more people can die? I guess we'll see. I answer Pasha's inquiry directly. Normally, I might have buckled under the pressure, but I won't falter this time. This is vengeance for Rowdy. First, allow me to clear my name. I assert that it would have been impossible for me to enter Rowdy's cell using the underground passageway. Pardon? And why exactly would that be? There was no other method of entry, last I recall. Welcome in, Ellie. There's a tricky issue with that tunnel. Something one detective particularly close with Rowdy must have noticed. That person would be Gourmet. Gourmet, would you tell us the issue with entering the cell using the passageway? Okie dokie. Actually, why don't I open it up and show you guys? With that, Gourmet climbed to the passage and began opening the door. As she did, rather loud, isn't it? Right? And little Rowdy had such sensitive ears, remember? Do you really believe that she, of all people, could sleep through all that racket? A valid point. It's just like Gourmet says. Using the passage makes a lot of noise, so much that the neighboring cells might notice. Which basically makes it impossible that someone with hearing as clean as Rowdy's wouldn't notice. Now wait one moment. How could the perpetrator make such a blunder? Surely they would have noticed the issue had they tried moving it even slightly. I don't think they were able to test it, since they'd risk crossing paths with me. You know, she definitely wasn't drugged. I don't think they killed her from inside the cell. I think they used some wire contraption in order to do it that they set up beforehand. Because Workaholic was also the person who designated the sleeping arrangements, right? He drew the little chart where everyone was going to sleep. And so he had plotted out beforehand that this was going to be Renegade's room. So he set it up with the trap beforehand with the wires, is what I'm imagining. I believe this crime was a spur-of-the-moment gamble, which is precisely why the culprit made so many blunders. We can see similar missteps in the method they used to murder Rowdy. The method, you say? Tell me, what missteps would those be? Techie already recreated them for us, actually. You ready, Techie?
Yes, leave it to me. The preparations are all complete.
Techie has an aura of readiness about him. Still, it's clear the group isn't on the same page, with Posh tilting her head in confusion. Well, what have you prepared for us? Explain it in nobleman's terms, if you please. Posh, take a look at your feet. This is a wire trailing along the ground. How could I fail to notice such a thing? Looking closely, it appears to be attached to the chain of the wall bed. What on earth is the purpose of this? This is a wire we found inside the dungeon. I'm sure you know where it's from, too, Posh. Pardon? Right, this wire is... Is it from the SPX? I thought we were thinking about it in the dungeon. But did we pick up more wire elsewhere? Yeah, SPX wire. Okay, yeah. It's from the SPX. Oh, right. It's the wire that it was shooting the spikes from. Yeah. This wire was used by a certain SPX to retrieve its spikes, the very same ones that attacked you, Posh. What was stolen? Just the spike itself? Correct. It was obvious the spike was missing, so we overlooked what else was stolen. After all, it was just a small portion of wire taken. This wire is sturdy, but it's black, making it hard to detect in darkness. All the more here in cells, since they lack their own lighting.
If you run the wire alongside the wall to the entrance, you can manipulate what's happening in the cell without entering yourself.
Right. Just like Teki says, before the murder, right before lights out, the culprit must have attached the wire to the bed chain and iron bars. They then used it to impale Rowdy on the spike without going inside her cell. Slow down. How do you propose they use that wire to move the spike? He's getting nervous. True, it could have easily passed between the bars, but it's several meters to the bed. Would an accurate shot to the chest be rather difficult? Yeah, it would be. For the culprit, the trickiest part was figuring out how exactly to stab her with the spike. However, I was able to recreate the method by examining the marks left by the wires tied around the bed chains and cell bars. The culprit positioned the spike above the sleeping Rowdy by using an unusual approach. Namely... sliding the spike down the wires. I imagine dropping it down like a crane game because of the, the scratches. Wrapped around the bar. Yeah, pulled taut. So they would cut the wire. Yeah, so it would drop down. Yeah. No! It wasn't that absurd. Fuck! Even a middle schooler would understand? Fuck. Sliding the spike down the wires, I bet. Okay. By connecting the bed chain to the bars with wire, the culprit created a bridge to slip the spike into Rowdy's shell. A bridge, So they connected the chain to the bar, then pulled the wire taut. Wouldn't it be a bit difficult to slide the spike down that way? True, I'm just role-playing as incompetent. Yeah, I'm just role-playing. The chains extend to the bed's outer corners. Even if the spike traveled all the way down, you'd be lucky if you managed to stab the head or shoulder. Yeah. With a one-wire zip line, that would be the case. But what if two wires were used to form a track of sorts? Two wires. Yes, two wires could then act as guide rails with the spike suspended in between them.
The girl handed incompetent detective a replica of the murder weapon that she had prepared.
Just as I'd requested earlier, Bookworm produces a spike with some wire attached. Like the actual weapon used in the crime, there's a hole at the base of the spike where the wire can be fed into. The wire has been passed through the hole and connected at the ends, forming a loop.
Thanks, Bookworm.
Just like the replica she made, the real murder weapon also featured a wire loop, creating a sort of giant keychain. If we thread the guide rail wires connecting the bed chains and bars through the loop, what would happen? Let's test and find out. I pass the two aforementioned wires through the wired loop at the base of the spike and let it go. Once I do, the spike drops a bit before wobbling back and forth, dangling between the two wires. If I let go like this, the spike only dangles in place. It can't travel to the bed like this. So an additional change must be made. Right, he has to lift up the wires so the scratches happen. Armor, could you adjust the nuts of the wires over the bars so they're up higher?
Verily, my good sir.
Wasting no time, Armor immediately unties the knots and repositions them much higher. The incline of the track connecting the bars to the bed is quite steep now. As expected, the spike begins to move. Like something of a cable car, the suspended spike slides down the two guiding wires. It's begun to descend! By adjusting the angle, the spike's weight propels it downwards. I see why those marks in the bars are so high up now. Yeah, I noticed the scratches on the bars are much higher than on the chains. That's when I realized the track required a steep incline. The sliding spike reaches the end of the track, coming to a halt where the wires and chains connect. It's perfectly in between the two chains, supporting the bed, dangling directly over where the sleeper's torso would be. I've grasped the general concept, but how does the wire remain taut? While suspended by that loop, shouldn't the weight of the spike pull the wires downwards and cause them to slacken?
Aside from the tip, the spike is remarkably light, so as long as the wires are pulled taut and properly attached, they shouldn't give in. Despite its lightweighted design, it's still heavy enough to propel down the track. If the angle is right, it'll make it to the bed without a hitch. Once the spike reaches the bed, all one must do is untie the knots on the bars. Leave the rest to you, said the girl, reassuring and competent.
Alright everyone, your attention please. This was the method used to murder Rowdy. First I untie one wire. It was only threaded through the chain link on the opposite side, so its removal is incredibly easy. Upon doing so, the suspended spike wobbles and falls towards the bed, but that momentum alone won't be enough to stab someone. The design of the bed, however, was exploited to compensate for this. Because of the way the wall bed was constructed, pulling the chain will cause it to close, like this. Grasping the second wire, I yanked with all my might. The chain is pulled along with it. And, with the sharp noise, the bed jerks up towards the wall. Once I let go, you can see that the spike has been embedded deep inside the mattress. Oh, I see. What was that? How did the spike stab through the bed when it was lifted? Due to the length of the spike, folding of the bed caused it to catch on the corner of the hollow space where the mattress fits into the wall. Oh, I see. That's why the culprit took the spike in advance. They wanted to adjust its length so it wouldn't get caught there. Exactly, Doleful. This crime, the needle couldn't touch the victim while dangling, but it still had to catch when the bed was closed. That's why the spike was stolen ahead of time, despite the culprit knowing they may be exposed for doing so. But an unforeseen problem arose, making one other condition necessary to pull off this plan successfully. And that would be? Height. As Teki explained before, the wire track slant must be angled up high enough for the slide to spike over the bed. Must be angled high enough to slide the spike over the bed. However, during the crime, the culprit found that their arms were too short. The track was tilted too low, the spike stopped moving. No, but Workaholic is tall, though. Unless you just needed to be really, really high. You just needed to be extra high.
An adequate height was required. Then how was it attained? Mayhaps the culprit mastered the art of body elongation?
Gaining sufficient height would be quite a challenge, yes, but there's a simpler way to accomplish this. The culprit gained height by using the warden's room chair, baby. The culprit needed the chair in the warden's room to raise up the wires.
The very same chair we employed whilst investigating the SPX?
Yep, that's right. The culprit must have seen us using it and recalled it at that moment. Standing atop the chair, they were able to reaffix the wires at a higher point before sliding the spike down once more. However, it's here the culprit made a fatal error.
And what was that? Quickly, if you would.
When they were bringing the chair over from the warden's room, they happened to bump into me. I definitely recall seeing that chair somewhere. Somewhere it shouldn't have been at that moment. Perhaps they were attempting to rid themselves of potential eyewitnesses? From the culprit's perspective, it would make sense. So long as the culprit wasn't seen carrying it, they would claim to be on their way to the warden's bathroom. Wouldn't that be easier? Frankly, it was odd for the culprit to be in that area, considering the dungeon's layout. But at that time, someone was inexplicably at the spot where I was attacked. The same individual who killed Rowdy. Yeah, because Workaholic was on the other side, so it would have been simpler for him to go through the back door instead of go all the way around where the SPX was. Yeah, it's definitely Workaholic. Definitely Workaholic. It has to be Workaholic. And that person was. It's Workaholic. The culprit's Workaholic. That's right. It was you, Workaholic detective. You're the culprit. You're the one who murdered Rowdy. Despite being accused as a killer, Workaholic smiles, completely unflustered. That's a rather cruel joke.
You think I'm the culprit on no grounds, aside from the positions of our rooms? What about that makes you so sure that I'm the one who did it?
This is just what I'd expect from a veteran detective. His reply is calm, and his voice is quiet. Before coming to this island, I might have lost faith in my theory and abandoned it. But I'm not hesitating anymore. I'll trust myself on this the way Rowdy would have. It was odd for Workaholic to be where I saw him because... it's far from his room, right? Or it is on the way to the bathroom, but it's far from his room. No, fuck! It's not the way to the bathroom, I guess. Fuck. It's because the lights were out? Are we sure, May? It would be odd because of the way that it, like, shit is laid out, right? Well, yeah, they were out, yeah, but... well, like the cover stories, if he wasn't holding the chair, he could just say he was on the way to the bathroom. However, there's two ways to get into the bathroom, right? They're, like, to the warden's office. And that's... there's one way that's closer to his room, and there's one way that where he has to go, like, all the way around. Also, he would be leaving the bathroom. Right. It's not on the way to the bathroom. He was probably leaving the warden place. So it would be out, and he would be going the wrong way. Yeah, okay. I understand. The room's in the back. There's no reason to go through the front to reach the warden's bathroom. Being seen there would have been curtains for you. I think far from his room still makes sense. But whatever.
In that case, shouldn't Techie be a suspect too? You want to be ashamed to single me out like this.
That's true. If it's just based on room location, Techie is a suspect too. But the trick used for this crime proves Techie can't be the culprit. That's because Techie uses a wheelchair. Or Techie can't stand or walk. Fuck! Why are they both? Does... prevents the use of his legs. Yeah, so he can't stand or walk. Because being in a wheelchair doesn't necessarily mean that he's completely unable to use his legs, right? Like, he might use it because, like, it's hard to walk, or he has exhaustion, or whatever. But Techie cannot stand, period. He cannot use his legs. What? Fine, it's a fucking wheelchair, I guess. Okay. I don't know how I feel about that, because they're essentially saying the same thing. Oh, even if he could stand, there's no need to fetch a chair. Yeah, alright. Okay. Okay. In a world where Techie is faking his disability, he would not have had to get a chair to get extra height. He could have stood on his wheelchair. Okay. I understand the logic. I still think it's bullshit. Either way. I think both made sense. My resisting the urge to save Scum is so bad because of my perfectionism mindset. That was bullshit. It's bullshit. Okay. Okay. I don't want to believe it, but the only person who has something to lose by being seen near the SPX is you. You lacked the height, so you panicked and took the closer route to the warden's room to get a chair. That's when you noticed me. And since I had already sent someone and was looking for them, you tried to have me removed altogether. That way, you could eliminate the risk of being spotted while simultaneously pinning the crime on me. Workaholic's face changes color. Though I'm happy to catch the culprit, my heart feels heavy all the same. I think Workaholic would do this. No, I can't believe it. But there's no going back now. I have to soldier on without faltering.
Still lacking a motive, aren't you? What reason do I have to kill Rowdy? Never have I heard Workaholic speak with such a cold voice. It freezes me in my tracks. He turns my way, pure ire etched on his expression. I've been working with the Detective Alliance since its inception. Why would I harm a fellow member? I know I appear suspicious, your theory holds water, but accusing someone without a motive? That's enough to strip you of your credentials. Well, you see, treating others like criminals without identifying intent ruins people's lives. That's the worst thing a detective can do. Well, incompetent detective? Answer me. He rebukes me with furor. His threatening demeanor causes me to trip over my tongue. I can't find the words to fight back. My theory should be correct, but his harsh rebuttal makes me unsure. Did I really get this right? Yes. Stand firm, Watokun. Your theory is accurate. There's no doubt that Workaholic Detective is the guilty party. It isn't rare for culprits to panic, their emotions running wild as they push back. Balking equals defeat. So stay calm and find the truth. Bolstered by Holmes' encouragement, I keep my face steady as I meet Workaholic's eyes. They haven't changed, still gleaming with a ferocious, murderous intent, but I can't let them beat me. My theory could very well ruin Workaholic's life, but he didn't just ruin Rowdy's life, he ended it. I can't back down now. There's no way. Let me ask again. Why would I kill Rowdy? If you're so convinced I'm the culprit, then tell me why I did it. Here we go, Watto. Focus your mind and think. There must be something important that we're overlooking. Did Workaholic really want to kill Rowdy? He didn't want to kill her. You didn't mean to kill Rowdy, did you? After all, you didn't have any incentive to. What are you saying? Rowdy is dead, and that's a fact. But are you claiming I killed her against my own wishes? Oh, that's a fun sprite. Workaholic's right. Rowdy was murdered. He didn't mean to kill her, but she's still dead. Looking back, I can only think of one underlying cause for this. The room swap. For the murder, Rowdy switched cells with Renegade Detective. You weren't aware of that. So even if he really had intended to kill her, he couldn't have, because he didn't know which room she was in. Whoa. That brings me to another realization. This murder happened because two detectives swapped cells for the night, which means that Workaholic had actually meant to kill Renegade. Incompetent. Please believe me. I didn't do it. It's time to wrap things up, Workaholic. During our investigation, you secretly took black wires from the SPX and attached them to the chains of Renegade's wall bed. You set them on the floor against the wall so they would go unnoticed in the dark cell. That way you could touch the wires from the outside whenever. When the time was ripe, you went to Renegade's cell and took the wires you placed and tied them taut to the bars, creating a makeshift bridge. That gives you 2 guide tracks from the bed to the bars. Then, if you thread them into the loop at the end of the spike, its own weight will glide it down. The knots would ensure the spike stopped above the chest of the sleeper. Then, after undoing one wire, it rests diagonally against the body. Last, yanking the other wire would pull the chain with it, closing the bed upon the spike like it was biting down. A terrifying contraption. This is how you plan to stab Renegade Detective to death while remaining outside of his cell. Emphasis on planned, that is. Since you never got a trial run, you didn't realize the angle wasn't steep enough. So to fix that, you got a chair from the warden's room to stand on. But unfortunately, you ran into a wrinkle. Me. You knew it'd be strange for you to be seen there, so you knocked me out and used me as a scapegoat. I fell right into your trap and became the prime suspect of the murder in this semi-sealed cell. You successfully pinned the crime on me. But after all your attention to detail, your fatal mistake was not knowing Renegade and Rowdy had swapped rooms for the night. The crime was carried out remotely and in the dark. You never realized who was in the cell, so you murdered Rowdy by mistake. Workaholic, you haven't gotten along with Renegade for a while now, have you? That was who you really wanted to kill, right? Oh, that's a really good expression. Workaholic's protests trail before dying off. His silence speaks far more to the truth than anything else that's been said.
This murder was a tragedy done in darkness. Not a soul noticed it happened, and even the culprit wasn't wise to their own mistake. The mistake of killing Rowdy instead of Renegade. The culprit was you, workaholic detective. Workaholic's mouth hangs open, but no words come out. He has nothing to say in his defense. We all watch him in silence. The truth has been revealed, but there's still something I just can't comprehend. Workaholic, why were you so fixated on killing Renegade Detective? I can't see a rational, experienced detective like you allowing yourself to get emotionally provoked into murder. What happened between you two here? Honestly, the thing is, the only person that, like, has been actively beefing with Renegade this whole time has been Workaholic. Renegade's been mean before, but, like, no one's, like, really been openly hostile unless Renegade says some shit. But I do think Renegade deserving to die does lead to the potential for more murder and keeps people on edge because they do know there is, like, a serial killer right there in addition to the Duke. Kill Renegade openly. He doesn't want to ruin things. He wanted to keep his prestige. Well, you see. Oh, he can take the laugh. He's better at it than I am. Renegade Detective suddenly bursts into laughter. As he speaks, he points at Workaholic, his face flushed with joy. Bravo! What a show, Workaholic Detective. But it's game over for you now. I've been waiting with bated breath to see how you talk your way out of this one, but relying on a lack of motive was your final swan song. I was hoping you'd remember your old self and show some defiance. From the bottom of my heart, I'm disappointed here. You didn't give me the slightest tingle. What are you even talking about? I'm not following at all. And allow me to enlighten you. Your old self, eh? Workaholic Detective may act like your average white-collar company man, but a decade back, he was the polar opposite. Isn't that right? Or should we ask all those children you kidnapped and confined in the name of justice back when you were Diabolic Detective? Was he one of the experimenters? Was he one of the experimenters in the flashback? Was he the one who was like, no, I can't do this anymore because of my morals? And that's why he knew about the hidden passageways? Did he work here? Did he work here? Oh. Oh no. Enough. Don't you dare call me that. Workaholic, settle down. Workaholic's voice goes coarser than I ever heard it as he grabs Renegade. I step between them, but his words are still ringing in my ears. What are you trying to say, Renegade Detective? Workaholic kidnapping kids? There's no way! Yes way, actually. Diabolic Detective was the one who abducted you 10 years ago, although the kidnapper himself has yet to realize that. Oh man. Incompetent? It's not that strange, is it? After all, every detective on the island has their life upturned by the Dayless Night incident. What is he talking about, Workaholic? Explain yourself! Don't listen to him. It's true, I've done my share of evil deeds in the past, but now... Some nerve saying that after killing your own colleague. You were diabolic back then, but 10 years is a long time, eh? So now you act all innocent as a world-weary middle-aged manager. Fantastic, Diabolic! I said not to call me that! Workaholic slams his foot square into Renegade Detective's stomach. I hear the horrific sound of bones breaking. The sharp crack utterly dispels his formerly weak appearance. That kick earlier was an act? No. No. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Workaholic goes pale as he realizes his mistake. So you really were deceiving us all along, Workaholic. No. This is all a misunderstanding. Back then, the old me knew nothing. Of course, I regret it. But now I'm driven to make amends. It's why I don't sleep at night. Why I continue my detective work. No, man, I want to peg him when he's bent over like that. That's what I was thinking. Anyway. Save your regrets for the judge. We all know the facts. You killed Rowdy. He looks very peggable. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, yeah. And I will never forgive you for that. I'm sorry. I didn't know how to apologize. I don't know how to apologize enough. Once I'm in hell, I'll look at Rowdy in heaven and continue atoning. At first, I think Workaholic is wiping away tears, but he suddenly whips towards Renegade Detective once again, his face full of rage. You Renegade Detective. I will kill you, no matter what it takes. Even if I must become diabolic again, I swear I'll end your life. I know what you really are. Invincible Detective, the most abominable monster ever created by the secret police. Hey, yo! Hey, yo! He was also experimented on. That makes sense, we're all the same age. We're all the same fucking age. Fuck. Every 17-year-old could have been experimented in this facility. As if I would know what you creeps call me. As I recall, all I recall is being locked up in this dungeon. You remember too, don't you, incompetent? We're both victims of diabolic detectives' little abduction spree. Wait, what? You were one of the kids in the kidnapping incident too? Just what are you two babbling about? Make some sense, you absolute nincompoops. Oh, I do apologize, madam. Why don't I fill you in some other time? See, right now we need to focus on restraining Diabolic Detective here. I love them having other aliases too. What if really sees a guy having a world-shattering mental breakdown and says, I can think of one more weak point to exploit? Yeah, but only if it's a man. Okay, but he's their worst experiment. He got the worst of it, probably. The most abominable monster created by the secret police. I feel like he went through worse. I think he got the worst of it. You want to play Renegade 2 while you're at it? No comment. I bid thee refrain from resisting, Sir Workaholic. It is not my desire to harm thee. Does that become women have more weak points to exploit? Or, no, I just think that women deserve to have their crimes and have their moment. You know? Like if a woman is having a breakdown, she's girl bossing. If a man is having a breakdown, he's pathetic, right? Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, exactly, May. You get it. Alright, I can't save during this. Alright. If you get violent, we won't show any mercy. What if a bigender person is having a breakdown? What is that? Entertainment. Sandwiched by armor and gourmet, Workaholic looks to the ceiling and lets out a deep sigh. I'm not asking you to believe me, but I can't let you seize me like this. Not yet. And what about agender people? That's normal. In an instant, Workaholic deftly slips out of their grasp before dashing into the secret passage the white SPX emerged from. It happens faster than my eyes can process. His speed belies the meekness he had presented up until now, and I fail to do so much as react. I don't want to accept Renegade Detective's words as truth, but there's no doubt now that Workaholic has been concealing his abilities the whole time. Workaholic, we need to go after him. Everyone follows me towards the passage. We've solved the case, but it all leaves behind. We solved the case, but all it leaves behind is an unimaginable misery hanging over all of us. Or intangible. Gosh, I can't read. Thinking about how Labyrinth didn't like the vibes of the Let's Play because they were having off-topic conversations during important. Okay, here's the difference. Here's the difference, right? I pause the game, right? Like, I take a pause here, right? Right? And then I talk to you then. Now, if I were to go to another Let's Play and I was going to, you know, like, watch it, right? Like I went to go back and check one of the Let's Plays because I wanted to see some of their reactions to stuff, right? And one of these motherfuckers was talking over, was talking about, like, Danganronpa or something over, the reveal of Ideal's ghost. When Ideal's ghost came in the room, like they were just, like, having that conversation and like talked over it and then, like, barely reacted to the reveal at all. And I was like they just weren't paying attention, it felt like. And I was just like, huh? Like it was a streamer who was chatting with this chat. So, like, yeah, I was right. The vibes were wrong. But I've been proven right every time I go to check a Let's Play. Which sucks, because I do like seeing other people's reactions to game. Like, I finish up streaming, and then I want to go watch a Let's Play to see how other people react. But, like, was a streamer a blonde VTuber man? It was, yeah. Do you know of them? It's such a... How did you know? That was probably the person whose video essay on this game I watched. Interesting. Interesting. I'd be curious to see that video essay. Given that he seems to talk over important points and was very off topic during the game. Like, of course, I didn't watch the entire Let's Play, obviously, because I'm very blind right now. So who knows? Maybe he gets better as he gets more invested in the story. But from what I saw, the vibes were not super great. Solve the case, but all it leaves is an intangible misery hanging over us. Can you just watch the whole Let's Playing on Amnesia? Here, I bonked my head. Renegade Detective. I call out as we head down the hidden passage, my impatience getting the best of me. Something I have to know. I don't remember the name, sorry Sisyphus, but maybe. It was a blonde VTuber, and I think, like, in the channel header, he has, like, crazy six-pack, which, I don't know. I'm never a big fan of male VTubers who are, like, super buff. It just feels like overcompensating, I don't know. I don't like seeing big, shiny muscles on anime men, especially VTubers. No, it's different. It's different when they're like a rock hard six pack. I don't know. I'm not a fan of big muscles. I very much dislike muscles, especially when I get the impression that they are, like, legit rock hard. It's a bad vibe. It's a bad vibe. Not twinks, like not just twinks. I mean, like, I like, you know, like, semi athletic men, but like the super, like, rock hard, like, muscle look is not really my thing. And honestly, I I do tend towards twinks and chubby guys. I feel like, you know, I'm like either end of the spectrum, you know? Male muscularity has become a little yeah, it's just like I don't know. It gives bad vibes. I've had bad experiences with very buff men. So it just rubs me the wrong way. I'm sure there are some really nice, super cool bodybuilders. But it's not my thing. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like when you're putting, especially when said VTuber model has like a normal anime boy face, but but like it's still like insanely muscular, so there's like a disconnect that feels really weird. Like if you had a gruffer like older man face and you were muscular, that's different, right? But if you have like renegade face but you're super buff and have a six-pack, I'm talking about Eito Atsuki, actually. Why does Eito from 100 Line have a six-pack? I hate it. And anyway, this is completely off topic. I want to get back to the story. Let me sit up. Let me sit up and lock in. Get my blankie wrapped up on me. Yeah, Eito has a six-pack. It's really weird. I remember seeing it for the first time and I had like a whole like moment. I was like, why is he buff? He looks like a twink. You understand, Jelly. You get it. If everything you said is true, couldn't you have stopped Workaholic? What makes you say that? Your timing for switching rooms was too precise. You must have noticed that Workaholic had targeted you. Now when did you go and get so sharp? Guess me picking on you really paid off, eh? So, right? Yeah, I realized he was gunning for me, but I couldn't be certain, so I decided to bring it to light. From there, our riled Workaholic got till he was finally kind enough to show us his true self. Shame Rowdy paid the price for it, though. How can you say that like you had nothing to do with it? Rowdy died in your place. So, I should have died instead. Unlike her, I don't have any special physical abilities. If Diabolic actually got a shot at me, I'd have been a goner. That's why I asked Dolly to swap. He seems unlikely to die, even if directly targeted. Then again, I also thought Rowdy would turn out fine. You know, him doing Doleful because he knew that he would probably survive does make a lot of sense. Yeah, that does line up with his abilities. Man. I recall the video essay was called Renegade and Workaholic Toxic Yaoi with a weird age gap. What? Interesting. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. I guess I can see how you come to that conclusion, yeah. I'm sorry, Doleful and Renegade all the way. Doleful and Renegade goes kind of crazy. The Dolly nickname and the, like, trusting his ability to, like, get him out of the situation. I don't know. No, Renegade, Rowdy noticed Doleful was having a hard time saying no, probably because Doleful was intimidated by Renegade and was, like, a little nervy. So Rowdy stepped in and said that she would swap places instead. A damn shame she covered for him and got snuffed out for her trouble. Workaholic really ought to respect the sanctity of life more, eh? I bet he thought Rowdy would be fine because of her keen sense of hearing. She would have heard them moving around, but because Workaholic has been shown to, like, be so easily able to conceal his presence, it didn't work out like that. Are you serious? Or are you just trying to make me angry? Oh, I'm serious. I wanted Rowdy to live, but at the same time, I'm truly grateful to her. A shining example of a detective. Dom to the end. A detective Dom? The fuck did he mean by this? Shining example of detective Dom to the end. Oh, thank you, Oko, very much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We are currently playing A Process of Elimination. It is a murder mystery visual novel that is a little niche about a bunch of detectives who are trapped on an island, uncovering some mysteries, possibly killing each other along the way, and searching for the mastermind hidden amongst us, the Quartering Duke, who is a murderer who has killed 100 people over the last 6 months. Let's read it again. Shining example of Detective Dom to the end. Oh, Detective Dumb. Detective Dumb. Fuck! The chat made me so horny! What the? Well, then we can't be. You can't. I'm blaming chat. I'm blaming chat. You got me. You got me. No. 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 Please. Please. No. You got me. You got me in a different mind frame. This is a terrible impression for the Raiders. This is a terrible impression for the Raiders. Why? No. Please. Fuck. Can you raid again? Can you like redo that? Can we like pretend the raid just started? No. I couldn't fucking read. No, like, because we were fucking... No. You had me talking about, like, toxic yaoi and shit, alright? Alright? You can't... Fuck, I'm in the wrong headspace. I'm in the wrong fucking headspace. What's been rated cannot be unrated. You know I can't talk. You know I can't talk. You know words don't come out of my mouth correctly. This is discrimination, actually. This is ableism for my stutter. Actually. The chat is mean to me. I'm gonna kind of listen. A tired anime boy twink with eye bags just had a breakdown and tried to kill someone. Of course I'm in a kind of space. Like, what do you expect from me? Thank you, May. Oh, man. I'm dying, like, have a flashback back to where I was saying, oh, gee, I'm glad my streams are so long because no one fucking clips them, so no one can catch the embarrassing shit I say. Wait, VIP May again? Double VIP? I'll VIP her in spirit, yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Oko, for agreeing with me, by the way. Can we give May the artist role for this? May can have the artist role. I'll give that to May, sure. May has not drawn any art for my streams. However, I think it's funny to give May badges, so we can do that. Hang on. Let's go. Let's go into, where is it? Community. Roles. Add new. Likes. Oh wait, I can just add it on to our existing thing. I don't need to type it in again. Add role. Artist. There you go. You'll draw art for this stream? Doleful is dumb detective. Fuck. Can I have the lead moderator role so I can give others role when it's honey? No. No. I'm not giving you more power, Sisyphus. You know what, Jelly? You can also have the artist role because you drew the sillies. There you go. There you go. Take your badges. Take your badges. Alright. Alright. I'm a switch. I'm a switch, okay? Leave me alone. Anyway, Welcome in, everyone. This is the roster. Some of them are dead, some of them are alive. This is the guy who just ran away. He kidnapped us when we were young. We just found out. Oh, he's got an update. yeah, go ahead and dodge spoilers. If you want, check out the VOD. The first one's up on my channel, and the second one, it should be up soon. I hold the title of the only good Let's Play. in my humble opinion. I had to do it myself. This thing is so niche. All right. So we got Diabolic Detective in his thing now. His is complete. I'm just gonna check through everyone right now real quick. See if we got any stuff. I think... Oh, we haven't even updated his. Interesting. Alright. I guess it only updated for Workaholic because he ran away. Bye-bye, Oko! Alright. A shining sample of detective-dom to the end. Are we happy, chat? Rowdy Detective fulfilled her life's purpose with flying colors, and that's it. All that's left is for us, who were here with her to the end, to tell her story. Is that all human lives are to you? If you stopped him, Rowdy would... She'd still be... That's enough, incompetent. Now that we're on the move, how about you give that wagging tongue of yours a rest, renegade? Talk again soon, incompetent. My guard relaxes as Gourmet, true to her nature, intervenes once again. Renegade always manages to trip me up, and I feel pathetic about it every time. But Gourmet is able to keep her calm even when facing someone who was involved in Rowdy's death, albeit indirectly. He really is incredible. Thanks, Gourmet, really. I appreciate you stepping in like that. He's not unchecked, he literally has a bomb in his neck. I should be the one thanking you? It was you, not me, who ended up avenging Rowdy after all. Gourmet's hand trembles slightly when she touches me. When I look closer, I spot tears in her eyes. Thanks for sticking up for Rowdy just now. Sorry I haven't been any help. She wipes her eyes with her handkerchief, and in an instant she's back to her usual unflappable, beaming self. I promise we'll make it out of here alive. In the name of everyone who's died. Yeah. We've lost another friend, but we can't stop now. Those mysterious SPX sentry mechs, the sprawling underground maze, the secret police who built it, and the diabolic detective who kidnapped me. If we're going to unravel all of these mysteries, we have to commit to pressing on, no matter what. Victim, Rowdy Detective. Culprit, Workaholic Detective. Stabbed by SPX Spike. By delivering the spike to the bed via wire, Workaholic used the bed's design to stab her. Notes. Workaholic intended to murder Renegade, but mistakenly killed Rowdy in the dark. He fled, but we'll pursue him and uncover his motives. B. Fuck, damn it. Kicks a little rock. Let's go in. Oh, hey, Quartering Duke. Greetings from the darkest corners of the web. 'Tis I, the Quartering Duke, Queen of Cyberspace. Queen? Gender? Today I have an important topic for you all young ones across the all you young ones across the country. To be precise, it is time we discussed workaholics. What do you imagine when you hear the word workaholic? Surely nothing positive, yes? But as they say, even a blind squirrel finds a nut once in a while. Therefore, being a workaholic is not necessarily a bad thing. Take my dearest friend, Uncle Workaholic. He had no purpose in life before he began pencil pushing. He couldn't even sleep, haunted by past traumas. Upon finding work at an unethical company, his life turned around. Every day he'd come home dog-tired and sleep without a second to spare for the past. In other words, some among us find inner peace through the practice of being a workaholic. All this acting like a proper lady is too much effort, and way too boring. Enough of this. Look, the point is that Uncle Workaholic got by without having to dwell on his worries and woes after becoming a workaholic. Though you might want to think about it if it's really worth it to have so much free time to yourself. Understood? I'm talking to you. Got it? You know, the stream title turned out pretty well, huh? Day in and day out, 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 day in and day out. I'm talking to you and your daily stream of worries and woes. Fun. Very, very fun. That was a really short chapter. What's it called? Into the Maze of Mysteries. We proceed down the hidden passageway in pursuit of Workaholic. As we do, I notice a clear change in our surroundings. There's another path. When did this happen? Workaholic detective's an old hand around here. I'm sure he can handle opening and closing a few secret paths. He might have used this passage when he brought me into the Labyrinth, too. Let's go, and keep an eye out for traps. We proceeded with caution down this new route that appeared at the end of the passage. It appeared at the end of the passage the white SPX appeared from. And then I realized that I've naturally taken up leading the group. Why are we allowing a commoner to lead us? Obviously it is I, your chief, who should now be taking the spot where you stand. But think about what our tiny chief here has accomplished so far. Isn't incompetent the one who exposed downtown and Workaholic? Well, you see, I really don't care either way. There could be traps, so watch your step. I step between Posh and Renegade, interrupting their discussion. Our group can't rest for even a second without arguing. If only Workaholic were here to mediate. The thought of his estrangement makes me sigh. Including Senior Detective, there were 14 Detective Alliance members here. Now we're at 8, whittled down to nearly half. I refuse to lose any more of my companions. We can't afford to lose anyone else. You're really starting to look like a detective now. Your deals have truly made you stronger. I still have a long ways to go. If you hadn't spoken up back when Workaholic snapped at me, I wouldn't have known what to do. Plus, I want to get stronger. Strong enough to protect everyone. Or far stronger. If anyone can do it, it's you. I, the world's greatest detective, will vouch for that. As we continue conversing, a light shines at the end of the passage. Then we cross through it. Despite having already shared my story, the other's eyes grow wide at the extraordinary sight. Wow, it's like some sort of lost ruin.
These mirrors smell earthly. They call to mind the cabin where I performed my Aztec training.
Walls. They weren't made in recent times. Required detailed analysis, but at first glance they appear to be over 100 years old.
That's kind of wild. 100 years old? Why would an underground tunnel like this be created in the first place? I wonder if this is where the core of the Dayless Night incident religious beliefs might have came from?
Perhaps it was used by a caldera religion? Asked the girl, mentioning some knowledge she encountered in the past.
Caldera. Caldera religion? What's that?
You really are clueless. This place is practically awash with mountains, remember? That's because the entire island is what remains of a major eruption. Such volcanic activity leaves large depressions, much like fallen meteorites. The resulting formation is known as a caldera. The kind-hearted girl explained gently to the ignorant and pathetic incompetent detective.
Now that you mention it, when I woke up on this island, I could hear the waves, but I never saw the ocean. I get it now. It's because I was walled in on all sides, in a manner of speaking. Wait, but the manor is built on a mountain right in the center, right? Isn't it strange for that to be on an island made by a volcanic eruption? She's so cute and funny. Apparently, that mountain is also a volcano. One that just erupted a few decades ago. This place was built on something that dangerous? I didn't even know you would have a volcano inside a volcano. Yep. Another eruption occurred within the caldera, creating a rare double caldera. I've traveled the world, but this is the second one I've seen. Only the second one. You can cook so much with geothermal energy these islands produce. It's an epicure's dream. I wonder if this maze is someplace I can cook. Moving on past the endlessly hungry old bag, caldera formations on islands like these often become an object of worship in many places. I like that sprite of Gourmet right there. The really good sprite. The drooler. Especially those with a double caldera. Former inhabitants would have seen it as a divine abode, so it's only natural they leave traces behind. It's not uncommon to hear stories of religious devotees fleeing to uninhabited islands to form villages in the face of governmental oppression. These ruins could have functioned both as a holy ground for the original islanders, as well as a hiding spot for emergencies. Emergencies? Like, for when the government hunted them down. You know how it goes, don't you? Death to heretics and all that. What are all of you blathering on about now? This is why I find the hoi polloi so utterly detestable. You probably shouldn't charge on ahead like that, Posh. Remember how many traps there were in the manor? Oh, this subpar traps in this maze would be laughably simple to avoid for one so gifted with upper-class intellect as myself. Now, full speed ahead. Follow my lead and let us capture that dastardly workaholic detective. Wait! I try to stop her, but she runs ahead into the passageway alone, disappearing around the bend. This maze isn't as easy to traverse as she thinks. But just as I'm about to shout this out at her... What is this monstrosity doing here? Posh's desperate panicked cry reverberates throughout the labyrinth. She then shoots out from the corner she had just disappeared behind. And right behind her is a white SXP. Fuck! The SPX presses forward with a mechanical whir. Before my brain can process anything, I shout out command. Techie, analyze that sound.
Huh? Leave it to me. Okay, I've analyzed it. The hint this time is, do not cross this bridge.
I've heard that phrase before somewhere.
It's from a Japanese tale where the word bridge is purposely misconstrued as edge. Hit the center hole, said the girl, rapidly decoding the riddle.
Roger that. Time to dig in for a second helping with my trusty knife. Wait, Gourmet, I sense danger. This SXP is definitely armed with deadly weaponry. Armor, I'll swap with Posh and act as a decoy. Can you use that time to stop that thing?
Verily, my good man.
Doleful, what are you planning to do? Posh, keep running and get behind Armor. Over here, you bucket of bolts! Doleful tosses pebbles at the SPX, running sideways as he waves at it. The SPX then appears to switch targets from Posh, swiveling around to chase after Doleful. I'm sorry I called you that! This SPX bears down relentlessly on Doleful. Aiming for its unprotected flank, Armor tackles the SPX with all his might. A bucket of bolts. He then pushes it all the way to the wall, pinning it in his grasp. I've got it! It's actually really interesting having only experienced this game through a 2-hour video essay before and slowly piecing together what the person was talking about. For example, I now know what murder room buzz means. That's kind of what they are, yeah. I don't sense any threats. Now's your chance, Gourmet. Now here's a dish to die for. I think it's a little too dangerous for a pet, May. Gourmet closes the gap in a flash, sliding next to SPX and sticking her knife into the central hole on its exterior. The SPX's resistance steadily wanes. Just like back in the dungeon, its inner electrical cable must have been severed. Armor doesn't release its hold until the SPX stops twitching. He finally lets go and steps away from the machine. We did it! You're all fantastic!
It was all because of your swift commands, Incompetent. Thanks to you, I was able to start analyzing the sound without delay. I'd say you did well for someone so incompetent, as it were, said the girl, sharing her honest impression.
No, Jelly, speak your truth. Speak your truth. I agree. She would be. No, it's no big deal. I was freaking out too. The fact you're able to give such optimal orders in a pinch proves that you have the qualities of a good chief. Not to mention, the way Teki followed your instruction without hesitation shows how much he trusts you. This is the fruit of all your labors. You should give yourself a pat on the back.
Reme is absolutely right. You saved me so many times now, Incompetent.
I'd like to thank you with all my heart. Your orders are so precise, it almost makes me think you can predict the future. He's sussing us out! He's sussing us out! Quick! Quick, we gotta get rid of him. I know you're the quartering duke. Obviously, I'm not going to admit his hunch is the truth, so instead I give him the only thing I can. A strained laugh. I will, We all just saw the vast difference of a commoner's leadership. We all just saw the vast difference a commoner's leadership offers, wouldn't you agree? Silence you! How's it going, Doleful? Anything unusual here?
Nope, this room seems to be safe. Come on in, everyone. Though, unfortunately, it's a dead end. We'll have to look for another route.
Huh? After exiting the intricate passageway, we find ourselves at a closed-off square room. It's identical to the one I was in before making my way back to the dungeon half a day ago, save for one significant change. That's weird. Last time I was in this room, there were open paths on all 4 sides. There could be any number of rooms in this place that look the same. Let's mark a wall so we know we've been here, just in case.
Verily, I shall carve the Detective Alliance emblem in full splendor right here. What ho? So Incompetent, might I ask you to come hither?
There are strange characters engraved on the wall in your armor. I've never seen writing like this. What language could it be?
As far as I can tell, they don't match any known script from any era of humanity, said the girl, cross-referencing with her own recollection. Even if Bookworm doesn't have any insight on these characters, then, in all probability, it's either an original language or a cipher.
Why would a cipher be left here? A typical plebeian, as alarmingly dense as ever. The last time you were here, Incompetent, the path continued in 4 directions, yes? That's right. It's why I had a hard time deciding which way to get back to you all. Now pay attention. Upon closer inspection, you spy the faint indentations on all 4 walls. They likely indicate that each wall can be moved. As such, performing some action should cause the paths you previously saw to appear. This cipher that Arma found is the key to opening them, beyond a doubt. We must solve it in order to proceed. I see. This labyrinth is feeling more and more like something out of a movie. Cautious theory may just be right on the mark. Workaholic was in a league with whoever confined me in the dungeon as well as this labyrinth all those years ago. He'd know how to work these hidden passages here. If he sealed the way behind him to shake us off, that explains why the room looks different this time. Workaholic must have closed the passages. We gotta solve this puzzle quick if we're going to keep up with him. Leave it to me. On the honor of the Pinkerton name, I shall make short work of this cipher. This is getting interesting. I wonder if it'll really be so easy. We can't pursue Workaholic unless we solve the cipher. Gotta figure it out somehow. The boxes around each section indicate they're 1 unit each, right? Yeah, that makes sense. But something's off about it. I want to write it down. They're probably going to solve it instead of me, and I'm probably just going to sit here and listen to them solve it. But I am curious if it is a little bit solvable. So let's see. We have one box with that in it, and that in it. One box with that plus that, like a little M shape. That. You thought it was May. It's not loss. Oh, and my pen ran out of ink. Mean to me. Hates me. Doesn't want me to solve the puzzle. Fine. I'll do it the boring way. I'll take a screenshot and I'll put it on the side of my screen. Go. I will say I do notice there's some repeating symbols. So the bottom of the top left square has the same symbol as the top of the last square. And I wonder if that indicates two of the same letter. Of course, I don't know if this cipher was translated. So it could be just alien to me. But interesting. Interesting nonetheless. I'm curious. Yeah, that makes sense, but something's off about it. Off how? This is probably a made-up language with its own rules and everything. But right now, I can't even figure out a single one of them.
There are a few shared elements, but they appear in the character's upper and lower segments both, with no pattern, said the girl to her own dismay. So, Bookworm's powers of recollection came to the same conclusion as me. I tried to make sense of the commonalities too, but it almost feels random.
Hold on, I'm gonna try something. With the power of me taking a screenshot. Hang on. Okay, no, turning it upside down does nothing. Or does it? No, it doesn't. Alright, never mind. My bad.
That being said, things would hurry along nicely if Posh Detective could solve this for us, tout to suit, said the girl with a sardonic smile.
Oh, the sweet? I don't know French. It's fine. If we all work together on this, Posh included, of course, I'm sure we can figure it out. Several hours later. We're still studying the cipher on the wall. Each of us had tried to deduce the rules of the script, but we still don't have the slightest clue. Things have been on the move non-stop ever since Rowdy's murder this morning, and everyone is exhausted. Take a second to take a tad little sippy of my water. Back in we go. My own forehead is streaming with perspiration. I'm sorry, incompetent. I'm going to take a little break.
Meseems it is oddly warm in here. Peradventure it is all in my mind?
No, it's getting hot for me too. I wonder why. The dungeon was chilly, but this underground labyrinth is strangely humid. Maybe there's a heat around somewhere. It feels like the sauna is set to mild. If we push ourselves too hard, we can end up collapsing from heat stroke. Is it close to the volcano, maybe? To think a cipher so lowly could stymie the heir to the Pinkerton name. Only Posh manages to still maintain her composure. She's been glaring at the cipher in all this heat for hours without even wiping the sweat from her brow. Posh, how about taking a break? You've been drenched in sweat this whole time. Oh, push Tosh. When I say I shall solve the cipher, I mean it. What strained determination. Makes me tingle and all, but I'm gonna have to take a breather. Wouldn't want to shave off any years of my life. As Renegade Detective sits on the floor, all the other detectives, aside from Posh, follow suit, looking completely and utterly spent. Posh frowns in consternation at everyone else's behavior. Refusing to take a seat, she continues staring at the cipher. Do as you will. Unlike you, come unravel, I have an aspiration I aim to fulfill. To think that I could be stalled here, I simply must find a way out alive.
Useless old hag, said the girl with more than a hint of cynicism.
Don't say that. Posh is doing the best she can. I must make it out alive, says Posh, raising a death flag. I shut down Bookworm's comment and move her far away from Posh so that her voice is out of earshot.
You're too kind and competent, detective. Selfish crones like her deserve a good clobbering, said the girl, hefting her weapon of choice.
No clobbering is allowed. And put down your book. Using that to hit people is just messed up.
No good adults always say no, 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 no. That's you right now, said the girl, making a reference most kids would find obscure.
Oh, I love her. I love her dearly. If any more women die, I'm gonna call the police. Fingers crossed.
Why does she care so much about her pride anyway? I can't comprehend it, said the girl, voicing a curiosity she's held for some time.
She has a good point. I've been wondering the same. Posh's demeanor makes it clear she comes from a prestigious lineage. Why, then, would she willingly choose to expose herself to the dangers of being a detective? It doesn't make any sense. Want your big sis to share what she knows with you? In secret, of course. Gourmet draws close to Bookworm as she makes her offer. We both nod, so Posh won't overhear. After which Gourmet begins speaking, her eyes distant. Do you two know about the Pinkerton Agency? I'm about to find out. Pinkerton National Detective Agency. In a certain country is a historic detective agency whose name is known by all. Founded by Alan Pinkerton, a detective famed for foiling an assassination attempt on the president. His fame soon spread across the globe as his practice expanded to cover presidential security, rooting out spies, gathering intelligence on anti-governmental organizations, and tracking criminals as they work in the shadows, all in the interest of national securities. One theory even posits that the FBI itself may have been modeled after the Pinkertons. As the world continued to modernize, however, many of their intelligence activities became outlawed. With local police forces on the rise, the public gradually grew estranged from the Pinkertons. These days, the organization is not believed to engage in any detective work. Did they bring justice or corruption? Were they heroes or villains, merciful saviors or harbingers of death? Harbingers. Only time will tell how their history is told. I need to play 999? No, I haven't played 999. I have played no Zero Escape. I haven't escaped shit. Or would it be I've escaped everything because it's Zero Escape? Fake weave streamer? What the hell? Mean to me. Well, mostly just from books and movies, but yeah.
Yeesh, said the girl before taking the reins from the clueless, incompetent detective and explaining the details. The renowned Pinkerton National Detective Agency, founded by Alan Pinkerton, who rose to prominence after presenting the presidential assassination.
I'll stream it with you if I have to. I wouldn't mind that.
Their myriad achievements included presidential security, unmasking spies, surveying those who oppose the state, hunting criminals, and more.
Hasbro famously sent Pinkertons after people who got magic cards too early? That's kind of crazy. Must be an amazing organization if presidents trust them. No wonder Posh is so proud.
Yes, but those accomplishments are the results of them infiltrating the public on government orders to ruthlessly track down those deemed suspicious. That is why they're portrayed as villains in so many works. Evidently, the menacing image people had of them at the time was deeply rooted. For better or worse, this historic organization shaped the perception of the detective profession. That is the Pinkerton Agency's legacy.
That's exactly right. You can't not mention the Pinkertons when it comes to discussing detective history. Those stories are way in the past, though. The agency's fame was slowly forgotten, and today it operates as an acquisition of a security company. Really? I guess even famous detective agencies can end up taking a dive.
As modernization continued, intelligence work was outlawed and policing grew more robust. The state then cut ties with the publicly shunned agency. One theory suggests the FBI was actually modeled after the Pinkerton Agency. Ironic how they did their utmost for their nation to great acclaim, but only to be cast aside, said the girl, sympathetic towards the former heroes of old.
I'm not here to argue whether they were heroes or villains, but the fact remains they solved many, many crimes. It's tragic how the fact's been forgotten. Pa said she grew up on tales of those bygone deeds. I can't even imagine how much it hurts her. That's why she decided to come to Japan to found a detective agency of her own. She's working hard to restore the Pinkerton name. Posh believes detectives are needed now more than ever, especially with the crime rate here rising yearly since the Dayless Night incident. Being ranked number 5 isn't just for show. She's worked desperately to carry the illustrious Pinkerton name on her shoulders. That is the kind of girl Posh is.
That desperation makes perfect sense, seeing as she's fighting for her own survival, said the girl, regretting her flippant remarks.
If she dies, her dream of restoring her family's honor dies too. I glanced at Posh from the side and saw traces of tears on her face. Normally, this would just make her seem tough, but now I think she's striving to overcome a hidden bitterness. Staring at her from this angle, I'm somehow reminded of Workaholic after he revealed his true colors. He was even known as Diabolic Detective before. What could have driven him to bloody his hands as a killer once again? He hasn't told us why yet, but it seems like he's grappling with a heavy weight of his own. Like Posh, there must be something he seeks to accomplish, even if that means committing murder. The pride of a distinguished family. What's it like bearing the responsibility of an entire organization like that? Right now, I don't have any grand convictions or resolutions. There's no way I could ever be like Posh. But there is something even I can do.
While I understand her circumstances now, isn't she a bit too worn out and unreliable to be the head of a company? The girl asked bluntly.
Not quite. Apparently, she normally investigates with colleagues who idolize her, so maybe she's a bit out of her element working on her own. In that case, I'll go and help her out. Incompetent. I rush over to Posh, unable to take it anymore. My sudden approach startles Posh, who blinks at me with a look of astonishment. What do you think you're doing? I will not permit my noble self to be sullied by the aid of a commoner. Go rest with the others. It's exactly because you're a noble that you should be putting commoners like me to use. What? Isn't it the duty of the upper caste? Isn't it the duty of the upper class to lead the masses? If there's a riddle you can't solve on your own, you should play the part of our chief and command me to investigate. Posh tilts her head in befuddlement. What, in summary, are you proposing exactly? Look, let me help spare the Pinkerton family name from being soiled. As a matter of fact, having the others assist you is what a true Pinkerton would do. Oh. Yes, I see. She's stupid. She's stupid. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Posh looks unsure, her head still tilted to one side. But after a moment, she smacks her hand with a sense of determination, flashing her usual prideful smile. Quite right, spot on even. Failing to delegate to commoners, why I ought to be disowned for the Pinkerton household for this behavior. Well, incompetent, are you prepared to obey my commands and solve this riddle? Oh! Posh's laughter echoes loudly across the room. Suffice it to say, she's back to her normal self.
She seems a little too satisfied about this, said the girl, sighing in exasperation.
No matter how quickly she gets discouraged, she always bounces right back. That's Posh's specialty. Well, get ready to get back. Ready to get back to it ourselves? I'm not one to let a little cipher serve me a slice of humble pie. An odd little jingle awakens me with a jolt. Once my mind is fully booted up, I see the cipher room we arrived in last night. My D-pad said 7 a.m. That melody must have been set to play so we don't lose track of time. We've been underground for several days now. Nice to have something that keeps my body's rhythm from getting askew. Good morning, Wata-kun. I take it you were burning the midnight oil yesterday? Yeah, I must have fallen asleep while we were staring at the cipher. I vaguely recall where we left off. We seemed to be getting closer, but couldn't quite hit on the solution. After I started to help out Posh, the others finished resting up and joined in. Then we spent most of the night discussing the cipher. Bookworm found some partial regularities, but they didn't apply to the entire text, so we had to yet again piece things all together. Even Holmes had been racking her brain about this, saying she's never seen anything like it. Morning, incompetent. Sorry, I guess I ended up falling asleep too.
Our self-proclaimed chief is also snoring away, so don't fret, said the girl, pointing at the plebeian manner in which Posh detective slept.
I love her. Posh sits on the ground, her face turned towards the cipher as though she's trying to read it in her sleep. Even when passed out, she still has her head in the game. Talk about dedication. A laugh escapes from my mouth at the sight of it. He looks pretty tired, so let's leave her be for now. Right? Maybe we can solve it while she's asleep and surprise her.
And we will do it all in the glorious Pinkerton name, said the girl with a sarcastic chuckle. We resume working on the cipher, chatting away as we go. And while we do... Come on, split the cake. Half for you, half for me. If you're so upper class, why don't you each get your own cakes?
Your true self is peeking out, Bookworm. Splitting cake, huh? The Pinkertons really have fallen on hard times. But why have a cake to begin with if... Suddenly, I noticed something. Huh? We were grouping the characters by square, but are we really sure that's the right way to separate them? What do you mean? I don't see how else we could do it.
I understand. You're saying to split each character in half,
Said the girl, putting incompetent detective's notion into words. Bookworm picks up a pebble and scratches lines across the characters on the wall. The lines look like thresholds, partitioning the boxes down the middle. The visions are too neat for it to be a simple coincidence. Right, because they are upper and lower. I noticed that. Oh, I get it now. So all the characters are meant to be divided horizontally? Yeah, I believe there were actually 2 characters per box all along, but our preconceptions blinded us to it. I guess that's, because of the Japanese reading, it's easier to see them as a whole kanji, whereas I already saw them split it in half. Interesting how that works. I just figured if they weren't connected, then they were a separate character. I see. That explains those partial patterns we saw.
If only we noticed this sooner, we could have solved it already. Irregularity should be easy to spot now. There's no time to lose, so let's begin, the girl said as she set to work on the cipher.
And less than an hour later.
Hold down the head and tail. If we press the first and last box.
She presses her fingers on the boxes at the ends of the writing on the wall, upon which the surrounding walls start to change. The walls shift, revealing several new passages. Like she had the right idea. After spending so much time deciphering this, the group can't resist high-fiving one another. New keyword unlocked! Maze cipher. The first cipher solved in the underground name, so named by Bookworm Detective. According to her, it's a fabricating writing system using, foreign by fusing Hangul with Etruscan scripts. It was likely used while handling sensitive information within the organization. How did I figure this out? If you split the characters in half horizontally and compare their top and bottom portions, you'll notice that they comprise 5 basic shapes. Even an ape would realize these represent vowels. Next, the empty spaces on the bottom right confirm that the text is read left to right. If we assume the use of an alphabet based on these characteristics, the answer reveals itself in due course. Interesting. Definitely only something she could have solved, I think. What was all that racket? An ambush? Are we under attack? Posh, who had been asleep up until now, leaps up, her eyes darting around the room. It's safe to assume she has no idea she helped us decode the cipher by her sleep talking. Morning, Posh. We managed to solve the riddle thanks to you. Thanks to me? We all burst out laughing as she stares agape at the newly opened passage, her head cocked in bewilderment. Oh, she's so silly. I love when girls are silly. We leave the cipher room and continue on our way, but the nearly identical passage just keeps on going on with no end in sight. On top of that, something that's been nagging at the back of my mind is starting to become a central issue. Hey, Armor, how are we doing on water?
At our current pace, we have enough to sustain us for 1 day more.
So what you mean is,
We only have 1 day's worth left. In this heat, that's going to be a serious problem. The heat is definitely plaguing us in here. It was present from the beginning and is only steadily growing worse. It's like being in a volcanic rock sauna. We've been strict with how we rationed our water, but now even that once hefty supply is under threat. At this rate, it's the temperature, not the quartering Duke, that's going to kill us all.
this must be geothermal energy that's being emitted by the volcanic rock. Things should get better once we make it past this stratum.
But we've been going around in circles for hours, haven't we? See, that's the mark we saw earlier. What do we do now? Renegade Detective's right. This is the umpteenth time we passed through here. We've tried every fork and every path, but each of them has been a dead end.
We found that key for the research facility elevator in the dungeon, right? So we can at least assume we're headed in that direction. While that may be true, I recall the path towards Snarks being blocked by a wall, making it a blind alley, said the girl, sharing her recollection.
So all roads lead nowhere, huh? Bookworm, do you know any other ways of getting through mazes besides the left-hand rule? Bookworm shakes her head ruefully. The left-hand rule is an ancient maze-solving method where one keeps their left hand on the wall as they proceed. We tried it at the start when the labyrinth began to confuse us, but we ended up back where we started, making it entirely pointless. Even if Bookworm lacks any useful information to get us through this place, then we really are trapped. No, if even Bookworm lacks any useful information.
Maybe there aren't any exits at all right now.
None whatsoever? How does that work?
We might have overlooked something that the SPX and the cipher both provided. We might have overlooked something. The SPX and the cipher both provided hints, right? This maze is probably the same. There has to be a clue somewhere. I feel like the point here isn't to make us get lost, but to give us a riddle to solve.
Clue, huh? But there's nothing written on the wall, so where could it be?
Everyone, hide!
Doleful suddenly panics, urging us to take cover behind some pillars. We all understand it's an emergency, immediately follow his orders. Ah, the invisible one. My ears pick up something resembling a whisper, causing me to shiver. Heard this before. There's a weird noise, but I can't see anything. Quiet down. It's an invisible SPX. Everyone stay calm and don't make a sound. The grim tone in my voice snuffs out any potential objection from the others. I hope Techie recorded that. As we sit in the shadows of the pillars, we hear a mechanical whir that all of us recognize by this point. I can faintly discern a shape as the air distorts around it. Without a doubt, it's in the invisible SPX I encountered last time. I don't know what'll happen if we're caught, but getting drawn into a fight and wasting our energy would be worse than bad. We're lost in the maze. And we solved the cipher. Our only option is to hold our breaths and pray it doesn't find us. Somehow, the SPX doesn't notice us and departs. What a dangerous machine. The thing makes the white SPX look friendly by comparison. The only silver lining is that this SPX's capacity to detect targets is rather poor.
Competent, I recorded the sound that machine was making just now. Let me try analyzing it.
Yeah! Fucking Techie's on top of it. You'd love to see it. With that, Techie begins working his magic. And once he finishes...
What do you suppose this means?
The hint Techie uncovers is incredibly vague. Discard your theories. Discard your theories. Discard your theories? It's not enough to go on. I can't tell what it's trying to say. Maybe it's a clue on how to stop that thing, like with the white SPX. Any ideas, Bookworm?
Not one. I've seen similar phrases in what I've read, but nothing that's applicable to an investigation, said the girl with frustration. If Bookworm doesn't know, then this hint probably isn't based on anything specific. Judging from its behavior just now, its target sensing abilities are lacking. We should be able to avoid detection if we don't get too close.
Okay, then let's keep going. It'll be real trouble if that SPX comes back. We pull ourselves together and set out once more. But at that moment... Doleful lets out a cry of distress. I'm sorry, everyone. Sensed it too late. What was wrong, Doleful? Is the SPX nearby? Nearby? No, it's there! Right there! Really? Doleful points directly in front of me. I hear that same robotic droning coming from what appears to be the empty space. I'm practically face to face with it, even though the SPX from a minute ago should have passed by already. My hammering heart deafens me. Can't see a thing. I have no idea what I'm up against. But the mechanical noise continues without pause, like a hand on a clock counting down the remaining seconds of my life. Everyone freezes in place. The only option. We know nothing about the SPX before us, or how it'll react to any action we take. Maybe nothing will happen so long as we stay still. I have no other choice but to hold on to this hope. But that hope is quickly crushed. Blades I've seen before suddenly spring up in the empty space. No matter how invisible it is, its killing intent remains clear. It's so overwhelming that by the time I try to dodge, it's a moment too late. Fuck! Then a blade descends towards me.
Incompetent detective.
I hear Bookworm's trembling voice, and yet at this moment I find myself surprisingly calm. After all, the Denouement never predicted my death. If I didn't see myself die, that means it won't kill me. I'm certain that'll come to my rescue. Incompetent? You didn't try to see your death. Get down, so incompetent. Thanks, Armor. As I predicted, Armor leaps in front of me. He deflects the SPX blade with his right arm, using his hand to grasp the wiry parts that controlled it. 'Tis but a flea bite compared to the black SPX. My armor shall not yield to so feeble a slash. He's such a real one. Armor presses on, flinging the SPX against the wall. What incredible power. Sure, maybe the invisible SPX is a weaker output than the white one, but even then, armor strength was tremendous.
Hi-ho! Now let us cease its functions.
There it fucking goes. As armor approaches his fallen opponent, the air flickers where there had once been nothing. This must be the true form of the invisible SPX.
How exceedingly bizarre! It hath revealed itself. But chance it was moved by my chivalry enough to forbear its knavish tricks.
Actually, I think it's just broken. The 3 holes on its exterior are now visible. If it's designed like the white SPX, one of them will deactivate it, but we don't know which one. It's fine. I've already figured out its weak point. With that, Gourmet approaches the SPX, brandishing her knife at the holes on its exterior. In the blink of an eye, she puts the SPX out of commission. Ooh, this little troublemaker might have been slower than the white one, but it still made me nervous. That really worked up my appetite. Gourmet, how did you know which hole to pick?
Yeah, pray tell. I thought we had yet to ravel out this conundrum.
While the SPX went after you, Teki analyzed the sound it made. But it was the same as the other invisible SPX. Discard your theories. They both had the same message? That's weird. The white SPX we've encountered so far had their own phrase. And those were giving us hints on how to defeat them. Strange, isn't it?
Oh, day. Discard your theories. Discard your theories. Dispose of sinking. Dismiss your thinking. Perchance the hint means we are to destroy the invisible SPX through brute force.
Sorry, Armor, but let's try to be serious here. Actually, dismissing our thoughts was crucial.
Wait, what? To think my conception was the earnest truth. Could this be a sign of the end times?
I love you, Armor. Armor's actual conclusion is completely off the mark, of course. The big takeaway here is that the invisible SPX didn't have a real hint. In other words, we don't need any hints for these little invisible fellas. They weren't designed with only one correct hole to hit. No hint required, no right hole to aim for. So basically, we could defeat it regardless of which we attacked? Precisely. We're already unable to see it, so there's no need to go through all the trouble of having false holes as decoys. I didn't have any proof of that, so it was a little nerve-wracking, but I'm relieved it all turned out fine.
I performed a basic analysis of the invisible SPX inner workings. All 3 holes connect directly to the power cord, just as Gourmet guessed. In short, so long as you can locate a hole, you can stop it easily, said the girl, relaxing now that she knew the irksome machine's vulnerability.
Teki and Bookworm finished reporting in. Their findings confirm what Gourmet told us. There's no difference between the 3 holes. If Gourmet's right, any SPX that plays this hint will have the same weakness. Her deductive prowess never fails to amaze me. However, one question still remains. You weren't entirely sure your theory was correct, though, right? Yep, I had no evidence to back up my reasoning. You really went for it then, even though you could have died if you got it wrong. Gourmet's beaming smile turns plaintive. At the moment, all I could think about was how Rowdy wouldn't have hesitated. Oh. You're right. She'd never give it a second thought. Risk at all, especially if it meant saving her friends. Without a doubt. I made a vow to protect everyone. That includes Rowdy's share of the work. And whenever there's trouble, come to me for some help. I'll put my life on the line to keep you all safe. Although Gourmet smiles as she speaks, there's a sadness in her eyes. I can sense the deep hole losing Rowdy is left behind. By what means does the SPX detect its prey, Teki? I'm preoccupied with how sluggish it was when it attacked incompetent.
Well, my inspection suggests that its camera is non-functioning. The lens would reflect light, coming into conflict with its invisibility. If my belief is that it senses targets via audio. No, it's my belief that it senses targets via audio, hence why it reacts more slowly in comparison to the white SPXs.
So it's attracted to sound, huh? I'm not sure whether to relax or be on my guard. On one hand, we don't need to hide in order to be safe, even if it's their presence. On the other hand, every step we take will only give them more sound to find us with. This news is a mixture of good and bad.
The girl notices something critical. Let's get moving, everyone, quickly, said the girl, tugging insistently on incompetent detective's hand.
Bookworm, what's got you so worried?
Don't you get it? Armor detective made such a racket just now, with all his whooping and hollering. If those things are attracted to sound.
Everybody run! I sense a ton of threats heading this way! Huh? There are that many invisible SPX? Everyone, my soul brims with contrition. I have failed us yet again. Blubbering will only bring our enemies down upon us faster. Be silent and let us escape with haste.
You make quite a racket yourself, you know, said the girl, slipping a retort at the perfect moment. Slipping in a retort.
I love Bookworm. We flee from the SPXs, trying to move as quick as we can while making as little noise as possible. In the end, we're still trapped in this scorching labyrinth with no way out, and no way of stopping the SPXs. Discard your theories, huh? Maybe it's time I finally accept my fate. Now, what are you interpreting that as? Me too, Jelly, me too. Hours pass. We proceed with caution to avoid being detected by the SPXs. Hey, I've got an idea. Do you trust me? It's been so many hours that I don't even know how far we've walked anymore. Now Renegade Detective has some strange proposal for me. Oh my god, they're gonna get married. Tell me your idea first, then I'll decide if I trust you or not. Tough sell, aren't you? Look, do you remember that hint? Discard your theories. I doubt it's only meant for dealing with the invisible SPXs. It must have another meaning. Which is? Well, that's a trade secret, you see. Trust me and go along with my plan, then I'll tell you all about it. Jelly, you must understand that her perfect memory has been portrayed as, like, a genuine curse upon her. Because, like, it's, like, any crime scene she witnesses is, like, perfectly memorized in her mind. And she can recall it perfectly, and it only gets more vivid the more she remembers it. So if she simply has a thought about it, she just can't forget it. She's just baby. She's been through so much. At least she didn't have to witness the crime scene of her adoptive father. But that is very fun, Jelly. Unfortunately, I think Watto will live. Actually, not unfortunate. I like Watto. He can live. And just what do you have to say? And what do you ever have to say that's worthy of anyone's trust? For some reason, Posh retorts on my behalf. You don't think I've forgotten about how your actions resulted in Rowdy's demise. You know, she'll get stronger. I suppose that depends on her development, if she can focus on the positive or if she remains traumatized. Glass half full or empty, that is the question. There's no doubt in my mind that you fully intend to cause another death with whatever scheme you're concocting. I won't stand for it. Fair enough. It's only natural for you to feel that way, so I won't bother arguing back. But trudging onward while watching out for those invisible SPXs is as exhausted. Wandering around aimlessly? Now that's gonna cause another death. Life is precious. It's irreplaceable. So curling up and dying from this heat is something I'm not willing to accept. Have some faith in me, and I promise to save you all, okay? Come on, just give me a chance. They're not going to tell us first, then.
You just write it off as idiotic if I did. If you won't trust me, then I won't say a word. Believing me is my condition for sharing my idea, in terms of agreement, so to speak. They give you a moronic tongue of rest for once. Hearing you speak on how precious life is, it's like watching the blind preach to the blind. Almost the right phrase there, Posh. You really do say the darndest things. And I kinda like it. Silence! Oh, how I absolutely detest you! Go on, incompetent, tell him! I trust you, Renegade. Precisely! I too completely and utterly trust— Wait, what did you just say? Posh swerves towards me, the shock and plain on her face. Have you gone mad, incompetent? Were you and Rowdy not dear to one another? He resolved to believe in his friends, Sisyphus. He resolved. That was the result. That was the result of the card that Rowdy told him. Rowdy told him to pick it, and if it was cherry blossoms, to resolve himself to trust his gut no matter what. And he's trusting it. He's choosing to believe in all of his friends. Every single one. Renegade counts. He's a friend. Well, he's an understander. He has love. He has love in his heart. This man who brought nothing, who brought about her death, and yet you actually intend to trust her? Him? My bad, the gender. He's like if Keiichi had a brain. I do. I won't forgive him for Rowdy's death, but I do trust in Renegade Detective's abilities. Unless— well, hang on a second. Because Keiichi also very much distrusts his friends. His friends act weird once, and he's like, they're gonna kill me. Oh my god. What's going on in this town? Oh! Like, Watto has complete faith in other people. Watto is Battler. If he's gonna be a When They Cry protagonist, he's Battler. Battler, but with anxiety. But I do trust in Renegade Detective's abilities, especially when it comes to getting us out of this labyrinth. And why is that? It's not as though he's some sort of labyrinth specialist. This maze contains challenge ciphers, geothermal heat, and invisible SPXs. It's designed to make anyone who enters suffer, right? That's why Renegade Detective is our best hope for defeating this challenge. No one here can match him in making others suffer. Such high praise, you flatterer, you. No one is better than Renegade Detective at spreading misery, which also means no one is better equipped to solving this devilish maze. We're going to need to trust in our least trustworthy companion. It's a tough choice, but I'll follow Rowdy's advice and go with my gut on this. Like I said, Renegade Detective, I trust you. Now tell us your plan. No doubt about it. You make me tingle most of all, incompetent. What I ask of you is quite simple, really. Let me stand at the dead end that's supposed to lead to the facility. In the meantime, I want you to keep the SPXs occupied for a few hours. Hold the SPX attention for several hours? Out of the question. And impossible as that. You may as well bid us to dig our own graves. Yeah, Jelly's totally solved Hiku. 100%. Okay. We'll do as you say. The smartest baby of 2000? No, May. No, you're good. You're good. Ooh. The smartest baby of 2000. That video is fucking awesome.
Our strength is yours, so incompetent.
With us four, stalling for time should be no problem at all. Incompetent. I promise I won't let you die. Guys.
I'm going along too, said the girl, volunteering to participate in the plan. Me too.
Well, as your chief, I shall naturally be joining as well. Obviously. No, I want you three to go with Renegade Detective and keep an eye on his actions. We don't know what he's actually planning, so stay close to him and find out. Wonderful. These developments are making me tingle. Well then, let's all meet up in a few hours, alive and well. Oh, forgot to mention the most important part. You can hide while you distract the SPXs, but don't touch any of the walls or pillars, okay?
The walls and pillars? Why?
It's all part of my plan.
That hardly answers the question, but we decided to go along with Renegade's instructions. We return to the cipher room and start banging on the walls, just as we've been doing to all the walls on the way over. The invisible SPXs should be approaching soon, given that they track sound. From there, all we have to do is destroy them one by one.
I'll find the invisible SPXs.
Even if they should strike me, I shall certainly overlive. Allow me to defend you with all my strength.
Big Sis here to defend them all, so leave them all to me. All I need is one hand and I'll put them out of service.
We did send all the children off to be with the serial killer, but there's one adult there, and that's Posh. Posh is with them. And also, the serial killer is technically a minor, so he's also a child. So technically, they're all being babysat by Posh, the one adult in the room. Thank you, everyone. The mechanical clamor of the SPXs draws near. I feel cold bead of sweat running on my feel cold bead of sweat run on my skin. There's no choice. We have to do this. Whatever happens, we're making it through these next few hours. Oh! The invisible SPX approaches! Shit. The invisible SPX approaches. Detectives can inspect to discover its hidden location. Once the SPX is revealed, make inferences to destroy it. Anyone left within its range will die. Rely on Armor Detective if things get dire. His sturdy defenses are impervious to its attacks. Use him as a shield and survive until this time specified by Renegade Detective. Okay. We got combat in this? This is a fun way to shake up the gameplay. Let's do a preliminary.
Oh, this info hasn't been locked yet, right? I gotta tell everyone quick.
Alright. Awesome. There's nothing around there. Our inspection's only 3. Inspection 2. You also have a high inspection. Anything in this area? Another preliminary? Shoot, nothing. I'm just gonna, like, casually head up here and grab this real quick. Maybe they just haven't come through yet. Fuck! Too far away. Well, I guess I'll inspect regardless in case there's an invisible one around. And I'll also have armor, like, move around and inspect in another corner. Even though he doesn't... No, that was fine. Even though he doesn't have, a very wide investigation radius. Alright, let's just investigate.
Okay. Everyone, look out! I sense an SPX closing in on us! Okay. Alright. So, get over here. Inspect. I need you to get this for me because I need all my information. And I need you to get up close so you're able to infer about it. Wait, no, preliminary. Found it! I sense an SPX over here. Just watch, I'll find them all. Yay! Okay. A little hard to see. Can infer about it. I actually need Gourmet's movement to reverse. I can't get within the range of it. But I guess I can move it a little bit closer. Armor should be good to stall it. Yeah, alright. This should be fine. Nary a scratch. Oh no. Fuck! No! Shit. This is gonna be a toughie, actually. Hang on. Alright, shit. Alright, Alright, I'm gonna come down here as far as I can. Yeah, the game over screen is a little sauceless. Which is crazy because the style of this game has been stellar thus far. It is, yeah. Let's do preliminary. Okay. Doleful's found one. Okay. Then I need armor to map-wide move over to it. She's a bit in danger, honestly. I'm sure it's fine. I think I should be keeping everyone close together. Didn't you say I was doing a voice? Well, yeah, I did. But then some people in my chat were like, oh, I can't pay attention. I get distracted and I look away and I don't know what's going on because I don't speak Japanese. Halfway through stream 1, I started reading the voice lines, and then like an hour later I started doing actual voice acting because it felt weird to read their dialogue and not do voice. Alright. Alright. That's one closing in on us. Okay, I need you to get in very close, but not so close that, you end up causing problem. And then you have inference 4, so you should be good to move in and infer. And then, if I have armor, also infer. that should be enough to get rid of it. And then I want to move him in as well. Nice and close. Oops.
I care not from whence our foes come. I shall protect you all. I cannot suffer to see another dear ally fall before mine eyes.
Okay. I'm just gonna like inspect in the area, but he doesn't have a very wide inspection radius. Okay. There's one up there. Okay. 3 hours remain. Right? I can't move too much, otherwise we're in danger. But it's over there, which means I can't go over here and get this. And then I'm gonna like move up, but kind of like stick near Doleful, and I'll have armor go up the furthest so he can intercept it. Okay, there's two. Okay, okay. This is fine. This is fine. Alright, you're gonna move in. You're going to inspect. We're gonna do a preliminary. Alright. Alright, and then you have inference 1. You only have inference 2. That's okay. You can go in there. You, I'm interfering with, so you don't do something fucking stupid. Alright. Now, I'm moving Doleful up here to get a good inspection range. You get to move. You have terrible movement! Girl! Alright, I'm gonna... You can infer here. And then I'm having him move up here. And you can just inspect around for all I care. Alright. Hey. Oh fuck no, it's gonna move! Fuck! Alright. Alright. Not the one! Get out of here! It's not there. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Well, time to get my inspection. It's fine. It's fine. No, I didn't mean to move him. Motherfucker. Hang on. I feel like I can get it. I feel like I can reach. No, I can't. It hates me. Whatever. Fuck! Alright. How about this? I wait for them to get close to me. And I know, like, basically guaranteed that this area is safe right now. And then I'm gonna move Doleful up here. Okay. You should never believe in me. Okay, there's one there. Okay. Armor has to head this one because armor won't get hurt. And then everyone gets to move down a bunch. And then you're getting a map-wide movement to get all the way down here. I don't think he can reach it, but maybe he can. Okay, anyway, that's fine. Yes, alright. There's one behind. Okay. Okay, so she has enough inference to, oh, but she doesn't have enough movement! Why is she so slow? Okay. I need her to move away. But, like, not too far away, just away enough that that she doesn't get killed. And I need you to move into here. And you can do an inference because incompetent and, actually, I can do move incompetent here and they can do the inference together. And then armored can move up to intervene with whichever one is coming towards us. Whoop. Doomres, no one has bet for the winning option. Shall I cancel the bet and refund everyone? You can refund everyone, that's fine. I won't let you near the others. You know what? I'm a detective now too. Not because you know what. Aw. Look at him. Alright, I suppose you can inspect around you, but I doubt you'll find anything. Alright. Start getting up there. You can start. Lowest fucking girl. Oh, actually, it's a problem for everyone. Fuck. Okay. Well. That's fine. This is fine. Can you reach from there? To infer anything? I don't think you can. Oh, I can't see the spots in there. I didn't think you can get in there to infer anything. It's... Oh, okay. In which case, You actually have the ability to move in there and I'm blind? Wait, hold on. Can you move in there and I can't see it? No. Okay. Okay. Useless to me. This is an excellent section. It's very, very fun. It's also requiring much of my focus. But as long as we survive, like, the whole, like, few more hours here. Yeah, the chivis are awesome. Okay. 1 hour. We got this. We got this. Okay, so you get up here. You're going to inspect, and you're gonna get that in your radar. Armor is going to get in the way of it and start taking it down. She can destroy this thing instantly. And then you can just head on up. There you go. Whew. We got it. That was a fun play on the detective format. I want to see what the load save is called right now. Renegade's Conviction. Very fun title. All right. Let me adjust my sitting position. Ignore my very loud chair. All right. Remember the game this might be reminding you of? What is it? 13 Sentinels. Another game I haven't played. We return to the dead end, but where there were once had been a black wall, a new route now stands. How?
The wall started moving on its own a minute ago, and this path opened up. It appears that doing nothing was, in fact, the solution, said the girl, hazarding some conjecture about their current situation.
Doing nothing? Bookworm nailed it. What a smarty pants, huh? Like you told us earlier, if you picture the direction and distance we've traveled thus far, it's clear this maze should lead to Snarks. And yet, no matter how hard we searched, we couldn't find a mechanism, which led me to think there's no switch to operate it at all. Combining that with the SPX's hint to discard your theories pointed me towards that famous method of traversing a maze. You mean the left-hand rule, where you walk along while keeping your hand to the wall? Bingo! Dead on, Dolly. We made it this far by using that rule, right? But, I mean, it's so well known, I'm sure a lot of others would do the same. Not to mention, the invisible SPXs force you to duck behind pillars. Navigating to this place means you're bound to touch a wall. What a vexatious labyrinth. I suppose it stands to reason that only you could solve it, Renegade. Is Renegade Dolly just Karnagi-san? It kinda is. It kind of is, yeah. So if you're the femboy, we're just fucking reversing our roles. What the hell? Can't believe this. You know, on that note, I thought you might have been interested in Renegade, May. Yeah, I like, as I was watching Renegade, I was like, oh, May might look at this guy. I don't know. I told you I'm a switch. You didn't believe me. Don't make me blush. You're too kind. I was being sarcastic, you. Anyway, we can keep going now. Thank you, Renegade Detective. I'm glad we put our trust in you. You'd probably write him. Would you rather write the femboy, May? I've never seen you be a femboy before. Renegade detectives look surprised at my gratitude. Switch lerp exists. Ooh. You're just like typical me again? And what can I say? I know things. You're thanking me? How admirable. That attitude of yours is really something special. As far as I'm concerned, you and I are on the same team. I want to keep trusting you. After all, we're both detectives, aren't we? So, please, tell us your real thoughts, your real feelings. Deceiving each other won't do any good. This isn't right. After a long pause, Renegade Detective takes a deep breath and begins speaking. Make no mistake, there hasn't been a single lie in anything I've ever said. I truly believe that life is sacred. Killers have a duty to the lives they claim, so I can forgive how little the quartering Duke cares. He goes against all I believe in. I'll do anything, sacrifice anyone to make sure he gets what he deserves. Even my companions. In a flash, Renegade Detective's face turns serious. He must be sincere. I see none of his usual mirth before me. Renegade Detective, the cruelest member of the Detective Alliance. And now, I can't get a grasp on his convictions. If that's how it is, then let's keep moving. Gotta get out of here and take on the quartering Duke. Yeah? I hope in my heart of hearts that we get to fight the quartering Duke together, incompetent. I see a familiar room up ahead. Every side leads to a dead end. It doesn't take me long to guess that there must be a cipher in here too. Yet another puzzle to solve.
Lady Posh, you must hold fast.
Armor catches Posh as she involuntarily totters. Posh, your face is turning pale. You aren't getting your daily nutrients. Sisyphus, at least he's honest, okay? At least he's honest, and we can appreciate that about him. Now that you mention it, Posh hasn't eaten very much. My clock reads 20 o'clock. We've been walking for an entire day. No wonder Posh is all shaky. He's been pushing herself too hard ever since last night.
It's far cooler here than what we've traversed so far. Must have gone beyond the heat source. I just want to stay here, said the girl, letting her true feelings show. How about we call it a day, incompetent? We can take our time with this cipher.
Everyone else looks exhausted too. Only Renegade Detective is smiling. Doleful's right. You take a break for now. Alright, let's give the cipher a quick check. Then we can stop for the day. Looks like this thing is our cipher. Renegade Detective, who had distanced himself from the rest of us, points towards a wall. Upon approaching it, I once again see a collection of bizarre shapes drawn on the surface. 3 arrows. What could it mean? Mato-kun, hang on. Hang tough. Don't give up. I can hear a girl's voice from far off. You can't die, Mato-kun. You're supposed to become a great detective, remember? Mato-kun. Mato-kun. A girl is crying next to me. He's calling out my name. I want to reply, but my body won't budge. My strength is pouring out of me like water draining from the tub. Could this be what dying feels like? End up dying, then I... A mechanical thrumming drums out the girl's voice. We've established that she's sleeping, Sisyphus. She's taking a fat nap. Also, I imagine she just doesn't have anything interesting to say after walking around, like, in circles for several hours. I left him in a panic, the artificial noise ringing in my ears. But when I check my surroundings, there's no sign of an SPX. The other detectives are still sound asleep, breathing quietly around me. It's been a dream. I relax and feel a deep sense of relief wash over me. You were only somewhat conscious, so I saw no more than fragments and pieces. Seems you had quite a terrifying dream. Holmes looks at me with concern. Her voice sounds so similar to the girl in my dream, but that's impossible. It was a weird one, that's for sure. I was dying, and I heard you calling out to me. Oh? It was the polar opposite of our actual reality. Maybe it was showing me what my heart truly wished for. If I'd been killed instead of you, I just know this many people wouldn't have died. You mustn't joke about such things, Wata-kun. Holmes slides close to me as she speaks. Just as no one can fill my role, so too can no one replace you. Even if it were possible to die in my place, by no means should you have done so. But you're the greatest detective in the world. You should be the one who gets to live, not some worthless, incompetent kid like me. Interesting theory. Another word of that. You saved my life a decade ago. I took the name Ideal Detective because I wish to be as strong as you are. You will surpass me as a detective. I'm certain of this. I'll keep by your side, supporting you all the while. But be strong and persevere. How can you have so much faith in me? What are you mumbling to yourself about? Oh, are you the mob? The Duke's inside man, that it. Workaholic suddenly appears before me. Hi! Where did he... And from where? I look at the wall with the cipher, but the passage is shut. Was he hiding in one of the passages we came through? Me, an inside man? What are you suggesting? No one in our group is a mole. I answer as calmly as I can while taking a defensive stance. There's no need for Workaholic to hide his past now. If he wants to kill us, he can do so without hesitation. I can't let my guard slip. Relax. I have no intention of harming any of you. Where did Renegade Detective go? Came to have a little chat, but unfortunately it seems I've missed him. Now that he mentions it, I don't see a trace of Renegade Detective anywhere. I'm still a bit rattled, but this is a good opportunity to ask Workaholic about something that's been gnawing at me. No, I'm good. I'm good. I wonder. If you want me to tell you, you'll have to answer some questions first. I try to still my thundering heartbeat. Each word from my mouth takes full concentration. Why were Holmes and I kidnapped 10 years ago? Why were we trapped in this underground maze? I want the truth, Workaholic. No. Diabolic. His mouth twitches when I call him that name. I knew it. An alias is a sore spot for him. But he keeps himself steady and replies coolly. Fine. You have a right to the truth. I'll tell you everything I know. What Renegade said is true. I used to be part of the secret police, carrying out all sorts of tasks on their behalf. In fact, the silent facility once belonged to them. What's the purpose of the secret police to begin with? They made such a sprawling facility. It must have been a large organization, right? They say some slippery political position and power was behind it. Apparently the Dayless Night incident really shook things up in the government. The Dayless Night incident again, huh? It seems to have some connection to the Duke's killings, but was it really that major? I mean, it was stopped preemptively, wasn't it? The case would appear on TV specials from time to time, but it wasn't something I often heard discussed before coming to this island. I just assumed it was another terrorist attack that had been foiled early, but maybe I'm wrong. The secret police disbanded and some of the members went into the Detective Alliance, I think. Like they fell apart or something. You were only so old at the time, so it makes sense you wouldn't know. The horrifying part is that it led to an explosion of domestic crime.
Yeah, I've been told that much, but I also heard the Detective Alliance was made in response to that. But wasn't that only a rumor? There isn't any concrete evidence, right? I don't think it's like a burn all this shit, because this shit has been buried for years now. And the Detective Elimination Project was said to us by Senior pretty much immediately. Like when we were kidnapped first, so, you know.
Right, nothing to prove it, not even logic. But it's undeniable that there was a spike in heinous crimes, which the DA tackled to much acclaim. The case of the vampire, the Ikebukuro Ripper, and more recently, the Shinjuku Rainwalker. There's some examples of this off the top of my head. With so many atrocities in its wake, it's so hard to write off as coincidence. No doubt, criminals are drawn to the Dayless Night incident. Just one incident threw an entire nation into madness. The government needed a brigade to step in and set things straight.
And so the secret police came into being, along with this facility.
Exactly right. The trials built into this maze were intended to create superpowered detectives who would rival the Pinkertons' former power. When I was still a young greenhorn, the plan excited me. I truly believed I was doing what was just. Yet, I became something diabolical. Kidnapped orphans such as you and the chief, conducted neurosurgeries and put them through life or death trials to awaken their potential.
Neurosurgery? The first time I'm hearing about that.
Oh. So you really have lost your memory. No surprise the chief didn't fill you in. If you didn't need to remember it, it's better that you don't.
Wait, just a minute. What do you mean? What kind of potential was the secret police trying to awaken?
Supernatural abilities. No.
Renegade, where have you been? He's got his jacket on? Wearing the sweater only? Alright, pop off.
Out for a walk. I sensed Workaholic detective lurking about, so I thought I'd go meet him. Yet we somehow managed to breeze right past each other. Maybe you and I aren't so different after all, hmm?
What did you want to say, Sisyphus? He is, though. Like, why is he acting like that? He took it off. Skinny ass waist, yeah. He's... What's wrong with him? Workaholic and Renegade are more proof that men with ponytails are peak. It's true. It's true.
We have at least one thing in common. Each of us wants the other dead. So good to see you again. Care for a handshake? Don't move a muscle. I know you've got enough dexterity in a single finger to operate an entire wire saw.
Guys? Anyway.
If you pull that trick, just know I could dodge it, causing it to slice one of the other detectives instead. Surely you don't want anyone else's blood on those hands of yours? Damn you, Renegade.
There's such praise from Diabolic.
Why, what an honor. This takes me back to when you were my warden.
You remember what happened 10 years ago?
Of course. Couldn't forget it if I wanted to.
Well, yeah, because Renegade was being experimented on. Right?
My buddies there kept dropping by the day. I'm just dying to know what ran through Workaholic Detective's head after witnessing all that.
Huh? Workaholic kidnapped others aside from us?
Sure did. A bunch of them too. A good number of them died. Oops. Did Workaholic neglect to share that little detail? Workaholic nods at his lip, then gives a deep, slow nod. It was horrible. I regret my actions with all my heart. Under the guidance of Ideal Detective, I continued my work eradicating the secret police. Even still, I still have nightmares of those children, murdered by the SPXs. They cling to me, crying. I'll never forget. I'll bear these sins till I die. Till I draw my last breath. I will remain diabolic. Workaholic's eyes are determined, without a single trace of doubt.
I won't tell you not to go after Workaholic, Watakun. It's no question that he's to blame for countless vile, unforgivable enormities, yeah? But I promise you, there wasn't a single lie among the words he spoke. Workaholic left the secret police and helped me form the Detective Alliance. He has a pitiable side to him too, despite having a stable job and loving family. His hidden scars still keep him awake at night.
Holmes speaks with a look of sympathy and compassion. Essentially, the secret police, which Workaholic had been part of, created this underground facility. After Holmes and the others dissolved the organization, they created a better one in its place, the Detective Alliance. If Holmes truly is my old friend, Saika, then that means she knew Workaholic was her enemy, yet still gave him a major role in the DA. That alone speaks volumes to her open-minded, accepting nature. I see. Now I understand the context behind the kidnappings 10 years ago. At the moment, I can't make any moral judgments. That's why I don't intend to go after you, Workaholic. Tell me, what were those superpowers Renegade just mentioned? And why were you so fixated on him anyway? Right, of course. That's why I'm here. To reveal the truth of those secrets. I had my reservations about Renegade from the start. 8 years ago, he slaughtered his own parents and was sent to a correctional center, where he claimed 3 more lives. And that's the monster he truly is. 8 years ago. He would have been 9. Kind of embarrassing having someone dredge up your past. But let me make one tiny correction. I only committed 2 murders at the correctional center. My 3rd victim is still alive and well. Can't say the same about their nose, though. And your whole life as a mouth breather must be rough, I bet. His eccentricity should speak for itself, incompetent. It's no coincidence that he was brought here. He's suspected to be the invincible detective. One of the only 2 to ever traverse this entire maze. Invincible detective? You mentioned that name back in the dungeon, too. I don't know what abilities they may have, nor was their age or appearance recorded. In trials that should have had 100% death rate, no matter how many SPXs they encountered, they were always able to survive. The SP dubbed this individual Invincible Detective, and was making preparations to conduct thorough tests on their odd powers. Before the test could begin, Invincible and their cohorts escaped the facility, never to be found. I've been searching for them to this day. So you believe this Invincible Detective is actually Renegade Detective? Why is that? Turns out the manor has some renovations done. Not knowing that, I tried opening the hidden passage the same way I had done before. And Workaholic caught me red-handed. Too bad, so sad. No, he's been on my case ever since. Really spoils the mood, you know. I suspected you regardless. Well, you may very well be lying. You're 17 years of age. And Invincible should be between 15 and 20. I believe that Duke's murders are an act of revenge by Invincible, seeing as their vocal distorter, which the SPXs also use, was developed by the SP. But, like, he's killed so many people, though. Unless it's kind of, like, pointing at the secret police and being, look what you've created. Like, look what you've done. Like, tormenting them, essentially. But if so, why not announce it? You know, like, why not be, I guess because you could be tracked down, like, if you're, like, if you make it clear who you are, I suppose. Who knows? Renegade had been given a death sentence, but was pardoned for his exceptional ability. I decided it was best to kill him and avoid further casualties. I don't care if it drags my reputation through the muck. I'll take Renegade Detective's life. I'm ready to become diabolic one last time. A heavy silence follows Workaholic's speech. I see now why he'd use Renegade Detective as such a threat. Same goes for his resolve in reverting back to Diabolic Detective. Workaholic killed Rowdy, that's a fact I can't deny. But it also wasn't out of malevolence. Who should I believe in? Workaholic or Renegade? That feels a little scary. I can't stand you, Diabolic. Not one bit. You don't give me the slightest tingle. Renegade frowns deeply, then opens his mouth. Let me be honest here. I was a subject of the secret police experiments, it's true. I don't know anything about what name you called me by, but it's true I escaped and used a false identity to survive. I'm a renegade, after all. My mere existence is a plague upon those around me. But that doesn't justify killing me. It's plain unfair. If you want to kill me so badly, be prepared to take responsibility for all that entails, diabolical detective. That's the burden of those who kill, and I despise foes who try to shirk that duty with every fiber of my being. I'm fully prepared, but you're right. My attempt in the dungeon was too underhanded. There's no virtue in taking a life without bearing the sin. Rest assured, Renegade, you'll die by my hand. It will be my final act as Diabolic. Workaholic lowers his arms after saying his piece. A moment later, I see a glint of light as he gathers something in his hand. He must have picked up some wires that he strung around the area. The trap had been set without me ever noticing. Sudden realization causes a shiver to run down my spine. Is Workaholic intent on killing Renegade Detective here and now if he gets the chance? Incompetent. I need you to listen carefully. You're probably not ready yet, but contact me via the D-pad once you're ready to kill Renegade Detective. With your help, I can end him on the spot. Also, you might run into a Red SPX. Don't get too close. I'm sure you'll be fine, but make yourself a target and you won't live to regret it. With that, Workaholic turns and ambles towards the exit. His footsteps are completely silent as he disappears faster than he seems to move. Wait! I try to follow him, but Renegade Detective stops me. No point chasing after him. He's got nothing else to say. Plus, don't forget this maze is his old stomping ground. There's gotta be passages only he knows about, though he'd be way too hard to catch. I was actually trying to find them on my walk earlier, but I didn't see any signs Workaholic could pass through anywhere. Basically, it'd be nothing short of impossible for your average Joe. Don't be mean to him. Renegade smiles with a brightness in his voice. It's hard to imagine he's a murderer when he's making a face like that. The disconnect between his demeanor and the vile things Workaholic told me is enough to make my head spin. What? Did Workaholic's little tale change your opinion of me? No, it didn't. The past is the past. You're a member of the Detective Alliance now. And besides, something feels off. Even if you were the culprit, you don't seem like the type to resort to a crime to enact revenge on the DA. Oh, what makes you say that? He's a little cute with that. I let it aside and speak my honest thoughts. Leave him alone, Sisyphus! He was 9! Because you kill who you want. It has nothing to do with revenge, right? You're not wrong there. I'm so happy to see you know me so well. Well, that makes me one of you. Oh, that makes one of you. What? Well, that makes one of you. You're right on the money. Like I said, I follow my own path, taking lives and carrying my sins. Revenge only dilutes a senseless act of violence. It's absurd. I'll make sure Workaholic realizes the error of his ways, and you're going to help. Renegade Detective extends his hand to me. I grab his palm and shake it, but his face tells me he's hiding something. I can't let my guard down around this one. Renegade Detective stretches out on the floor, happy as can be. His breathing relaxes as he starts to fall asleep. Holmes then appears next to me, as if sensing my inner turmoil.
I know that look. Saying, I have no idea what to believe.
Yeah, I've learned so much, I honestly can't make sense of it all. I understand Workaholic's determination to kill Renegade, and maybe it really would be for the best. But I still can't accept it. Being a potential threat is enough to warrant death? Should I just doubt everyone and everything? As a detective, I have no idea what the right thing to do is.
Well, that's only natural. It's not as though detectives do nothing but spout out absolute truths. It would be easy to give you a correct answer, and it'd be easy to give you a correct answer to spring you into action, but that's not what you're after, is it? It's your duty to agonize, to suffer, to learn the truth slowly. That's what a detective must do. Find answers within the pits of despair. Uncover the answer that's meant for you, Watakun. I'll be here, watching over you all the while.
The following day, we get up and eat a simple breakfast before gathering before the cipher. It seems all three of these arrows can rotate. Maybe we need to angle them a certain way?
Look, there's some writing above them too. It says, the answer is at hand. Maybe use the arrows to make the solution somehow?
At hand, hmm? Maybe they mean some kind of finger food. Pretty sure that's just your stomach talking. How would you indicate that using arrows anyway? Reminds you of the Yellow King Minecraft ARG? I see it, yeah. This music specifically. Could the thing at hand be life? The Japanese character for life does resemble an arrow after all. That's ominous. I guess you have a point, but I don't think we can write that character using these shapes alone.
Up, down, right, left. Is it trying to use those words to tell us something?
I'm horrible at this kind of stuff.
At my hand may indicate that it's in this room, but looking around, I don't notice anything in particular. Am I just missing something?
In this room, what a splendid interpretation! Might you fancy sweep of the premises together, Teki?
There's no need for that. Otherwise, at hand wouldn't make sense. What is it then? We've got to concentrate and we got to consider another perspective. Think. Think. Think.
Okay, King, calm down. Well, I never. A woman of my standing, spurned. Just leave him be for now. I'm sure he'll come up with something. At any rate, the tails of these arrows are awfully short. Such an unbalanced design. How characteristic of common folk aesthetics.
Even common folk can handle drawing arrows, said the girl brusquely.
Yeah, but these arrows are a bit strange. I wonder if their shape means something.
Strange arrows? That's it! Eureka!
Teki? Teki quickly produces his laptop, its keys clattering as he types. We watch him for a while until proudly he beams at us, wiping sweat from his brow.
Figured it out. I figured out what's at hand.
Is it food? Is it life? No, keep quiet, you two.
Yeah. Gourmet and Renegade are way off, but it does refer to something specific, that's for sure.
Hmm? So it's something close by?
Don't you get it, incompetent? It's something we can see right now. Something these three arrows could represent.
Really? We can see it from here? I scanned the entire room thoroughly. There must be something plainly visible. I was thinking clock, but if they need to be something other than arrows... Not really sure.
Just try to see the big picture. You're not getting it because you're still thinking of them as arrows. Those arrows, they're just three different parts. When you put them together, well,
The corners of the room, maybe? No. I look at the puzzle, trying to make sense of it in my head. Eventually, I begin to see something. It's... Aha! Fuck. Fuck, I need them mentally in my head. Hang on. They're like, I think it's a cube, because if you put them all together, it would form a cube, yeah. So like if I, hold on, I'm drawing it. If I grab that, well, there's only 3 corners, is the thing, so it's probably a pyramid. One corner. It's a triangle, yeah. It's a triangle, so it has to be a... Fuck! No, it was a cube. Okay, okay, whatever. I didn't have them in front of me. Cube? Oh, the 3 arrows form a cube. It's the shape of this room. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I drew it out wrong. Listen, it's nearly 1 a.m. and I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. Leave me alone. Can you truly form a cube simply by joining these arrows? No, I won't be more sorry.
ding ding ding. Here, try arranging the arrows the way they're displayed on my screen.
Okay, yeah. It's a cube like that. I see. I see.
And voila, see? Put them together and you get a cube. That's why their tails are shorter than usual, so they can create this shape.
This is one of the logos I saw when booting the game up. Interesting. I beg your pardon? I think this was the solution. If you view them as arrows, it's hard to make sense of it. Good thing we had someone like Techie here to move them around on a computer screen.
I'm positive the door will open if we push the panels while they're set up this way. Incompetent, do you mind doing the honors?
Sure. I'll give it a try. I begin moving towards the cipher panels. But Renegade Detective blocks my path. You know, I'm looking at my drawing, and it only looked like a pyramid because of how thin I drew the corners. It is a cube. Anyway. I'm incompetent. What can I say? But Renegade Detective blocks my path. Listen. Once it's gone from the screen, I don't remember what it looks like anymore. I don't have the ability to keep images in my mind. I close my eyes, I see darkness. I cannot conjure an image. So unless I just, like, objectively, like, know what a thing looks like, I can't recreate it without a reference. Larpus Bookworm. True, I should just Larpus Bookworm instead. You're right. But Renegade Detective blocks my path. Just a sec. Wasn't Tech the one who solved this puzzle? Why should you have to test it then? Seems a tad unreasonable, don't you think?
Huh? I don't really mind either way.
Quit picking fights, Renegade. He's physically able to turn or press the panels. Guess wrong, and you may be met with some kind of trap or penalty. Are you still willing to be his guinea pig, knowing that? He's using his body as an excuse, freely passing off all the risk to somebody else. Am I wrong?
No, I'm not.
Stop it. Like he doesn't think that way, okay? I brushed past Renegade Detective and approached the panels, pushing them without hesitation. With a satisfying sound, new passageways open up in the walls. See? He was right. Get off his case. I'm not vilifying him. I was just a concerned party. Concerned about how tech unconsciously shifts danger onto others, that is, and how you and the rest of the detectives naively accept it. I'll gladly take on that risk. He's my friend. Couldn't all this go without saying? Let's move, Techie. Don't pay attention to him. Well, thanks to you that we solved that riddle, you know?
Yeah.
Renegade bullying a child. Ignoring Renegade Detective's words, I pushed Techie's wheelchair towards the open passage. Techie's expression remains troubled. No surprise, considering all the awful things Renegade Detective said to him. I remember him picking on Techie in the dungeon, too. I'll have to keep my eye on him to make sure nothing else happens. Yeah, he also picked on him for the security camera thing. Come, so we navigate this maze. We shall navigate this maze in no time. Your trusted chief shall lead the way. Her little bounce. Posh confidently marches into the passage alone, but the instant she disappears from our sight... Posh, no! Don't go any further! Posh, are you alright? I hurried ahead and catch up to Posh. Her eyes are wide and blood is dripping from her hand. Following her line of sight, I see droplets of red suspended in the air. Oh wait, it's... There's some wires strung up across here. This is the same wire that was used in the manor, right? Did Workaholic set this? Be careful. Wire cells have been installed all the way through this passage. We'll get badly hurt if we continue recklessly.
'Tis as though that underpass in the manor basement hath mimicked to plague us anew. Been mimicked.
Maybe Workaholic was the one behind that too.
No, that can't be. I won't believe it. Does he truly intend to kill us? Said the girl, unable to suppress the rage she felt towards the actions of her former ally.
He probably knows something like this won't kill us, but what's his end goal, I wonder? Let's stay alert and keep going for now. The wires might not be the only trap we have to worry about.
Tally-ho! At long last, my moment has arrived. I shall cleave through any obstacle that dares block our path.
Wait, I know you're excited, Armor, but try to stay calm. Here, I'll join you up front. Armor rushes forward unceremoniously, slicing through one wire after another. I'm reminded of my first moments in Gormenghast. Workaholic had been there, and I vaguely recall Doleful and Armor clearing the trap together. Like Gourmet said, I don't believe he's trying to hurt us either. So why set this trap? I recognize the scent on these wires. Just then, Gourmet speaks from right behind me, her eyes round as dinner plates. It's the sense of blood. What? But that means... Everyone, stop! The party goes still at Doleful's command. I look ahead, and my eyes catch something. A strange red shape.
The red figure of some sort further down the passage.
Skin started crawling, same as I did with the black SPX. Whatever that red thing is, it's definitely bad news. Besides me, Doleful's face had become drained of all color. It's just like when we ran into the black SPX. Gosh, the letters thing is fucking me up. Could this be the red model that Workaholic mentioned? Let's retreat, guys. Keep your footsteps as quiet as possible. Couldn't get any closer to that thing. But just as I'm about to start distancing myself from the red figure, I realize that it's getting closer and closer. We aren't making any sound, and no other SPX has been able to detect us from so far away. Did it really manage to spot us from this range? Everyone, run! I give the command before I can even think, and everyone breaks into a sprint at once. Then I hear a screech emanating behind us, one unlike any I've heard until now. I mean, it sounds about the same as all the other ones, but sure. The mechanical shriek rumbles through the passage. From our rear, I can make out the sound of snapping wires and rolling rubber treads. The noises rapidly grow louder. I'm overcome by the threat of our imminent demise. A memory from 10 years ago suddenly pops into my head. Why am I recalling this now? Is this what it's like to have your life flash before your eyes? Unable to spare a glance behind us, we reach the front of the room where we stayed last night. If we can get inside and reset the panel, we might be able to close the door, but as it stands, there's no way we'll make it in time. Teki, can you analyze what the SPX is saying?
There's a bit of a problem. No matter what I try, I can't get a read. Mechanical noise that SPX is making might just be that. Noise!
Wait, you mean... we have no way of dealing with it? But this maze and the SPX within it were intended for child test subjects. Would they really include something that was impossible to take on? Oh, that's why they have hints. To figure out their detective abilities. Huh? Teki, why did you stop? Teki frantically tries to operate his chair, which has suddenly ceased moving. But it doesn't budge an inch. Oh, fuck.
I used too much power analyzing the sound, and my wheelchair's battery died. Just leave me and keep going. Me and my friends will figure something out.
Teki's voice is trembling, but it's obvious he's lying. No one can take on an SPX alone. Teki! Sir Teki! Arm and I simultaneously began sprinting to Teki's side, but the red SPX is already right behind him. We're not gonna get there in time.
No, stay where you are. If you come any closer, you'll...
Can't go throwing out precious young lives, don't you agree? Someone slips past Armor and me in a flash. He rushes to Teki, getting between him and the red SPX, and offers up his own right arm. I won't stand for some soulless machine killing my little pal here. Sisyphus, I will take no more renegade slander. He's the goat. He's the fucking goat. Alright? God damn! Holy shit. Oh my god. I can't believe he did that. So there. There's a muffled sound like tearing cardboard, resembling a flurry of bright scarlet petals. Fresh blood rains to the earth. A moment later, a flesh-colored object hits the ground. Renegade? Ain't no fucking way. He has a sprite for it and everything. My man. My man. Teki's voice snaps me out of my trance. I'm dizzy and unable to fully grasp what happens, but soon find myself propping Renegade upright. Renegade, why did you... Well, in this sprite, it's a right hand. Wait, did it specify what hand he lost? Listen. Sometimes I like a character who misses an arm. Come on, how many times do I need to say it? He chose his right arm, yeah. Renegade grins as he answers, his face bloodless and pale. Life is a precious, irreplaceable treasure. No way I'm letting that hunk of junk steal it from its rightful owner. Now, let's get back to the room. We need to regroup. He can take that, sure. The SPX is toppled by Armor's flying kick, slipping on the blood-slick floor. We're going to escape, now's our chance. I support Renegade while Armor pushes Teki's wheelchair, and we sprint with all our might. Damn right, he's a pretty cool guy. For me, how's Renegade? Sedative did its work. Sleeping now. Losing an arm is quite the ordeal. It was my fault. I'm so sorry. There's nothing you could have done in that situation. It was our fault for moving so slowly. We would have reacted faster. Well, like, the thing about Workaholic is he doesn't know that Renegade would do something like this. I think if Workaholic saw this, he would have a moment, you know? Is that not meant to be a jab at the rest of us for not noticing Techi's predicament sooner? The fact that we all survived is a miracle. Let's be happy about that, said the girl, entirely put off by the somber mood. Yeah, that's a good point. That Red SPX, though, it had the most intimidating aura of all the mechs so far. If Renegade hadn't brought us in time, all of us might have been dead by now, or hadn't bought us time. I can't believe it sensed us over such a long distance. Could its tracking capabilities be higher than the other SPXs? It wasn't just the tracking that was superior. Armor. Promise to speak up if you're hurt. Your leg is badly injured, isn't it? My nose clued me in. What? Armor's been hurt? I look at Armor's foot and see a deep gash in the metal. My mind shoots back to him kicking the SPX. Is that all it took to hurt him this badly?
Apologies. It was not my desire to cause you concern. Upon visiting the fury of my dropkick upon that knave, its villainous blade struck me. As you can see, it rent my solarets asunder and cut my flesh. Even mine armor could not withstand its ferocity.
Its weapons are that powerful? Meanwhile, the black SPX couldn't even leave a scratch on him. The tomato red SPX is different. Even if armor jumps to our defense, I don't think we'll be able to hold it back. The gravity of it hits me all at once. That red SPX was truly something terrifying. If our paths cross again, we may not survive. What are we supposed to do now? Another new sprite! Sheesh! Just gotta keep going, right? I thought Renegade had fallen asleep, but he suddenly springs to his feet. Also, his hair has been taken out of its braid and the bottoms of it are stained red. That's really good. That's really good. Renegade, shouldn't you get more rest? Sorry, but nah. My body only lets me sleep about 5 minutes. I rested my head and the bleeding stopped, so I'm all good. He has insomnia? He's just like me for real. Is it meant to look like devil horns? I think that's an intentional design element, yeah. He says that, but his face still looks pallid, which is only natural considering all the pain and blood loss he suffered. He can only sleep 5 minutes. Well, if you keep going back to sleep throughout the night, then you can get a full night's rest eventually. I appreciate the thought, but enough joking around. We don't need to rush or escape. Maybe that's his superpower. Maybe he doesn't need sleep. He was experimented on, right? Oh, but we do. We definitely do. If Workaholic's the one responsible for that red SPX, we need to book it and stay on the move. He's gone berserk trying to stop me. The guy's already forgotten the weight of a human life. I realized that weight myself back when I killed my dear mom. There are many ways to bear it, but justification is one I won't let slide. Whether detective or criminal, everyone ought to bear that weight responsibly, you know? Having mechs do your killing is distasteful, even disgraceful. And yet, you still want to go after him. Without even a hint of humor, Renegade Detective gives a single, deep nod.
I too agree with Sir Renegade. You must learn the truth from Sir Workaholic.
I suppose we must cross this bridge sooner or later. As we proceed, be aware that your very lives are on the line. Of course, anyone too fearful may remain here to help for help to arrive, because our next encounter shall truly be life or death. No one speaks up following Pasha's comments. We all understand our position. If we can't make it through the passage guarded by the Red SPX, we'll have no future to speak of. Our minds made up, and we began planning our strategy to defeat the Red SPX.
I reconfigured some of my existing friends and created this drone, Sneaky Peeky. The passages have been successfully mapped, so we should be able to track the Red SPX's movements.
Thanks, Techie. We can always rely on you. Now we can put our minds at ease a bit as we proceed. Oh, it's shaped like a donut. How delicious.
If the SPX is only moving one direction, then we should let it pass and follow safely behind it, suggested the girl.
I'm not sure it'll be so easy. That SPX has unusually strong detection capabilities. It may catch us if we accidentally get too close. What if we just use Tech's drone to monitor the Red SPX's movements and stay on the far side of the circle the entire time? This seems prudent enough. So long as we take our time, we should make it to the back passage, which I imagine is the exit. It is, after all, a mere hunk of steel, with a total lack of adaptability. It stands no chance against us at our utmost. Oh! I love her. That sprite is delightful, by the way, of hers. I think that's my favorite sprite of hers. Yeah. What's wrong with me? This shouldn't be very dangerous at all. The Denomen hasn't shown me anything when dying, either. So why does my chest feel like it's about to burst? Why don't you try using the Denomen consciously? Fear not, so incompetent. Armor clasped my shoulders, an unwavering confidence in his voice. No matter what befalls us, I vow to protect you. Whilst I have been ever bootless thus far, next time I shall be different. So take heart, and let us advance. I have faith in you, Armor. Alright, let's try Renegade Detective's idea. No sooner do I say this than everyone quickly finishes preparing to move out. We use the mechanism to open the hidden passageway and proceed in a huddled mass. Armin and Doleful take point as always. Pecky, Bookworm, and Renegade Detective walk in the middle. Finally, Posh, Gourmet, and I bring up the rear. Pecky operates the drone from his D-pad at the center of the group, scanning for the Red SPX's location. Proceed inch by inch under his command.
Change directions. Everyone fall back. I feel like we're being toyed with, the girl said in aggravation.
It must have some nasty programming to prevent its actions from being predicted. I'd love to chat with its maker. The Red SPX shifts directions back and forth. A bit further, though, and we'll reach our goal. Everything's alright. I'm gonna be fine. I repeat this to myself like a prayer as we press on. A bit further. Just a bit further, and we'll all make it through this alive. Oof. Renegade Detective's stump arm bumps into the wall. He quickly catches himself with his other hand. His mild reaction makes me nearly doubt he lost a limb, but then I spy a streak of blood against the wall. It really was chopped off, no doubt about it. You okay? You seem fine, but that must have hurt. Worried about me? You're too kind. I'm used to the pain. Even if I was lit on fire, I'd die without a single scream. Guaranteed. Don't say things like that. Bad luck. Look, I'll be fine. Thanks for caring, though. If things get bad, I'll fling myself upon you while weeping up a storm. I find myself thinking about how this guy could probably laugh himself silly while burning her alive. At that moment, everything goes wrong.
Everyone, run! The Red SPX is accelerating!
Ah, fuck, it heard him stumble. Metallic screech drowns out Techi's words. Its devastating voice is like a death knell. We waste no time wondering how it found us. Instead, we sprint into action. We run on and on, barreling down the corridor in no time. Thankfully, there's still a good distance between us and the SPX. We should be able to make it to the next passage before it catches us. Techi, are you alright? Let me push you.
Thanks. I switched to my reserve batteries, but they aren't very strong. I'll help push, said the girl, following incompetent detective's lead.
Well, we did promise to make it all out of alive, didn't we? We kept going all while helping Techi make up for his lowered speed. But right then and there... Armor, stop!
Ah, a pit had dropped in the floor.
What? A trap now of all times? I say that, but chide myself inwardly. Part of me always knew this was a possibility. That's right. I was already aware that we might run into a trap. The simple donut-shaped maze was suspiciously straightforward. Of course, there would be some kind of pitfall to trip us up. And yet I'd blocked out that unpleasant idea.
This is no time for daydreaming, Wata-kun. You must seek a means of escape.
Holmes calls out to me, and I shake off my thought of weakness. He's right. We need to find a way around this trap. Otherwise, we have no chance of getting out of here.
It was the right call to bring some rope from the manor, just in case. Look, we can tie it to that pillar on the other side. One of it could attach if they manage to get over there. The hole is about 5 meters across. Someone athletic might clear it with a running start, said the girl, sharing her objective opinion.
Okay, I'll give it a try. My boss always did say I was in good shape. But wait, incompetent! I tossed a stone down, but I didn't hear it at the bottom. That's how deep this hole is!
And even from up here, the heat makes me sweat. If you end up falling in, you'll never make it.
I have no choice. The SPX is right behind us. We're going to die if someone doesn't do something. I despise putting my own underlings at risk like this, but there's no other recourse.
I shall take upon the rear guard. My affiance is with you, sir incompetent.
Defiance? Thanks, Armor. Okay, here goes nothing. I move back from the side of the chasm. My heart is pounding. I have 5 meters to cover. If I get scared and make any missteps, it's all over. Just have to go. I sprint with all my might and jump before reaching the edge. My eyes reflexively squeeze shut in terror. It'll be okay. I'm in good shape for the average person. I should be able to clear about 5 meters. I can. I mess up my landing and roll across the floor. When I open my eyes, I see the ground. Alive. I didn't fall in. By some stroke of luck, I made it across. That was amazing, incompetent.
A fine leap, sir incompetent. Now cast the rope unto us anon.
Okay, I've tied it to the pillar. Catch, Armor. After fastening the rope to the pillar, I toss it to Armor across the way. He catches it, tying it around the pillar beside him. Alright, now we got a rope spanning the hole.
Can you make it with just one arm?
No problem. Easier than scratching my back. Will you be able to manage, Bookworm? Would you prefer to ride on my back?
Don't worry. I've already booked my trip, said the girl, politely declining.
She booked her trip. So cute. Okay, Bookworm, hold on tight. Why do I feel so defeated? Detectives grab the rope, crossing one by one. I see the red SPX down the passage, but there's still some distance between us. It's great. We're going to make it.
Sir Techi, what ails you?
I'm sorry. My hands are shaky. I don't think my arms are strong enough.
Techi struggles to hold the rope, tears welling in his eyes. It makes sense. Techi's normally in a wheelchair. This must be especially difficult for him. I've decided to cross over and carry on my back. I'll be right there, Techi. Wait for me. The only problem is whether I'll be fast enough. I can already see the red SPX in the passage. We have to make it across before that machine catches us. The race against time itself. There. Sorry for the wait. Hold on to my back, okay, Techie? Armor, can you use the leftover rope to tie us together?
Oh, one moment. There is yet something I must do.
Huh? Armor, why are you holding my chair?
Were you not in tears a moment past, afeared of losing your wheelchair, thus ceasing to be of use to our fine company? Fear not, Sir Techie. I shall safely bear your throne to the other side.
I love Armor. He's the goat. Darmer! Armor grabs Techie's wheelchair and slowly hoists it up. Blood drips down from his wounded leg. The strain would reopen his wound. It's only to be expected. Nevertheless, he heaves the chair aloft without even flinching.
Armor, don't push yourself so hard. Just leave the chair.
You, Sir Techie, unlike myself, have far more to contribute. Never shall I suffer you to lose your means of travel.
The chair easily clears the 5-meter hole. Doleful and the others make sure to secure it.
Good now. All that remains is a crossover. Are you, before the rope is severed?
I frantically scramble along the rope at his urging, saving Techie's wheelchair despite his own injuries. Or truly is a selfless soul. I hear a mechanical screech echo up behind me. The sound, in tandem with the rumbling of the treads, rushes toward us. I glance back to see the SPX moving faster than any mech we've seen. Damn it. At this rate, it'll reach us before we're across.
Do not look back.
Armor bellows. He grapples the SPX before it's upon us, stopping its charge. A sharp clang resounds through the passage.
Armor.
Sir Incompetent, you must extort Sir Techie to the far side. Make haste. I have been ineffectual to this very moment, but now my hour hath come. I shall protect you all. Now go!
Metallic clangs ring out as his armor collides with the SPX's steel frame. The suit is pierced, causing metal fragments to fly all around. My chest aches with what we're seeing. What we're seeing right now could end up being the final shining sparks of Armor's life. Hey, just get over here as soon as you can, Armor. I keep my gaze forward, using the rope to pull us to the other side. We have to get across. If we don't, Armor can't join us. Somehow, we make it all the way to the end. Now it's Armor's turn. Armor, get over here! At that moment, I hear the rope snap. The SPX struck it with its blade. The line goes slack, falling away from Armor. Like that, the only way across is gone. Only a matter of time before Armor. I won't let you die! My body moves without any input from my brain. Snatching up the broken rope, I fling it towards him as hard as I can. Armor, grab the rope! I shout to him as it sails through the air. Armor hears me and dives towards the hole, catching the end of the rope just as it's hanging over the center. The rope swings like a pendulum under Armor's weight, and a loud slam sounds out from below. The rope is still connected on her side. It doesn't drop any further. Armor! I rush to look down the hole, and as soon as I do...
Gramercy to you, Sir Incompetent. Had you not bidden me to take the rope and join you, I would have slipped my notice. You truly are the man I thought you to be. A full-fledged detective through and through.
Thank goodness. I'm so glad. My body goes limp with relief. I thought for sure I'd lost another friend. It's a good thing I was so quick to call out. I'm surprised at myself. The words left my mouth before they even formed in my head. Maybe it's because of the denouement? If that's the case, then I have a whole new appreciation for this power. Are you okay, Techie?
Doleful, Posh, thanks for all the help. Safely back in my chair now.
My word. Alma has truly outdone himself. It's quite fortunate we still have Techie's chair.
Let's continue moving before we get caught, the girl suggested, half apologetically.
Yes, we should hold off on celebrating until we've made it to safety. Looks like there's another room up ahead. How about we rest there for a bit? Bookworm and the others start on their way. They're right. We can save the chatting for later. That ferocious SPX might even attack us from across the way. We need to move quickly and put some real distance between us and that thing. Heki, are you fine to keep going? I turn around to face him. Then it happens. They fly now? Oh, fuck, you can fucking jump? Shit! Someone kick that thing! Someone kick that thing into the fucking hole! The red SPX suddenly vaults into the air, clearing the gap. I barely see its treads kick the ground, or more accurately, launch itself forward. Looks exactly like a grasshopper. There are no words to express my shock. It took me a few moments to even grasp what's happening. The delay leaves a fatal opening. No! No! No, 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 no. The SPX roars. Before I can even think about running, a blade darts out from its robotic exterior. Oh, it slashes at Doleful, its closest target. Armor shields Techie and the others. At the same time, he leaps towards the SPX, holding it back by its frame. The sound of grating metal firmly snaps my body into action. What am I doing? I can't space out now. Armor, I'm on my way. Stay away from Armor. Get back! Doleful and I pick up rocks, flinging them at the SPX. The blades slashing out from its exterior prevent us from approaching in any way. Then good. We're just flesh and blood. We can't risk getting too close.
Gotta have some friend that can help.
Any friend. Neki rummages through his pockets, but can't seem to find anything useful. His face remains grim all the while. The way things are looking, the red SPX is about to slaughter us all.
Everyone. All will be well.
Armor, you can't do this. You can't do this after you literally just fucking survived. I hear Armor speak, his voice uncharacteristically weak.
I am beyond, Sakura. Leave me. Press on.
What? I see that one of the SPX's blades is pierced through his armor, burying deep in his chest. No! Please! Armor! Fuck! You better not die. You better not die. We're gonna lose it. It had to have hit something vital. As if confirming my suspicions, blood drips off his corselet. It can't be.
As long as this blade remains lodged within me, I cannot bleed this SPX. Yet as it is removed, I shall surely bleed out. And so, I am left with but one choice.
Armor draws the SPX in even closer. The chasm looms below them. Don't tell me. You're going to drag the SPX in there with you. Don't do it, Armor. I'm sure there's still some way we can save you. The SPX's blade flail in a total frenzy. They continue to slice at us, keeping us at bay. Just hold on, Armor. Armor! All I can do is call out to him. I can't even get near the SPX, let alone fight it off. I feel utterly helpless. I'm disgusted at how carelessly I settled on this plan, assuming everything would work out in the end. Why? For all the use of my denouement is... Why was I not able to predict this simple development?
Sir incompetent. Pray permit me a final confession.
Armor takes another step, drawing the SPX closer.
Once there was someone I desired to protect, but then she perished right before mine eyes. On that day, too, I perished inside.
He takes another step. The metal he wears grates noisily, but he doesn't stop moving.
Thank you for lying on me. An empty shell who is armor and name on it. Full glad I am that I could ward my allies to the end. Was a splendid life.
What are you saying, Armor? We're going to beat this SPX and then you're coming with... The SPX screeches as if it's in its final dying moments. All of us instinctively cover our ears. That is, all of us except Armor, who presses on. The SPX treads, hangs over the edge. Its massive frame tilts over, shaking violently. Armor begins to shake as well, attached by the blade piercing into him. They tip over, falling into the hole. I reach out with my hand, only to grab a fistful of air.
Fare thee well, my friends.
Armor and the SPX disappear into the abyss. I look over the edge in a panic, but all that's there is the darkness. I never hear an impact. Nothing but endless black appears before me as I peer. Why did it have to go like this? It was all so sudden. His last moments went unseen, and his body will never be recovered. What a horrible way to die. Something this cruel even happened. Armor! Armor, please! Please, Armor, come back! Teki shouts down at the depths, but no matter how much he calls out, no response. Over and over and over again, Teki's voice echoes through the tunnels. Alone. There are how many times you protected us. None of it matters if you die, Armor! But, of course, nobody replies. We've lost yet another irreplaceable friend. Make it through the passageway, arriving at a room identical to many others we've seen. This time, however, the mechanism has already been solved and the way is open, as if someone had just passed through. I can't believe Armor's dead. What the hell? They even, like, baited me. They fucking baited us. They were like, oh no, he's gonna die, but look, we saved him. Everything's fine. And then it fucking jumped and they killed him anyway. Fuck, man. Why is it always the goats? Ah, man. I'm a little emotional about that one, man. I can't lie. I'm like... I'm not, like, teared up, but, like, I'm in that stage where I feel myself about to be teared up, you know? Like, I feel like if I wanted to cry right now, I probably could, like, get pretty misty-eyed. I genuinely, with my entire being, believed Armor would live till the end. Actually in shock. Me too, honestly. I thought he was locked in. Fuck. Shit, man, shit. Okay, I need to get some more water. I'll be right back. Listen to some calming, Sonic Unleashed music to give you some solace in these trying times.
I'm sorry, I come back 55 message deleted by a moderator. Timing out mouse viewer. That's lost media. That's lost media. Oh, man. Man, oh man. I pet my cats a bit. I got my water. I was looking for a snack, but I don't have any snacks in my home, and I was like, I want a snack in this trying time. Like something sweet, maybe. I don't have it. I have chips, and that's not great for voicing a game. So, this is where we're at now. I suppose. What the fuck are my cats doing? Nigel, what the hell was that? Dude. I just witnessed the most bizarre thing. Sorry, that really distracted me. That was crazy. Okay. Anyway, don't we have it? Well, they're not doing it anymore, but they're playing. I'm too lazy to set up the cat cam. Nigel just like had his entire face in Gracie's ass and was licking it. And then like she like got up after a bit and was like, "Hey, what the fuck?" And he looked over to me and he had like his mouth open. It was very strange. I don't know. Anyway, that helped get me out of the negative mind space, I guess. Peculiar creatures indeed. Interesting. Interesting. Anyway. I really did not expect Armor to die. I really didn't. Yeah, Sisyphus? Yeah, me too. Me too. Are they in love? Honestly, I like to think so. They really love each other. They always cuddle and give each other baths and like play together. I highly suspect that if they were not fixed, I would have kittens. But yeah, it did not expect Armor to die. Really did not expect Armor to die. This would be an alright spot to stop stream, especially given how long I've been going. However, I want to keep going. I can't end it here. I need to get somewhere where I feel secure again. Okay? I need to process this grief. Thank you for the hydrate, AC. He'll live on in our hearts, Mouse Viewer, okay? Anyway. Armor would want us to move forward. Read a Deem option to make Lurf go to bed that's like a billion point. You know what? That's a great idea. Let me add that. Let's see. Viewer rewards, channel points. Add new custom reward. Make streamer go to bed. All right. A good sleep color. All right. There we go. New reward added. All is right. All is well in the world. Can't wait to hit the street redeem, hit the go to sleep redeem frame 1 after you start stream at like 1 in the morning again. That would be funny. That would be funny. Yeah, alright, I set it for 1,000,000 points. I don't know when it'll show up. Oh, it's in there, perfect. Alas, you do need your points for One Piece. Most unfortunate. Alright. Alright. We gotta move forward. I'm like way too locked into the story right now. I need to know what goes on next. Looks like Workaholic detective's already been here. Maybe so. My reply comes out curter than intended. The shock of Armor's death must be affecting me more than I realized. I just want this day to end, but this maze doesn't seem to be in a forgiving mood. An invisible SPX! Now of all times! Eyes up, everyone. My words have everyone surprised. Myself included. It's like a switch flipped in my head the moment I sensed the SPX's presence. I realized that I really am becoming a detective. Armor entrusts everything to me. Now, more than ever, I need to lead everyone forward. Can't let this tragedy get the best of us. Invisible SPXs are drawn to sound. I'll distract it while the rest of you reverse this. Wait. Drawn to sound? Just then, I realized something's nagging at me. Visible SPXs track sounds, while white SPXs respond to imagery caught on their cameras. Each model uses a different detection method. So how is the red SPX hunting us down? Its tracking capabilities were unusually keen. Incompetent, is your head in the clouds? You must respond to this SPX. Give us your instructions, quickly. Right. Wait, what? Gosh, you're going to follow my orders? Just this once. I'm sure it would aid you as you grieve Ama's loss, after all. Our class distinctions mean nothing at the moment. Let us focus on the whole of our efforts on survival. Focus the whole of our efforts on survival. Yeah, you're right. Survival, that's our priority. But at the same time, I still want to figure out why that red SPX attacked us. As long as we're trapped in this labyrinth, ignoring that could be a fatal mistake. We've been through enough tragedies as is. I think we'll just back down. Up to us to reverse this tragedy. Alright! Oh shit. So, we have to investigate and fight off SPXs, I presume? Okay. Okay. Get you there. Actually, wait. Can I optimize? Okay, no, I can't get close enough for that. I was thinking I might be able to get in range to do that and the red. Unfortunately not. Alright. We're up there. You can come in and grab this for me. Everyone's cooperating though, that's fun. A new one. Alright. I want techie free because you might want to analyze something. But you can move over here, and you have an excellent inspection ability. Okay. Let's do a preliminary. This info's making me tingle. Let's see how the others feel about it. You know that feeling when a character sacrifices himself for another character you like less? Yeah. Alright, I've read that voice line before. More blood-soaked wires? Oh, I'm so sick of seeing these.
Nothing escapes my notice. This bloody bandage is wrapped around a certain area. If we analyze it, the truth will be immediately clear.
Okay. I'm gonna move Techie here. And then we're going to analyze. They're both about 3. Okay. And then you're also able to analyze a 3 thing. And then you're useless to me right now, so you can just do whatever you want. It feels late game, yeah. I don't know how many chapters there are. I originally predicted that we were going to finish in 2 streams because it said it was like 20 hours on how long to beat. So I imagine we might be getting pretty close, honestly. Late mid, late, somewhere around there. Yeah, yeah. We're either like in the late game or we're about to get to the late game. That's kind of what I feel like right now.
It says Renegade's blood on the wires. What could have necessitated going through the trouble of placing his blood on them? Isn't just a simple trap. It must have served another purpose.
I wonder if it tracks blood, DNA maybe? I don't know. I'm sorry, hang on. He has a little cape? Since when did he have a little cape? Has he had this little cape the whole time and I never noticed? Why is he so cute? What the hell? Also, I quite like this thinking sprite. Why is he dressed like that? I don't know. Put him in a dress? True! This bandage was wrapped around Tiki's chair. It's no coincidence. It was clearly deliberate. It's somehow related to the Red SPX. Everyone listen up! Look out! I sense an SPX closing in on us! Okay. Shit. Okay, Techie, because we haven't seen the SPX, I'm gonna, like, kind of move Techie in the middle. I'm going to inspect here. Doleful didn't do anything. We can't keep blaming everything on Doleful. I don't think it's in the corners. Oh, fuck. Shit. Shit. You can't do shit. Okay, fuck. Shit. Fuck. I don't think there's... Fuck. What can I do with this? I don't think anyone has enough movement. All I can do is really get Vic Romaine closer and pray. You can start inferring this. God, he can schmove. Alright. Well, I'm gonna do a map wide movement anyway. Oh, I'm getting stopped too, right? No, you can just go through it? Okay. Awesome. Well... There's literally nothing to do but see how that happens. Yeah. No, she says father when she dies. I'm gonna kill myself. Alright. Doleful, you're just going to be existing around and inspecting. You're just gonna start inspecting general areas. In fact, I'll do a preliminary. Alright, there's nothing there. You can head over here. Do a general inspection to get that for me. You can move here and inspect this for me. You can move up here and inspect for me. Oh, fuck. No, you're not. I'm just gonna start moving you across the map. That's what I'm gonna do. Becky can... Sometimes it's hard to get the precise movements. Here we go. I don't remember I can use my D-pad. Then you can head all the way over here. Alright. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. Got that. Alright. Doleful has sensed it now. Let's move a little bit. Try to inspect around here. No. But I know it's like in that area there. I'm pretty sure. There we go. Now that we know where it is. Oh shit, we have to protect Doleful actually. Oh shit. Now Doleful's too close to it. Fuck. All I can really do is get them closer, I think, so they can end up fighting it. Oh no. Let's just play as normal. We'll see where this goes, but I'm pretty sure I won't make it through this one. Perhaps I should be getting Renegade in the center for next round. I think I know what I want to start prioritizing. Honestly, let's just investigate because I'm pretty sure we're gonna be dying, basically. Yep, okay. Okay, I have a game plan. It is a really sauceless game over screen. Alright, you? We're getting a map-wide movement for you, and you're coming right up here with Doleful, buddy. You're gonna hang out right over here. Yeah, I'm gonna get in close here. And I'm gonna just inspect around to see if I can spot it early. I'm gonna get that as well. I'm gonna map-wide move you over here. Future reference. Okay. You know what? As a treat, he can get this one next time. I'll have her start moving up towards that point. Like you can go here. Right. this a bloody bandage? Maybe it's one on, maybe it's the one on Renegade Detective, maybe the one on Renegade Detective's arm came loose. Okay. You can analyze something. No, you have bad analyzation. Fuck. Okay, whatever. Alright. Now Doleful can sense it. So you are going, the first thing you're going to do is inspect the... He has 5 inference. We're fine. We're fine. Oh, he's right in there. Okay. You get to go in there. And you're going to infer, and you should be able to handle it immediately. You're going to analyze. And you're going to investigate. We're going to do another quick preliminary. We're gonna get RT. I don't know. I don't know. I don't see one around. No machine is taking my life. You gotta have more malice. More love.
More wires?
No doubt they were Workaholic's doing. He has a penchant for these things. He has a penchant for the things, after all. The mere sight of them makes me ill.
Iffy Whiffy says this bandage was attached to my chair, then it must have some causal relation to the Red SPX. Not seeing it was my fatal mistake. Okay. We're gonna start moving you up this way. And as you're moving, I'm gonna have you analyze. I'm gonna do a map-wide movement for you to get you up here to start inferring this once it unlocks next turn. And then you... Honestly... I'm getting you up here. Alright. Alright. This is just my own rule of thumb talking, but I don't think the bloody wires were meant to kill anyone. Maybe they serve another purpose? Alright. Did I not do a proper investigation? No. That's what I meant to do. Alright. Another one, huh? Where the fuck is it? Currents is 3, that should be fine. Okay. I'm gonna start, like, kinda sneaking everyone out and having them... your inspection is awful. Let's just move you somewhere useful. Get you up here. If you run into something, then we know where it is. Okay. I think it'd be a little more out. I don't know where though. Before I right. New keyword unlocked. Alright. I'm just gonna... What's your inspection, like 4? Okay. I'm just gonna move you like a little bit down here. And there we go. Sheesh. Alright.
This info is making me tingle. Yeah, alright. Awesome. Okay, it's right there.
どうかしたのか
どうしたの感じるよ脅威の気配感じるよ
Alright.
脅威の
Hmm.
どうかしたのか
Fuck. No, I shouldn't have done that. That was a bad move.
何か用かな何か用かな
Oh, he's still capable of moving. Thank God, actually. Hang on. Head down towards where Renegade is. He'll protect you.
何か用かな
And then you
僕
can
が解決しましょう
infer more about this.
集中しろ謎を解くために
Safety out. Exactly. You get it.
はいはい
Alright. Your inference is 6. What is your inference? 2, but your assistance is 6? Okay. I'm actually going to move you here, and you're going to assist on this. In which case, you're going to come over where Techie is, because he needs help on that one. And then I'm scared if I move my little boy here
どうしました
to where I want to move him. If I go all the way, then he's gonna run into the thing. So I'm just gonna leave him be. And then there's nothing to analyze, right? Yep. Okay, we're good. I'm just gonna let this play. Fuck! Fuck! I forgot to stop him from moving. Motherfucker!
Based on its size, is the charging station for the Red SPX, which means this room is where it's normally stored. If that's the case, who lured it down towards us? Inquired the girl.
Oh, dumbass is gonna die! I got carried away. Wish I could have been killed by a person. Okay. Alright, motherfucker, that's what you do for Wait, alright.
何か用かな
This is why you interfere with literally everyone. I can't trust them to stay to their own devices. They'll just fuck around and ruin shit. Wait, I meant to keep that, my bad. Here he goes.
甘味完食雨あられお姉さんに何か匂いの正体調べちゃうわね頑張ります
どうしました調べよう
You can head down here.
僕が解決しましょう
Actually, let's do a preliminary.
あら
I got this. I got this.
さあ
I'm gonna actually have you analyze the Band-Aid first.
調べ尽くし
Do
ま
a
す
quick preliminary. That opens up a mystery point here, which she will be primed to engage with soon. And then I'm gonna prepare you down here. Investigate. You sense it, which means inspect, preliminary,
がないんだ感じるよ脅威の気配
and then
ど
you
うかしたのかい
are going to kill it to protect your boyfriend.
少しは楽しみ
And then you're going to inspect this area.
何かご用ですの私が調査だなんて
And then you, Gourmet, with your high inference, are going to prepare to move up here. And then this motherfucker can come up here to get my little term. And then you can move here. And you can infer. And then what's higher, your inference or your assistance? Your assistance. So I'm gonna have you come up here and assist her. Alright. Here we go. Nice. Alright. Alright. Okay. You didn't spot shit. I don't like that. Whatever, you two are staying close. You can come down here. For here. Assist. Fuck. The hard part about these specific missions is that when I'm able to sense one of the SPXs, I'm already too close for it to I'm already dead basically, unless I have like everyone around Doleful when he discovers one. But even then, like, Doleful's not guaranteed to be the one that runs into it. Let's think about this rationally. The wires go from here all the way up to where we slept, yeah? Maybe they got a purpose besides killing us. Here we go.
The white SPX relies on vision, the invisible and sound, so from a meta perspective, I can guess what the red SPX tracks, the girl shrewdly deduces.
Probably sound, right? Or wait. There you say sound? Yeah, vision, sound, right. So it probably relies on, I was imagining vibrations. Right? Or even just like DNA, like heat signatures or whatever. Right? There it is. Oh, fuck, Doleful's dead. Alright. This shit is tough. Alright. These two just need to be together 24/7. These bitches gay for good for them. Yeah, good for them, honestly. Moving you over here to deal with that. We're gonna do a preliminary so that Techie can check out some evidence. Actually, all of you move and analyze. Because you should have. Oh no, you don't have enough, right? Okay. Yeah. Techie's still the only one with enough. I'm gonna have you here. I'm gonna have you analyze. Right, there we go. Alright. Now he can sense it. Which means you are going to inspect around here. And we're gonna do the preliminary. And then you are going to destroy it. You will investigate or inspect. This. I'm just gonna get you up here. You're not gonna help me investigate. You have a good organization abilities, yeah, okay. Let's do another preliminary. Right. You analyze those wires. You inspect that for me. And then you move over here and start inferring about this thing. We got this. We got this. Surely this won't take much longer. Surely I won't get another game over. Oh, it fucking shows. Or no, it doesn't. Or does it? Does it ding me around where it is? Well, okay. I don't believe. Can I reach that? I don't want to go like too far away from where it is. But I also want to get my funny little thing. There we go. I think once we have like a better idea of where it is when I should be using Techie's ability. Not paying attention to the streamer, just now figure out the invisible Roombas seem to leave green dust cloud. No. They don't the first time Doleful notices them, but for a second I wondered if the game left my cursor on top of it when I came back in, which I can't be sure of. I'm just gonna leave him around here. There it is. Which means Doleful. Actually, since it's so close to you, you can probably find it, right? How far is your movement range, Renegade? Pretty far. Oh, fuck! Don't move. This is a delicate operation. I think it's right there. It's not. Fuck! No, she's dead. She's dead. I'm just gonna get it over with. Fucking hell. It was 1 up. It was 1 up. I have Doleful come in here and just deal with that. Renegade can come over. It's difficult. It's hard. Actually, hang on. No, I want you to do the same thing I usually have you do. I'm so locked in. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. Nothing is wrong. I'm so good at the game. I got this. You can analyze that. Oh, you're great at analyzing. Why did I not know that? Probably because you've never been cooperative with me ever. Sorry, I shouldn't have skipped her dialogue. Fuck. My bad. They wish to kill us. If they wish to kill us, they need to have installed so many wires to do so. Why would they not all be shredded by the SPX regardless? The wires must have another purpose, I'm certain of it. Yep, okay. And we already have seen that one. Alright. You come out here. You can sense it. Bitch, you weren't close enough? Motherfucker. Well, I guess we'll just see. Alright. Actually no, I'm just gonna have you do a full map movement. Alright. Yeah, we're in a bit of a pickle. Or wait, I wonder actually. I can do this another way. There he is. There we go. Alright. It's fine. See, it's fine. We just need someone to run into danger before we switch to the next investigation phase. You can infer. Your inference is sick. Oh, her inference is 2. What is she doing? Let's get, you over here. You will infer. And then you, with your +6 assistance, will assist her. And then they should all be safe there. No, hang on. You need to move up a little bit more. Alright, assist. And then... yeah, let's just, blanket, like, you can move down here and get my thing. Oh, fuck it. All the way down because you have ass inspection range. And then you're gonna move right next to you. And you're free to inspect the area. That's fine. Okay. Nice. That tomato-colored SPX should be normally docked in this charging station. It must be the maze's gatekeeper, so to speak. And yet it came to us from so far away. I can't imagine it doing that on its own. They got it. Almost. New keyword unlocked. Right. Oh, it's going up to them? Motherfucker. You have a high enough inference. Okay, I'm just gonna have you run into danger. Nice. And then you will handle it. And you have enough to handle it. Thank you. Next. You're gonna finish inferring here. I don't need you there to infer, so you can just teleport up here and that's fine. A lot of our high assist characters have been getting killed off, yeah. I'm gonna have you start moving towards here. And honestly, you two can move over here as well. If you don't do something stupid. Alright. Game says helping others gets you killed? Fuck. I've had about all I can stomach of your kind. I'm thinking it's time we move on to dessert. Alright. Right. Alright. Awesome. You inspect this. And then that's 20. You have inference 2. You have inference 5. You have inference 4. Assistance 4, assistance 2. Your assistance is 6. So what I want you guys to do is move. You move here. Doleful moves here. You move here. You get to assist. Oh wait, they need to be doing something first. You're gonna infer there. You're going to infer there. And then you're going to assist them. And everyone else just is free to do as they please because there ain't shit around. There we go. Got the double boost. Nice. Huh.
The bloodstains here are way too deliberate. If they're meant to be signals for the Red SPX, it'd explain why we've been chased this whole time.
Alright. And we have nothing. Oh, there we go. Yep. Okay, now we have everything. Nothing left, baby. Whew. We did it. I'm really curious what that, like, blacked out thing with all the question marks is at the bottom. But, with no right course. Let's, see what this is called. Chapter 4. Awesome. Alright. Congrats, Phantom. Or Mouse Viewer. It's been a while since I called you that, damn. Diabolical Detective. Workaholic Detective's previous alias, a member of the Shizaki family, a line of assassins, he acted in a similar capacity to his role as Diabolical Detective even before he finished compulsory education. It's worth noting that his family is characterized by their unusually high red blood cell count. As a result, they don't tire easily, and their wounds are quick to heal. Their bodies are a mystery in more ways than one. By controlling their bloodstreams to a certain extent, they can boost their physical abilities for a brief period of time. However, this murderous family trade is now defunct, with many Shizaki descendants unaware of their dark lineage. They have since changed the kanji of the surname to live peacefully. Isn't that similar to, the vampire case? He also had a high red blood cell count. It doesn't say here, but I remember Mystic talking about it. Anyway, Diabolical Detective. No, he's definitely not Kamaris, I don't think. The Case of the Undead Cyborg. Nanana Nananjo. There we go. Nanana Nananjo was a young woman from the Jujo group. One of the nation's 6 major conglomerates who had the misfortune of witnessing a murder. She herself became the target of the undead cyborg, a famous assassin who could survive any mission. The DA dispatched Armor Detective, rank 90, to act as her bodyguard. The client was highly displeased to learn the detective assigned to her had intellect far beneath her own, but Armor nonetheless revealed the secrets of the unkillable cyborg and managed to keep him at bay. One of the many detectives in the DA, few have faced an assassin head-on the way Armor had done. Even now, the majority of requests for him are not detective work, but protection jobs. Armor. The case of the Shinjuku Rainwalker. This bewildering case involved a string of murders that only occurred on rainy days. No clear motive could be determined. As the rainy season began, the National Police Agency needed a quick resolution to the case, so they turned to the DA for help. Being the individual best equipped to understand the psychological makeup of the Rainwalker, Renegade Detective was assigned to the case. The case was ultimately resolved, however, due to Renegade's skillful incitement, an accompanying officer made a failed attempt to shoot the culprit. Renegade was punished severely for his misconduct. And following the incident, the aforementioned officer quit the National Police Agency and joined the DA as Inspector Detective. Surprisingly, Inspector and Renegade have occasionally been paired up in her investigations and appear to be on good terms. The Gingami family suicide. Years ago, a blood-stained child was found wandering a residential area. In the young boy's home was his father, dead by hanging, and his mother, whose corpse had been mangled beyond description. According to the child's testimony, his mother had gone mad upon discovering her husband's dead body and flew into a frenzy, attacking him. The child was apparently able to take hold of the mother's weapon, killing her in retaliation. Clearly an act of self-defense, there was plenty of reason for sympathy. Yet the boy was still treated as a crazed killer by the public, becoming the topic of chilling tales and gaining the nickname of Child A. The reason for this was simple. During a TV interview, the boy cheerfully recounted the murder of his mother, how thrilling it had been, and how much he enjoyed it. Many have sought Child A out to sate their dark curiosity, but as these meetings have consistently ended in disaster, doing so is not advised. Oh, the first part? Here you go. Blitzing child. Yeah, his father killed himself and his mother went mad. And basically tried to attack the kid. Damn. Renegade. The collapse of the Never Child, CC. There was once a notorious juvenile detention center known as Never Child Correctional Center. The facility housed youths who had committed grave crimes and employed borderline abusive educational methods to thoroughly neutralize a child's mentalities. As part of their education process's goal of fostering independence, the older children were granted some autonomy, resulted in the bloody power struggles among the juveniles. No child left the way they had been when they first entered. That was the goal, at least. However, these power dynamics shifted when Child A, the infamous serial killer, entered the facility. Each faction scrambled to get Child A on their side, resulting in a violent struggle with many casualties. The faculty closed soon after, with Child A being sent to another correctional center. At the time, he shared the following with a smile. At least that kept me entertained for a bit. I mean... abusive educational methods? Are we sure it doesn't justify the other murders? The case of the altered Mona Lisa. A second variation of the famous Mona Lisa was discovered in Italy and dubbed Alternate Mona Lisa. Although its authenticity was hotly debated, an exhibition was held in an art museum. Ideal and Posh happened to be visiting at the time, so they went to go see the work. Posh knew the painting was fake the moment she laid eyes upon it. However, what's more, she suspected murderous intent. Right before the exhibition, the painting had been covered up with numerous layers of oil paint. On top of damaging the art itself, the paint was highly flammable and moments away from igniting. Posh detectives swiftly and successfully put out the fire with Ideal Detective's aid. The museum's owner, who had been responsible for managing the painting, was then arrested. Their motive stemmed from their frustration towards the public for blindly flocking to see a blatant fake just because it was publicized, as well as towards the media for egging them on. You were so set on hating him. Yeah, I knew that he would be deeper than that because he's Lurf bait. I knew he was just mentally ill. I knew he had trauma. Actually, let me check the roster before we continue. Anything new? Of course he had trauma and mental illness. I like him. Right. One's been updated. Of course, we have this one, which is complete. Interesting that we complete Doleful Detectives first. It was just a matter if he had trauma and mental illness that justified his actions. Yeah. Yeah. Having thwarted the SPX's assault, we continued on, arriving at what appears to be the landing area. Is this a helipad? Why would this be here underground?
The design perfectly matches the one at the heliport on the surface, the girl said, comparing them in her head. I recall hearing that the heliport was connected to an underground hangar. Could this be it?
You can build a hangar underground? That must cost a lot of money. How's it going? It's going... Well, I was gonna say it's going great, but I'm still grieving. But it's going great aside from the grieving. I really like this game. This game is really good. Even we Pinkertons never constructed such frivolities as these. Still, this maze was once an experimental facility for the secret police, yes. It isn't too difficult to fathom building something so grandiose. Conventional wisdom would suggest that something hidden underground isn't meant to see the light of day. Whether it's a helicopter or something else, they were clearly willing to spend a pretty penny to keep something down here a secret.
There's an operational panel. It looks like this helipad has jacks that can raise up to the surface.
Jacks? You mean those things you use to change tires? You wouldn't be wrong, but the mechanism here is different. Although they do both serve to lift heavy objects.
Let's try raising it as a test. If I push this button, the steel column supporting the pads will extend, lifting it upwards.
Like Techie explained, the helipad begins raising up slowly, revealing metal pillars pushing it from beneath. You can't do that because you know what's gonna get on the fucking helipad? It's gonna be the black SPX. And then it's gonna come down when we lower it, and then we'll have to deal with it. I get it now. These adjustable pillars are jacks, the jacks he was talking about.
Basically, you could raise this up to the surface and have a helicopter land on it, then retract it all the way back underground. The climate can get particularly rough around the morgue. Maybe this underground hangar is for storing helicopters away from bad weather.
A familiar sound rings out nearby.
That noise. It can't be. Armor sacrificed himself, taking the thing with him down the hole.
A moment later, the source of the whirring appears. No! What the fuck? What do you mean? Are there two of them? This better not be the same one. This better not be the same fucking one. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. The SPX heads straight towards me. Why me? Even if I started running now, I won't be able to make it. I need to do something fast or I'll be dead in a matter of minutes, if not seconds. I thrust my hands into my pocket, hoping to find something to deter it. Inside is a bloody bandage, the one we discovered during our investigation earlier. A realization strikes me like a bolt of lightning. My mind races at a speed I've never experienced before. What if this is what led the Red SPX to us? I think back to what happened in the maze. What was in that maze when we first bumped into it? The wires, right? There's blood on the wall. Bloody bandage. It was bound tied to Techie's wheelchair. But in the maze, it was the bloody wires. Yeah. Right. There were a bunch of blood-soaked wires hanging in the Labyrinth back then. We thought it was a trap to kill us, but we were wrong. They were there for another reason entirely. If we assume our encounters with the Red SPX in that passage wasn't mere chance, then the wires must have been there to lure it. Those wires were meant to lure the SPX right to us. Which means that the SPX tracking capabilities must rely on scent. It was tracking the scent of this bandage, which means we have a way of dealing with it. That SPX fought armor. It may be a mindless machine, but that doesn't mean we can just run away. Come get some. I said this right here, right now. The SPX barrels right up to me, but I don't panic. It's not as if it's actually after me. If it's not actually after me, then there are plenty of angles we can take here. I run to the center of the helipad jacks and jam the bloody bandage into a gap. What do you think you're doing, you imbecile? You're to take cover behind me, you chief. Yeah, behind me, your chief. Posh rushes over to me and I grab her hand as we both run away from the jacks. It's okay, Posh. We don't even need to hide. What? What are you saying? The SPX passes by us, crashing in one of the jacks as it lifts the helipad to the surface. Why would it ignore us and go after the jack? Techie, lower the jacks now! I give Techie the command and watch as the rising helipads start to reverse direction. The Red SPX doesn't notice it continues slashing at the jack. The helipad descends upon its undefeated head. The SPX wails as it gets sandwiched between the helipad and the floor. The structure is sturdy enough to support a helicopter. The SPX is tough, but its opponent is stronger. Its frame is crushed mercilessly. But evidently, these mechs aren't able to sense threats to themselves. I know you aren't evil, but we're going to need you to get smashed to pieces, with enough of a bang that even armor can see it up in heaven. The heliport keeps descending. The SPX is crushed flat like an empty can. What is the meaning of this? That SPX had hunted us so relentlessly. Why did it go after the helipad instead? I used its tracking functions against it. That SPX pursues targets through a completely different method from any other we've encountered.
It did manage to detect us from pretty far away.
Faffing about. Speak at once. How is that SPX tracking us? Blood. You can trace the scent of blood. The scent of blood? Is it even possible to trace such a thing? Right. Maybe you wouldn't know, Posh. You see, one of us here actually has a device that can do just that.
You mean Sniffy Whiffy, right? My friend here uses technology that was originally developed by the Detective Alliance. It's not at all unreasonable for an SPX to feature the same tech. They explain why those wires we encountered had blood strung on them.
Remember the SPX charging area in that room we investigated earlier? That tomato-colored SPX was being stored in a different area entirely.
The bloody wires served as guideposts, luring it into the donut-shaped passage to act as its gatekeeper, the girl said, fully agreeing.
That's right. Except this time, I was the one who manipulated it. More specifically, by jamming the bandage covered in the culprit's blood to the jack. As I thought, the SPX was drawn to the blood, only to be crushed beneath the helipad. Once you know how it works, it's easy to bend it to your will. The perpetrator, hoping to obfuscate this from us in the shadows, exploited this special characteristic to set the Red SPX on us. You mean to say that Workaholic pulled his strings in an attempt to drive us into a corner? He may be a murderer, but I still believed him to be one of our fellows. How misguided I was. No, Workaholic wasn't the one who sicked the Red SPX on us. But he went ahead of us, no? Who else could have settled this wire sauce? Actually, last night, someone slipped out of the room we were sleeping in. The culprit who manipulated the SPX and used our conception of Workaholic to lead us by the nose.
Armor saved my wheelchair, and now one of its components, Sniffy Whiffy, can shine some light on this question for us.
It's Renegade, isn't it? A mini car mech I've seen before pops out of the armrest on Techi's chair.
Sniffy Whiffy recorded the scent of the blood on those wires. In other words, the blood of whoever unleashed that SPS on us.
The mech scurries across the floor instantly. Without hesitation, it heads towards the feet of... Even now, he seems like he's about to dissolve into a cackling fit. I point at him and declare the truth. Renegade Detective, you're the one who brought the SPX down on us. Renegade Detective bursts out laughing as if he can't hold it in anymore. Surely you jest! Renegade lost an all protecting Techie. Irrespective of his moral bankruptcy, I simply refuse to accept this notion.
I agree. The evidence points to you, Renegade, but I can't bring myself to believe it. Are you really the one who put that SPX on our trail? If so, why? Tell us!
It's simple. Renegade Detective cuts his laughter short, glancing at us with a grin. I wanted you to learn the importance of a life. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Renegade's words stop everyone in their tracks. Probably because we don't understand what he could possibly meant by what he said. But he keeps on going, clearly having a ball, without any regard for how it makes us feel. Hey, Tech. Have you noticed something? You've been protected by me, saved by armor. It's got you sitting real pretty right now. He's still after Techie! He has beef with a 12-year-old! He has beef with a 12-year-old! I felt this ever since we've met. You're an ace sleuth, but when the chips are down, you shirk the risk, leaving them to your tools and other detectives. Your cameras resulted in murder, but although you look sad, your anger at the culprit trumped it. So you felt no responsibility for Mystic's death.
Nailed it, didn't I? It's all just a game for you with your toys and inventions. You don't accept any liability for your actions.
I do get it though, because his philosophy here is like, oh, if you're gonna kill, do it with your own hand. He clearly has like bias against technology in general. He feels like it's detached and it's ruthless. Like Techie doesn't make real friends. He makes little robot friends, right? Techie like isolates himself and obfuscates responsibility through his technology. He didn't intend to kill Armor, I don't think. Like, I think he's probably sad that Armor is dead. Like, he's probably disappointed that a machine killed Armor. He's stupid as shit? Well, we'll see where he's going with this.
Even during investigations, you leave the brunt of the brain work to everyone else entirely. And that's despite all your talents. Such a waste.
His beef with Techie the first time was the security camera thing. It was that he, like, the fact that he set up the security cameras made it possible for the culprit to do the murder. But Techie didn't. Yeah. Yeah, because he made the security cameras with the help of Downtown, and setting them up in those places allowed for the culprit to do the Invisible Man murder by, you know, taking advantage of the blind spots.
That's why I figured you out. More than anybody else. That's why I figured you, more than anybody else, needed to bear some responsibility. I really gave my all to making this work. Or my arm, at least.
I don't think he would take credit for it if he didn't do it.
Bear responsibility? What do you mean?
Isn't it obvious?
Alright, buddy, calm down.
What I'm saying is you were the one who killed Armor Detective.
Okay, calm down, buddy. Calm down. Calm down. This CG does go hard, though. This is a really good CG.
Poppycock, I won't hear another word of this. Amma died as a result of your subterfuge.
Tasha's right, Renegade Detective. You got injured so you can mark the walls by smearing your blood across them. If you want to write him, you can. Listen. You can take the femboy or you can take Renegade. Whatever you want to do. If you want to beef with a 12-year-old, go for it. I'm not gonna stop you. Tasha's right, Renegade Detective. You got injured so you can mark the walls by smearing your blood across them. And the SPX followed them to come after us. Even went so far as to tie a bandage soaked in your blood to Techi's wheelchair. This was all clearly intentional. You're the one who killed Armor. I'm trying to pin the blame on Techie.
Well, let's hear from the boy himself. What do you have to say, Techie? Try and cheer him up all you want. It won't matter. If it weren't for your wheelchair, you could have kept me from exploiting you. And Armor wouldn't have had to waste his strength. That's the truth.
Renegade, not you being ableist. Not him being ableist.
You will never forget how Armor died in your stead. You will never escape the guilt of knowing you're the reason a life was lost. In other words, you'll carry the responsibility for Armor Detective's death for the remainder of your days. And now you get to bear the weight of 2 lives, which makes this your 2nd birthday. Congrats, Techie Detective!
Okay, I never said he could never be evil. I just meant that he wouldn't, like, be the grand, like, the quartering duke. Or that he would kill with his own hands. He did not do either of those things.
Stop. That's enough.
I caught off Renegade's words. Just listening to me. Fuck. Just listening to him makes me feel like my own values are crumbling away. I thought I was beginning to understand him. I thought I would fully get to know him if we kept working as fellow detectives. What do you mean, the CG? But that'd have been a mistake.
もうわかった。
What do you mean, hear me out now? Renegade is Chad No. No, he's not Chad Dixon. Chad would be freaked out by this guy. He'd be like, what the heck is wrong with him? And he'd be out of here. He'd be gone. Remember Operation Zero when all the fucking zombies? Yeah, Chad Dixon, but worse. No. Chad my goat would never do this. Chad my goat would never do this. Like even like we have to also consider GK and D here. Well, with Nigel. Okay. We'll talk about this later, actually. We'll talk about this later. Enough. Get it now. Too stupid to trust you. I was wrong to believe we could ever understand each other.
そうか。
Yeah.
それは残
Shame.
念だよ。
I was hoping to be
かつて
friends
この
with my old
迷宮を
pals
生
who
き延びた
survived
仲
this
間
maze
同
with
士
me back in the
仲
day.
良くやりたかったんだけど
Relationships are
人付
tricky,
き合い
huh?
って難しいね。
Oh, wait, was Renegade escaping with them? You know, Saika in our flashback had black hair. In the darkness, did we mistake them? Did we save Ideal's life and Renegade was there with us, but he somehow managed to survive? Was it Renegade all along? Wait. No shot. No way. No. No way. I'll believe it. It annoys me how Renegade's shoulders sag and mock sadness while he cackles away.
でもせっかく
But you
俺
went
の
through all
ギ
the
フトを
trouble of
紐解い
laying
た
my
んだ
little gift bare.
ご褒
You
美
deserve
代
a
は
bit
受
of
け
the
取って
truth
くれ
as a
よ
treat. Huh?
他の探偵たちが
As some of the
推理
other
していた通
detectives had
り
guessed, a criminal
八崎工事
organization
件の
called the
バッテリー
Dayless
は
Knight
犯
is
罪者組
responsible
織
for the Quartering
明
Duke
けによる
killings. So there was the Dayless Knight incident. Now we finally get to learn about the Dayless Knight itself. According to Renegade Detective, this criminal organization formed from the successors to Lucifer, the most nefarious criminal in history, as well as the mastermind behind the Dayless Knight incident. There are no further details, but Renegade says that he, Downtown, and the Duke are all members. Whoa, shit. That was a spoiler, maybe.
この組織は全員
Everyone in their ranks was affected by the Dayless Knight incident, and what do you know? That includes me, too.
俺も要するに
Essentially,
八
the
崎工事
Quartering
件
Duke incidents are showdowns between the DA and the Dayless Knight.
探偵
The
同盟
ultimate battle between evil and justice. Oh, I read that he was a member before I found out he was a member.
犯罪者組織
The Dayless Knight? A criminal organization? My pulse jumps at this unimaginable truth, though people always did say the Quartering Duke's crimes couldn't have been done alone. It turns out that he had helpers, like Downtown and Renegade. It turns out he had helpers, like Downtown and Renegade himself. Downtown, fuck. And Renegade himself was the one who mentions the relevance to the Dayless Knight incident. To think that all of it was the work of an organization so directly connected to that incident. The sheer scale of what we're facing makes me almost tremble.
君はその組織のス
So,
パイなのか
are you a spy for that
どうして
organization?
探偵である
Why is a
君が入って
detective
るん
like
だ
you
よ
with them?
八崎子も
The Quartering Duke a
そ
member
の組織
too?
の一員なのか あ
Yeah,
あ
they're all criminals who belong to the Dayless Knight, including Downtown, who died back in the manor. And yet, I'm not actually a spy, got it? I'm a proper detective. I never cut corners. I had no particular intention to do anything bad when I came to this island.
I wanted to mess with Holmes and would have been happy with just a taste of her skills. Whatever the Duke's plotting, I couldn't care less. But you, incompetent. If you hadn't been here to get me all tingly, I would have just sat back quietly like a good little boy. Uh-oh. The yaoi got him acting up. Me? Why are you so hung up on a nobody like me? The look on your face! You really are a clueless rookie, huh? Oh, you make me tingle. Unexpected? This was entirely expected yaoi, May. I'll peel everything away from you, skin and all. Reveal your secrets you haven't even noticed. Or reveal secrets you haven't even noticed. Enough of your prattle. Die. Don't kill him now. He was gonna tell us shit. Workaholic appears from out of nowhere, silencing Renegade. He swings its arm with a wide motion. A wire rapidly strikes out from it. Renegade parries it elegantly with his knife, cutting the wire in half. I prefer to be buddy-buddy with my fellow killing maniac here, but I guess that won't be happening. Shut up! We're nothing but filthy remains of a bygone era. I'll dispose of you to preserve the peace of our nation. It's a clash between two intensely murderous urges. The tension is so thick, I'm scared it'll get torn apart if I so much twitch a finger. The bizarre standoff roots each of us to the spot, rendering us unable to even speak as we're drawn in. Have you made up your mind yet, incompetent? I'll tell you how to kill Renegade Detective. There's a bomb shaped like a tattoo embedded on his neck. Outbreak DA operatives have the authority to detonate that bomb in the event he tries to flee. Huh? But I'm all the way at 100. Chief granted you the authority. Give me the word and we can blow up Renegade's collar right now. Show you how to do it. Just destroy you. And just destroy him. Fuck. What? I don't care how much you hate Renegade Detective. I can't just kill him. I unintentionally lash out at Workaholic. At that moment, Renegade Detective dashes towards what I assume is the exit to this passage. I like my neck where it is right now, so if you'll excuse me. Stop. Renegade Detective dodges Workaholic's attack, escaping into the corridors. He doesn't have the authority to do it, I don't think. Like it's possible that only it's maybe like a DNA thing or something. Workaholic's shoulders shake. His fists are clenched so tight that they start to bleed. His unfiltered ferocity leaves me speechless. I refuse to consider killing Renegade Detective as the right decision, but after seeing Workaholic's unshakable resolve, my own feels half-hearted. Workaholic, now you see how powerful our foe is? You don't have the resolve to kill him, then stay out of my way. Workaholic doesn't even face me as he speaks. I have no reply. Trusted Renegade Detective, only to fly into a rage when he betrayed us. Made my own shortcomings painfully obvious. In the face of a truly deranged criminal, I'm beyond helpless. I'll finish Renegade Detective off. You just sit tight here and wait for help to arrive. Unless you'd rather lose more of your friends. Workaholic heads down the passage, chasing after Renegade. All we can do is stand there and watch, unable to speak as he disappears from sight. Damn it! I wanted to know! Victim, Armor Detective, culprit, Renegade Detective through the Red SPX. Stabbed by the Red SPX. Presumed. The Red SPX tracks blood, and Renegade used this trade to get Armor killed. Renegade is part of the Dayless Night and is bent on making others bear the weight of life. We need to stop him before Workaholic does. Well, this S rank feels rather hollow to me. I'm very sad. Let's go. Hello, 'tis I, your dear neighborhood and dreaded your dear neighbor and dreaded roommate, the Quartering Duke. The word psychopath is thrown around a lot these days. Are you familiar with the term? It essentially refers to someone with a wholly antisocial mindset.
Discriminatory language hurts, so don't go around using it carelessly. The power held by words is frightening. No matter how serious or grave its meaning, a buzzword can spread into to daily lexicons like wildfire. I wonder, are you guilty of carelessly flinging about such weighty words, causing thoughtless injury to others' dignities? How very psychopathic. Hey, you just called me the real psycho in your head, didn't you? But am I truly? You're so quick to label others. Maybe that makes you the psychopath here. I've been told I was strange since the day of my birth. I've been called abnormal. I've been asked to adhere to a standard. So tell me, what is standard? If I'm abnormal, then what is normal? Should any measures used to judge others truly be considered as such? Hey, look, I'm on TV, Mom! It's all thanks to your wonderful standard education, as you can see. I'm filled to the brim with common sense. It's true what they say. Entertainment's all about familial love. A broadcasted reunion with Mom? Oh, how grand! I love you. I love you, Mommy! Anyway, that's pretty much it. What, that whole bit just now? Playing Psycho. Great dress outlet. Try it. All you goody-goodies out there that's consider using a throwaway account. See? As demonstrated, it's easy to play all sorts of crazy roles. But the reverse also holds true. Perhaps the true psychopath could be your neighbor or roommate. Stay safe out there. But then again, perhaps it's you. That was a fun one. I liked that one. What's this called right now? Confrontation. I don't know about you guys, but I'm locked the fuck in. We're going crazy tonight. And by that I mean I probably gotta stop right before the 12-hour mark so my body doesn't get caught up. Well, we'll see. We'll see where we go. After some time, Workaholic and Renegade Detective raced away from us.
I bought water, incompetent. You should drink some too, said the girl, offering up a canteen with the grace of a goddess.
Thanks, Bookworm. I'm glad there was a tap. Our water supply just ran out.
As we are supposedly in some sort of hangar, the water line here is likely used to service the machinery, the girl conjectured.
That's unfortunate, Mouse Viewer. I'm sorry to hear that. I see. This hits the spot. A bit warm, though. But I guess it makes sense, given where we are. Hydration flows through my parched body. My fuzzy thoughts grow a bit sharper. But we still don't have a plan for what to do next. Peggy looks downcast in particular. No surprise, considering Renegade's behavior towards him and his role in Armor's death. Posh is usually quick to push forward, but she too has gone silent right now. Hey, Posh. We should be able to save everyone by using this helipad to get above ground. If our prospects look good come morning, let's head up and call for help. I am sure we'd be able to find at least one transmitter over at Snark's. Very well. Perhaps that's not just a terrible idea. Posh sighs broodingly, then looks into my eyes with a resolute expression. Incompetent. You take the others up to the surface. Wait, what about you, Posh? I will pursue Workaholic and Renegade Detective. As a detective myself, I cannot capitulate just yet, even if it means I must go alone. They know of a secret passage, so by all logic, they should have absconded from the heliport by now. But they haven't, meaning they must have some agenda. I can't afford to laze about knowing that. Hold on. It's too dangerous. I recall Workaholic's advice. Unlike him and Renegade, I don't have the kind of conviction it takes to kill in order to achieve my goals.
Listen to incompetent. We should stop involving ourselves in their business.
Becky. Techie situates himself between Posh and myself before continuing.
To tell you the truth, I originally hadn't planned to take part in this case.
Huh? What do you mean by that? We were all summoned here by the Detective Alliance. What's this about not planning to take part?
My mentor, Detective Gentleman, was the one who actually got requested. I couldn't stomach seeing him reject it, so I offered to go in his stead. Who would have thought things would turn out like this?
Detective Gentleman? I know the name. His rank is lower than mine, but his ability is said to be on par with that of Ideals. He's quite formidable. I heard he had a favorite pupil, but I'm quite surprised to discover it's you, Techie. It truly is a gifted detective.
Yeah. He could be the nation's best if he applied himself, but all he thinks about is women. It was a romantic getaway that called him away this time. So I decided I'd take his place and help you all out. It's all thanks to my meddling with armor.
It wasn't your fault. Fuck. It wasn't your fault, Techie. Armor got swept up in my ability, so technically...
That isn't true. If I caught on to Renegade Detective's plan, we could have avoided further bloodshed. If only I was strong as my mentor.
I understand Techie's feelings to a painful degree. I still can't forget the moment when Holmes was killed right before my eyes. No matter how much we grovel or repent, the dead can never answer or rebuke us. So in turn, we lash out at ourselves. Except Ideal can.
Well, I wouldn't say never, but I suppose your case is the exception here.
Yeah, and I'm grateful for that. If I hadn't run into you on this island, I'd have kept dragging my regrets with me until my dying breath.
Sounds about right. I hate to sound like a certain maverick, but one can't help but feel responsible for the death of another. You're the only one who can raise Techie's spirits. Go on then. Have a word with him.
Really think I could help? Like Workaholic said, I don't even have the resolve to kill someone.
Taking a life is proof of one's resolve. Now you're making me laugh. Even a child can kill if given the proper tools. He's throwing around such bombastic words, but the matter is much simpler than that, really.
Simpler? How so?
It's a means to avoid accountability. The longer one lives, the greater the obligations one takes on, and the harder they become to cast aside.
Throwing it all away.
But is throwing it all away truly a mark of resolve? Is breaking rules courageous when rules exist to grant self-restraint and preserve order in society? Without rules, we're no more than wild beasts. No one sees a beast hunting prey on instinct and considers it courageous, Wata-kun.
Holmes' words serve to organize my thoughts, which have been in disarray for some time. He's absolutely correct. I thought I was pathetic for my lack of resolve, but if killing isn't what it takes to display it, then I don't need it. I don't want to be a detective who slaughters the guilty. I want to be a legendary sleuth who eases other suffering, like the kind I see in books. I'm sorry. I'll let someone else's comment get the better of me again.
Worry is a telltale sign of an obstacle that is one... worry is a telltale sign of an obstacle that one ought to overcome. To me, true bravery is someone like you, Wata-kun. Even if others deny it, I never will. I will affirm all that I believe about you. Keep a stiff upper lip. There are words which only you, a competent detective, have the power to say. Of this, I'm certain.
That's all Holmes says before she vanishes like a puff of smoke. This must be the downtime her consciousness occasionally lapses into. Something akin to sleep. She'll be gone for a few hours. She drops all that on me before immediately taking a nap. What a pain in the butt. You can just say ass, incompetent. I let out a sigh and raised my head up. Let's all keep moving forward. Techie, if you let yourself wallow now, you'll carry those regrets for your whole life. Competent?
Oh, incompetent? How do you do it? How do you stay so strong? Like a Renegade Detective kill like it's second nature to them. You'd easily die by getting involved with them. So how?
It's all quite terrifying, there's no denying that. But we didn't come to this island on holiday, to have some jolly, carefree vacation and head home. We're here for one singular purpose, to discover the truth behind the Quartering Duke. Regardless of their true intentions, it's clear that our two outlaws possess some connection to the Dukes. If we don't give chase now, the proud Pinkerton name will be forever tarnished.
さすがは家族さ。
I'll leave it to Posh to beat me to the punch. I smile wryly, then continue speaking directly to Teki.
僕も昔
His bangs aren't symmetrical.
助けられなかったことがあって。
Years ago, I failed to save a friend who died right in front of me. Trauma was so intense I still have nightmares about it to this day.
自分を許せなく
Keep it up and you'll never be able to forgive yourself. Got it? I understand what you're going through right now, Teki, believe me.
切れる必要なんて
You don't
ないし
need to forget and move on.
切る
That's
ことは
asking too
難しい
much.
と思う。
All you can do is acknowledge those feelings of yours and keep moving forward.
まあ
But I know it isn't
それが
easy.
苦しいから
That's why you're so conflicted, after all.
僕はこの体のせいで生まれ
My
てから
body has been like
ずっ
this
と
ever
誰
since
か
I
の
was
負担に
born.
なってきたん
For all
で
that time, I've always felt like a burden to others.
す。探偵としても
If me being a detective makes me a liability too, I...
僕は
Morning, Double
科学
Jumper.
は僕らにとって大事な仲間だ。
We're deep in it. Still our friend, Teki. We value you more than you know.
If you're a nuisance and that red-headed crone is going straight to hell for oppressive idiocy, so don't sweat it, the girl chimed in gently.
それ誰のこ
And
とを
just
言
who
っ
are
てい
you
るんですか
referring to?
私のこと
You'll
で
be
したら
given no quarter should that have been directed towards me, are we clear?
全く
My goodness me, but
文学さん
yes,
の言う通り
Bookworm makes a
科
valid
学さんよ
point.
りもずっ
Both
と
incompetent and myself have
私は
caused far more
無造作
trouble than
迷
you,
惑をかけてい
Teki.
るでしょ。何より
But ultimately, your shortcomings are my responsibility as our chief. You've nothing to be concerned about.
何も気にし科学ちゃんがいなかった
If you hadn't been here, that poison would have done us in a long, long time ago. Stop focusing on what's lost and recognize the lives you've saved. The way I see it, that's our duty as survivors.
Becky, I lost my family because of the way I am. That's why, when Armor died, I kept thinking, not again. Because I felt like I caused the death of someone close to me once again. I was going to separate myself and stay back in this room by myself, but what incompetent said made me realize something. I have an obligation to take responsibility for the lives I couldn't save. Bowing out now would only be running away from that.
Joel. Come up here. Come up here. Sit on my lap, bud. I know you want to.
An obligation to those you couldn't save?
飛躍君の言う通りだよ。
Doleful's got the right idea.
難しいこ
I
と
know
だっ
it's
て分かっ
difficult,
てる
so
から
why don't we shoulder that
僕
responsibility
らと一
together?
緒に背負っていこう。武装さんの
We'll
分
shine a
まで
light on the mysteries of the
八
Quartering
崎港事
Duke.
件の謎を解き明かす
For armor's sake.
Competent.
Teki wipes away his tears using the sleeve of his lab coat, and then looks up. His eyes and nose are still red from crying, but his face shows no sign of doubt. His pupils are as clear as the cloudless blue sky.
Everyone, I'm sorry I was weak. I'm going to keep going with all of you. We'll catch the Duke together, I swear it.
科学君
Teki,
よかった
we're happy to have you. Oh, how befitting that I, your chief, can provide such incomparably effective motivation and encouragement. Gosh. Very well, let us divide into two groups. One to head the surface along with the helipad, and the other to...
Oh, you shouldn't do that.
Pardon? Teki rejects Pasha's orders outright.
When I raised the helipad to the surface earlier, I attached one of the security cameras we used in the manor and saw this.
Teki shows us the screen of his tablet.
これは
That's the SPX that killed Ideal.
黒い SPX
Why is it by the heliport?
どうしてヘリポートの
It could be a trap, maybe set by someone who assumed we ride the helipad above ground. At any rate, if we head up there without a plan, there's a good chance we'd all be killed.
I beg your pardon? We have no choice but to press on. Maybe the Duke's hinting that we should.
I swear I'll make him regret everything he's done, said the girl, spitting out words she cursed to the unseen fiend.
Regardless, I had intended to stay the course from the very beginning. Let us be off then. We must chase after those two.
Wait, Posh. There could be more traps up ahead. Don't you think we should rest here for now? We don't know if we'll have another chance.
Yeah, I'm with Doleful. We've been through a lot today. I'm sure fatigue will catch up with us soon enough. How about we call it a day here, Posh? It'll be too dangerous to keep moving while we're this exhausted. Oh, this is precisely why the common folk are so ineffectual. As with everything else, my stamina is also first class. I shall press ahead myself. You timorous milksops may wait here instead. As she speaks, Posh climbs to her feet. Egads! Are you alright? Tripped over nothing. See, you're exhausted too. Beg pardon? I am not the least bit tired. Imagine if Renegade Detective were to escape while we waste time dawdling about. My mind is set. It is with a determined spirit that I shall forge on. And now I've done it. All I did was rile her up more. Communication sure isn't easy.
Hey, Posh, I'd also like to keep going, but can I be allowed to rest for today? Sorry to make this about me, your subordinate, but we're up against two cold-blooded killers. I'd be afraid to face them at less than full strength.
Hmm? Oh. Why, of course, my underling. After all, prioritizing the well-being of one's lackeys is the mark of a true leader. My, how benevolent I am. Say, Doleful, you're getting pretty good at handling Posh. You sure are a smart cookie. His powers of manipulation are unmatched. Evil.
Perturbingly done. Perturbingly done, Mr. Botched Bangs.
What the hell? You can't call him that to his face, bookworm. With that, the group decides to get some sleep in the underground hangar. The air is pleasantly warm, making the room just the right temperature. We'll be able to get plenty of rest, even without any blankets. We all drink a bit of water, then lie down to sleep, as if toppled by our exhaustion. After resting for the night, we set off down the passage in pursuit of Workaholic and Renegade Detective. How many of these identical tunnels have we seen by now? I'm getting sick of this.
No need to complain. This was a dwelling from long ago that had been repurposed. Areas that didn't need remodeling were likely left as is. Building a facility this far underground, the former inhabitants truly were foolish, as were the members of the secret police.
I know, they constructed all of this here to be discreet, but the SP sure didn't make things easy for themselves, huh? I'm totally accustomed to having homes inside my head now. We continue conversing until we come across a shuttered gate. We must have arrived at the next facility. Doleful, sense any danger?
We're good. I'm not picking up on anything from the other side.
Doleful touches the shutter and makes his report, after which Posh approaches it.
Very well. I, your illustrious chief, shall throw open this gate.
There may be a trap, so stand back, everyone. I consider taking your place, but the Denoman isn't giving any reaction. So instead, I just keep quiet and let our chief handle this. Let the way be cleared. I love her. Posh lifts at the shutter while making a distinctly undignified noise. For a moment, I think my vision's gone completely black, but then the lighting reveals an entryway to what appears to be some sort of hospital. Huh. Okay. Automatic lights here. But why? This new song is... Hang on. Kinda bopping with it. I'm really vibing. There's no trace of life in this cold, artificial place. The synthetic scent of vinyl hangs in the air, completely unlike the earthliness of the maze. I'm gonna save. What's it called right now? The Underground Research Facility. There's no trace of his life in this cold, no trace of life in this cold, artificial place. The synthetic scent of vinyl hangs in the air, completely unlike the earthliness of the maze. Judging by the great deal of chatter as our eyes glance about the room, everyone seems to recognize this place to some extent. What's all this then? It looks awfully similar to the research facility entrance we saw the other day.
Not just similar, it's identical. The sole exception being the lack of windows, said the girl, comparing the scene to her memory.
We finally found the elevator. It's back there, gang. It's back there. Still, none of that delicious fresh air, though. We must still be underground. You think that elevator is working? If so, Workaholic and Renegade might have gone up to the surface.
The button isn't responding. Either it's broken or the power's been cut. Judging by the incline of our path here, it must be the basement of the research facility. Maybe the elevator could take us back up?
Nice. All we need to do is fix the elevator and we can get above ground, right?
Right. One problem, though, there may be traps similar to what we've encountered before. I think we're safe for now. Unlike the other areas, I'm not sensing any threats here. So long as we keep our eyes peeled for 2 runaways, things should be fine, right? Not that we should let our guard down.
Well, I think it's still a relief considering what an ordeal this has been so far. Looking at the D-pad's map, this area seems to only have 1 floor. It's totally isolated from the main complex, like a remote island, except subterranean. Gosh, why don't we sweep this place to start? Maybe we'll figure out what Workaholic and Renegade Detective are trying to accomplish. That's what I intend to do, obviously. Even that pesky Renegade will think twice before meddling with a group as large as ours. Now, let us move onward. Follow my lead, everyone. Thus, we began our investigation of the underground research facility with Posh at the helm. Good night, mouse viewer. You have a good night. Sleep well. Goodness, it's roasting in here. What on earth is this place? The temperature is nearly as bad as it was in the Labyrinth. It's way hotter than it was when we slept in the hangar yesterday. Maybe these narrow spaces ended up trapping hot air inside? Coming from a cold country, the heat and I don't mix well. Suffice it to say, do you think this place has air conditioning? The sweating sprite?
Oh, don't worry. I'm in the process of creating a specialized cooling friend. Freezy Breezy. By the time you're finished, we'll have a roasted goose to go with it, quipped the girl, dutifully fulfilling her role as a snarker despite the swelter.
Thank you, Bookworm. We appreciate it. Oh, check it out. This room has AC. Really? Let's head in. We enter the lab and immediately hone in on the AC's remote, quickly cranking the fan to max and adjusting the temperature to lower its setting. To its lowest setting. I'm alive again. The AC pleasantly cools my flushed skin, and it's got considerable power and a strong airflow, chilling the room in no time. My, how I adore air conditioners. Fans truly are old hat. I've certainly got to install a unit in my office upon my return. The computer just fucking turned on back there. I saw that. Man, I feel you. The agency I work for is practically broke, so fans are our only option. And up in your penniless place of employment, and with mine, the nerve. My office simply prefers a more antiquated aesthetic. Don't misunderstand.
Incompetent detective?
Bookworm repeatedly tugs at my sleeve, and I turn to face her. She looks frightened, shrinking close to me as she gestures to one of the many PCs lining the rows of desks. Then I notice that one of the PC monitors is flickered to life.
Over there. Computer just turned on all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's weird. No one even touched it. I check out the screen with Techie, and see a login prompt displayed. Techie gleefully takes charge of the situation, already seeming to have an answer.
Among all the powered-off computers was this one, which was only asleep. I'm assuming it was set to wake when the mouses moved.
Powering on the AC shook the mouse's cord a bit, which was enough to turn it on. That happens to me at home sometimes, too.
So, it wasn't psychokinesis then? Asked the girl, dropping the frightened act she had put on for the sole purpose of messing with Incompetent.
I don't know if you're being very objective right now, Bookworm. Yep, so no need to be scared. Ow! Using all our might, Bookworm delivers a sudden kick to my shin. What the heck? I didn't think I said anything off-putting. Hey, wait a sec. If that computer was in sleep mode, wouldn't that mean someone was just using it? You're probably right. And I'm willing to bet it was either Renegade or Workaholic. The question is, what were they looking up? We're going to have to find out. Why is she looking like that? Alright, Queen. Sure. Gourmet sticks her nose close to the keyboard and sniffs. Then, for some reason, she begins licking the keys. Alright. Gourmet, what are you doing? Investigating, clearly. Our mysterious suspect X would have used the keyboard to type the PC's password earlier. My trusty taste buds can detect even the faintest trace of oil left behind these keys. Just trust me, it'll only take a bit. Yeah. Oh. Game froze at an opportune time, alright. Well, that's perfectly fine. That's fine. Let's just luckily I saved right when we got into the hotel. Let's get the game up again. Those chain chomps though, indeed. Alright. I am glad that I felt the need to save when we entered the hospital. Woof. Alright. Let's zoom over to where we were. Alright. There we go. Quick save. I assume the title hasn't changed. But my, isn't AC grand? Alright. Anyway, sorry. Keep up the good work. We wait in silence to hear the results of Gourmet's analysis. After 5 minutes, her thorough taste test is complete. When using this keyboard, I believe suspect X touched 6 keys: A, D, E, H, T, and Y. I did taste and smell additional sabam on the keys, but the flavor of those 6 was the strongest. The culprit must have been careful to avoid typos. Thank you. I hope you're gonna get sick from that. Aw, this is nothing. But you have a point. Keyboards are breeding grounds for germs. So don't try this at home, kids. Tremendous effort, Gourmet. Let's type in A-D-E-H-T-Y right away. Wait, hang on. Hang on. I wanna see if I can unscramble it. What kind of word? What kind of word? I was thinking Deathy too, May. That was the first thing that popped in my mind. E-H? Edie? You know, I wonder if it's like the name of someone that we don't know yet. I don't know. I don't know. I want to see. I'm not solving it. Wait. I think Gourmet was just listing them alphabetically. I don't think typing them in order will do us any good.
A 6-letter password. Even with my cracking software, it'd still take half a day to recover. If the password is something with actual meaning, then it may be a good idea to create some options using the 6 letters.
A password with meaning, huh? A, D, E, H, T, and Y. Death immediately springs to mind, but that leaves out the Y. Deathy! Even fuck, we're on the same level as incompetent. Even though he's actually really quite competent, to be honest. What if you stick the Y onto the end of death and make it an adjective? Deathy? Fuck! May! It's over for us. It's over. How like common folk to suggest such a vulg and ludicrous notion. That is certainly not the password. Rather, it's why followed by death. Why death? In other words, questioning one's imminent faith in an abbreviated form. Why death? Whoever said this access code clearly exhibits a mastery of the English internet shorthand. A clever, artful password worthy of Lewis Carroll himself.
Anyway, the password is the day, shared the girl, announcing the correct answer.
Of course! The dayless night! God! Of course it is. God. I didn't consider it would be 2 words. That was my downfall. Alright. Huh?
The day. その日ってこと?
That day.
What day?
Bookworm gazes at her perplexed faces and sighs before beginning her explanation.
The organization known as the Dayless Night likely derives its name from a line heard in William Shakespeare's Macbeth. The full quote is, "The night is long that never finds the day." In other words, there is little hope in the dark uncertainty of night.
So maybe Dayless Night is actually a pretty... actually very accurate, actually.
The DA's goal is to stop the Dayless Night. Could you imagine a more fitting password? Explained the girl to her clueless seniors.
You're amazing, Bookworm. That's gotta be it.
Certainly a better guess than why death, said the girl, thinly veiling her derision.
You ninny! Why me? Posh slaps me for some reason.
And bingo, we're in! You're as trusty as ever, Bookworm.
I like how we're not addressing the fact that he was just smacked. Techie sits triumphantly before the monitor, but almost immediately his face clouds over.
Take a look at this. Seems whoever had been logged into this PC left in a hurry.
Their files are still open. Maybe they were using it right before we came and panicked once they noticed us? This looks like a detective's database. Can you tell what they were looking at? It must have been something they'd risk getting caught for.
Let me attempt to retrieve the data that was more recently accessed. Give me a minute.
The keyboard clatters as Techie gets to work. Then, a few minutes later, or moments.
From what I gather, the actual files they were looking at had been transferred and removed. I can't at least tell what they were about, though.
What kind of data did they take, then?
Information pertaining to Renegade Detective, along with documents concerning the collar he has attached to his neck.
That collar. It's the same device the Workaholic Detective mentioned, right? The one that detonates when certain conditions are met? For what purpose did the person using his computer need that information? I bet it was Workaholic using it, and he needed it to figure out how to kill him. Did Renegade Detective take it off in hopes of removing his collar? Or does Workaholic intend to trigger the explosion somehow? The mysteries keep compounding. We check the rest of the units, but nothing of note has been left behind. The layouts of the other rooms are nearly identical and similarly turn up nothing. We do, however, get the AC running in all of them, greatly reducing the floor's overall humidity and making the area much more pleasant to be in. We continue searching similar rooms for some time. Seems this one's the exact same as the first, huh? As far as I can tell, this computer lab is like all the others we've searched till now. It's been several hours since we began this fruitless investigation, and the exhaustion is showing on everyone's faces. However, there's something in this room that sets it apart from the rest. Wait, I recognize that scent.
Doesn't it smell like those rubber wristbands?
What are you talking about? Doleful motions to a desk where a cardboard box filled with rubber wristbands has been placed. Why on earth is this here? Oh, right. Incompetent wouldn't know about those. Apparently, it's a rule that any visitors and stocks need to wear one of these bands, since they serve as key cards.
I'm sure they also help to distinguish between employees, guests, and any potential trespassers. We've already got our own bands. You should take one too, Incompetent. I bet it'll come in handy.
Oh, okay. Let me grab one then. I take a wristband from the box and slip it into my pocket.
There's no indication that anyone's accessed this PC, nor any sign of a break-in or other disturbances, going by my recollection. This room's no different from the last, the girl said, thoroughly annoyed.
Very well, on to the next. A proper detective must always look forward. There's little time to fret or idle about.
So many books, the girl exclaimed, her eyes shining with joy. There are plenty of old records that we didn't see above ground. I wonder if Workaholic and Renegade Detective could be looking for these.
I don't spot any electronics here, though. But let's check the other rooms first and come back once we're finished.
The girl shoots a look of protest at the oafish boy.
Sorry, Bookworm. I promise we'll come right back, okay?
Hey, I found it! This is the distribution board.
We're in luck. Just after leaving the archives, we come across the apparatus we've been seeking. It looks like a metal box embedded in the wall. We open it to see a large circuit breaker like any house would have, jutting it from the center. Huh? So this is a distribution board. Yeah, I've seen them in apartments too. But what does it do anyway?
Well, in a word, it distributes electricity. Like the name implies, it takes streams of energy from power lines and dispenses it through the facility. It also lets you cut off electrical current. If I flip this hallway's breaker switch like so...
Oh, the lights went out. And now they're back on.
By operating the breakers like this, you can control the individual locations. You can control the power individual locations receive.
The breakers also switch off when you use too much electricity, right? Will it be fine for the AC to be on full blast in every room?
We're not done investigating, so I can't say for sure. But the breakers should function the same as household ones and cut off the power if they get overloaded with electricity.
You really do know everything, Techie.
I wanted to use more voltage at home, so I modded the breakers to have no cutoff. It helped me pick up a few things.
Talk about perseverance. Passion is the greatest motivator when it comes to learning, but I'm almost positive doing that constitutes as a crime. It has to.
I'm going to spend some time working on this distribution board. Hopefully I can figure out why the elevator button's malfunctioning. It'll be a while, so feel free to take it easy for a bit.
No, I'd feel bad if we were the only ones resting. Well, we can help you just keep company. Wait. Yeah, Renegade Detective has taken an interest in you, Techie. You could be attacked. You know what, I do have to say it because it's been on my mind for a while now. Those who remain incompetent. You're out of the picture. You're out of the picture and you're not relevant to this discussion anymore. Posh. Gourmet. I'm not counting him. Doleful, Techie, Bookworm. That is all who remains in our group. Ideal's dead. Renegade has been, you know, I mean, Renegade was never going to be the quartering Duke. Mystic's dead. Workaholic has his own baggage. Downtown's dead. Armor's dead. Rowdy's dead. Senior's dead. We're not the Duke. There's no way. Posh, I don't believe for a second can be the Duke with the way she be flopping about. Like, I'm sorry, she's too silly. She is too silly to be the Duke. She's too dumb. She's too goofy. I know maybe that might be, like, the point, like, oh, like, the Duke acted like that fair maiden one time, and maybe we're supposed to connect that, but no, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Unless she's faking? No, I don't believe it. I don't believe Miss Little Pinkerton is the Duke. A Gourmet? She hasn't gotten enough spotlight for me to do. A Downtown was faking, but she wasn't faking like that. But Posh has not a thought in her brain. Downtown had thoughts in her brain. Gourmet, I don't know. Gourmet, I don't know enough about her to be certain about her. The Techie is 12. Bookworm is 11. These two are innocent. Doleful and Gourmet are the only two in my mind who could possibly be the Quartering Duke. There's no way. There's no way it's either of them. No, not there's no way it's either. There's no way it's not. There's no way it's anyone else, is what I mean to say. And genuinely, if I'm looking at the two of them, and I'm looking at Gourmet, she had a very nice sisterly relationship with Rowdy, and, you know, got teary-eyed after her death. Meanwhile, Doleful is here, and it's just like, the whole time. The whole fucking time. I know he gets, like, upset when people die because of his luck or whatever, because of his misfortune aura. But, like, he doesn't have any personal bonds with literally anyone here. He had a bond with Workaholic Detective, which is interesting, given Workaholic Detective's background, because he was Diabolical Detective, right? And if you'll remember from the case of the apartment number 6, building 6, sorry, he, swamped by the investigation, caught the eye of a young boy. Let it be known, this man is a kidnapper. He kidnaps people, he kidnaps children. The curious young boy caught his eye, an orphaned boy who lost his family. And how would you like to use your abilities to catch a killer? His abilities where, you know, he was doing child experiments to wake up latent supernatural abilities in order to make them detectives. I'm sorry, but if a minor is taken by an adult and taken someplace and experimented on, even if the minor goes willingly, that's a kidnapping. Oh, little boy, you want some candy? Get in the back of my van. Okay, mister. That's a kidnapping. That's a kidnapping. The child has no fucking idea. The child can't probably, like, no, little boy, do you want to use your powers to solve mysteries and be a hero? Oh, gee, that sounds nice, because my power really hurts people, and I would like to use it for a good thing. All right, get in the torture labyrinth. I'm just saying, that's a kidnapping. That's a kidnapping. I'm just saying, I'm onto something. I'm onto something. This is the most suspicious. See, such were the origins of Doleful Detective, though his is another story to tell. What story is it? Could it perhaps be the story of the Quartering Duke? Was he part of the escape group with Renegade? We don't know. We don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying there's some real suspicious things going on around here. Are we sure that Doleful isn't the invincible detective? Wait a minute. Because even in the mazes, in the labyrinths that were designed to be 100% death rate, somehow the invincible detective made their way through completely unscathed. The age range is 15 to 20. Doleful is 17. And Doleful has the ability to encounter all kinds of misfortunes, yet somehow make it out alive. Doleful never dies. Like he just somehow manages to survive because of his good danger sense. He must be the invincible detective. He must be the invincible detective. He has to be. He has to be. There's no way he isn't. There's no way he's not the invincible detective. And there's no way the invincible detective is not the quartering duke. It has to be. It has to be. It has to be. I'm locked in. I'm so locked the fuck in. More than I ever have been before. Like, at first it was kind of a meme. At first I was kind of like going along with it, you know, for the bid and all. But this is like genuine evidence that is building up right now. I'm here with the corkboard, all right? I'm pulling up the pictures. I'm putting the wrench string around. I'm making connections. The invincible detective committing these murders to enact vengeance? Yeah. Well, I don't think it was the invincible detective committing these murders to enact vengeance. I think, well, I think he theorized that the Duke was the invincible detective, yeah. We don't know if the Duke is the invincible detective, but I think his theory is correct. Listen, I can call it. I have a radar. I have a radar. When I see a pathetic little twink and I get the lurf bait signal, I know they're fucked up. I know they're fucked up and they're gonna do something fucked up and go crazy. They're gonna have a crash out at some point, and it's gonna be awesome. I'm calling it. It must be true. Yes. Thank you, May. You get it. Anyway, okay. And walk back in.
True, but it's hard for me to concentrate with so many people around. I feel just awful about it myself, but if you insist, we ladies shall excuse ourselves for the time being. Au revoir. Incidentally, I came across the shower room earlier. Being a woman of an elegance, I would very much like to cleanse myself of this grime post-haste.
Oh, it's alright. We'll wait here while you...
You will be coming as well.
He counts as one of the girls, and you told me he wasn't a femboy. Wait, what? It ends up falling on me to keep watch while the other female detectives shower. They're defenseless in there, so having a guy guard outside makes sense. Not sure why I thought to pick me, though. Perhaps it's proof they fancy you and fancy you the manliest one here. Take pride. I mean, what? Techie and Doleful are the only other options, right? Doleful would cause, like, a toaster to fall in the shower or some shit. I don't know. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Techie's just a kid, and Doleful's a bit on the androgynous side. What the? Okay, hang on. Well, I guess we're talking about, like, manly manness. And if that's the case, then sure. Yeah, Doleful's in the middle. But also, a bit on the androgynous side, Almost like Doleful's gender is, interesting. It's almost like Doleful's real sex might be important at some point. It's almost like Doleful might be transgender. Doleful might be transmask. That one line does make you a little worried for how it might be handled, but I guess we'll see. Now then, shall we be off? Wataku?
どこにですか？見張りをしておかないと。
Huh? Off where? I'm supposed to be keeping watch right here. Playing coy, are you? I'm not, I swear. We're going to peek into the showers, naturally. Yeah! My goat is back. Okay. I wasn't going to say it. But now that this has happened, I feel pertinent. I feel like it's an apt time to talk about. I had been a little bit about the way Ideal has been treated ever since Mystic died. Because essentially Ideal's role ended up kind of like regressing into girl who supports Watto and encourages him and tells him what to do, and Watto does good because of her. And she gets no credit, and it just exists, and she only shows up when Watto needs a pep talk. And I was getting a little bit sad about that. I was gonna be entirely honest, like all of her personality seemed to have drained away a little bit. Like she was just like, no, you know what to do, Watto-kun. Like, you've got this. I'm here to be your wise mentor, nothing else. So I'm very happy to see her personality return. I'm glad she's like a proper character still. I was really worried that like she was just gonna like fall apart. Thank goodness. Thank goodness she gets to be a pervert. I'm so happy for her. Look at the excitement in her eyes. I've never seen her eyes glimmer like this. Excuse me, miss? I immediately blurted out my reply. She's a legendary detective, sure, but what in the world is she getting at? You mustn't underestimate a lady, Watto-kun. Be it an ancient tome, a light novel, or even a comic book, I'll read anything that involves a mystery. And given the circumstances, I believe it's only proper that you go have yourself a gander. Hold on, this isn't like you at all. Isn't that just a trope in anime? I mean, you're a girl too. Shouldn't you take peeping toms? Naturally, I wish they all perish. And then don't make me be one! Once again, I find myself shouting out loud. How could a legendary detective even suggest something like this? She's definitely Red Hentai. Don't worry, I have a great idea. Just hearing you say that worries me. What is it? The denouement is meant for preventing tragedies, and a peeping tom's fate always ends in tragedy. See where I'm going with this? Ideal! We're not using our superpower to see boobs! We're not! We're not gonna use our fucking superpower to look at boobs! What? Girl, come on! No, I don't want to anyway. I'll be frank, now that I brought this up, I simply can't contain my intellectual curiosity. So please, try peeping on them with the denouement. For me? Come on, quit it. I said I don't wanna. I need to be a detective sworn to justice. I can't just go around peeping. No! Wait, don't tell me. This feeling, it's... Hook, line, and sinker. I purposely stood with the showers to my back this entire time. As you argued with me, you unconsciously processed this room as visual information, and now you're considering the possibility of taking a look. She fucking... Oh my god, she's fucking girlbossing him! The conditions were met for the denouement to activate, so naturally, it did just that. She wants to see boobs so bad. You set me up! Next moment, my vision flickers. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've engaged in some proper anime bullshit. Let's all appreciate it. Let's all appreciate it. Yep. It is really cute, actually. Like they're just literally cleaning each other up. It's nice. I also appreciate that the only one with side boob is Gourmet. Like we can see pretty much none of Bookworm. And I appreciate that. And even though Posh is of age, it's very like her to be covering up like a lady. This just feels very in character. Tasteful CG. Excellent job. Excellent job, Process of Elimination. I appreciate this fan service. This is good. Hey, you're close to incompetent, Posh. What do you think of him? And why, pray tell, would I deign to think of that plebeian? I think he's a wonderful boy. He's a hard worker with laser focus when it comes to his objectives. Not to mention, he's always looking out for others. That boy's an utterly worthless neophyte. A true gentleman ought to be more polished and gallant, someone righteous, like my forebears. A tasteful sour CG for the discerning pervert, ideal? I mean, I'd say this is an ideal CG for her.
You're being too harsh. I won't forgive you if you keep bad-mouthing him, the girl said, glowering at Posh Detective.
Apologies, I didn't mean to offend. Naturally, being a fellow detective with the same goals in mind, I do trust him completely. I would even say he's managed to save us. After all, I'm keenly aware of how unfit I am to serve as chief. My lackluster ability certainly leaves something to be desired. But with the loss of Holmes, it only stands to reason that the responsibility should fall upon my shoulders. As chief, I alone am accountable for what occurs on this island. In doing so, the rest of you may continue the investigation free of such worry. Gosh. My voice inadvertently slips out as Posh's confession. So this is why she's so fixated on being our chief. I see her in a completely new light now. Why, pray tell, is our god not at his post? The fucking blood vapor? You've really gone and done it this time, incompetent. Better get your affairs in order.
I was right. You really do have a proclivity for the prepubescent, said the girl, shattering her good opinion of the competent detective.
Wait! You cretin, you! Posh's clenched fist hammers directly into my face. I hear the sound of a bone snapping. Welcome back. My, but that looked rough. Oh, fuck. Welcome back. My, but that looked rough. To think they would actually kill you. What a fascinating experience for you. Though clearly, peeping in the shower is not a good idea. The denouement takes a toll out of his health, my girl. He's fucking dead. My head is pounding, my vision is skewed, and my nose won't stop bleeding. The world is happening to me. My apologies. Your brain is in turmoil after witnessing its own unexpected demise. While it may only be a premonition, information about your own death puts a heavy burden on your psyche. Be more mindful from now on, okay? I love her. I love her. No, I don't hate her whimsy. I love her whimsy. I approve. Can I hit you? I wish you could. At least it would mean you could touch me. Wants to be touched by him? Oh my god, I love her. I missed her. I missed her so much. She had to lock in for so long. We were so serious for so long. We have our whimsy back. I missed her whimsy. Oh, I'm so happy. My heart is being healed. Holmes giggles with pure, unadulterated delight. After spending so much time with her, I've come to realize that she's childlike, mischievous, and more fraught with negative traits than I thought. She's an absolute nuisance, but oddly enough, I find that side of her to be as charming as anything. Ultimately, my heart's been completely enraptured by this woman. Sigh, Sharon Ford Holmes. Yeah, she's winning. She's winning. She's so happy. No, she can read his mind! She can read his mind! I didn't even realize you didn't go to bed, Mouse Viewer. Go to bed! Oh my god, she can read his thoughts. It's over. You, your nose is bloodied and your breath is awfully ragged. Just what have you been up to? Huh? I look up to see Posh and the others. They must be done showering. I can faintly catch the pleasant smell of shampoo. Shower sounds nice. I think I'll take one myself later. Right now, though, the real issue is how I appear. Breathing hard near a shower and nose bleeding. That's not good. Actually looks absolutely criminal. No. You've got it all wrong. You cretin, you! Posh chops me squarely on the head. It stings, but I'm overjoyed that it doesn't kill me. We continue combing every inch of the facility while Techie works on the distribution board. But despite our best efforts, we can't find any trace of Workaholic or Renegade Detective, both of whom should have beaten us here. Since the elevator isn't working, they still must be here somewhere. Definitely odd, though. In such an enclosed space, where could they have gone? Gome, perhaps that nose of yours could pinpoint Renegade's whereabouts? Sorry, I can differentiate between the smells of objects I've tasted before, like steel, rubber, or oil, but a human's odor is just too complex. Not to mention, our scents have all intermingled. Rowdy might have been able to pull off a feat like that, but I certainly can't. Either way, making yourself untraceable is a skill vital to any detective. If first-rate sleuths like Renegade and Workaholic fully commit to staying concealed, locating them certainly won't be a cakewalk. Those two are probably somewhere we can't access or wouldn't even think to look. Our only option may be to just wait for an opportunity. Surely they must have holed themselves up waiting for the elevator to be fixed. The gall. Gosh, how about you and me take another look through the halls and see if we can find where they're hiding? My nose and your aesthetic eye go together like butter and potatoes. The perfect combination. New lexicon. Aesthetic eye. Posh detective's ability, which allows her to gauge the quality of whatever she targets. Her parents both retain pride in their family name to this day, and have thus placed great importance on aristocratic etiquette, dining, and knowledge. From a young age, Posh herself has held much interest in genuine historical documents and artifacts stored in her privileged household. Owing to this, she has gained keen senses and can spot any fakes or forgeries with ease. The ability is a perfect complement to her haughty demeanor. She isn't just putting on airs when flaunting her upper caste status. However, this sensitivity has also been her ruin, as she is not able to afford authentic ingredients for her meals. No, it's over for her. Who are you calling a buttered potato? I care not which ingredient I am. Your analogy is detestable. Please consider us shrimp and mayonnaise. Naturally, I am the shrimp. He's always so picky about the randomest little things. And mayonnaise? That's crazy.
Well, what should we do? The girl asked, bringing a hand to her chin in contemplation.
Why don't we check out the archives we glanced at earlier? The secret police might have left info about that kidnapping incident 10 years ago.
A clever idea by your standards. We may even learn the secrets behind that invincible detective Workaholic mentioned, the girl said with a smile.
We head to the archives and start rummaging through the mountain of books, filling the shelves. The place is clearly in need of some tidying up. The slightest touch sends particles into the air of this stuffy room. This is going to be a struggle. So much dust. Nobody's cleaned this place in ages.
These poor books. Even at a first glance, I can tell many of them are precious works, said the girl, sharing her dismay as an avid reader.
All this dust proves that Workaholic and Renegade Detective have yet to finish searching. Whatever they're looking for could still be here. This room may have a clue, like the missing data on that computer. We have to find it before either of them do. Investigation? Investigation? But with this much to sift through, even a full day's work wouldn't be enough to finish. I hold back a sigh as I look at the shelves. We don't even know how the books are organized. Picking out secret police documents from all of this is a tall order. I begin to dread how much time this will all take. Bookworm, on the other hand.
No, this one's not good. Not even in Japanese, there's no point in reading it. This one's no good either. Rejected, worthless.
She's beside me, taking books off the shelves and flipping through them. She mutters a comment about each one of them as she stacks them on the table. Her speed is remarkable. It spends only about a dozen or so seconds per book. All I can do is stare, incredulous at the sight. Bookworm, you're going so fast. Can you really read it all like that?
You still can't speed read at your age? Buried the girl in utter disbelief.
Age has nothing to do with it. I don't think many people can speed read, period. In fact, I'm willing to bet a lot of people don't even know the technique exists to begin with.
Well, I'll teach you once we're off this island. It isn't hard, the girl said with a radiant smile.
Thanks, Bookworm. Now I'll always have something to work on once we find our way out of here. No, now I'll have something to work on. Gosh.
At any rate, reading is my specialty, so leave it to me. Just focus on finding important books, the girl ordered before resuming her task.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks for handling the hard part. Whenever I find anything about the secret police or something that could contain old information, I stack it in your bookworm. But she goes from cover to cover faster than I can find them. I can't keep up at all. Still trying to find the next one? Asked the girl, repeatedly opening and closing a book to spur him on. Sorry, just a sec. It's hard to know which volumes might be useful. Good grief, huffed the girl, rising to her feet. Clearly all this rested upon her shoulders. Bookworm stands in place, idly scanning the shelves from one end to the other. The girl gestured to the center of the shelf. Perhaps you should try looking there, she said, kindly offering her guidance. Huh? It may seem chaotic at first glance, but there's a logic behind the archive's arrangement. Deterioration of the book spines indicates the shelf is arranged from oldest to newest. The worn volumes on the left must be from the older investigations. The secret police files we're after are 10 years old, but these archives are ordered chronologically. Finding them should be easy, explained the girl. Bookworm would enjoy One Piece, and that's another chapter. We're up to 12, I think? I'll check later. The spines of the volumes in Bookworm's hands are practically two completely separate colors. I get it now. The titles didn't indicate any sequential order, which confused me a bit, but now I realize they're sorted by year of registration. Nice catch. They don't call you Bookworm for nothing. Please, it's just common sense. You're a detective. Haven't you done research at a library before? Asked the girl with a sigh. Sorry, I use my school's library, but that's about it. No, I made no bets, don't worry. That does it. Once we're out of here, you're joining me for some first-hand library experience. It's no exaggeration to call reading exercise for the mind. I'll be there to ensure your brain won't pull any muscles, the girl said with a smirk. Thanks. I'll be looking forward to it. No, I realized that after I said it, but I was just gonna, like, let that pass. You would probably be excited by me betting more One Piece. We get back to it. I gather the books and Bookworm reads them. Many cover the SP, but key selections are often blacked out. Time passes and we learn nothing new, but as the volumes begin to pile up across the table, our luck finally seems to turn around. What? Bookworm raises her voice in a startled yelp. What's wrong, Bookworm? Find something? Yes, I believe I've come upon a record of the secret police's past experiments. No, I'm not doing that again. Also, I'm gonna be ending the stream before the 12-hour mark because of the VOD. I don't want the VOD to be, like, chopped unevenly if I can help it, you know? And I'm not recording this right now because it just takes too much of my internet's data to upload, I think. So I let Twitch do it. Yes, I believe I've come upon a record of the secret police's past experiments. Also, I like how you can tell when I've been doing that, like, slightly nasally voice for a bit, because my voice does end up getting, like, a little noisy. I've also been, like, unconsciously differentiating between my narration voice and my voice. So my narration voice would be like this, which is my normal talking voice. But then I start talking to chat and I'm like, oh, hey, chat. What's up? Let's talk about something. Like, I don't know why I'm doing that, but I have noticed it. Peculiar behaviors of mine. While most of the page has been redacted, there is a legible section regarding an ideal detective, but what it reads is nothing short of peculiar. Huh? What do you mean? Does it say something weird about Holmes? Yes, Sisyphus? You want another One Piece bet? Is that what you want? Make me a compelling wager, and I'll see if I'm willing to accept it. It has to be reasonable, though. Silkworm shakes her head.
それが
Actually, this detective is named Wato Hojo. The text seems to imply he's deceased. Does that make the ideal detective we know the second one?
Excuse me?
私たちのよく知る理想探偵は二代目ということでしょうか。
Okay. What? May I take a look?
ちょっと貸してもらってもいいかな。
I hurriedly grabbed the book, scanning over the page in question. If Perfect Draw goes woken? Sure. Yeah. Duh. I'm down for that. That's chill. I thought you were, like, gonna make, like, a stream bet. Like, oh, if I don't strength the next investigation, then 10 chapters of One Piece or some shit. I don't know. But I don't know if we'll even get to the next investigation before the end of stream, so we'll see. I hurriedly grabbed the book, scanning over the page in question. Wato Hojo. My name is right there, plain as day. What, so I'm ideal detective? If this is meant to be some kind of joke, I'm definitely not laughing.
北条ワトは
Wato Hojo awakened during experimentation trial number 3.
理想探偵として
Subject was expected to develop as ideal detective, but died in combat against SPX during trial number 5.
SPX と交戦し死亡する
So, the friend that died had black hair. Was that us? Did we die? Are we a ghost? I don't fucking know what's going on anymore. What do you mean? What do you mean? Because he remembers it as Saika dying, but Saika didn't die. Occam's razor? There's another guy named Wato Hojo. No, I don't believe so. Though, Rand's ideal detective? We stole each other's names. we stole each other's names and we both transitioned independently. No, that's stupid. That's stupid. Like, that can't be my answer for everything. I don't know. I need more information. Died in combat against SPX during trial number 5. What?
何なんだよ
What is this? I read this section over and over, believing I must be mistaken, but I'm not. Any post-this information has been redacted, so I can't read it, but it's clear that I was treated as the ideal detective. What does this mean? My heart pounds. I don't even notice how I've started to sweat. Anxiety burrows in my chest as if all these absurdities are just a product of my overactive imagination.
ホームズさん
Holmes, the things in this
書か
book.
れていることって
I reach out with my mind. Holmes looks reluctant, but gravely opens her mouth to speak.
記録が残っていたか
The record's still there.
おそらく
It would seem the Alliance judged the details regarding someone as important as you.
探偵同盟の中でも情報を
It seemed the
引き継ぐ
Alliance
べきだ
judged
と
the
判
details
断された
regarding
のだ
someone
ろ
as
うな
important as you ought to be preserved. Can you just say what? What are we saying here? It's batshit insane to produce super detectives. They had fight. They produced super detectives. They had to fight murderous eggbots. It's because of the hints. The hints. So they expected the detectives to be able to deduce the hints in order to defeat the eggbots and manage to survive the labyrinths, basically proving that they're able to like solve things really quickly and in a like life or death situations, like basically show how quick thinking they actually are, I imagine. Because each one of them has a trick to defeat them, right? Some are sound based, some are scent based, and some are, well, yeah, it's crazy. It's a crazy child experimentation is crazy. They're trying to give kids supernatural powers. And a lot of people believe in the idea that supernatural powers awaken in like situations of great stress. So it's wasteful child experimentation? I mean, yeah, I feel like a lot of child experimentation throughout history has been pretty wasteful. I feel like a lot of kids die. They're not very strong. They are quite small and brittle. Use your child resources more effectively. I mean, I can't argue that. I don't think they should be using any child resources at all. I think they just shouldn't have done that. I understand their logic, but I do think they're fucking batshit crazy for this. So everything that's been written here is really...
Yes, it's the truth. I'm the second ideal detective. In actuality, you should be calling yourself that title.
Imagine we fed those children with supernatural powers to the orphan crushing machine. Yeah. Yeah, I think most people should be Sisyphus. Me? There's nothing special about me. I don't get it. What does it all mean?
Hold that thought, Wataku. We'll talk later. I believe you have a guest.
Guest? Hey, incompetent. Are you free for a chat? I look up to see Workaholic suddenly standing before me. He's holding Bookworm's limp body in his arms? No, someone get this twig out of here. Is she unconscious? What did you do to her, Workaholic? Relax, she's just taking a quick nap. You two shouldn't have read that book. Now, are you going to quietly hand it over? Workaholic draws a wire saw from his watch as he speaks. It's unmistakably a threat. Really doesn't want us reading that book. Before I do, tell me something. It says that I should be ideal detective. What does it mean by that? You were there 10 years ago, so you know, don't you? No point arguing that you'd be better off not finding out. Oh, fine, I'll tell you. But on one condition. In exchange for the truth, you have to help me kill Renegade Detective. Kill him. His nonchalant proposal nearly makes me recoil. He acts as if he's making a completely ordinary offer. Why do you want him dead so badly? Treating a human life as some sort of bargaining chip just isn't right. You only say that because you aren't aware of how terrifying he truly is. Wato Chojo. He says my real name, making it implicitly clear that he knows everything about me. It's plain to see that Workaholic was deeply involved with those events from my past. I haven't found him yet, but he's probably listening in this second. Things will get ugly if he learns what really happened back then. I can't just heedlessly share that information with you while he's still out there. All I need is for you to assist in detonating his collar. I swear to keep your hands clean of it. But please, lend me your cooperation. I have to send in a specific message from my D-pad to renegades to detonate the collar, right? Why would Holmes give me that kind of authority? Why wouldn't she just give it to you instead? Honestly, I have no idea. That's what made me suspect of you in the beginning. Look, you survived those events 10 years ago. That alone made me consider you as my top suspect for being the Quartering Duke. I remember how Workaholic regarded me with so much suspicion when we first met. But that was because I've been on his radar from the get-go. It's only natural, being as for all he knew, I could have harbored a seething hatred for the DA this entire time. But now I understand why the chief trusted you so much. I can see how earnest and driven you truly are. If I were more genuine like you, I would have trusted everyone, and Rowdy wouldn't have died by my hand. Workaholic's voice sounds bitter, and yet it still carries a gentle tone I know so well, making me certain his words come from the heart. There's still time, Workaholic. Come back and join us. You don't have to go through all this trouble to kill him. We can all work together and bring Renegade Detective in. I appreciate the offer, but it's too late. Do you even understand how much blood my transitions have spilled? That like change in his eyes is really good. Like Renegade said, I've indirectly claimed the lives of many children. And I know my past sins lead to these tragedies that occurred on Morgue. or led to these tragedies that occurred on Morgue. In the name of those who have died, I'm duty-bound to stop this tragedy. I'll make any sacrifice and show no mercy to any in my way. Even you. I won't back down. You set out to kill Renegade. I'll make every last effort to stop you. I've had enough of people dying in front of me while I'm powerless to rescue them. I decided to become a detective so I could save people. Say what you wish. Do you think you could stop me if I decided to kill Bookworm right now? Workaholic quietly brings the wire saw closer to Bookworm, who's still lying in his arms. Stop! My denouement hasn't kicked in, so I know he doesn't actually intend to kill her. But I'm still frozen in place, paralyzed by the thought of Bookworm dying. See, you're still powerless. You don't have the guts to get your hands dirty, nor can you bear the guilt of leaving someone to die. With your help, I promise I can kill Renegade Detective, so why hesitate? It'll prevent any further tragedies altogether. Why would I hesitate? Why wouldn't I hesitate? I don't care if he's a cold-blooded killer. That doesn't warrant taking a person's life. Isn't it a detective's job to save people? Killing to do so defeats the whole purpose. As a detective, I just can't accept it. I refuse to let him justify taking lives. Workaholic is saying that with this gentle lilt of his, but I can only find it deeply disturbing. Honestly, with his goals, Watto should have become a firefighter. He even would have avoided working with the cops. Perhaps. What would you have to undergo to speak so dispassionately about murder? So you're saying that hesitating is a given. Tell me, have you ever heard of the famed plank of Carnides? Carnides? The plank of Carnides? What is that? It's a simple scenario. Imagine you're on a boat that... Imagine a boat that you're on is shipwrecked and sinks, tossing you overboard. You cling to a wooden plank for dear life, waiting for help to arrive. But then, an exhausted sailor swims towards you. You both hold on. The plank will likely sink, so to survive, you'll have to kill the other person. So what will you do? What do I do? And don't give me any of that naive, I'll find another way tripe either. You have two choices. Kill or die. I can't answer. It's easy to say I'd rather die than kill to this. I want to be that kind of person. But in reality, would I really be so heroic? Time's up. While you were busy agonizing, the sailor grabbed hold of a board, and you both drowned. The board. What's so wrong with me being torn about it? Self-preservation or not, there's no way you could just sacrifice someone so readily. Is that so? I wonder. People aren't so noble as you believe. Downtown was so cheery, yet also a serial killer. I am a father, but look what's become of me. It's shocking how easily morality can go askew. I do think reading for 10 hours may be fucking me up. It may be fucking me up. Just a little bit. Give me a second. Give me a second. I gotta lock in. I need to see where this story is going. I must lock in. Besides, that monster of a detective Renegade was never a rational person to begin with. My reading capabilities, which were never that great to begin with. Your vocal cords are going through what Watto did. Listen. Everyone knows that I'm the yapper. This is fine. I can yap like no one's fucking business. My vocal cords are buff, let me tell you. A monster? Come on, you're exaggerating. Not at all. Murder comes easily to him. As easy as purchasing a piece of candy at the store on an impulsive whim. He lacks the rationality of a normal person. It's his greatest strength. We too will need to abandon reason to take him down. At times, even detectives must have the resolve to kill. The resolve to kill. That's exactly what he said back at the underground hangar. At the time, I couldn't muster up anything in response. I was overwhelmed by his conviction. But now that there's a clear counter-argument, It's all thanks to Holmes. But now there's a clear counter-argument. It's all thanks to Holmes, who validated me when all I could do was wrestle with myself. You're right. We probably ain't even match if we fight the way he does. But to stoop to his level... And you're... but stoop to his level and you're a killing maniac, too. Detectives face criminals who lack all reason. That's exactly why we've got to cling to ours. That's no more than an idealization. Like I said, your type inevitably dies in a decisive wreck, failing to save anyone. But that's exactly it. Idealization is what it's all about. The words leave my mouth before I can stop them, but now they're out. There's no going back. People say detectives are selfish, meddling in what should be left to the cops, right? We'll claim it's about 7 cases, but it's really about our egos. An egoist free of reason is no better than a killer. The moment you lose your justice, pride, and sense of idealization, you're unfit to be a detective. I'll never become a detective like you. I'll always be incompetent, agonizing over every little detail, no matter the tragedy. A detective without a sense of idealization is no detective at all, huh? That stings in particular. I had one once. I'd talk of solving the Daedalus Night incident, improving our nation. In the name of justice, I spoke ardently about it all. But I can't speak that way anymore. A diabolical detective. Or perhaps plain diabolical. Maybe I don't have a right to call myself a detective. Workaholic touches his watch, and the extended wire retracts with a squeak. He then approaches me with Bookworm still unconscious in his arms. That book's impossible to decipher anyway. I'll leave it in your hands. You should try reading it now, just in case the time comes when you have nothing left to rely on. I'm sure you'll realize a few things. It's okay to be scared of the trolley problem. Workaholic hands Bookworm over to me, and I take her into my arms. My worms, warily. Is that a typo? Did I discover a typo? And I take her into my arms warily. I can hear her breathing quietly in her sleep. Thank goodness she's safe. Does this mean you believe in me? At the least, I won't deny your beliefs. My path is an evil one. It was foolish to try to get you involved. However, I don't think I'm in the wrong. I am committed to killing Renegade, and I will not back down. I swear to end him. In time, he'll reach his goal and make it to the surface. I'll do what it takes to kill him before then. You think you can stop me, then take your shot. Also forgot a period there. Is the localizer getting sloppy this deep in? With that, he leaves the room, left holding the sleeping Bookworm in my arms. My mind returns to the thought experiment Workaholic had mentioned. Playing Carneades. Fuck! Whatever. I can't say it. Leave me alone. Either kill to survive, or you yourself will die. I want to be a detective because I can't forget the sight of Saika dying right before me. I want to be a detective who can save people in those situations. The only thing I can think about. It's also fun that, ever since we had the first dream with Saika, where the hair was black, ever since then, we've been shown it in inverted color. I wonder if that's, it has to do with his warped memory, because it makes it look like Ideal, right, with the white hair. But I wonder if that's just his, unreliable, recounting of the event. But if I was really clinging to the plank of Carneades, what would I do? I want to believe I have the courage to sacrifice my own life. So, if we were Ideal, could we always see the future? Saika dying was a vision, we prevented it without knowing? Honestly, that makes sense. We prevented it, and then because the power was so overwhelming, we blacked out, and we don't know what happened afterwards. And we thought that the vision was real. But in all honesty, I know I'm not that strong.
Holmes, whose life would you prioritize? Your own or someone else's? I mean, she sacrificed herself to save a bunch of people. I ask aloud as if wishing for my own salvation, but there's no response. The first time she's kept quiet when I've called out to her like this. Holmes? Are you sleeping? Is this when she's usually unconscious? If so, she won't wake for hours. But something feels off about this. Something's wrong. She waked just before Workaholic appeared, and this isn't when she's usually asleep. No. I've got to be overthinking things. I'm sure she'll suddenly pop up again. Until then, I'll think over what Workaholic said. Before she went to sleep, Holmes said that she was the second ideal detective. So, does that make me the first? I don't think this story is going to be, it was all like a future vision thing. One, because I find it to be cheap. And two, because we're having visions inside visions. We have seen that the Nomen ability, like how it works, right? Like it is a quick, immediate, we are in danger. There is a danger alert that activates it. We see the danger. We figure out how to avoid the danger. Razargoski, it's been established early on that she still requires some kind of rest. So she like basically vanishes for like 3 to 8 hours a day to sleep. She doesn't really choose when it happens, I don't think. Can that be true? It must be some ridiculous joke. I have no deductive or leadership skills to speak of. Also, I failed to save Saika 10 years ago. How could I ever be an ideal detective? My memory remains grainy and unclear. I've seen Saika die countless times in my dreams, but am I really remembering what happened correctly? No, you aren't. Someone claiming to be Saika appeared in front of me. She told me I saved her. She trusted me completely. If my memory is all a lie, could there be some truth about myself I don't know about? What should I believe? Tell me, Holmes. Please, say something. I stand still in the archive, speaking to an empty ceiling. Speaking. No one responds. No matter how much I call, ask, or begs, Holmes won't show herself to me. Quick, go back to the showers! Why, I'm competent. Whatever's the matter? Why are you carrying bookworm on your back? Oh, she fell asleep while we were looking into things. I guess she was just that tired. I carried Bookworm, who got knocked out by Workaholic, back to the lobby. Pasha's busy working on something in the sofa. What are you doing? I'm preparing blankets for us all. As we've yet to find any sleeping accommodations, it appears we shall be spending the night here. Well, at least the sofas in the lobby beat sleeping on the ground. Some kind of dimension? I don't really believe that. I don't know. That's not what... We haven't established multiple dimensions at all. It's not a stretch, but rather no one has ever mentioned the idea of alternate realities even once. This entire time. I feel like it would kind of come out of nowhere. It wouldn't be like crazy, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about there being alternate dimensions. I feel like it's something similar though. I don't know. Because I read the denouement as a heightened danger sense thing, right? Like, I read it as like a weird trauma power where you know, because you have to like have like good like visual information and process the area around you in order to activate the denouement. So it looks to me like being hyper aware and vigilant of the danger around you. It may not be like I mean it is like literal future sense because we see like dead bodies and stuff, but like, you know, part of the abilities we've seen are borderline superhuman at best, not superpowers, a specific thing taking to an absurd extreme. Exactly. Because like
it's a prediction power. It's not like necessarily I'm seeing the future. It's that I am so honed in and hyper aware of my surroundings and aware of the situation that I can predict what is going to happen if I go in that direction due to even like the slightest little thing. Like say for example when he was in the room and he predicted that the red SPX was in there, right? It's very possible that it was passing by and the shadow and like the little ambient like lighting, like the bounce light of it, he saw a little bit of a red light kind of like briefly like glimpse off part of the wall and vanish. And that is what caused the denouement to activate. Like just like this heightened danger sense where he could perfectly vividly imagine him going in there and like encountering the SPX. And the reason it's red in his mind is because either, you mentioned it could be a trauma thing, like he remembers the one in his memory being red. So it could have been he just remembers the red one from his childhood trauma, or it could be that he saw a little glimpse of something, like even for just a millisecond, that made him like associate the color there. Like, how would you explain the discrepancy between Saika and our memory and the Saika we know? I think he's misremembering it. He lost his memory due to trauma. Also, he was having his brain worked on. Like he clearly repressed the memory. That's just a thing people do when they go through traumatic events in childhood. And it's possible he had denouement and like the only thing he remembers from that time is having a vision of a death that he prevented, and perhaps the only reason he does remember that denouement is because it was the only thing that wasn't real that happened. Yeah. But, yeah, no, I don't think it's unreasonable. I think he just has a poor memory of it, yeah. How can Watto be the first ideal? I mean, if I'm correct and he did have future sight of Psycho, it's the first time we see when he's with Gunjoji. Way in the future. He only got this job recently. I think they lost track of him. Something occurred. Because also, remember Renegade said that he escaped, like he wanted to enjoy the time, going through the maze with the friends he escaped with. So I think Watto was one of the people that he escaped with. They lost track of him and Renegade. Him and Renegade ran out together, but Watto suppressed the trauma while Renegade remembers it. So he ran out with Renegade. This happened 10 years ago. The kidnapping incident happened 10 years ago. If Renegade isn't invincible, they lost track of 3 of them. Yeah. Gunjoji, the detective guy? Yeah, that came way later. Probably once he was old enough to actually get a part-time job. He applied to the Gunjoji Detective Agency. That happened way later. He applied. Yes. No, okay. The Gunjoji detective thing. Gunjoji was not at the detective agency. Gunjoji has his own detective agency that Watto applied to work for. Right? Watto applied to work for it. And then the Detective Alliance, senior from the Detective Alliance, ran into Watto and kidnapped him and brought him into the Detective Alliance to recruit him. He was not in the Detective Alliance before then, and neither was Gunjoji. Gunjoji is its own detective, place. The Detective Alliance is only, the top, 100 detectives who are accepted into the Alliance. The kidnapping incident happened 10 years ago, so, he was in the underground, he escaped, and then eventually he grew up, applied to the Gunjoji Detective Agency, and came back here. Even though he wasn't aware of it. Does this make sense? Do I need to like spell out the timeline that I have in my brain? Okay. Okay. So, Watto, Saika, and Renegade were all kidnapped, and they were brought into the secret police to have child experiments done on him. Watto showed a lot of promise in these experiments and was being made to be the ideal detective. He was their goal. They thought he had the promise to become the ideal detective. And the ideal detective is an important title. Because remember, we heard the Detective Alliance was built around the ideal detective, which is Holmes. But originally it was going to be us. We managed to escape, even though it says we died. There might have been something. It says we saved Saika. Whatever. Saika survives. She ends up staying behind and becomes the real ideal detective. He gets like, you know, like they bust a secret police operation and they build the Detective Alliance around her. So even though she was the second runner-up, she takes her place as the ideal detective because they believe that Watto is dead, or maybe Watto died. And then we don't know what happened if Watto died and he somehow came back or whatever. I'm assuming they just assumed he was dead, but they actually lost track of him. The alias was associated with him when he was in the secret police and being experimented on as a child. Yeah, he escapes. He loses his memory of it and misremembers something crucial. Grows up. Applies to the Genjoji Detective Agency. We come here. And now we're here. Yes, they're about him as a child. It's about him. They're documents from 10 years ago. Remember Bookworm was saying it's like organized chronologically? They're old documents from the SP thing. Yeah, okay, good. All right, we're all caught up to speed. Yippee! Awesome. I feel insane about this game. I feel insane explaining this game. No, they're not present time documents. Because that's why they were saying he died. Which is why it's like a shock, like, oh no, I thought Saika died. Why is it saying I died? Okay. Glad we cleared that up. Let us continue forth. Well, at least the sofa is in the lobby, beat sleeping on the ground. Getting any rest in the maze was nearly impossible. I hadn't considered our sleeping arrangements one bit, so I'm glad Posh already has a plan. Thanks, Posh. Today's been intense. I'm gonna rest for a bit, okay? Just as I set Bookworm down on the sofa. Did something occur in the archives? Huh? That's the last question I was expecting to hear from her. Did I let something slip? I try to keep my face composed as I reply. I wouldn't want to cause any unnecessary concern. Not at all. Everything went fine. We didn't find anything. I'm just being down on myself. You're a dreadful liar. You've the look of a bumbling employee. He secretly tried to juggle everything without the superiors noticing. Considering the origin of the DA, no wonder they accepted Renegade and let him do what he does. Yeah, because he was part of it. They know. They know. I'm at a loss for words. Posh hit the nail on the head. She sighs deeply as I keep silent. My goodness. This may sound odd coming from me, but perhaps you want to allow others to aid you a tad? Was it not you yourself who first encouraged me to work with everyone after I set to solve the case all by my lonesome? You're right. Sorry. I don't know what to say. But this is my own personal problem. I figured I shouldn't involve anyone else. I figured I could solve things on my own. Yeah, serial killing isn't the worst thing they've done. Not even in the slightest, no. You poor wretched fool. Dear me. Those are such simple things. Posh guffaws, flicking my nose with her finger. Is it clear to you now? A detective's business is all about the business of other people, you know. From adultery cases to missing pets and even murder. As a rule, our work involves those apart from ourselves. But true. The heroic saga of our work is one of prying into the affairs of others. Am I understood? Now, tell me what happened. Also, considering, like, the worst things the DA has done, Renegade isn't the worst killer out there, considering his first 3 murders were very justified. His murder of Armor was not justified at all. But, like, you know, his mom tried to kill him, and then he was being abused by people at the correction facility. So, you know. Like, he's not the worst serial killer out there. He could be the Quartering Duke. Oh, what? The Quartering Duke is also in the Detective Alliance? What? What? His name is Doleful. His name's Ray O'Gray? What? What? Anyway. Okay. Fine. I tell Posh everything that just transpired. That my name was listed as the ideal detective, that I was written about as if I was dead, and that Workaholic appeared, wanting me to assist him in killing Renegade Detective. It is all quite baffling indeed, but it does not make sense to assume you were the original ideal detective. But does it not make sense to assume that you were the original ideal detective and Holmes the second? Maybe, but I hardly remember a single thing that happened back then. All I can recall from 10 years ago is a girl identical to Holmes dying right in front of me. She had black hair! She had black hair! You don't remember! You don't remember! Holmes's visage has corrupted you! You don't know shit! You don't know diddly squat, dude! And now I'm the ideal detective? It's too weird. But that was all in your dreams, was it not? Isn't it common sense for dreams to stray from reality? Yeah, but I don't think it was all just a dream. Lekka's death has burned too powerfully, too vividly into my brain. My word, you get far too mullish about the oddest of things. But if you insist, then I shall believe you as well. Even still, it would certainly clarify a few things if you were suffering from memory loss. I mean, Renegade said that he doesn't feel pain, right? And whether that's like a medical condition thing or possibly a result of getting stabbed like that, like maybe his nerves got fucked up, and so he doesn't have pain receptors anymore. So we saw Renegade get injured, but not actually die. That is not a scar. That is the bomb that they implanted in him. No, he doesn't have a scar. Yeah, see that right there is the little bunny-shaped bomb that's implanted in his neck. It looks like a tattoo, they said. I know. Things are getting complicated. I'm barely juggling everything, you know? No, it's okay. Calm down. It's chill. Relax yourself. Take a sip of water. A lot of information is going into our brains right now. Even still, it would certainly clarify a few things if you were suffering from memory loss. Clarify what things exactly? Well, for starters, the reason Ideal Detective treated you the way she did. You aren't hiding anything or lying, yes? You truly have no special abilities? It stings when she puts it so bluntly, but it's the truth, so I reply with a nod. Liar. Ever since my early days, I've been exposed to genuine articles. I swear by my aesthetic eye, for I can see the authenticity in all things. That's why it's been clear from first glance that you possess none of a detective's wits. As your name says, you truly are incompetent. There's no arguing with that. I don't know any of the basics to being a detective before arriving on the island. If Holmes hadn't taught me, I'm sure I'd still be completely incompetent at this point. I must confess, watching Holmes grant you personal counsel was quite provoking. It was utterly perplexing. Why would Ideal Detective of all people advocate for such a transparent imposter? But it makes sense if you're suffering from amnesia. Even if Ideal Detective trusted you, it'd be pointless without your memories. But if I can't trust my own memory, what can I trust? Things Holmes and Workaholic said are lining up less and less with my own recollection. There's so much I don't get. Feels like I'm going crazy. Before you devolve into a fretting fit, try to recall everything that has occurred. Ash speaks decisively. You want me to remember everything? How? There were other volumes, were there not? Not to mention the PCs and the valuable stores of data. My experience here has taught me the following. No mystery can be solved by jumping to conclusions. A sound judgment requires sufficient evidence. I acted the same way, but then you came to my aid, did you not, incompetent? I swear on the Pinkerton family honor that I will repay that debt. I came to your aid? Honestly, I was so focused on solving the problem at hand, I hadn't considered that at all. I never realized that Posh had seen things that way. My eyes start to sting. Oh no. Embarrassing as is, I can't hold back my tears. Oh. Why, if it isn't the famed crybaby detective. This is precisely why the vocal masses require so much constant care. You are no mere pebble. You are an uncut gem that would dazzle with proper polishing. Even as you are now, you've earned my trust. It is the duty of the upper caste to grant deliverance to the common man. If you will have me, know that I shall always assist you. Thank you, Posh. I dry my eyes with the handkerchief she hands me. Right now is not the time to cry. We tracked Workaholic and Renegade all the way here so that we could stop them. We need to find and apprehend those two first. Then I can work with the others to find the missing pieces of my memory. Posh is so real. She's my goat. Another One Piece! Alright, May. We're up to 13. Very well then, enough about your past. We must notify Techie about the rest of Workaholic's convert operations. They're in the midst of operating the distribution board. You remain here and watch over the bookworm. Posh departs towards the hall where the breaker panel is. There's a point. I can't jump to conclusions. First, I need to recall what happened 10 years ago. The events I forgot that Holmes remembered. Holmes? Can you hear me? Still no response. She's out cold and she'll probably be gone for a few more hours. I'll just have to sum up all the information I've gathered about that kidnapping incident on my own. The secret police, the DA's predecessor, abducted us back then. It was perpetrated by Workaholic, who was part of the ranks. It wasn't just a kidnapping, but an experiment to create superpowers of some sort. Workaholic says a survivor of it starting the Quartering Duke cases. That survivor is someone Workaholic refers to as Invincible Detective. That's everything Workaholic told me. For now, I'll assume all of this is the truth. I was taken after Invincible Detective and their fellow subjects escaped. That's when I met Saika. We were constantly monitored in the Manor dungeon. You're making an assumption there. You're making a big assumption. Because Renegade said that he was going out with his friends, so I assume we're part of Renegade's group. He's making a big assumption there. Either that, or his group involved Doleful, and he was actually talking about Doleful, but he seems really latched on to... He seems really, really latched on to incompetent, so I don't think so. I don't think so. If that underground labyrinth was meant for researching and developing superpowers, then did I survive it as Ideal Detective? This is just the information from that book we found in the archives. Neither its veracity nor the details are very clear. Veracity. But if Workaholic strove so hard to get it back, it seems unlikely the contents could be so misleading. But then, for whatever reason, I stopped being Ideal Detective, and Holmes took on that role instead. She claims to be the same Saika from back then, but that girl's death is etched into my memory. There's no way I could be mistaken. So clear that I can't possibly doubt it. Saika died right in front of my eyes. I refuse to believe that was a lie, yet Holmes says that she's Saika. Documents identifying me as Ideal Detective, Holmes claiming to be the long-dead Saika, an Invincible Detective, a fellow survivor of those experiments. I've got so many questions, my head hurts. How could a hopeless moron like me be Ideal Detective? I'm just not buying it. Me, Ideal Detective? It must be a lie. I sigh, deeply aware of how disappointing my capabilities really are. How annoying. I can't take it anymore. Allow me to open your eyes, incompetent. Hey, buddy! I wanted to hear him laugh. Where was he? What happened? What do you mean? Ayo? Watto blow it? Hello? Sisyphus, I didn't know you were supporting the yaoi that strongly. It's dawn arise, we begin our day.
Morning, incompetent.
Okay, actually, before the day starts, I'm getting some water. Quick break, quick break. I'm gonna stop before 12 hours. Don't worry. Don't worry. Now the real plot twist is I end before 12 hours, and then I immediately set up stream for a process of eliminate. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I have shit to do later. So, I will be ending before the 12-hour mark, most likely. I'm gonna try to. That's the plan. That's the plan. I can't have it go over 12 hours because of YouTube. Oh, hey, morning. Oh, hey, morning, Doleful. I appreciate you working so late yesterday.
Something's up? Something up? Your face looks pretty washed out.
It's nothing, really. I just had too much on my mind to sleep last night. No, you definitely can't match it when you're in the same time zone as me. I mean, it depends. It depends. I could stream at a normal time. I could like stream from like the 3 to 10 or something. Who knows? My schedule does whatever it does.
If you say so, but if something is really going on, remember you could always tell me.
But you should enjoy your vacation instead of watching me.
Anyway, I'm gonna go wash up. Catch you in a bit, alright?
Sounds good. I'll help out with the breakfast in the meantime. I gotta stop worrying everyone like this. When Doleful and I part ways, I berate myself with a light smack to the cheek. I've wanted to ask Holmes about the past since yesterday, but she still hasn't reappeared. She's been gone for extended periods before, but never this long. And what was going on with her? Maybe she'd prefer that we didn't discuss it? No, that couldn't be. I felt like a fool for even considering it. Sure, she's been evasive whenever our history gets brought up, but it's only ever been for my own sake. That's what she's always told me. I mean, she's been on my side this entire time. She wouldn't start stonewalling me now, would she? She's probably just sleeping in. I repeat the thought over and over, trying to convince myself.
Mind grabbing the utensils, incompetent? Quit spacing out and help us already, chided the girl.
Sorry, I'll get right on it. After breakfast, we all set out together as per Techi's advice. I need to... Hang on. I need to save. Announcement of evil. Okay. Okay, sure. Repairs on the distribution board are just about done, but I can't seem to find any copper wire. My ability isn't any good when it comes to everyday objects. Sorry, I can't help more. Hey now, don't sweat it. With Workaholic and Renegade lurking God knows where, it's much safer if we stick together anyway. Let them come if they dare. Aburitsu will turn them... will turn the tide of battle, just as the Pinkertons would have so proudly done for generations. Wata!
Why the kung fu noises? I thought Baritsu was supposed to be Japanese, mused the girl, cracking a joke only Sherlockians would get. Good for her.
We head down the passage while keeping an eye on our surroundings. Those two must be lurking nearby, but so far, neither hide nor hair.
No new developments since yesterday. Why would they hide out in Snarks anyway? Asked the girl, voicing a question that had been on her mind.
They must have achieved their goals by now, right? With us blocking the exits and the elevator out of order, they're probably scrambling to escape. Oh, but no one's guarding the exits right now. Are you sure that'll be okay? Couldn't they get out through the heliport or something? It'll be fine as long as the shutter...
No, it'll be fine as long as the shutter's locked tight. Even if they try to force it open, it makes so much more sound that... It makes so much sound that we'd hear it right away.
Zach Worker, I will not accept this bookworm slander in my chat. We love Bookworm here. She's delightful.
So this entire underground facility is especially one giant locked room now.
Must you say such ominous things? Referring to it as a locked room makes it seem as though another murder is imminent. That's true enough. Crime fiction sure does love its locked room mysteries, doesn't it? Anything in that toolbox, Bookworm?
Nothing but tools, the girl said, shoulders slumped as she reported her findings.
And with all these electronics around, I'd hope maybe we'd find some copper wire somewhere, but no dice, huh? I considered taking apart the computers and using their internal wiring, but Techie suggested we only do so as a last resort. Apparently, Doleful got the sense that messing with them was too dangerous. Better place things safe, considering the sensitive info they must hold. Hey, why do you need copper wires anyway?
The wiring inside the breakers is old and no good. They won't work properly unless we replace it.
You know, Doleful's ability is also very convenient for stopping us from doing things that he doesn't want us to do, because he can just be like, oh, my danger sense is pinging, we shouldn't do that, or you shouldn't go there. Just saying. Just saying.
Did someone cut the wires? The girl asked with concern.
Fine, I'll adopt two, mused the chatter, getting ready to cringe. Mused the chatter, I assume. Typo.
No, it's just wear and tear. This whole place is covered in dust, and the PC's OS is practically fossil. No one's been here for a very long time. I visited this research facility a lot, but no one ever showed me this underground section. Maybe it's a storage space for unneeded stuff.
I wonder what exactly they were researching here in the first place.
I've been wondering the same myself. Weren't we originally meant to work on the quartering deuce case in this facility? Asked the girl. Snarks has long been used for recreating crime scenes with diagrams and conducting analysis that are too time-consuming to do domestically. In fact, the quartering duke murders themselves have been reconstructed using dioramas found in the archive room above us.
Whoa, that's impressive. So, we were intended to use those dioramas for our investigation? Doleful has to be the QD by process of elimination at point. Everyone else is too incompetent. Caught up in their own little antics, theorized the chatter. The only other person who could be QD at this point, in my mind, is Gourmet. But Gourmet hasn't had the amount of foreshadowing that Doleful has had. A heaviness weighs upon my chest as I consider how different things could have been. No one should have been murdered. There were supposed to be so many more of us working together to solve the Quartering Duke case. I'm sure our investigation would have been further along. That's precisely why the Duke intervened, but it still bears hard upon me. Gourmet can QD me anytime. You said your friends used Detective Alliance technology. Was it developed in this facility?
Exactly. Tools and chemicals that are domestically unsafe and ethically problematic are made specially available here. It's an inventor's dream come true.
Isn't that illegal?
Of course, that's why this headquarters is located on a remote island.
I feel like I just learned something that I was better off not knowing. She quarter on my Duke to lie. You can't keep the peace with frontal strikes alone. The police may be skilled, but their organization is unwieldy and highly restricted. I hear that they just are unable to keep up with how many victims the Quartering Duke has slain. Which is why the DA was appointed to this case. We have fewer constraints so we can act and can move freely. So we were deemed the only ones who could solve it. That's the official story, at least. Truth be told, we are merely a convenient decoy to pin the blame on when things go amiss. A decoy? You mean a scapegoat? Precisely. When one comes up empty-handed, it's quite useful to have someone else to direct the hatred towards. If we produce results, splendid. If we fail, we shall be branded insignificant and unduly bombarded for our troubles. Regardless, any disdain for the police would be redirected as a result. In short, we've got to solve this case or it'll be our heads on the chopping block. Talk about no pressure. The Gourmet may not be the QD, but she sure is a QT. So true. Countless challenges await us. Even after we escape this island, my head aches at the prospect. Let us expense a celebration banquet upon our return. We leave the archives and head to the lab. Our investigation continues for some time before Posh suddenly chimes in. Perhaps we ought to harvest some copper wire from the headphones plugged into the computer here.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Wait, what? How do you mean? My, what a dullard you are! Copper wire is found inside audio cables. I doubt we'll be needing any headphones, so with plenty to go around, we'll harvest a rather fine bundle, no?
Perfect. Each PC has a pair, so we take all of them apart, we'll have more than enough wire. Thanks a bunch for the idea, Posh.
I'm surprised you know so much about headphone cords, Posh. You mean to say you've never repaired an audio cable? How sad, yet unexpected of your kind. Posh, I think it's the other way around. If you buy a new pair every time a chord phrase, you'll wind up spending an astronomical amount of money. Wouldn't most people usually just opt for new ones? I know I would. Times are tough, aren't they, Posh?
The girl gently placed a hand on Posh's shoulder, her head nodding solemnly.
I was not implying that I am so destitute that I cannot afford new headphones. Do not misunderstand. Have I made myself clear? However, I admit that the Pinkerton name is not as illustrious as it once was. A proud lineage scattered like petals to the wind. But rest assured that the Pinkerton name shall blossom once more. To this end, I cannot afford to be wasteful. Becky, repair those circuit breakers post-haste. I simply must escape this island. The honor of the Pinkerton name hinges upon it. Ah, so that's a source of her determination. I think we already knew that. She's capable of weathering any dishonor or shame for the sake of restoring her family's pride. Her resolve is clear-cut and reflects well upon her. This perspicuous determination is a positive force, both for her and her adoring employees. I can understand now why Posh's subordinates are able to idolize her without any reservations. The distribution board is repaired without incident, so we return back to the elevator. That's when we notice something. What's this? Look, by the elevator panel. Is that a keyhole? Ah, so it is. Doleful, is the button responsive? No, it's not.
I'm pretty sure the distribution board got fixed though, and it seems to be getting power.
That hole's probably meant for the key we saw back in the dungeon. Oh, right. There was an elevator key there. I didn't see it when we left, though. Did one of you happen to take it? No one raises their hand. Didn't Renegade have it? I feel like Renegade has it. Either him or Workaholic, because he knows this place. That's not good. In the heavy silence, a morbid thought creeps into my head. Then, as if to confirm my worst fears, an announcement cracks over the intercom. A familiar voice fills the space. Yeah, ladies and gents. Seems you finally got the elevator working again. Nice. I'm thrilled. Renegade detective? Where's his voice coming from? I glance around and spot a speaker near the ceiling. He ignores our bewilderment, pressing on. I'm sure you've noticed that a key is needed to call the elevator. That key is in my possession. So if you want it, you better do what I say. Just who do you expect to do your bidding? I am coming to apprehend you right this instant, so you had better prepare yourself. Posh outright rejects this demand. She holds her chin in thought for a moment, then immediately points towards the hallway. The control room is near the back. The control room near the back would have a microphone for making announcements. Renegade detective must be there. Come, let us depart. Wait, Posh. Romay grabs Posh's arm before she runs off. Do you really think Renegade would do this without a plan? If we rush in and panic to find him, I'm sure we'll only fall into some trap he's laid. Yes, you're quite right. I apologize for my hastiness. Still, we can't just stand here. Let's head to the control room while keeping our eyes peeled for any traps along the way. We can't let Renegade go unchallenged. I'll take the lead. Follow me.
This calls for a new friend I prepared for detaining people. Meet Shaki Waki. We're going to nab him for sure.
Romay, I'd like you to stay here and guard the elevator. You've got it. Not even a breadcrumb's getting past us.
Please stay safe, everyone, the girl said, wishing with all her heart for their well-being.
He's running. He's been running out of steam for a little bit, I can't lie. We instantly spring into action, not even waiting for Renegade to close out his announcement. But even as we move, his banter continues. Hey now, can't you wait patiently for others to finish? Gosh, you're a troublesome bunch. Mischievous brats will get their due punishment. You best be mindful of that on your way over. Now that you've got a choice, have it from the start. We're right outside the control room. But not even a single trap. We've safely arrived at the control room. The trip here must have been quick and painless, but that only serves to put me more on edge. Or may have been. Was it all just a bluff? Even so, such little time has passed since Renegade's message that there must be something behind these doors.
How odd. He talked it up so much just to leave us with nothing. Let me check that out first. I should be able to identify any traps he set.
Be careful, Doleful. Come back immediately if you sense any danger, okay? I volunteer for punishment, said the chatter reportedly. His naming batteries have died long, long ago. There's no hope for escape, Renegade. My barista will render you a bloody pulp. Have at you! With that, Doleful enters the control room. But a moment later, he comes right back out with an astonished look on his face. What's up, Doleful?
There was no sign of Renegade, but I found this in front of the mic.
Doleful holds out a brown teddy bear. It seems like an ordinary stuffed animal at a glance, but upon closer inspection, it holds some sort of device in its paw. My heavens, what an adorable little teddy!
That device it's holding, is that a transceiver?
Oh, you're right. It's still powered on, even.
Let me see. I suspect Renegade Detective may have used this to spoof his location somehow. I'll run an analysis and try to pinpoint his current whereabouts.
Resourceful as ever, little tech. A dreadfully gleeful voice sounds out from the other end of the transceiver. It's none other than Renegade Detective, of course. Sorry for the trouble, folks. While I may not look it, I'm painfully shy. Though I had this fuzzy little rascal come in my stead. Give a big hello to Rennie the Teddy. Play nice now, won't you, darlings? Just tell us what you want, Renegade Detective. You'll trade us the elevator key if we do what you ask of us, right? Thanks for getting straight business. I've only got one request. I want to speak with you mano a mano, incompetent. Come to the archives. Alone.
Out of the question. We refuse your terms.
Posh. With ferociously wild eyes, Posh nabs the Teddy transceiver from Doleful's hand and shouts angrily into it.
Renegade Detective, I don't know what's going on through that skull of yours, but incompetent is our dear companion. We truly believe we'd send him off to his doom by meeting with a criminal like you. We'll track you down and take that key, rest assured.
I'll be looking forward to it. Renegade's harsh, staticky laughter echoes through the hallway. At that very moment, my vision flickers. The annulment has been triggered. Before I go, let me tell you something. I took the trouble coming out here because I was hoping to hoping to rid myself of this damn collar. If I doze off, I don't know if I can promise that, but sure. Sadly, it was a bust, but I did find some spares on how to operate them. I just couldn't pass up the opportunity, so Rennie's got a little present too.
Posh, the bear! I'm sensing danger from it!
As Doleful shrieks, the bear detonates in Posh's hands. That's the vision I'm shown. There's still time to act. I lurch forward and snatch the teddy from Posh's grip. And immediately launch it as far as I can.
Posh, take cover!
What? The bear detonates mere seconds after it leaves my hands. The scorching shock of the explosion flings us into a heap on the ground. I cough at the pungent scent of gunpowder. The hall is thick with smoke, and there's a sharp pain where shrapnel has pierced my arm. Renegade Detective. Despite my injured arm, I managed to haul myself up to my feet. I can hardly believe it. Even a moment later and Posh would have died. I doubt the rest of us would have escaped unscathed either. It's clear Renegade truly intends to kill us. Is everyone alright? Any injuries?
I'm okay, but I think Doleful has hit his head.
I too am alive and kicking. Now where is that despicable coward hiding?
Right behind you. A voice calls out from the rear. As I turn to face its owner, a small metallic lint catches my attention. Everyone, run! Renegade brandishes his knife and swings it sideways in our direction. Crap, I won't be able to avoid it.
Stay clear, incompetent.
The next thing I know, Posh shoves me aside, sending me tumbling back to the ground. Blood soon trickles from her arm as she takes the attack in my place. A lot is happening, Rowdy Rough Gamer. We're in the middle of it. Posh! My heart leaps out of my chest as the event unfolds. However, a familiar voice rings through my head.
Wato-kun. Hang tough. Wato-kun.
I've seen this before, but something's off. Like I isn't bleeding.
Why did you protect me?
You die now, then I... Sayaka calls out my name, weeping profusely. What's funny? The scene usually plays out the exact opposite way. Suddenly, it's as if I'm the one who died. My mind snaps back to reality. I inhale sharply, stunned and shocked by the view I'm met with. Right in front of me, Renegade has an arm wrapped around Posh's neck, his knife pressed against her cheek. Posh shielded me, and now vivid red blood is seeping from her wounded arm. The cut doesn't look deep, but that much blood loss is definitely cause for concern. Gotta treat her right away. Renegade, where the hell were you hiding? The lab next door. The key to manipulating others is to provide a clear-cut objective. I figured you'd skip over the other rooms and head straight here after my broadcast. It was obvious. It's adorable how predictable you are. Lucky for me, I won't need to bother with negotiations or any of that nonsense now. So incompetent. Assuming you don't want Pasha's head to get sawed off, you're coming with me. We can have Yaoi? Yeah, I'm down for Yaoi. It was Posh who was objecting. Renegade addresses me coldly. I look over him again and again, but I can't find a single opening. He traces the curve of Posh's neck with the point of the blade. Just the sight is enough to drain the color from my face. Fine. I'll do whatever you say. Just let Posh go. You mustn't, incompetent. Posh quickly cuts me off. You and Teki take Doleful to the elevator and escape from this facility. What? What? None of your butt-butting. This is a direct order from your superior. You must obey. Her conviction makes it difficult to view her as a hostage, something that seemingly tickles Renegade as he cackles loudly. Don't die, Posh. Oh, Posh, you really are a plucky one. But haven't you forgotten something? Even if they ditch you, they still need the elevator key. What, the one lying on the floor there? Hmm? Could this be it? I reached down to inspect the key resting near my feet. It's definitely the same one I saw in the dungeon, but when did it get here? Oh, Renegade Detective, you really ought to be less inattentive with the valuables on your person. I was able to pilfer it in the blink of an eye. Now go, incompetent. Take that key and decamp. Should you manage to steal both the lift and the heliport, this cat will have no means of escape. I have no doubt this will bring us another step closer to apprehending the quartering Duke. And here I thought you were easy prey. No, I'm the one who's cornered. Still, you sure you're alright with this? If they all turn tail and run, you'll be left alone with me. Aren't you afraid of dying? Yeah, what he said. Why would we just abandon you here like that, Posh? Posh smiles almost serenely. Of course I'm frightened. No one wants to die. But some things are even more terrifying than death. The casualties born of a desperate fight for survival, for one. I am a descendant of the proud Pinkerton lineage. Should offering my life to save others, then I have no such reservations. Now, hurry! Go! Should offering my life save others. I'm really stumbling, guys. I guess that's what happens when you stream reading for 11 hours. It's fine, it's fine. I think it's funnier for me to just get completely unhinged as the stream goes on. I recall the discussion I had with Workaholic regarding the plank of carniatus. Fuck. Sacrificing one another to save oneself. Is that the right choice? No one can really say. Being Posh so prepared to give her life for ours, I'm suddenly struck by a realization. This is what an ideal detective truly looks like.
Renegade Detective, I won't let you get away with this. Not in a million years.
Teki aims his pistol-shaped mech at the Renegade Detective. Ah, shit. Ah, shit.
Freeze. Move another inch and I'll shoot.
Oh, made yourself another friend there, eh? Looks kind of like a stun gun. How fun is that? You've outdone yourself again, kid.
Apparently unfazed, Renegade begins moving with his hostage in tow. Man, does this guy even know how to feel fear?
I said I'll shoot. Why are you still moving?
You've grown a lot these past few days, but you don't have the guts to pull the trigger yet. Say you miss and hit Posh. Worst case, she gets fried. You only just lost armor. Now it's your time to shine, kid. Come back once you've gotten some more experience, yeah?
Don't underestimate me.
Teki moves in closer, preparing to shoot. The muzzle of the barrel trembles in his hands, his aim uncertain. Despite having him at gunpoint, Teki seems to be losing the upper hand to Renegade's intimidation. That man really is a monster. As much as I hate to leave you hanging, it's time we part ways for now. Incompetent, come to the archives in 1 hour and bring that key with you. Otherwise, Posh's public quartering will have to kick off early. And you know full well by now that I don't go around making empty threats, right? I don't need the denouement to see the grave sincerity in his eyes. In 1 hour, he'll end Posh's life, precisely as he stated. Though I haven't known him long, I'm already well acquainted with this man's brand of cruelty. I'll be there. I promise. Don't you dare lay a finger on Posh. You witless curl. Just forget about me. Oh, now that's what I wanted to hear. Alrighty then. I'll be waiting for you at the final stage.
Wait!
Teki attempts to keep his stun gun sights on the fleeing renegade detective, but before he can even pull the trigger, Renegade has already disappeared down the hall, dragging Posh along with him. Huh? Where's Posh? Where'd she go? Doleful comes to, anxiously asking about Posh as he scans the vicinity. Neither Teki nor myself can muster a reply. All I can do is stand there, disgusted by my helplessness. Returning to the lobby, we recount the events to Gourmet and Bookworm, who have been keeping watch. You're really going alone, Incompetent. Renegade's the type to stick to his word. As long as I keep my side of the bargain, Posh will be okay. Going along with this demand is the only way we can save her. But what will you do afterward? I don't know what Renegade has in store for you, but I know it's dangerous. Even if you manage to save Posh, you dying will make it all for nothing. You even have a plan for how you'll face him? I do. As long as he truly intends to kill me. But I'll be okay. I promise I'll make it back in one piece.
You're incompetent. Take him with you.
Teki hands me the pistol-like device he'd been holding.
This is my stun gun friend, Shakiwaki. He's modeled after the white SPX, so when you pull the trigger, he'll eject electrified spikes. His range is only about 2 meters, but any contact with the body should be enough to incapacitate the target.
Thanks, Teki. You really are a whiz if you can make something as handy as this.
Yeah, but I couldn't pull the trigger. Even had the perfect shot, and I still failed to save yet another friend of mine. Saw right through me. I'm so ashamed of myself. If I had been stronger, if I had just kept a level head, I could have saved her. Only humans fret over harming others. Once you lose that compassion, you become no more than a beast, said the girl, quoting Mystic Detective. The fear of death, of hurting others. I don't consider that a weakness. Rather, the fact that you can feel that way is proof of your humanity.
Bookworm. Bookworm speaks in an uncharacteristically straightforward manner as she smiles at Teki.
Teki Detective, ever since arriving on this island, I believe you've truly matured as a person. Not that I have much room to speak on that.
I'm with her. You aren't weak, Teki, not one bit. You're able to laugh with everyone, to shed tears on behalf of others. Those things are way more important than having the will to harm people.
You guys, thank you. Please, go do what you can to save Posh.
Hiding his face, Teki sheds silent tears. Renegade Detective must have really gotten to him. Undoubtedly more bitter, challenging obstacles still await. Undoubtedly more bitter, challenging obstacles still await him in the future. But I know he'll overcome it all, because Teki already has the strength to admit his vulnerability and share his honest feelings.
Incompetent. Don't vanquish that brute of a detective. After all, I believe it's precisely that soft heart of yours which makes you so formidable.
Yeah, you can count on it. I'll get him good for Teki's sake, and everyone else's. The appointed time has arrived. I ask the others to wait in the lobby, then head alone to the archives, to our designated meeting spot. As I make my way there, however... Fancy that. You survived, haven't you? Oh, you survived, have you? Holmes. For the first time in a day, Holmes appears before me. Why were you gone so long? Sorry. I'm aware it's odd for residual memories to feel such, but I quite exhausted myself earlier. I'll be sure to share the details with you later on. Currently, our priority is recovering the captured Posh from Renegade Detective, correct? Yeah. I know I can't win against him alone. Please, lend me your strength, Holmes.
ちろんだよ。
Naturally, no matter how the others may betray, vilify, despise, or deny you, I alone shall affirm all that you are. Once Renegade has been dealt with, I'll explain everything I know. Now, let us go sever the ties which bind us to him, Wata-kun, once and for all. Right.
Together, Holmes and I enter the archives. Oh, he's even got the mood lighting up. Alright, alright. Motherfucker. Renegade rises from his chair, clearly sick of waiting. He points his knife at me, the corner of his mouth quirked up into a smile. I knew you'd come, incompetent. You're exactly the type of detective I clocked you for. We got the mood lighting, so it might be a date, yeah. The knife's point glints in the light. My heart leaps at the sight of its icy shine, pale like moonbeams. Impossible to remove myself from the life or death reality of the situation. Why did you come? I vehemently assisted you escape. The anxiety in Pasha's voice is palpable. Her right hand seems to be cuffed to the pipe on the wall, judging by the grating sounds of steel upon steel. I realized something when you protected me, Posh. If someone were drowning beside me, I offered them the plank I was clinging to without thinking twice. That's the kind of great detective I strive to be. Incompetent. Renegade detective, I brought you the key like you asked. Now let Posh go. Oh, fine, alright. I've got the key to her handcuffs right here, see? As he speaks, Renegade demonstrates this by locking and unlocking Pasha's handcuffs. There's no doubt that key is the real deal. I'll put it on this desk next to me. You do the same. So, you want to draw me away from the exit before we do this trade? I'm entitled to that privilege, don't you think? I mean, your team has the elevator surrounded, which I consider a pretty big advantage. Won't you spare me just a tiny lick of hope? Here's the key. We'll start our exchange. Each of us will take one step at a time. Nice. It's wise to stay on guard. Look at you, growing up and learning so fast. We'll do it your way then. Go ahead. You start. Okay. 1, 2. As I asked of him, he closes the distance between us one step at a time, the same way I do. One step, then another. My heart pounds faster and faster as we draw closer, my sweat beating on my skin. I'm not an idiot. I know he'll attack once I'm in range. He'll likely come at me with lethal force. I will my legs not to shake, forcing myself to keep one foot in front of the other. But then, my vision suddenly flickers. The knife shoots out from Renegade Detective's hand like a rocket. It hits my forehead with so much force that my entire head feels like it's flying off. My consciousness ebbs faster than I can form a single thought. Once I return to reality, I jerk my body to the side, quickly ducking my head so the blade only nearly grazes the tip of my nose. That was close. I didn't expect the knife to fire at me like that. Without a gnome, there's no question I'd be dead right now. Bravo. Just as I predicted. Suddenly, Renegade Detective is right beside me. He sticks his tongue out playfully. You dodged before the blade even came at you. But I didn't see any indication that you noticed this nice little gimmick. Bit odd, don't you think? You're weirdly perceptive every so often. What, do you get visions or something? I wonder, are you able to see the future too? The way Ideal Detective could? Yeah, right, as if! I make for the key to Pasha's cuffs and quickly snatch it up. Renegade Detective, on the other hand, saunters over at his leisure, placing a hand on the elevator key. Our exchange is complete, but the others are still guarding the front of the elevator. He can't get away that easily. I've got to free Posh and get us back to the lobby ASAP. Don't come any closer! Get away from me! No, away from this room entirely! What do you mean, Posh? Posh answers with only a harried expression. What's going on? Oh, right, I forgot to say. Renegade casually drops a horrifying fact. I put a collar on her wrist just like mine. Careful, it'll go boom, so try not to set it off. Looking closely, I can see something wrapped around Pasha's wrist that resembles the device on Renegade's neck. No way. Is he kidding me right now?
I'm not bluffing. That explosion I caused before should make that clear enough, wouldn't you say? If the conditions are met, Pasha's soft, supple limbs will go flying in every direction.
Stop it. How could you do something so awful? Workaholic, right? Is this all revenge for what they did to you as Invincible Detective?
Revenge? Oh, please. You really think I kill people for a pedestrian motive like that?
Renegade's eyes widen in surprise at my words. Then tell me why! I thought you were unreadable, unrestrained, indiscriminate, and dangerous. But what motive could you have other than revenge? I love this sprite. I like his eyes. He looks so silly. The DA's predecessor, the secret police, you want revenge on them. I understand that. But stop dragging innocent bystanders into this.
That's enough. Wild guessing doesn't suit you one bit. Cheap thrills like vengeance don't do a thing for me, personally. For me, it's all about taking on the precious burden of life. Everything else is secondary, even the organization that ruined my own life.
Liar. You targeted Workaholic and made him suffer, also you get back at him, didn't you?
I'm telling you, it's not about revenge, okay? I just wanted to remind him of the weight of lives that he crushed and turned... remind him of the weight of the lives he crushed and turned his gaze from.
Yep. Yeah, he is. He is. I was just wondering, like, who the fuck does this remind me of? This reminds me of a guy I've written. And you're right, it is that one guy. God. He really was their fate.
Then Workaholic Detective reverted, oh so wonderfully, to his old diabolical self. Now it's your turn, incompetent. If you want me to remove Pasha's collar, you'll have to make me yield. It's the only way you can save her. I'll resist, of course, with legal force. Want to subdue me? Then fight like mad, as if your life depends on it. Maybe use that hidden ability, too.
Hidden ability? Has Renegade Detective realized that I'm able to use the denouement? That can't be. No, he has another one. He must have another one. I mean, it took me a long time to start accepting the idea, and it's my ability. As if anyone would be so quick to believe something this far-fetched. Does he have some sort of healing factor, maybe? Or... At the very beginning of the game, we were able to go into a building filled with poison gas. This is before we got the denouement ability, so it wasn't a flash forward. When we made that choice, we went into that building and we died, and then we suddenly got teleported back to where the choice was, and the text was different. And that is the only time in this story that a choice is branched off into something else, into something else we could do. It ended in a bad end, but we survived that bad end. So my question is he immortal? Gang, is he immortal? Is he unable to die? Can he teleport back to a point in time before he has died? Is this fuck, what's that rule? What's that rule? You know, like the parallel universe rule where you can only be conscious in universes you're alive, so every opportunity that you have to die, you just don't die, you just exist in the universe where you didn't die? No, maybe you're onto something, maybe you're onto something. At least it's somewhat similar to that. I don't know, like, it's the only explanation that I have for, like, he died, but he didn't die. And maybe it's, like, you know, like, maybe it physically happens? No, I don't know. I do not know. I have no fucking clue what goes on. Must escape this instant. This is a direct order from your chief. I'm gonna save, actually, really quick. I'm paranoid. Announcement of evil makes sense. What's this now? Impact. Posh shouts from behind me. In the moment I became a detective, I seemed prepared to give my life. You're gravely mistaken if you think I'll dance in your palm, renegade. Her expression shows no trace of sorrow or fear, even given her circumstances. Her strength of character is incredible. I think saying that one girl from Higurashi is a little... that's a little... Hang on, wait, did I read that? Sorry, saying one girl from Higurashi got me a little... Yeah. Well, I already said it out loud, actually. It's fine. It's fine. No one knows what it means. Alright. Alright, yeah, Her expression shows no trace of sorrow or fear, giving her circumstances. Her strength is incredible. Like music to my ears. I can always count on you to be so determined, Posh. Why, it's giving me the shivers. But couldn't competent here truly abandon you? Leave a friend to her fate and live on in her name, or risk your life in order to save that of another? A plank of carnitas situation if I ever saw this. I'm never gonna pronounce that right. So, you just said you'd give up your plank, hmm? I wonder, will you still be able to save Posh with that spirit of martyrdom, even in the face of death? Renegade Detective tries to provoke me. Defiantly, I glare back into his red, arrogant eyes. Don't twist my words. Just as I said I would offer my plank. Not that I'd sacrifice myself. I don't want to survive at someone else's expense, but that doesn't mean I want to die either. I once saw Saika killed right before me. While I survived, that's why I won't hesitate. Killed right before me while I survived. That's why I won't hesitate anymore. No matter who lives, the guilt follows them forever. I mean, to choose one person out of two to sacrifice is an undeniable tragedy, one I refuse to accept. People can say I'm stupid or overly idealistic, or that my head's in the clouds. Let them. I'll find a way to save us both and reverse this tragedy. That's what I believe an ideal detective must do. Reverse this tragedy, eh? Like you can reverse time after you die? I don't know. No, that would be like the most supernatural power we've had so far. Yes, very nice. How wonderfully like you to be so very idealized. Renegade pokes his tongue out at me again, then draws a knife from his pocket. Its blade is a crescent, flecked by bits of bright red. Renegade laughs the blade like a lollipop, the droplets vanishing beneath his tongue. Ah, the case of defilement. There's nothing quite as sweet. No, incompetent! You mustn't try to fight him! Incompetent! Ignoring her pleas, I unlock the handcuffs binding her. Stay back, Posh. It isn't safe. I promise I'll protect you. Incompetent. Grasping the handcuffs, I turn to face Renegade. Getting a hold of these sure was a lucky break. Now I can demonstrate what my mentor taught me. Isn't that technique used to apprehend criminals? Pulling out the old Cafu, huh? How ironic. Handcuffs were the key to liberating you. Ah, but your hands are trembling. I'll bet you don't have much fighting experience. No point in hiding it. You're right. Honest to God, I'm terrified. I bite my arm with all my might, using the pain to forcibly stop it from shaking. But I won't run away. I'll use every ounce of my strength to make you release Posh's collar. Oh, yes. You really are something. Come on, then. Let's have some fun! My chest feels like it's about to burst. A cold sweat drips freely down my skin. If I lose focus, my legs will start wobbling. It's alright. I'm with you. Holmes moves close to my side. Come, it's time to fight back. Let us reverse this tragedy together, you and I. My first battle for life and death begins. Using the handcuffs, I block countless knife jabs. My eyes manage to follow, but it takes everything I have to avoid them. The way each blow is aimed directly at my vitals sends chills down my spine. Fail to dodge even one and it's all over for me. You're doing better than I expected. Seems you had quite the mentor. But you can't defend forever. It'll break through eventually. Or could it be you've only learned to defend? Come on, don't forget about your legs. Renegade Detective chats casually as he slashes about, and here I am at my absolute limit. So what is this guy? I'm already well aware, but this man truly has no qualms about killing, despite his constant insistence that life holds precious value. This is one person I don't think I'll ever see eye to eye with. Just one hit. I just need to get one hit in, and to find an opening, somewhere. You're wide open. Yeah, this is where the CG from the opening is gonna happen, I bet. Renegade slashes my right abdomen and fresh blood sprays into my field of blue. This is bad. I feel my consciousness slipping.
落ち着け
Stay
それ
calm.
はエンドシ
That
ー
was
ン
the
に込め
denouement.
たビジョンだ
Holmes's voice recenters me. That was close. That vision was so lifelike and nearly overwhelmed my senses. Right now, I can still protect my... Fuck! Oh, fuck. it was right abdomen, yeah. I had a feeling, but I didn't want to make the mistake. I just managed to block his attack. Without the denouement, it would have killed me. I'm glad I was able to act on it quickly enough. Nice moves there. Shall we dance another? No time to relax. Here comes his next strike. I see it again, a future where my throat is cut clean open.
Yes, now act on that vision.
行動するんだ
Go, Watakun.
My throat. Keeping with my vision, I parry Renegade's attack with my cuffs. Nice. That was the easiest block so far. There's no mistaking it. The denouement kicking now is no coincidence. Your form has improved all of a sudden. What's up with that? Renegade slashes again mid-sentence. What is it? What's coming next?
慌てるな
Don't panic, Watakun.
エンドシーン
Wait for the denouement to activate.
待てエンドシーン
You must sense your own immediate demise before a premonition will be shown. Rest assured, if his strikes are truly lethal, it will activate.
Right. I know Holmes speaks the truth. I soon see a vision of the nice blade plunging straight into my chest horizontally.
ナイフを水平に
A thrust of that angle would be quite dreadful indeed. The knife could slip between your ribs and pierce your heart.
I've got to dodge, but how?
避けなくてもいい
It isn't necessary. A head-on assault simply needs to have its trajectory shifted.
実績を手錠で受け
Use the
流
cuffs
す
to deflect the blade.
Deflect it from my heart, right? Not load. Sorry, I meant to save. Yeah. I didn't know if it was saying deflect to a place so you could survive, you know? I don't stop at the knife, but allow the tip of its blade to slip through the cuffs, redirecting it. Renegade's arm is outstretched, leaving him defenseless. He leaps towards me.
千載一遇の好機
Now's your golden
手錠
opportunity.
で絡めたら
Cuff him!
As Holmes says this, I twist the handcuff's chain around his wrist and throw all my weight into my hips and jerk sharply. I swing my arms around at full strength like a hammer thrower, leaving Renegade off balance as he's caught in the shackles. Then I slam his body into the nearby table. He rolls onto the floor among the broken table legs while keeping my eyes around the broken table legs. While keeping my eyes trained on him, I steady my ragged breasts. CG? Oh, no CG? Blood drips from my nose. My vision swimming and my head pounding. I barely stop myself from crying out in pain.
大丈夫ではない
You're definitely not well.
自分が死ぬ
You've witnessed your own death so many times in a short period.
目にしたのだ
It's no wonder the side effects are so severe.
まだ
Are you able to move?
Yeah, I'll manage.
下道探偵が
Let's tie up Renegade Detective before he comes to. Use Techi's Shakiwaki.
Following Holmes' suggestion, I began to take the stun gun out of my pocket, but then... Now I see that you can only dodge lethal attacks. The voice coming from the ground chills me to the bone. Crap. Thinking fast, I try to jump back, but it's one moment too late. Renegade's knife penetrates my right thigh. Yep. Seems you couldn't dodge that one. I back away quickly to inspect my wounded leg. Still able to move it, and it hasn't gone numb. But even so, the situation is dire. Now that was a close one. You got a lot more fight in you than I realized. I knew we would get the CG. They tricked me. Renegade climbs to his feet unsteadily. His eyes are unfocused, fixed on an empty space instead of me. He'd already lost an arm before my surprise attack hit him hard. It's clear he's at his limit. Come on, let up already. Lose any more blood and you're going to die for real. True. After losing my arm, that floaty kind of feeling's only gotten worse. Almost like it's telling me it's time, you know? Then take it as a sign and quit already. Why are you so obsessed with me? Can't help it. You know how long I've waited for this moment to figure out Ideal Detective's abilities. After my graceless defeat and capture at Holmes' hand, I've been tingling ever since. Oh, how long I've awaited this. The climax. I found the final piece of a lifelong puzzle and you think I won't put it into place? Of course I will. More and more, let me savor every last bit. Renegade grins madly, not bothering to wipe that blood dripping from his mouth. The man before me terrifies me to the core. How does someone become so twisted? The extent of his depravity is so extreme, I can't help but wonder what brought him to this point. Oh no. It appears Renegade has figured out how the denouement functions. But how? You shouldn't even know I could use this ability. No, he... Don't you know I have you figured out? You can see the future with those eyes of yours, can't you? His words leave me tongue-tied. For a moment, I think he might be up to his usual tricks. I don't get the sense that he's joking. Don't tell me he actually... It wasn't that difficult. I mean, there aren't many superhumans around like Ideal Detective. Her abilities are famous, a popular topic at that. Wary of her power, the Dayless Knight, the group I belong to, sought to remove her from the equation. Of course, the exact workings of that ability were unknown, and I'm the only one who's noticed she found a successor. You. They're famous. Is all that true? It is. That said, my ability was top secret. So few are cognizant of the details, even within the DA. Indeed, it's quite likely the Dayless Knight was after my life. Goodness, what a pain they are. What really troubles me, however, is the fact he discovered how the denouement is triggered. I've been working all these years trying to unravel the mystery of Ideal's power. When she died, I thought that was that. I was devastated. But like a messiah, you appeared before me. Your expression is just like hers, incompetent, burning with justice. It's been a joy to see it. I realized at once that you took up her mantle and hold the same powers. You're my new Holmes. Come to thrill me just the same. Why couldn't I best her? How could she make such incredible leaps of logic? How could she always evade me? There's only one explanation. Denouement? Denouement? No one. I asked the chat if that was correct, and they said yes. Fuck. Denouement. Got it. Holmes had the power to see her fate and foretell her own demise. Finally, I've solved it, my dear Holmes. Renegade cackles maniacally, unable to shake the feeling that my abilities revealed the worst possible person. And yet, I can only consider what a monster that this individual truly is. Incompetent, you mustn't buy into his nonsense. You hear me? That man is deranged. Well, that news for you. Sadly, you won't be able to read the future anymore. Ignoring Pasha's yells, Renegade speaks to me. I know all about your power. If you can sense death, a fatal wound won't cut it. So instead, why don't I slice you up until you're clinging to life? Time to get excited, because I'm about to carve you within an inch of your life. Renegade readies his knife and approaches me with a wicked grin. The next moment, I feel my right arm get sliced open. Now this is fun. It's true, solving a mystery feels oh so good. Different from the pleasure of taking a life. That's why I'm hooked on detective work. He comes closer, waving the knife and to and fro. This is bad. I still haven't thought of a way to counter him. What do I do? What do I do? I fail to block him. My arm is gashed open, next to my leg, and then my shoulder. Unable to stand, I crumple to my knees. It hurts. My wounds are burning as if they're on fire. I can't keep my head straight through the intense, searing pain. My consciousness begins to slip, and my vision grows cloudy. I can't find the strength to stand. Incompetent! Get yourself up! You can still get away! Watu-kun, deal yourself in focus. Done so soon? Guess it's Pasha's turn to play then. The voices sound so distant. I'm soaked in hot sweat. It mingles with my blood, making my whole body feel like a thick puddle of liquid. But the sensation is familiar. Right? How could I have forgotten for so long? It hurts. Burning up. Horrific. It's miserable. It's cold. It's frustrating. I'm angry, enraged, yelling, crying, praying, hoping, begging, envious. But above all, I can't forgive. I've been in this exact situation. I finally remember. Let's end stream there. Let's end stream there. What if I'm evil? What if I'm evil? How about that? 30 minutes till 12? That sounds like a good place to save for me, baby. Death defeated. I'm saving again just in case. What if you were an evil? I only have 30 minutes! I only have 30 minutes! This is a perfectly evil spot to end it! Isn't it? I don't know if I'm gonna get to another good stopping point like this. I can speak. No, I can't. I'm reading out loud. Alright. I mean... I'm stalling. I can read it 2 times speed. No. I don't know. I don't know how long this segment's gonna be. Alright. How about... Okay. But no, but like... What if it takes longer? What if I get over the 12-hour mark? I don't want to do that. Is I'm like, oh, maybe I go to the end of the scene with Renegade and we get to the resolution there. But I don't think we're gonna do that. I don't think we have the time. At least 20 minutes. What if... Okay. Alright, because it's you, May. Because it's you. We'll do a little bit more. But even if it's not a good stopping place, I gotta stop like 10 minutes before the 12-hour mark. I can't get it that exact. I think it'll be weird about it. Finally remember. I really have felt all this before. Alright. I'm walking through the labyrinth with Saika. This is already my 3rd time. I've gotten pretty used to it, so our progress is pretty much faster than before. But I sense something's different about usual. That something's not quite right. I scan our surroundings carefully until I notice the air right in front of us gently quivering like the air around a lit burner. Saika-chan, hide. There's something here. Really? But I don't see anything. I mean, I can't either, but I can feel it. If we keep going, we'll die. That's when it started. From that moment on, I occasionally saw glimpses of the future tragedies that could occur. No matter what trap I encountered in the maze, I always managed to slip through. Since I also go out of my way to help others subjected to experiments, they've given me the ridiculous nickname, Ideal Detective. Before I even realized it, I'm constantly leading and directing the other survivors. Until that fateful day arrives. The day I witnessed Saika's death. If we take on the maze again, Saika will die. I can only see how these tragedies play out. I don't know how to stop these visions from becoming reality. I think and think and think some more. Until I finally make up my mind. Saika, let's escape from here. Together. Huh? But how? There are cameras watching us the whole time we're in the maze. Saika's worry shows in her voice. I've got to be the hero she sees me as. Yes, I've got to be a great detective, the legendary Sherlock Holmes. Like the legendary Sherlock Holmes. Come on. It's elementary, my dear Saika. I imitate our beloved Sherlock, hoping to inspire her trust. If they're watching us with cameras, that means there must be a secret passage for the staff to use if something goes wrong. I already found some clues hinting about this, so if we can find an opening to access one of those paths, we should be able to escape. Wow, you really are amazing, Wataku. Saika beams happily. That's a relief. It seems that helped to put her mind at ease a bit. I agree, May. Good. This is the only way we're going to pull this off. In all honesty, I'm terrified. Even if we manage to find a passage, who knows what we might run into. Still, this is my only hope of saving her. Okay, Saika. Leave it to me, the ideal detective. No matter what happens, I'll reverse this tragedy. I promise you that. Yeah. And so the time came to put our plan into action. Just as we hoped, we find a hidden path and follow it to a location we'd regularly never be able to access. But soon, there's a mech we've never seen before. Unlike the rest, this one pursues us relentlessly, no matter how hard we try to shake it. Wato, why is it following us like this? I quickly shield Saika, taking a direct slash from the red machine's blade. I can feel my body rapidly losing blood. Fresh cut burns like I've been set on fire. My chest grows heavy as a chill comes over me. Even to my young mind, I recognize that this must be what dying feels like. Sorry, Saika. I couldn't protect you. Why are you saying sorry? You should be the one apologizing. Not even as strong as you, this never would have happened. I hear Saika's distraught voice as my consciousness fades. Tears stream down her face as she stares at me. And the tears suddenly stop. Hey, you can hear me, right? You're watching us, aren't you? I don't care what you do to me. I'll hand myself over to you completely. But please, save Wato-kun. I'll even take his place. I'll become the ideal detective. God? I can distinctly make out Saika's words. Not only that, but her determination. No, she can't do that. No! I can't shoulder everything in my place. That shouldn't be an option here. I make an effort to extend my nearly bloodless hand towards Saika. She takes it in hers, flashes a wide grin, and speaks to me directly. It'll be fine. It's me we're talking about. I never had anything. My parents abandoned me when I was born. I was cut off from my older brother, too. I didn't think I had a place anywhere. But you alone protected me, Wato-kun. So I've decided to protect you, too. I can keep talking all kitty-like. I've got to get stronger. Be stronger. From here on, I am the ideal detective. Farewell, Wato-kun. My consciousness whites out again. When I come to, the enemy is before me. Well then, it's about time I took off one of those feet. Buddy! Now's not the time for your foot fetish. I'm processing. Shit, man. Well, it does... The Dayless Night incident was based around a religious movement with Lucifer. God being in play is not out of the question for me. Or some force as such, I don't know. Renegade lifts his knife with a grin. Nah, I'm locked in. We go till 11:50. I move him with a flash and manage to catch his blade with the handcuffs. Wait, you're even faster now? What's the deal? Aren't you supposed to be dying? This is nothing. Rather, I realize I've been holding back up till now. Warmth slowly returns to my chilled, anemic body. Now I understand why Holmes, no Saika, have been so evasive about our past. It's only natural. As if she could just say something like, I was saved because I took your place, or I've been living in your stead ever since. Of course she'd feel driven by guilt. No way she'd be able to share any of that with me. Protecting me from the very start. Yeah, no wonder she's like literally tethered to him. That image of Saika that had burned into my mind. That was the denouement? Denouement. The denouement vision all along. Why didn't I realize it sooner? What's with the soliloquy? Starting to lose it from all the blood loss. Yeah, that's right. With his knife still trapped, I ran the tip of my foot into Renegade's unguarded stomach. He gasped from the impact. It's a direct hit. He backs off a little before readying his knife once again. Though his expression doesn't change, sweat gathers at his brow. I'm relieved. You're finally fighting with that intent to kill me, aren't you? You really think I'd stoop so low? I refuse to take a life, even from a renegade like you. Well, isn't that sweet? This is your final warning. Fight like you want to kill me. You can't stop me until you're ready to take responsibility for the life of another. Renegade contorts his body and swings the knife down towards me. Another non-lethal attack only meant to hurt me. The denouement won't allow me to read it. Denouement. Fuck. Denouement. But there's a hole in his offense. I can't take the cuffs that I've only been gripping in front of me so far and forcibly swing them backwards. You're not going to block. He's kind of popping off. As he guns for me, I bring the handcuffs down on him with all my might. Nice. Renegade Detective's knife nicks my shoulder, drawing more blood. At the same time, however, my fist strikes his forehead, flinging him into a nearby bookshelf. As I planned, if I tried to block, there's no way I could have read his movements. And since he wasn't trying to kill me, I didn't need to stop him. Renegade picks himself up shakily, swaying a bit as he stands. My hit clearly dealt some damage. Wasn't expecting that. To think you knew I wasn't going in for the kill. That you struck back even when it meant you get sliced too. You and Workaholic are right. Maybe I am too nice. I'm a coward who isn't prepared to take a knife of another. The life of another. But even so... Jelly, I don't have time to recap. I have 10 minutes left to stream before I have to cut off because I don't want to hit the 10-hour mark, the 12-hour mark, and then have the VOD be cut off. Unless I stop stream and start it again after the fact, which would be really funny of me to do. Who is dead? Armor. Armor died. Armor died, and I think you were here for Rowdy dying. And I was right, Workaholic killed Rowdy, and then Renegade is responsible for Armor's death, but didn't kill him directly. I've been grappling with this idea the whole time. In order to stop someone dangerous, is it truly necessary to kill? To end their life? Now I've finally found my answer. Even so, I'm ready to put my life on the line to protect all that I can. Renegade Detective, no matter what you do, I swear I'll put an end to this myself. Atakun. Oh, also, Jelly, you missed Ideal being very pervy and silly. And the scene started and I was like, man, I wish Jelly was here to see this. From beside me, Saika calls out my name. You can read my mind, so she must realize without me saying anything. I remembered it all, including the reality that 10 years ago, Saika saved my life by taking the title of Ideal Detective herself. The whole time, I thought I failed to rescue her, but in a way, I actually sacrificed Saika in order to survive. I feel a tinge of despair at how conveniently I twisted my memories. Still, there's no time to wallow. I speak as if trying to convince myself. Right, what I need to do now is stop the menace in front of me. As the original ideal detective, this is my duty. Turns out half-ass measurements won't cut it. Time to do what I was doing before. Aiming to kill. And now I'm exporting the VOD because uploading such large videos is evil to my data, and I can't afford unlimited data for my internet. Your predictions seem like they take a toll, though. Wonder who will hold out longer. As declared, Renegade Detective draws near me with his knife at the ready. If he's set on using lethal force, I should be able to use the, denouement. Our next exchange might be the deciding factor. For now, I just need to hang in there and trust that I'll find the chance to counter him. Left. He's going left. Wait. He's going left. So should I go right to counter? Denouement? Okay. Thank you. Fuck. I gotta save. He's going left, so dodge right. Okay. Yeah, right. Yeah, see what you do? Denouement. Okay. Yeah. This is why we load. Actually, I'm curious to see the death, actually. Hang on. Before I can react, my throat is slit open. Warm splatters from my neck down to my chest and my legs go numb. Damn it. I saw it coming, too. Alright. Lefty's going left. Center to counter, right? No? Shit! Fine, okay, he's just telling me. He's just telling me where to go, I suppose. He goes left, so I'm going left because I'm countering. I prepare for the strike and move my cuffs to the left. The clash of metal makes my ears ring. If I hadn't done it, if I hadn't seen the future, my ears would have been cut clean off. Another from the left. No, wait, it's a feint. He's coming from the right. I don't let his feint fool me and instead manage a right-hand block with my cuffs. But the shock of the blow is more than I can handle, forcing one of my knees to the floor. Without pause, Renegade Detective hunches down and slips past my guard. No way he'd miss an opportunity like this. I haven't had this much fun in a long time, incompetent. Anyway, bye-bye. The knife is thrust straight towards me. In my current position, there's no escape. It won't be easy to fend off. But that's fine by me. With them stabbing directly at me, I know exactly what to do. Attack with Shakiwaki, baby. I take the friend from my pocket and aim it directly at Renegade. Wait, that's... The key to manipulating others is to provide a clear-cut objective. That's what you said, isn't it? I took a knee on purpose. In this position, my aim is more stable, but more importantly, it drew my enemy closer of his own accord. Attacking with a knife brought him within 2 meters, the range of my weapon. It's over. Stop or I'll shoot. He's having the time of his life. Renegade ignores my warning and lunges forward without hesitation. Without hesitation, I pull the trigger. Renegade! Upon taking the shot, I hear gunpowder ignite. The spikes shoot from the chamber and bore into Renegade's stomach. His entire body convulses wildly. His tall frame leans but doesn't fall. He advances, erratic step after erratic step, grinning as he peers down at me. You actually pulled the trigger. Weren't you worried I'd get electrocuted to death? As if a bastard like you would die from a stun gun. I almost voiced the thought, but managed to stop myself. He's lost an arm and a substantial amount of blood. Body just took a huge shock, and yet he's still standing, stubbornly pursuing the ideal detective. I'm struck by a feeling when I consider that his life has also been unimpeded by an upended. Fuck. I consider that his life has also been upended by an ideal detective. Not sympathy or kinship, but something else. So, out of earshot, I whispered to him quietly. I'll check your answers for you. We, and since death, you suspected. That's how I knew pulling this trigger wouldn't kill you. That work for your final piece or whatever? Huh. Oh, my theory was right. I love his laugh. He laughs for a few moments and lets out a sigh of contentment. He looks deeply satisfied, his crazed expression replaced with utter calm. Thanks, incompetent. I found my missing piece in the best way possible. For once, I get the feeling I'm gonna sleep well tonight. The man lurches forward, toppling to the ground. His talking stopped abruptly, but I can hear him breathing, so he should still be alive. It's over at last. With a heavy exhale, I finally relax my tensed-up muscles. There we go. There we go. What is it at right now? Still conclusion? Yeah. Alright. Alright. I really want to continue, but I do have to end the stream right now for the VOD's sake. So, I gotta go. Yep, exactly around 11:50. Let's fucking go. I'm gonna, after I end stream, debate whether I start it back up again. Anyway, I have no time to talk about this. This was crazy. Bye!